Chapter 1. The Chaotic Universe Formation. Rin-Ku, Ancestor, can your 6 paths of reincarnation I discern what exactly is assailing us? Why does this black mist even affect our consciousness? The celestial Taoist ancestor, Tai Ching, strained to maintain the protective barrier with the heavenly yellow pearl, yet the encroaching black gas gradually seeped through. I cannot see, ahead lies an abyss of darkness, yet from its depths, a faint killing intent emanates, replied Hijai, the ancestor, as he formed seals with his hands to invoke a great power. The 6 paths of reincarnation I shifted ceaselessly, piercing through the river of time. There, at the upper reaches, a small boy squatted silently, weeping, while the lower stretches of the time river had long succumbed to nothingness, thick black mist obstructing any probing of divine consciousness. "Be cautious, Rin-Ku," cried out Yinhua, the divine emperor, his voice echoing with urgency. The demon Dao ancestor, Zhulong, wielded the Dangang bell and aimed to strike at Rin-Ku's crown, while the ghost Dao ancestor, the abyssal ghost emperor, opened the nether umbrella for defense, and the demon Dao ancestor, Xianyi, swung the chaos sword towards Zhulong. Rin-Ku formed another seal, and the chaotic energies within his 6 paths of reincarnation I surged forth. 2 divine swords shot from his eyes, piercing Zhulong's shoulder, as the abyssal ghost emperor and Xianyi stood at his sides, their expressions dark as storm clouds. Simultaneously, the divine emperor Yinhua maintained the chaos pot to absorb the black gas while questioning, "Zhulong, what is the meaning of this? Why have you ambushed Rin-Ku? Ha! You are all doomed. Does it matter who falls first? I will eliminate this troublesome soul who can see my true identity, and then I shall slay you one by one. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Zhulong's wicked smile sent chills through the air. Rin-Ku formed yet another seal, sending forth a golden halo from his 6 paths of reincarnation eye, racing towards Zhulong, while Yinhua summoned the binding immortal rope to constrain Zhulong's movements. However, the ever-watchful Xianyi suddenly struck, piercing Rin-Ku's heart, as the abyssal ghost emperor summoned the book of life and death to suppress his soul, while Zhulong brandished the soul-refining banner, ensnaring Rin-Ku's 3 souls and 7 spirits within. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Yinhua bound Zhulong, Rin-Ku had already perished. Tai Ching, realizing that these 3 had fallen prey to the black mist madness, inquired, "Who are you? Why do you invade the Tianyuan continent?" Ha! It seems there are still some clever ones among you." Deducing so swiftly, Xianyi licked the blood from his hands, playing with Rin-Ku's 6 paths of reincarnation while tossing aside his lifeless body. "However, there is no need for you to speculate with Rin-Ku lost. You will have no means to discern my identity, for I myself do not know," chuckled the abyssal ghost emperor. Without warning, the 3 launched a simultaneous attack on Tai Ching and Yinhua. As all 5 were Dao Void emperor-level beings, Tai Ching and Yinhua gradually found themselves at a disadvantage under the onslaught of 3. "Rest assured, after I have slain you, I will recruit you to my ranks, to witness how a Tianyuan continent devoid of Dao Void emperors can withstand my assault. You will be assigned to torment your own people. The thought is simply delightful." Zhulong laughed, continually summoning the Dangang bell to strike at Tai Ching and Yinhua. In the midst of the fray, Tai Ching and Yinhua were already drenched in blood, their dripping lifeblood creating countless spatial rifts in the combat area, while the black mist slowly enveloped them. The 3 ceased their assault, and Xianyi regarded the 6 paths of reincarnation eye in his hand, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the 6 paths of reincarnation eye erupted with brilliance, dissolving the surrounding black mist. The 5, lost in the black mist, hastily attempted to restrain the eye. From within the 6 paths of reincarnation eye emerged a small golden figure resembling Rin-Ku, forming seals with its tiny hands, as the eye rapidly soared towards the Tianyuan continent. At that moment, a massive hand surged forth from the black mist, attempting to seize the eye, only to be pierced through by it. As the eye neared the Tianyuan continent, a mere 10,000 zhang away, it abruptly halted, casting a radiant light that enveloped the entire land. The hand from the black mist slowly withdrew, and the 5, now under control, approached the luminous barrier. As Tai Ching reached out to touch it, a flicker of clarity flashed in his eyes, only to be instantly knocked unconscious and lifted by Yinhua. Zhulong summoned the soul-refining banner to extract Rin-Ku's 3 souls and 7 spirits, while Yinhua produced the chaos pot to contain them, executing the soul-refining technique with a single hand. "You old fool, do you think this will protect them? Let me tell you, this chaotic universe formation can only delay me for a millennium. I have time aplenty, but you shall find this millennium most unbearable." The black mist began to coalesce a mere 10 meters from the luminous barrier, as the five concealed themselves within it, heralding tremendous upheaval within the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 2. The Destruction of the 10,000-Year Emperor Immortal. Spare none except for He Zhai's young scion. Kill them all. Haha, the Yang Manor, the Tao Wu clan, the Cheongqi clan. Do you think you can annihilate my He family with such rabble? The head of the He family formed seals, activating the 4 paths of reincarnation. Glancing back at his wife, resolutely confronting the 4 refinement void realm powers. From the crowd emerged 8 individuals, some soaring on swords, others wielding blades, some activating 3 paths of reincarnation eyes, engaging in combat with the remaining refinement void realm experts. The others intentionally avoided the skirmish zones of these formidable opponents, seeking out adversaries of their own caliber. However, due to the overwhelming numbers of the opposition, the He family's members faced battles predominantly 3 to 1 or more. Although the He family stood out among their peers, the assailants that night had been meticulously chosen, and with the odds stacked against them, casualties grew increasingly frequent. Ha 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 ha. He-Chi, what are you staring at? While fending off an attack from the Cheongqi clan, He-Chi was suddenly pierced through the right chest by a shadowy figure. Fortunately, he had sensed the danger in advance, managing to shift his body slightly to the left during the clash. After the strike, the shadow vanished into the night, and the refinement void realm expert from the Cheongqi clan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, forcing He-Chi into a position of passive defense. Similar to He-Chi, others engaged in battle experienced varying degrees of ambush, some even pierced directly through the heart, relying solely on their fighting spirit to sustain them. The head of the He family continuously altered his incantations, spitting a mouthful of blood into the forming spell. As the 4 paths of reincarnation, I transformed. With a thunderous roar, He Xian declared, "The human path I discerns good and evil. The ghost path I delivers to the afterlife. The demon path I extinguishes spiritual energy. The devil path I command slaughter." For distinct rays of light erupted from the 4 paths of reincarnation hurtling towards the 4 adversaries, as He Xian, having expended a significant amount of blood, found himself in a state of extreme weakness. I have awaited this moment. A sinister laughter enveloped the battlefield as a pitch-black dagger pierced through He Xian's heart, his vitality and soul rapidly draining away. No. Father, uncle, third uncle Ouyang. Yiji suddenly awoke from a nightmare. Yiji, what troubles you? Yesterday, you fainted in the library. How do you feel now? Yang Qingning gazed at Yiji with deep concern. Yiji wiped the sweat from his brow, regaining his composure. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful Yang Qingning sitting by his bedside, he gently patted her hand and asked, "Qingning, have you been here all along? Have you eaten? If not, let us dine together, for I am quite famished. I will speak with you during our meal." "Very well. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare our meal. You should tidy yourself up and rise." Top-tier forces like the Yang and He families in the Tianyuan continent's 9 states and 13 islands, often regarded as sacred places for cultivation, even had the Star Gathering Palace provide them with separate courtyards. Since the He and Yang families had long been allied, Yiji and Yang Qingning resided in adjacent courtyards, but upon entering, one would discover that their courtyards had already been connected by a corridor. Yang Qingning stood up, gently touching Yiji's forehead, her expression filled with concern as she departed. After stepping outside, she casually tore open space, revealing a masked elder who bowed respectfully. "Uncle Jing, please investigate what transpired yesterday. Furthermore, inform grandfather promptly, so he may prepare for our return journey." "Miss, after young master fainted, I conducted an investigation. At that time, only young master was present in the Huang character pavilion of the library. I dare to suggest, miss, that you inquire whether young master experienced any missteps in his training." Yang Qingning's eyes glimmered with contemplation, her expression growing solemn as she replied to the elder, "Understood, Uncle Jing. You've worked hard. Recently, please report to grandfather swiftly." Yang Qingning traversed the corridor to her courtyard, instructing her maid, Ling Zhe, to prepare a meal. Typically, Yiji dined in Yang Qingning's courtyard, as his own kitchen rarely operated. Therefore, he had no cook, and on occasions of discomfort between the two, it was Yang Qingning who sent someone to prepare food. The earlier scene had felt all too real. Could it be that his father and uncles had truly encountered misfortune? Yiji pondered as he changed his clothes. Muttering to himself, he thought, it shouldn't be possible. According to what grandfather Yang said, years ago, father and a group of 9 ventured to Tianxiong continent in search of breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the ancestral grounds of the He family, positioned at the intersection of humans, demons, and devils, activated the innate 5 elements primordial formation to restrict the refinement void realm experts from the demon and devil clans from crossing freely. He easy changed his attire and stepped outside. He pondered how the Imperial Immortal Island had stood firm on the Tianyuan continent for countless years, ever since his great-grandfather established the He residence, remaining a pinnacle force among the human race. How could it ever be breached? Yet, reality often bears a cruel edge. This meticulously woven deception would later serve as a prelude to He Yixi's descent into darkness. Yang Qingning, in turn, would assume the burden of recompense for the Yang family. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 3. The sky weeps blood rain. Suddenly, the heavens turned a deep crimson. An elder reclining in the magician abruptly opened his eyes and soared into the sky. The Dao Void realm experts from the star-picking palace emerged, their gazes drawn to the heavens, where Zhuge Jing's face was ashen. Penny's eyes drops of blood rain began to fall sporadically, soon transforming into a torrential downpour. The master of the scripture repository bowed to Zhuge Jing and remarked, "Palace Master Zhuge, this is an omen of a fallen Dao Void realm expert. It has been 100,000 years since the last weeping of the heavens, since the covenant of gods and demons. Could it be that an ancestor from some family has passed on?" Zhuge Jing's expression grew increasingly grave as he observed the intensifying blood rain. Just as others prepared to speak, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the blood rain, striking directly towards the back mountain of the star-picking palace. Zhuge Jing's figure flickered as he tore through the void, racing towards the back mountain, but the elder Xian Yuanyu from the Danlu blocked those who sought to follow. "Everyone, it would be prudent not to pursue. The back mountain is reserved for the honored guests. Only Palace Master Zhuge may proceed. Let us remain in the Great Hall and await news." Meanwhile, other Dao Void realm experts from the 6 clans stood aloft, observing this bizarre celestial omen. When they saw the lightning strike the back mountain of the star-picking palace, astonishment rippled through them all. The leaders of the Wind Clan, Thunder Clan, Golden Clan, Divine Dao Clan, Yang Family, Shushan, Peacock Clan, Qilin Clan, Moon and Demon Clan, and 3 of the 8 Yama Lords, all top-tier powers among the 6 clans, tore through the void to appear above the star-picking palace. Such a celestial phenomenon might very well herald the demise of an ancestor from the He family, chuckled the Shadow Clan leader, gazing at the sky. An elder beside him cautioned, "Leader, tread carefully. The ancestor of the He family is not to be trifled with. Such direct references to a Dao Void Emperor could invoke wrath. What is there to fear? We have yet to see him intervene even when we set out to obliterate the Imperial Immortal Island. Perhaps those 6 have already been slain by that esteemed individual. Is there still a Dao Void Emperor remaining in the Tianyuan continent?" retorted the Shadow Clan leader, Ing Sha, with a haughty snort. Ing Sha, you are as forthright as ever," came the voice of Ling Du, leader of the Qiongqi clan, as he appeared in the void. Upon spotting Ling Du, Ing Sha grumbled, "What a rare visitor. What brings you here? With such monumental events unfolding, I find it remarkable how composed you remain. They have all gone to the star-picking palace. Will you not join them? Spare me your probing. Our Shadow Clan was once diminished by the He family ancestor wielding the 6 paths of reincarnation. If this Zhixiao divine thunder were to strike him, our clan would have cause for celebration. Besides, have you forgotten that you 2 were involved with the Imperial Immortal Island?" "Ing Sha, do not speak so freely. Although the 6 Dao Void Emperors have ventured to the other 11 continents, it is conceivable they are aware of the events and may return. Look at you, acting so concerned. You showed no mercy when you slew He Qi, yet now you tremble at the thought of the old master of the Yang family. With him present, what is there to fear? Moreover, we have already destroyed the Imperial Immortal Island. Should the He family ancestor truly return, do you think I would not be able to conceal it? With the 6 paths of reincarnation I activated, what could possibly escape his notice? Did that esteemed individual not say that the He family ancestor would undoubtedly not return?" Ling Du regarded Ing Sha as one might a fool, and once he finished, he said, "That esteemed individual has sent word, instructing us to devise a means to gather the bloodlines of the demon race, the divine seeds of the god race, and the marks of the immortal race. The more we collect, the better." Ing Sha felt a jolt of surprise at this revelation, but before he could inquire further, the sky suddenly darkened. A malevolent aura surged from all directions, accompanied by the palpable pressure of Dao Void Emperors. The 2 exchanged a glance, their expressions altering dramatically. When Yang Tianwen of the Yang family arrived at the Great Hall of the Star-Picking Palace, numerous Dao Void realm experts from various clans had already assembled, with more arriving in succession. Upon Yang Tianwen's entrance, all rose to greet him. "Ah, you have graced us with your presence. After so many years away from Immortal Source Island, I thought you had perished," exclaimed Mei Qing, the leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan, casting a fierce glare at Yang Tianwen. "Leader Mei, what an unkind remark. This old body still has a few decades left to serve the human race. I shall rely on your continued support," Yang Tianwen replied with a slight smile, settling into the second seat on the left side of the hall, gazing across at her. Meanwhile, Zhuge Jing arrived at the thatched cottage in the back mountain and discovered that the formation set by He Yiji had long since been shattered by the Zixiao Divine Thunder. The thatched hut lay in ruins, reduced to dust, leaving the courtyard in disarray. Zhuge Jing closed his eyes, fingers moving swiftly as he formed seals. Moments later, a brilliant light shot from his eyes, only to dim almost instantly. He murmured, "Predecessor Run, as you predicted, something has indeed transpired. But have you truly met your calamity? Such a person as you, who possesses such capability, who could possibly wield such power? The river of time is in disarray. I remain inferior to you and cannot discern much." Suddenly, Zhuge Jing gazed skyward, sensing dozens of Dao Void Emperor presences locking onto the Tianyuan continent as the blood rain abruptly ceased. The sky was gradually enveloped in darkness as Zhuge Jing tore through the void, appearing outside the Tianyuan continent in an instant. Confronted by the encroaching black mist, he felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar, his senses increasingly dulled. Ao Qi, the leader of the Dragon Clan, emerged from the void and offered a slight bow to Zhuge Jing. "Palace Master Zhuge, what is this? I feel as though this black mist, even from tens of thousands of miles away, can affect my senses, and within it lurks great terror." Zhuge Jing fixed his gaze on the black mist, his hands forming intricate seals as chaotic energy swirled in his eyes. Yet, even with his peak Dao Void Saint cultivation, he could not glean any information. "I cannot ascertain. I have utilized the Qianyuan Pearl to calculate everything within the river of time, but I find not a single clue. This signifies that the adversary's power either far exceeds our own, or a Dao Emperor is shrouding their presence." A voice echoed through the rifts in the void before the speaker even arrived. Ao Qi's expression grew increasingly somber as he regarded the advancing black mist. "The leader of the Sun clan speaks true. It appears a great practitioner is veiling their presence." As the leader of the Sun clan stepped forth from the void, over 20 other clan leaders and elders from the Star-Picking Palace also tore through the void. Upon exiting, Mei Qing's face shifted dramatically. "This is not good. Within that black mist, not only do I sense the pressure of Dao Void Emperors, but I can perceive dozens of them. Indeed, Leader Qingqiu is correct. We must swiftly send word for the Dao Void Saint experts from all clans to gather here. With the Emperor-level experts from our Tianyuan continent absent, we can only brace ourselves for a desperate defense," Zhuge Jing declared, a resolute glint in his eyes. As the individuals present shattered the sound transmission talismans, the number of formidable beings from the Dao Void sacred realm in the void increased. Zhuge Jing manipulated his incantations, and the brilliance of the divine armory of the Star-Picking Palace surged forth as a long sword cleaved through the oppressive sky, soaring into his grasp. Although more powerful entities from the Dao Void sacred realm were en route, the emergence of the Lingshu divine sword, which had never been wielded since the establishment of the Star-Picking Palace, signified to all the gravity of the situation had far exceeded their expectations. "Yifeng, have you relayed the message to the 6 esteemed Dao Void Emperors?" "Palace Master, the scripture repository has already contacted the 6 lords at the earliest opportunity. With their strength, should they receive the news, even if they cannot return, they will be able to manifest their shadows immediately." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled with a slight sense of relief. Despite the mere slight difference in realms between the Dao Void Emperor and the Sacred Realm, the former requires an individual to harmonize with the Dao and traverse their own path, akin to the 6 paths of reincarnation of the old ancestor. This elucidates why there are so many Sacred Realm powerhouses in the Tianyuan continent, while only 6 exist at the Emperor level. As the black mist encroached, anxiety mounted among the crowd. The chieftain of the Tog clan trembled, saying, "Why have the 6 lords not yet appeared or manifested their shadows?" "They wouldn't." "Silence. If you continue to spread such alarmist rhetoric, I shall tear your mouth apart. If anything happens to Rinky, I will be the first to annihilate your Tog clan. You are all too aware of what transpired 13 years ago. You still hope for their return? If they come back, will you no longer be afraid?" Mei Qing glared at Wu Hui. "Chieftain of the Qingqiu clan, do remain calm. I understand your concerns for Brother Rinky. The long-standing grievances between your 2 families are well known. Yet at this juncture, we must present a united front against external threats." Yang Tianwen smiled and attempted to ease the situation. Yet no one noticed the dark energy swirling increasingly within his eyes as the black mist drew nearer. Clan leader Yang jested, reminding that he was well aware of his past actions, believing he could conceal them from the 6 clans. However, during Mei Qing's discourse, the black mist had already approached within a mere 100,000 meters of Tianyuan continent. Suddenly, two beams of light pierced through the mist, racing toward the continent, forming a luminous barrier at 100,000 meters away. The moment the black mist made contact with the barrier, it was dispelled, unable to advance any further. And everyone finally exhaled in relief. Zhuge Jing swiftly moved to the edge of the barrier, preparing to touch it, when Xian Yuanyu cautioned, "Be careful, Palace Master. This should be the formation laid out by the six." "No worries, I do not sense any aggression from this formation," Zhuge Jing replied, as his hand grazed the barrier. Countless fragments of the recent battle surged within him. However, since he had expended most of his spiritual energy on the formation, his recollections were merely disjointed pieces. Despite this, the fragments stirred a tempest within Zhuge Jing's heart. Yet, he maintained a composed smile, stating, "The barrier contained information. Old ancestor, he has intervened. This is his Chaos Qiankuan formation, which temporarily isolates the black mist and its formidable entities. The 6 Dao Void Emperors will return shortly." Hearing Zhuge Jing's words, others also attempted to touch the barrier but perceived nothing. Only Yang Tian cautiously probed, ultimately yielding to the impulse to touch it. A beam of light instantly surged into him, illuminating his eyes significantly. "Yilan, you and the 8 Extremes Hall should patrol the entirety of Tianyuan continent to ensure it is enveloped by the Chaos Qiankuan formation. The 9 clans of the Privy Council and the 16 clans of the Cabinet should convene at the Star-Picking Palace to discuss our next course of action. The remaining clans may return. A 6-clan assembly will be held at the Star-Picking Palace, and I hope all of you, as well as those who could not attend today, will join us." After Zhuge Jing concluded, he tore through the void, heading back to the Star-Picking Palace. The members of various clans departed, the crisis seemingly averted. Nevertheless, the Dao Void Emperor had yet to appear, and the Chaos Qiankuan formation, being solely defensive, did not align with the usual assertiveness of the Dao Void Emperor in the face of external threats. Some harbored mild doubts, while others, driven by ambition, began to conspire and fantasize, heralding a greater crisis for Tianyuan continent. Chapter 1. The difficulty of returning home. Yi, what troubles you? Do you sense something? After dinner, Yi gazed at the blood rain in the sky, which had turned clear once more, lost in thought, while Yang Qingning, concerned, inquired beside him. Yi turned and affectionately ruffled Yang Qingning's hair, saying, "Qingning, I felt as though a vital string within my heart has snapped. It must be significant. Yet I cannot articulate what it is." Yang Qingning furrowed her brows as she led Yi into the room, pouring him a glass of water while saying, "Yi, there is no need for you to worry. We shall inquire with Master Yilan. If that does not yield results, we may also consult Lord Zhuge. They should possess knowledge of the situation. Little rascal, I knew you would be here with Qingning. Come out, I wish to speak with you." Mei Qing suddenly appeared in Yang Qingning's courtyard, addressing Yi, who was seated inside. Soon after, Yi and Mei Qing vanished simultaneously above the Star-Gathering Palace. Finding themselves in an alternate space, Yi offered a slight bow and respectfully inquired, "Elder Mei Qing, may I ask what brings you to seek me?" "Young one, there is a matter of utmost urgency. I hope you can accompany me to the Qingxiu Fox clan. As you know, I have been a close friend of your great-grandfather for hundreds of thousands of years, and I nearly became your great-grandmother. The situation has become rather intricate, and with no one from the He residence present, I hope you will join me to the Qingxiu clan. Once your great-grandfather returns to activate the 5-elemental primordial array of the Imperial Immortal Island, you may return home," Mei Qing said, patting Yi on the shoulder before taking a few steps forward and speaking without turning to face him. "Elder Mei Qing, is there some significant event occurring? Just last month, Qingning and I received word from the Yang residents that we shall soon return to marry, as per the engagement established by our ancestors, which would invite criticism from the 6 clans should I go to the Qingxiu clan. Do not concern yourself with that. No one in the Qingxiu Fox clan would dare to come and claim anyone from us." Shortly after Yi departed, Yang Tianwen appeared in Yang Qingning's small courtyard and inquired, "Qingning, where has Yi gone?" Yang Qingning respectfully welcomed Yang Tianwen inside. After bowing, she spoke, "Esteemed grandfather, it appears that the chieftain of the Qingxiu Fox clan has just taken Yi away. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with him?" A fleeting flash of anger crossed Yang Tianwen's eyes as he smiled and said, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky earlier and was concerned that you and Yi might be frightened. Since you are both unharmed, let us tidy up and set out promptly. The preparations for the wedding at home are nearly complete, and after your union, you may continue your studies at the Star-Picking Palace." Yang Qingning's face was adorned with a radiant smile as she respectfully bowed to her great-grandfather before speaking. "Thank you, great-grandfather, for your concern regarding our affairs. We shall hasten our preparations for the journey. Such a polite girl, still so courteous to your great-grandfather. Please, take a seat." Great-grandfather inquires whether Yi's reincarnation eye has awakened. "Has your cultivation been impeded? Do share with great-grandfather." "Thank you for your concern, great-grandfather. Yi's reincarnation eye has indeed manifested, possessing the characteristics of a ghostly eye. However, it remains somewhat unstable. I planned to return home to ask grandfather for some netherworld soil to stabilize the ghostly eye. But I did not expect your arrival. You child, always talking about Iji. The netherworld soil is located on Xianyuan Island. Upon our return home, grandfather will present it to you as a wedding gift. And what about you? I see you have reached the royal body refinement realm. Qingning replied. I have disappointed great-grandfather with my lack of progress. Such jest. You are merely 15 years old and have accomplished much. In my youth, your grandfather and I were but martial practitioners at your age. We could not compare to your current prowess. Now, prepare for your journey back to get married. I have arranged for your safe escort. Your uncles, Kai, Xiao, Du, and Jing, will accompany you secretly. The current situation in the Tianyuan continent is delicate, so be cautious on your way. In case of danger, crush the life-saving talisman, and I will reach you and your father at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, great-grandfather. We will return home promptly. Very well. Cultivate diligently at the star-picking palace. I shall take my leave. Yang Tiamen rose to depart. Casting a glance towards the direction of the enchanting space, Mei Qing responded with a cold snort at Yang Tunwen's retreat, then continued, Little one. I have conveyed all that is necessary. The Yang family is not worthy of your trust, including your fiancée. Do you realize how many powerful individuals surround her? You are in the body refinement saint realm, while your fiancée is in the royal body refinement realm. The Yang residence has dispatched 4 at the void refinement realm, 12 at the spirit refinement realm, and over 100 others of various realms to protect her, while you may be the scion of the He and Yang families. This seems excessively dramatic, especially here in the star-picking palace, a sacred ground for the 6 clans. He understood that Mei Qing was concerned for his safety, as she often visited the residence during his great-grandfather's time on Imperial Immortal Island and had taken him to many places in his childhood. Thank you, esteemed elder. I have taken your words to heart. However, the engagement between the He and Yang families must be fulfilled, as promised by our great-grandfathers in the presence of the 6 clans. If you were to take me away, the Cheongqiu Fox clan would become a target. I will exercise caution, and I trust that soon my father, uncles, and relatives will return, restoring everything to its rightful order. Child, you are still underestimating the situation. In light of this, take this space-transmitting talisman. If danger arises, crush it, and those around you will be instantly transported to Cheongqiu, even if the transmission fails. I will sense it and dare to come to your rescue. He accepted the talisman with reverence, bowing once more to Mei Qing. She then vanished from the enchanting space, proceeding to the council chambers of the 9 clans and the 16 factions within the star-picking palace. He emerged from the enchanting space, descending into Yang Qingning's courtyard. Yang Qingning observed He standing in the courtyard and hurriedly stepped out of the room, linking her arm with his. Yi, is something troubling you? You appear quite worried. Nothing much, Yi replied. The esteemed elder Mei Qing from the Qingqiu Fox clan sought my counsel on a few matters. Qingning, concerned for Yi, gently patted his sleeve as they made their way indoors. Yi, just a moment ago, my great-grandfather visited. He urged us to prepare for our wedding at the He residence promptly. He also mentioned that there would be unrest in the Tianyuan continent soon, and that our uncles, Kai, Xiao, Du, and Jing would be safeguarding us from the shadows. Additionally, I requested some netherworld soil from my great-grandfather to stabilize your ghostly eye, and he has consented. You dare to ask for such a precious item from my great-grandfather? He chuckled. Next time, we must be more cautious, otherwise, big brother and sister might be displeased. Hearing He's words, Yang Qingning gradually sat down. A hint of displeasure etched across her face as she gazed into his eyes, clasping his hand. Yi, you need not concern yourself with them. You are not beholden to their opinions. I remember vividly how they bullied you when we were children. Do not consider them. If they have objections, let them come. He, observing Yang Qingning's indignant expression, playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. It is of no consequence. When I was younger, my father was unexpectedly summoned to another continent, and the Imperial Immortal Island activated the 5 elements primordial array to maintain stability among the 3 clans. I was entrusted to the He residence, which has become my second home. Our past disagreements were mere childhood grievances. Qingning, do not be upset. Those days are long gone. As their conversation unfolded, elders from the star-picking palace, including Zhugajing, the library pavilion, the 8 extremes hall, the divine weapon pavilion, and the alchemy lodge, along with clan leaders from the 9 secret clans and the 16 cabinet clans, arrived successively at the Wenyuan hall. Once seated, Zhugajing addressed the assembly directly. As you have all witnessed, the immediate crisis facing our Tianyuan continent has been temporarily alleviated. However, the return of the 6 esteemed Dao Void emperors remains uncertain, and we must remain vigilant. Furthermore, I implore you to reign in your clans, as the situation is exceedingly precarious. Do any of the clan leaders have suggestions? All eyes turned to Ao Qi, the leader of the Dragon Clan, the foremost among the 9 secret clans, awaiting his response. The 9 secret clans and the 16 cabinet clans constitute the power nexus of the Tianyuan continent. Since the signing of the Divine Demon Accord, the 9 secret clans have remained unchanged, while the 16 cabinet clans rotate every 5,000 years, underscoring the formidable strength of the 9 secret clans. With the Dragon Clan maintaining its preeminence for over 100 millennia, Esteemed leaders, what Zhuge Palace Master states is indeed accurate. However, we must exercise greater caution. In addition to the star-picking palace overseeing the chaotic primordial array, each clan should establish patrols comprised of experts above the refinement realm within their respective territories to ensure the integrity of our defensive formations. Moreover, I believe the star-picking palace should open its doors to talents from all clans, actively cultivating individuals to prepare for potential future crises. Upon Aochi's conclusion, the assembly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yilan, the master of the Eight Extremes Hall, returned from patrolling the chaotic primordial array. After greeting Zhuge Jing and the clan leaders, he reported, Palace Master Zhuge and esteemed clan leaders, I have conducted a thorough examination. The chaotic primordial array currently envelopes the entire Tianyuan continent, and the array walls are stable in all respects. The Eight Extremes Hall has established 64 teams to patrol various regions of the continent. Thank you for your hard work, Master Yi. Please take a seat. Zhuge Jing continued. As per clan leader Aochi's suggestion, the star-picking palace will today fully open its doors to the talents of all clans, with the Martial Hall, Library Pavilion, Eight Extremes Hall, Alchemy Lodge, and Divine Weapon Pavilion working in concert. Furthermore, the star-picking palace will establish the Extreme Path Hall specifically to nurture the prodigies of each clan. We hope for a united effort to navigate this crisis. The gathered clans expressed their unanimous support, while the long-anticipated bell for talent recruitment at the star-picking palace chimed, its resounding tones echoing throughout every corner of the Tianyuan continent. Palace Master Zhuge, there is a matter I hesitated to raise in such a solemn gathering. But it pertains to the Imperial Immortal Island and the He residents, and I feel it is imperative to inform all clans. Yang Tianwen, spare us your theatrics. You merely wish for your descendants to marry the heir of the Imperial Immortal Island, He Iji, am I correct? Who is unaware that following the events 13 years ago, the true authority over the Imperial Immortal Island lies with your Yang residents? Mei Qing, the clan leader, interjected. Clan leader Mei Qing, you jest. The long-standing camaraderie between our two families is beyond reproach. The engagement between Qingning and Iji was personally arranged by Rinku. Clan leader He Xian is currently seeking a path to breakthroughs beyond our realm, and the Yang residents will certainly provide support. Moreover, with the star-picking palace, the Dragon Clan, the Sun Clan, the Moon Clan, and even your Qingqiu clan having experts in the Dao Void realm stationed at the Imperial Immortal Island. We are collectively safeguarding it. Once the head of the He family returns, we will withdraw our presence. Yang Tianwen smiled, speaking slowly and deliberately, do not sugarcoat your words. The Yang residents covets the Imperial Immortal Island. What resistance can a mere 16-year-old child, Iji, muster? The engagement was set by Rinku, yet the parents are absent. Why is your Yang residents so eager for this marriage, so impatient for clan leader He Xian's return? Or do you, Yang Tianwen, believe they will never return? Clan leader Qingqiu, do not speak so harshly. The engagement at 16 was established by Rinku. I am merely honoring our agreement. Does clan leader Qingqiu not wish to uphold the edicts of the Dao Emperor's family? As the argument escalated, various clan members attempted to mediate. The Peacock clan leader discreetly tugged at Mei Qing under the table, signaling her to desist. Dao Chen, the leader of the Divine Dao Ancestor clan, remarked, the marriage between these two must proceed, but given the current crisis, should we not consider postponing? Postpone what? A mere child of the body refinement realm is of no concern. Let them marry without delay. We must not defy the edicts of the Dao Emperor. If calamity were to befall us, we would all bear the consequences, interjected the leader of the Moon Demon clan, one of the 9 secret clans. Voices rose in the assembly, with many advocating for the adherence to the original agreement, urging for the wedding to take place swiftly. Yet, dissenting opinions emerged, and the cacophony of debate reached a fever pitch. Aochi, Yang Tianwen, Dao Chen, and Mei Qing remained silent, sipping their tea. As the clamor intensified, Aochi suddenly spoke, and the entire Wenyuan hall fell silent. What are Palace Master Zhuge's thoughts? A marriage must eventually take place. But given the stature of the Dao Emperor's family, can we take it upon ourselves to decide? Aochi looked towards Zhuge Jing, understanding that the bickering among them would yield no resolution. Ultimately, it would be Zhuge Jing's judgment that would guide their course. Yang Tianwen's outward intent to inform the assembly was, in fact, a test of Zhuge Jing's stance. Unless the 6 esteemed individuals returned, no wedding would come to pass. Though Zhuge Jing appeared to consult with the 9 secret clans and the 16 cabinet clans on all matters, he was, in truth, the foremost among the Dao Void emperors. With the mastery of time and space, and wielding the ethereal sword left by Rinku, he was unmatched even by the top-tier Dao Void sanctity experts of the Dragon Clan, Qingqiu Fox Clan, Sun Clan, and Moon Clan. This prowess secured his position as the leader of the star-picking palace following Renku's withdrawal. Senior Yang is indeed correct. These two young ones should unite in matrimony. Where shall we hold the ceremony, Palace Master Zhuge? Zhuge Jing inquired with a subtle smile. Naturally, it should be on Immortal Source Island, where Iji spent his formative years. Mei Qing interjected, cutting off Yang Tianwen. Ah, how conveniently you phrase it. He was raised on the Imperial Immortal Island, not Immortal Source Island, she remarked. Yang Tianwen, unperturbed, responded. The leader of the Qingxiu tribe is indeed correct. However, since the head of the He family has embarked on a journey, Yiji has remained on Xianyuan Island. Only our elders will be able to attend the wedding, making it reasonable to hold the ceremony there. After their union, our Yang family will continue to facilitate their training in the star-picking dog, especially since Yiji has awakened the Eye of Six Paths. Upon hearing that Yiji had unlocked the Eye of Six Paths, Zhuge Jing's eyes sparkled with intensity. This was due not only to the potential strength of a He family member possessing such an ability, which could elevate them to the realm of Dao Void Emperor, but also because Yiji was in the star-picking palace, a fact unknown to the palace master, yet well known to the Yang family, indicating their deep-rooted influence there. Yang Lao is right. I too shall attend the wedding on Xianyuan Island, and I hope Yang Lao will not take offense, Zhuge Jing said with a slight smile. The assembly felt a chill. Zhuge Jing's words were a subtle admonition towards the Yang family. 13 years prior, during the upheaval of Imperial Immortal Island, Zhuge Jing had not even left the star-picking palace, merely instructing the 9 clans of the Privy Council and the 16 clans of the cabinet to choose their own representatives for maintaining balance among the human, demon, and spirit races. At that time, the 6 clans of the realm believed that although Zhuge Jing had once trained beside Yiji, he had long severed ties with the He family, now prioritizing the development of the Tianyuan continent itself. Others also extended their congratulations to Yang Tianwen, who graciously acknowledged each one. However, Mei Qing let out a cold snort and departed from the Wenyuan Hall, tearing through the void in her escape. After offering their well wishes, the crowd dispersed to manage subsequent matters, as the magnitude of recent events necessitated calming the various clans and organizing patrols. No small undertaking. Do you think Yiji and Yang Qingning will tread this path? Fear not, that esteemed individual has long made arrangements. We merely need to attend to our own affairs, whispered 2 figures concealed in the darkness. Unbeknownst to the couple immersed in marital bliss, their journey back to Xianyuan Island was fraught with peril, marking the inception of their trials, as their path to matrimony stretched over millennia from 1,000 miles away. Chapter 2. The Journey Home Yulan. How many Dao Void experts can we currently summon from the star-picking palace? Zhuge Jing inquired softly, reclining atop the roof of the 8 Extremes Hall. Palace Master, presently. There are 4 available from the Hall of 8 Extremes, 2 from the Library Pavilion, 1 from the Alchemy Pavilion, 3 from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and 6 from the Martial Hall. What is on your mind, Palace Master? When Yiji returns to Xianyuan Island, ensure that all of you accompany him for protection. Every single one of you must go. We cannot afford any mishaps, for I sense that this young man may hold the key to breaking the impasse. Palace Master. Is such a measure truly necessary? Perhaps I could go personally instead. Mobilizing 16 Dao Void experts seems somewhat excessive, does it not? The collective emergence of half our star-picking palace as strongest would surely send ripples through the 6 clans of the realm. Zhuge Jing disregarded Yilan's concerns, continuing. You should also mobilize any available refining void experts. The remaining personnel should be sufficient from the Yang family. Proceed discreetly. I also have matters to attend to with the Dragon Clan and the Sun Clan. I cannot stress enough the gravity of this situation. Consider the events at Imperial Immortal Island. We were already late once. Should another incident occur, I fear the star-picking palace may no longer be warranted. Yilan felt a shiver, suddenly grasping the severity of the situation. In a hushed tone, she asked Zhuge Jing, did you discover something back then? Zhuge Jing raised a hand to silence her, then tore through the void towards He-Iji's courtyard. Outside the small dwelling, he found He-Iji practicing diligently within. Zhuge Jing took a seat in the room, awaiting his arrival. Abruptly, He-Iji opened his eyes, a spectral aura enveloping them, turning his irises a deep emerald green. The surrounding spiritual energy was disrupted by the ethereal force emanating from his gaze, if in the same realm. Any spiritual energy drawn into his body would clash with his original reserves, potentially damaging his meridians. He-Iji was wholly absorbed in his practice, while Zhuge Jing intentionally concealed his presence. After an hour and a half, He-Iji finally stabilized his ghost path eye. You labored diligently. Even during the time of your forebear and your father, the Eye of Six Paths was not awakened so early. You truly are a source of surprise, Zhuge Jing observed, his expression softening with affection, akin to that of a proud parent, a demeanor he only dared to exhibit in the privacy of their company. Grandfather Zhuge, what brings you here tonight? It has been quite a while since I last saw you, He-Iji exclaimed, hastily rising to pay his respects and pour tea. After signaling for He-Iji to sit, he complied. Iji, I have a few important admonitions for you that you must remember. First, never trust anyone from the Yang family, including your fiancée Yi. She harbors many secrets. Second, refrain from disclosing which path of the Eye of Reincarnation you have unlocked. Although this eye was created by your great-grandfather, many covet it, and with the absence of our people on Imperial Immortal Island, those lurking in the shadows may take action. Lastly, regardless of the challenges you face, you must persevere. Remember, since you call me grandfather, I, Zhuge, will always find you. Zhuge Jing's demeanor was grave. Is something about to happen, grandfather? Why do you say such things? He-Iji asked, concern etched upon his face, feeling for the first time in the star-picking palace a sense of helplessness akin to that experienced on Xianyuan Island. Rest assured, with your grandfather Zhuge here, Those lurking shadows dare not act with impunity. However, you must heed my warnings. I will be away with the Dragon Clan and the Sun Clan for a while. Should anything arise, you may seek out the Qingqiu tribe and have leader Mei Qing escort you to them. They are trustworthy. He nodded, his expression still laden with concern as he gazed at Zhuge Jing. Grandfather Zhuge, I am immensely grateful for your care over the years. Master Gu Yun has also treated me well in the Star-Picking Palace. Please take care of yourself. I will return to the Star-Picking Palace as soon as possible. Fear not. Your grandfather Zhuge has weathered many storms. I look forward to your wedding and the arrival of your children. I shall take them on adventures across the outer realms. Now, practice diligently. I await your ascension to the Tianyuan continent. The future belongs to your generation. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Jing, he sought out his master, Gu Yun, in the cold door hall of the Eight Extremes Hall. It was already late at night. Yet Gu Yun remained seated on the steps, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Master, he called, bowing respectfully. Gu Yun continued to stare at the stars, as if something beyond them captivated her. You have many commendable qualities, yet you are far too rigid. How could your parents, so carefree, produce a child as meticulous as you? He smiled slightly, sitting beside Gu Yun as they both gazed at the heavens. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Master, have you ever seen a true star? With your cultivation, you could easily visit any star. Why do you still gaze at them? You little brat, what do you know? Stars are best admired from afar. Up close, they are merely burning stones or the secret realms and abodes of the six clans, hardly intriguing. Gu Yun ceased her stargazing, patting He-Iji's shoulder and playfully folding a strand of his hair. Master, I am returning to Xianyuan Island to wed. Will you be attending? I shall refrain from joining the festivities. I prefer tranquility. You take care of yourself on Xianyuan Island. It is not the same as the Star-Picking Palace. Exercise caution. Gloomy clouds enveloped the night as Gu Yun pinched He-Iji's cheek, who, with tear-filled eyes, remained still, gazing at his master. The words of my master shall forever remain etched in my heart. You must exercise utmost caution in the Star-Picking Palace. He-Iji recalled the words of Zhuge Gongzhu. Gu Yun lightly flicked He-Iji's forehead and added, take care of yourself. If you dare to scheme against a master of the Dao Void realm in this Tianyuan continent. Their conversation ceased, and they resumed their contemplation of the starry sky. After a lengthy pause, Gu Yun suddenly spoke, my little disciple. You are my first and perhaps my last disciple. My nature is cold and unyielding. You have endured much hardship alongside me for the past decade. I pondered for a long time and found little I could offer you. You were born into the He family, with top-tier skills, spiritual devices, and techniques. After much thought, I present you with this jade pendant, which contains a drop of my blood. Master, even for a strong practitioner of the Dao Void realm, blood is exceedingly precious. I truly do not need it. He-Iji protested. Gu Yun gently ruffled He-Iji's hair, looking at him with warmth before pausing to say, do not be so hesitant. With this drop of blood, unless a Dao Void Emperor intervenes, no one shall threaten your safety. You are my disciple. I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Now, hurry back, for we must set out early tomorrow. I shall not accompany you. He-Iji stood, preparing to depart, but turned back to bow thrice to Gu Yun before disappearing into the vast night. Gu Yun watched his departing figure before resuming her gaze towards the sky. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, seated atop a rock formation in front of the cold gate hall. Upon seeing Gu Yun, he paused momentarily. Gu Yun, adorned in a flowing gown of azure and white, resembled a celestial maiden dancing lightly atop a mountain peak in the early dawn, exuding a serene beauty cultivated over time, as if she had distanced herself from worldly clamor, walking alone outside the mundane realm. The gown, gently embracing her figure, appeared as ethereal mist, both refreshing and elegant. Its hem swayed with the night breeze, the azure and white hues akin to morning dew, embodying both the vitality of life and a transcendent tranquility, perfectly reflecting her calm and composure shaped by life's trials. Her visage, refined by the passage of time, radiated an ethereal charm, her deep-set eyes, reminiscent of hidden orchids in a valley, quietly emanated wisdom. Each glance seemed capable of discerning the soul, providing boundless comfort and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, embodying the serenity and acceptance born from life's experiences, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart, bringing endless warmth and hope. Her demeanor was cool yet gentle, like a tranquil spring flowing through the mountains, imbued with infinite vitality. Her every gesture combined the ethereal grace of a celestial being with the warmth and authenticity of humanity, evoking a rare sense of closeness and warmth amidst reverence. An extraordinary aura surrounded her, woven from the threads of time and wisdom. This essence transcended mere beauty and worldly charm, stemming from an inner tranquility and depth, akin to a quietly flowing mountain spring, brimming with life, like a lotus quietly blooming. It remained pure and elegant amidst the chaos of the world. You care for your disciple so dearly, yet why not accompany him on his journey tomorrow? Yilan inquired. I cannot appear alongside those in the shadows. How goes your investigation, Yilan? Are there ambushes on the road? Gu Yun asked, concern etched across her face. The Shadowed Pavilion has completed its investigation. There are numerous bandits on the road, many of whom we have dealt with, while some have been left for the Yang family. However, there are two particularly troublesome groups of bandits, with strong practitioners of the Dao Void sect among them. The Shadowed Pavilion refrained from acting to avoid alarming them. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Gu Yun's eyes, causing subtle fissures to appear in the surrounding space, with thunder crackling within. Yilan, witnessing Gu Yun's demeanor, shook his head in resignation, chuckling, "There is no need for such intensity. We shall all be there when the time comes. You should accompany your little disciple while we handle the remaining troubles." Though the difference between a Dao Void sect practitioner and a Dao Void emperor may seem slight, the disparity in their combat prowess is immense. 10 Dao Void sect practitioners may not stand a chance against a single emperor. Furthermore, this pertains to the cultivation system of the Tianyuan continent, where the human cultivation system is the most refined. The Grand Realms are divided into 12 stages: body refinement, wind mastery, spirit nourishment, spirit gathering, great ascension, profound illumination, harmonious Dao, transcendence, boundlessness, void ascendance, and Dao Void. Other races predominantly consist of innate beings, differing in their cultivation methods, yet the final 6 realms, harmonious Dao, transcendence, boundlessness, void ascendance, refinement void, and Dao Void, are the same. This is because, after harmonizing the 3,000 paths, cultivators must comprehend the great Dao to forge their own path. This explains the abundance of experts below the harmonious Dao realm, while those above, like the Dragon Clan, are scarce. Each grand realm comprises 5 minor realms: Yuan, Zong, Huang, Sheng, and Di. The Yuan realm represents newcomers who can partially harness the powers of that realm. The Zong realm signifies familiarity, allowing for the storage of substantial spiritual energy compatible with that realm. The Huang realm indicates mastery of corresponding techniques, significantly enhancing one's power. The Sheng realm necessitates overcoming tribulations to refine one's essence, expanding meridians, and elevating consciousness, thereby amplifying the efficacy of various techniques. The Di realm is achieved by sensing the path corresponding to that grand realm, requiring the integration of the Dao to progress to the next stage. Thank you, I suppose. Just this one little disciple. If they seek death, I shan't mind escorting them on their journey. Please also investigate who is behind them, as a master. I seem to lack the authority to deter anyone from bullying my disciple, Gu Yun remarked coldly. Currently, the Tianyuan continent is in turmoil, and many harbor ulterior motives. However, you need not worry. No one dares to harm those from the star-picking palace. I shall take my leave. Rest early, for you must accompany them on their journey tomorrow, Yilan concluded before vanishing into the night. Gu Yun continued to sit at the threshold, gazing at the heavens, lost in thought. Upon returning from his master, he easily spotted Yang Qingning waiting in the courtyard. Hearing his footsteps, she trotted over and linked her arm with his. And together they strolled indoors, engaged in light conversation. "Did you visit Master Gu Yun?" she inquired. "Indeed, I bid farewell to Master before returning to Xianyuan Island. I had hoped to invite him to our wedding, but he prefers solitude." "No worries. Once we return to the star-picking palace, we shall host a banquet for Master, the palace lord, and the elders." They continued their cheerful conversation as they made their way inside. In the void, Yang Fuzjing wore a solemn expression as he observed the eldest young lady's profound affection for Heiji. With a helpless shake of his head, he pondered how she would react upon learning of Heiji's misfortune the following day. Chapter 3, Invitation to the Yellow Springs. As dawn broke, Heiji returned to his humble abode after completing his training, gathering his belongings. Once prepared, he made his way to the carriage awaiting Yang Qingning at the entrance of the star-picking palace. Standing in the void, the solitary cloud gazed upon his disciple, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. The star-picking palace, located at the heart of Zhongzhou, sprawled for thousands of miles when viewed from above. Its majestic architecture, adorned with white jade pillars, supported a multitude of structures, each palace crafted from indestructible materials such as deep-sea essence, fallen crystals from the heavens, celestial crystals, demon essences, and magic crystals. Under the sun, the palace shimmered like gold, while at night, it emanated an air of solemn grandeur. In addition to the extensive protective array preventing practitioners below the Void Refinement realm from soaring on the winds or tearing through the void, each building was fortified with formations capable of withstanding the full force of a Dao Void saint, allowing the star-picking palace to endure for 90,000 years in the Tianyuan continent. To the south, the palace extended to the borders of Zhongzhou, connecting with the Wuwang Sea, where the Qianying Pavilion stood by the shore, serving as the palace's intelligence agency, shrouded in mystery and difficult for outsiders to penetrate. The depths of the Wuwang Sea were veiled in natural fog, where practitioners below the Void Refinement realm, lacking special means, often became lost and were swallowed by the depths. Thus, for the average practitioner of the Tianyuan continent, it was nearly impossible to set foot in other states or islands throughout their life. To the north, the ascending ladder faced the star-picking palace, consisting of 99,999 steps. Every 11,111 steps featured a large platform, equipped with pavilions and towers for resting travelers. Aside from the top 100 talents selected during the 3-year genius competition, Those aspiring to study at the star-picking palace could challenge the ascending ladder at any time. Surpassing 3 platforms allowed entry into the outer sect, 6 into the inner sect, and 9 platforms granted the title of Elder Disciple. At the ladder's pinnacle lay an endless plain dotted with hundreds of mortal villages, from which the entire star-picking palace appeared as a shrouded paradise amidst the clouds. To the east, the palace melded with the largest primeval forest in Zhangzhou, the Yulan. Here, the alchemy pavilion gathered the continent's most brilliant alchemists, including the renowned Xian Yuanyu, an elder known as the finest alchemist of the Tianyuan continent. The pavilion's location was chosen not only for its historic significance but also for the wealth of rare herbs and an environment conducive to the growth of extraordinary plants. Over countless years, the pavilion cultivated vast fields of medicinal herbs and even developed soil suitable for producing longevity elixirs. To the west, adjacent to Zhangzhou's largest crystal mines, the Divine Weapon Pavilion forged unparalleled weapons. In times past, the leader of the Sword Clan, Jian Yun, debated philosophy here, and he crafted the legendary Lingshu Divine Sword, with his left hand forming seals to suppress all powerful beings with the Eye of the Six Paths, and his right wielding the sword to vanquish those who sought to annihilate his clan. He established the subsequent Divine and Demonic Covenant. After the Star-Picking Palace's establishment, the Lingshu Divine Sword found its way to the Zhuge realm, where it typically stood in the center of the Divine Weapon Pavilion's Grand Hall as the treasure of the pavilion. Even now, half of the weapons wielded by the 9 clans and 16 cabinet clans above the Void Refinement realm originated from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Upon entering the Star-Picking Palace, one would encounter a plaza encircled by 99 dragon pillars intricately carved from deep-sea ice essence. At the center rested the chaotic Qian Kuan chessboard used by He Renki and the Ta Ching Daoist in their philosophical discussions. Behind the plaza stood the Grand Hall of the Star-Picking Palace, where elders conducted their affairs. The hall's rear led to the 8 Extremes Hall, comprising the central main hall and surrounding chambers: Kangmin Hall, Kaming Hall, Yamin Hall, Shumin Hall, Baimin Hall, Chang'e Hall, Yuda Hall, and Hamin Hall. Previously mentioned Yilan served as the master of the 8 Extremes Hall. To the east of the 8 Extremes Hall lay the Wenyuan Hall, while the west housed the Martial Hall, with the Extreme Dao Hall soon to be constructed adjacent to it. Further back were the residences of elders and students of the Star-Picking Palace. Dressed in a pristine white robe as pure as snow, He Iji appeared like a celestial being walking through the clouds, his garments billowing elegantly. A delicate white jade belt adorned his waist, intricately carved and shimmering with a luster that accentuated his otherworldly aura. As the morning light broke, golden rays gently caressed his face, illuminating his handsome features with a sculpted perfection. Each contour seemed meticulously crafted, showcasing an unparalleled beauty. His sword-like brows arched with vigor, as if capable of severing all worldly troubles and sorrows. His deep-set eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating an insightful brilliance, as if able to perceive the hearts of others and unravel the mysteries of existence. A natural air of determination and confidence radiated from his brow. Standing there, he resembled a captivating painting, each detail exuding boundless charm and poetic essence. In the morning light, he seemed to breathe in harmony with the heavens and share a fate with all living things. His extraordinary demeanor evoked both reverence and an irresistible desire to draw closer, to explore the depths of a heart that perhaps mirrored the intensity and profundity of his seemingly stoic exterior. Yang Qingning emerged from the Star-Picking Palace, her gaze falling upon the figure standing at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. Bathed in sunlight, he radiated a brilliant glow, a sight that would become her sole motivation to persevere in the days to come. He turned, sensing the weight of someone's gaze upon him, and found Yang Qingning standing in the plaza of the Star-Picking Palace. Yang Qingning gracefully entered the scene today, adorned in a flowing azure garment that danced lightly in the breeze, reminiscent of the delicate mist caressing the mountain peaks at dawn. Imbued with a sense of freshness and mystery, her slender eyebrows, akin to willow leaves, were subtly drawn, yet they seemed to embody the vitality and grace of spring. Below, her eyes, bright as the depths of a serene lake, appeared to perceive the essence of all things in the world. Her visage was exquisitely refined, akin to a celestial being emerging from ancient legends, embodying both gentleness and grandeur. A pair of elegantly proportioned earlobes hung softly, resembling petals swaying gently in the morning dew, adorned with intricate and delicate jade pendants that harmonized with her aura, adding an ethereal quality and serene beauty. The jade pendant not only symbolized the beauty of nature, but also reflected the depths of her inner world, revealing a tranquil and distant approach to life. At her waist, a dark green jade belt cinched her silhouette, its warm hue reminiscent of the clear springs flowing through the mountains, both accentuating her graceful figure and signifying an indomitable spirit. Her slender fingers interlaced gently, akin to the strokes of an artist's brush, sketching invisible canvases in the air, each movement revealing poise and elegance. A profound appreciation for the beauty of life and a delicate awareness of the world around her. Yang Qingning stood there, seamlessly integrated with the grand and magnificent Star-Picking Palace square, resembling a perfect painting that is naturally formed. She not only showcased her personal charm, but also highlighted the vastness and profundity of the world around her. She was not merely the protagonist of a painting, but rather the most enchanting bridge connecting heaven and earth, humanity and nature. With her unique temperament and spirit, she interpreted the beauty and truth of life, allowing one to become intoxicated in appreciation and to gain insight through that intoxication. As if embarking on a dreamlike journey about beauty, wisdom, and courage, Heiji, after a moment of distraction, approached her. Young Qingning smiled sweetly at him, and the two took each other's hands as they walked towards the carriage, observing the radiant couple in the morning sun. The hidden powerhouses in the void began their respective actions, and 5 carriages departed from Star-Picking Palace, heading towards Fairy Source Island. Fairy Source Island lay countless miles away from Central Continent, and once the young family carriage activated the protective array of Star-Picking Palace, it could soar through the skies utilizing the flying array and the wind god steed, achieving a speed comparable to that of a harmonious Dao Emperor. Traveling millions of miles each day, the two would undoubtedly reach Fairy Source Island within 12 days. As the wind god steed descended the mountain, it galloped swiftly across the Central Continent, exiting the protective array of Star-Picking Palace within half a day's time. The entire carriage glowed radiantly as it took to the air, and young Qingning gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, her heart inevitably filled with concern. Heiji noticed the furrow in her brow and held her hand reassuringly, saying, "Qingning, you need not worry. We are merely returning to marry. Nothing will happen." Although Heiji's words were meant to comfort young Qingning, the hand concealed within his sleeve gripped tightly. Since rising to practice this morning, he had felt unsettled, and the further they traveled towards Fairy Source Island, the more intense his unease became. As the carriage exited Central Continent and entered the Wuwang Sea, the drivers of the leading and trailing carriages activated the Azure Sea Tide Pearl, enveloping the group within its protective sphere. The Azure Sea Tide Pearl could dispel the mists of the Wuwang Sea and illuminate the direction for those journeying forward. As the carriage ventured deeper into the Wuwang Sea, a sudden fierce wind arose, and an eerie horn echoed, stirring the hearts of all present. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Qingning felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. While her maidservants Lingze, Lily, Tiaozhu, and Linlu had already succumbed to sleep, Heiji gently embraced Yang Qingning and whispered, "If you're tired, you may rest for a while. I will wake you when we pass the Starry Shore." The Starry Shore was a unique site within the Wuwang Sea, typically found deep within its waters. Regardless of day or night, travelers passing through could always witness countless stars cascading from the heavens, bursting forth in a dazzling array of colors. At times, different celestial bodies would collide, creating a spectacle more magnificent than fireworks, for these great stars unleashed the power of thunder during their collisions. With lightning dancing wildly across the sky, a coexistence of might and beauty, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld them, evoking endless reminiscence. It was said that the Starry Shore was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a battleground for powerful beings. The blood of a Dao Void Emperor had once stained the skies, overwhelming the nearby temporal and spatial forces, causing the stars to perpetually fall. Another legend spoke of a Dao Void cultivator who, during a thunder tribulation, had shattered the surrounding space-time with their extraordinary prowess, rendering the concept of time and space meaningless, and causing the stars to tumble into the depths of the universe. Regardless of the rumors, the celestial phenomena here seemed intrinsically linked to a certain Dao Void master, though the identity of that individual remained a mystery. In the void, the solitary Yun heard the sound of the horn and frowned slightly. She had not anticipated that one of the demon tribes, the Nine-Headed Bird clan, would be involved in this matter. Yulan stood beside Yun, her gaze penetrating the void towards the horn-blowing Nine-Headed Bird, softly murmuring, "I did not expect to encounter her here. She mysteriously vanished from the Tianyuan continent thousands of years ago. It is quite interesting that the Shadow Pavilion failed to track her. Just eliminate her. Do we fear a mere Nine-Headed Bird in the Star-Picking Palace?" Yun's aura emanated a sharp killing intent. The horn-blowing Nine-Headed Bird felt a chill run down its spine, and the sound of the horn faltered slightly. Though confusion lingered in its heart, it sensed no other cultivators nearby and continued to blow the horn. "Let the Yang family take action. This level of assailant does not warrant our intervention. The 4 refinement void practitioners of the Yang family can easily deal with them." The Yang residents observed that the Zhaixing Palace showed no intention of intervening. One of the 8 generals of the Yang residents, Jing, tore through the void, heading straight for the Nine-Headed Bird. As Jing stepped out of the void, the Nine-Headed Bird remained oblivious, engrossed in playing the Divine Horn. The Divine Horn was the ancestral treasure of the Nine-Headed Bird clan, which had vanished alongside their prodigy, Jianming, years ago. The clan leader, Jiao, had once sought the help of Zhugajing in the Zhaixing realm, who merely remarked, "The Qianyuan pearl cannot discern the heart." Subsequently, Jiao approached the Qianying Pavilion, requesting assistance in tracking Jianming's whereabouts, highlighting the significance the Nine-Headed Bird clan placed on him. Unexpectedly, Jianming appeared today, playing the melody of the Divine Horn, which consisted of 5 distinct tunes, rousing the spirit, disorienting the mind, ensnaring the body, invoking madness, and commanding the divine. The tune Jianming played was rousing the spirit, a melody capable of lulling those of a lower realm into slumber without a sound and also effective against those of equal standing, difficult to detect. Jing, with his claw-like hands, launched a surprise attack on the Nine-Headed Bird. Faced with an opponent of a higher realm, Jianming made no move. Just as Jing's claws were about to reach Jiaming, a shadow erupted from behind her, intercepting Jing's assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of hundreds of strikes, each aimed at critical points. The more they fought, the more alarmed Jing became, not anticipating the involvement of the Shadow Clan's Ingfeng. Ingfeng wielded a dagger as dark as ink, seamlessly merging with it. Each strike targeted Jing's vital areas, growing increasingly ferocious, with the dagger narrowly missing Jing's arteries, heart, and other vulnerable spots. As the battle intensified, Jiaming's horn sounded louder, plunging the younger generation, including Heiji and Yang Qingning, into a nightmarish state. Their faces blank and blood seeping from their eardrums. Upon seeing Heiji's condition, Goyen prepared to intervene, but Yulan cautioned, "Do not worry. The Yang residence has more than just these few people deployed. They can handle this situation. With Ingfeng, a long-dormant assassin, now involved, there must be more powerful figures waiting. We should bide our time." In the clash with Ingfeng, Jing, though engaged in battle, found himself on the defensive as Ingfeng launched a relentless assault, exploiting Jing's growing vulnerabilities. Seizing a critical opening, Ingfeng withdrew a smaller dagger from the larger one and thrust it towards Jing's heart. With no choice, Jing raised his hand to block, but just in the nick of time, a small seal flew from his hand, colliding with the dagger, allowing Jing to create distance from Ingfeng. Startled by the sudden appearance of Du Weiwei, Ingfeng smirked. "The Yang residence is truly cautious. I didn't expect 2 of the 8 generals to show up. Even with both of you, defeating me is impossible." Du glared at Ingfeng, his expression darkening. "Since you are aware of our affiliation with the Yang residence, how dare you launch a sneak attack in the Wuwang Sea? It seems both the Shadow Clan and the Nine-Headed Bird Clan have a death wish." Without further ado, Ingfeng vanished from sight, reappearing behind Du unfazed. Du waved his long sleeves, tearing through the void, and returned alongside Jing to the carriage of Heiji and Yang Qingning, erecting a shield to block Jiaming's horn. The moment Du and Jing distanced themselves, a spear shot from the void, striking at Ingfeng's face. In haste, Ingfeng crossed the 2 daggers to defend. But the spear carried with it a surge of battle intent, fracturing the space around him. Ingfeng's arm was grievously injured, and he retreated over 1,000 miles before managing to halt. Once stopped, Ingfeng's gaze fixated on the void's rift, where the spear promptly returned. A hand emerged from the rift, grasping the spear. Upon recognizing the figure stepping forth was Xiao Shi, Ingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Though ranked second among the 8 generals, Xiao followed the path of body refinement, constantly escalating his battle intent during combat. Ordinary techniques and secret arts struggled to breach his defenses, rendering him nearly invincible within his realm. Moreover, the spear he wielded, forged from the sinew of a dragon, possessed the power to tear through space. "You have become overly careless." Surrounding Ingfeng were green beams of light, and his wounds, ravaged by battle intent, visibly healed at an astonishing rate. An elderly man in Taoist robes emerged from the space behind Ingfeng. The elder had not traversed the void but appeared as if he had materialized from thin air. Upon seeing this figure, Yilan felt a twinge of surprise. The recently appeared Jiaming and Ingfeng, while formidable, had long been absent and bore no ties to their clans. This elder, however, was Dao Yuan, the elder brother of Dao Chen, the leader of the Divine Path ancestor clan. Although not as powerful as Dao Chen, he was a genuine emperor of Void Refinement, and not just any emperor. In his time, he had overshadowed Dao Chen, who had only recently surpassed him by seizing the rare celestial light during his tribulation, propelling him into the Dao Void realm first. Had it not been for Dao Chen's extraordinary fortune, Dao Yuan might have been the current clan leader, underscoring his formidable presence. Yilan altered his incantation, sending a message to Zhou Shu, urging him to visit the Divine Path secret realm and meet with Dao Chun. The Zhaixing Tower was not incapable of eliminating Dao Yuan, but required a position from the Divine Path clan. Should the Divine Path clan indeed become involved in this matter, the combined efforts of Zhuge Jing and the Yang residents would spell the end for the Divine Path clan. Receiving the message, Zhou Shu tore through the void but instantly returned to the location of Yilan and Goyen. Yilan's expression shifted slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. "The Yellow Springs lead to reincarnation. You have come to cross the river of suffering. Since you are here, why rush to leave?" Huang Quanming remarked, his demeanor mocking. "Why all this pretense?" Goyen extended her hand toward the void, a colossal Dharma image manifesting above. "Goyen, why the haste? We have just arrived." With a cold snort, Goyen withdrew her outstretched hand. Yilan, observing the individuals standing in the void before him, felt a tumult of emotions. A wave of apprehension surged within him. Grateful that the palace master had sent reinforcements, he recognized that without them, today might have ended in disaster. At the same time, he marveled at the audacity of these individuals, astonished that they dared to act so openly. Esteemed guests, the Yellow Springs Isolation Array encompasses a radius of tens of thousands of miles. You shall not escape today. It is best for you to remain here within the Yellow Springs Array and sleep eternally. Huang Quanming stated with a smile, addressing Yilan and the others. Chapter 4. The wounds of Wuwangxi standing against the void were 13 experts of the Dao Void realm, precisely matching the 12 experts of the Zhaixing Palace, including Huang Quanming, who controlled the array. Yilan's expression darkened as he regarded them. "Are you not afraid of bringing calamity upon your clans?" How dare you so brazenly abduct the carriages of the Zhaixing Palace and the Yang residence? A figure cloaked in swirling black mist, obscured from view, replied. There is no need for you to frighten us, you palace master. We have long severed ties with our clans. We now belong to the Tianyu. The Qianying Pavilion of the Zhaixing Palace has undoubtedly investigated us and knows who we are. Our ambitions cannot be thwarted by anyone. Beside the carriage of He and Yang Qingning, 3 formidable masters of the Void Refinement realm appeared. Their intent was straightforward, to detain the Taoist Void Masters from the Star-Picking Palace and abduct He. Upon their arrival, these 3 Void Refinement Masters wasted no time in engaging in battle with Du and Jing, whose abilities were evidently inferior to theirs. In mere moments, Du and Jing were forced to retreat 1,000 miles. One of the assailants ascended the carriage, but as soon as he made contact, he unexpectedly recoiled. Silver needles, propelled from the void, enveloped him, piercing his body like strands of hair. In an instant, this Void Refinement expert was slain, plummeting into the Wuwang Sea. Simultaneously, the assailant summoned the soul of the deceased Void Refinement Master with a flick of his right hand, casting it into a pill furnace. Executing these actions with fluidity and precision, then, with a wave of his hand, elixirs floated from his sleeve into the mouths of He, Yang Qingning, and her 4 devoted maidservants. Little ones, awaken. With the infusion of the elixirs, He and Yang Qingning were instantly roused. The 9 lives also suffered from the impact of the Taoist sound, sustaining a heavy blow, and the voice of the divine horn abruptly ceased. What was once a dire situation was swiftly turned around by the intervention of Elder Danqing of the Pill Pavilion, bringing a measure of calm to the onlookers. He, from across the carriage door, offered a slight bow to Elder Danqing, expressing gratitude for his life-saving intervention, urging him to take care of himself as well. Little one, they are not after me. Their target is you. Await the decisive battle of the masters. I can only shield you for the time being. Yang Qingning's small hand tightly grasped He arm, causing it to redden considerably from her nervousness. He gently patted her hand, signaling her that he was there for her. Danqing drove the carriage swiftly toward the land of Qingqiu, deep within the Wuwang Sea, with the closest location being the territory of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. This land, akin to the island of immortal sources, had been the home of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for generations, sheltering numerous demon tribes. Hence it was traditionally referred to as Qingqiu. Young man, have you awakened one of the 6 paths of reincarnation eyes? Danqing glanced back at He in the carriage. Senior, I recently awakened one of the 6 paths of reincarnation eyes. Could this be related to the assassination attempt? You are still too naive. The 6 paths of reincarnation eyes originated from our human race's Dao Void Emperor, who was also your ancestor, He Zhai. Currently, only 2 from your family possess this power, the other being your grandfather. You are the 3rd. Others from your lineage have only awakened 3 or 4 paths, and very few have achieved 5. Now do you understand the rarity of the 6 paths of reincarnation eyes? For your family, awakening them guarantees entry into the realm of the Dao Void Emperor, paving the way for you to become a formidable force, albeit with a challenging journey ahead. However, for others, even the transplanted 6 paths of reincarnation eyes possess such capabilities. And these eyes themselves are treasures of chaos. Back in the day, your father had the Dao Void Emperor as his protector, who would dare harbor ill intentions. But those 2 have been missing for too long, and inevitably, some may covet your 6 paths of reincarnation eyes. Danqing remarked as he maneuvered the carriage. Strangely, apart from the 3 who attacked earlier, no one else seemed to target the carriage. Inside the carriage, Yang Qingning couldn't help but feel alert. She had only disclosed the awakening of He's 6 paths of reincarnation eyes to her great-grandfather, Yang Tianwen. How could it be so coincidental? Faced with this uncertainty, she dared not dwell further on the thought. Believing Yang Qingning was frightened, He embraced her, allowing her to find a comfortable position on his lap. In the void, a powerful figure concealed within the black mist observed the fallen comrades in the Wuwang Sea without exhibiting any emotional reaction. He spoke, the individuals below are inconsequential. Lord Yi, how do you wish to proceed? One-on-one, or shall we engage all at once? Yilan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the 13 formidable figures of the Dao Void realm before him. While he was not afraid, their side only had 1 saintly realm and 3 imperial realms, with the rest being of lower tiers. Opposing them were 1 saintly realm and 5 imperial realms. A devastating imbalance. Moreover, 2 imperial realm experts remained hidden in the shadows. Should a battle erupt, some would undoubtedly fall prey to ambush. Stop hiding. Let your people come forth. You speak of engaging together, yet when it comes to a real fight, your hidden members will refrain from intervening? The Dao Void saintly realm figure chuckled ominously. Lord Yi, it seems you are indeed half a step away from the imperial realm, as you've uncovered our little secret. However, I advise you to make a choice swiftly, for the carriage carrying the He family's direct descendant has already ventured onto the road to the Yellow Springs. If they reach the end, even the esteemed Zhuge Palace Master may find it difficult to locate them. Without hesitation, Gloomy Cloud took action, wielding a pitch-black Xianyuli measuring rod. As the rod descended, the surrounding space was compressed to an extreme, producing a sharp, explosive sound as if time itself had come to a standstill. Just as the Xianyuli rod neared the head of Huang Kuoming, an opponent of the Dao Void Imperial Realm intervened, producing a simple yet unyielding shield to defend against the strike. Although the two behind the shield were forced back for hundreds of miles, they suffered no harm whatsoever. Yilon refrained from attacking, instead focusing intently on the opposing saintly realm figure. While he could potentially slay Huangquaming with a single strike, shattering the Huangquan formation, the retaliation from the opposing saintly realm figure would be fierce, resulting in heavy casualties among his lower-ranked allies, an outcome he wished to avoid. In an instant, Gloomy Cloud and the mysterious man exchanged hundreds of blows. Armed with the Xianyuli rod, Gloomy Cloud struck with chilling precision, each move imbued with devastating power. With every swing, the rod cleaved like a mountain, struck like a venomous serpent, surged like a tempest, and cleaved like a thunderous bolt, swift as lightning. Its winds howling as if capable of tearing apart all obstacles. The mysterious man wielded a shield in one hand, which gleamed with indomitable brilliance, and a spear in the other, its tip sharp as the wind, glinting coldly. Utilizing exceptional defensive and counterattack techniques, he fiercely clashed with Gloomy Cloud. Although his attacks lacked Gloomy Cloud's ferocity, he still managed to hold his ground under the relentless assault, the shield and spear weaving an impenetrable defense. Seeing no progress after prolonged assault, Gloomy Cloud's anger surged. He intercepted several pathways, forming intricate hand seals while chanting incantations. Under the influence of the pathways and incantations, the Xianyuli rod gradually transformed from black to red, as if infused with boundless fury and strength. The runes on the rod shimmered with dazzling light, emanating a palpably ominous aura. Gloomy Cloud's gaze turned colder as he swung the Xianyuli rod, which morphed into a red bolt of lightning, striking directly at the mysterious man's vital points. Sensing the sudden surge of Gloomy Cloud's aura, the mysterious man was taken aback. He too intercepted several pathways, desperately defending himself. As the shield and spear traced brilliant arcs in the air, clashing with the Xianyuli rod, creating showers of sparks. Yet, Gloomy Cloud's onslaught was akin to a torrential storm. Unstoppable, each swing of the rod seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. The Xianyuli rod, under Gloomy Cloud's command, created a flurry of crimson afterimages, relentlessly battering against the mysterious man's shield. Cracks began to appear in the shield under Gloomy Cloud's ferocious assault, and the mysterious man's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that if he did not act soon, he would struggle to withstand Gloomy Cloud's onslaught. However, just as the mysterious man prepared to unleash his full strength, Gloomy Cloud's attacks intensified. When the Xianyuli rod turned white, Gloomy Cloud let out a roar, his power surging. With a mighty swing, he shattered the mysterious man's shield. The wind from the rod like a dragon, directly targeting his crown. In a moment of panic, the mysterious man could only position his spear horizontally to defend. Yet, Gloomy Cloud's strength was overwhelming. The spear was sent flying, and the mysterious man was propelled into the Wuwang Sea by the tremendous force. Gloomy Cloud flickered and appeared in an instant. His right hand transformed into a claw, its tips glimmering with a fierce light, resembling a beast lunging at its prey. The claw's wind howled, piercing through the mysterious man's heart. In that fleeting moment, the mysterious man's soul was drawn into the Xianyuli rod, the runes along its surface glowing ever more brilliantly, as if celebrating the arrival of this victory. The pervasive aura of killing intent swept through the surroundings like a tempest, shattering the space around them into fragments akin to glass. The entire scene was imbued with an atmosphere of cataclysm, as if the world itself trembled at that very instant. Gloomy Cloud stood resolutely in the void, his gaze cold and unwavering, exuding boundless elegance and charisma. Next, a solitary cloud looms in the void, addressing the formidable adversary across from it with a fierce admonition. Yilon displays a flicker of concern. Although Gu Yun is the only other master in the Eight Extremes Hall besides herself, today he has been mentally unsettled by her young apprentice. Should the battles continue in succession, he might be exploited by his opponent. Calling Gu Yun back now is out of the question, given his temperament. He would never allow anyone to shed blood for the sake of her apprentice. In truth, it is exceedingly difficult to slay a master of the Dao Void realm. Their souls bear Dao seals, and as long as these seals endure, they can reconstruct their corporeal forms from their souls. Yet, Gu Yun is different. His Xianyu, a primordial treasure, possesses the innate ability to absorb and refine souls. Any soul that enters the Xianyu is merely a matter of time before it is refined. As one master of the Dao Void realm falls, the sky is once again tinged with crimson. Scattered droplets of blood rain down, as if the heavens themselves weep for the demise of a genius and a master. However, this is merely the beginning. Today, it is destined that more formidable beings will perish here, a day that posterity will deem the morning of the Wuwang Sea. Realizing the ominous turn of events, Dan Qing does not urge the carriage onward, but instead halts at midair, awaiting the final outcome. He steps out of the carriage, standing beside Dan Qing, gazing up at the distant Gu Yun, whose aura radiates intense killing intent, his face etched with worry. Since Zhuge Jing entrusted him to this master, despite her outward indifference, she has cared for him as if he were her own son. Thanks to her, he has awakened the Six Paths Reincarnation eye at such a young age, and now, witnessing her plunge into peril for his sake, how could he not be anxious? Gu Yun, the hall master, is indeed enraged. This is the first time I have witnessed such a display from him. I had no inkling of the immense strength he possesses. A stark contrast to his usual affinity for the stars. Yang Qingning was deeply concerned for He and followed him outside. Upon seeing the solitary cloud suspended in the void, her expression grew increasingly anxious. She was acutely aware of the profound bond between the solitary cloud and Hiiji. Should any misfortune befall the cloud today, Hiiji would undoubtedly descend into madness. Young Qingming tightly grasped Hiiji's hand, as if releasing it would cause him to vanish. Dan Qing noticed her change but could only shake his head in resignation. Such burdens were too heavy for teenagers. Yet they were indeed the offspring of the He and Yang families. He took a sip from his wine gourd, leaned against the carriage, and closed his eyes. Though in truth, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, vigilant against any potential ambush. Master of the solitary cloud palace, there is no need for haste. I have come to engage you. A woman of striking beauty emerged, and without a moment's hesitation, solitary cloud wielded the Shin Jade ruler, striking down upon her. Chapter 5. The indomitable will of solitary cloud. This enchanting woman wielded a bone sword, seemingly crafted from the spine of some beast. Each time solitary cloud blocked her assault with the Shin Jade ruler, the sword's tip would bend grotesquely, resembling a ghastly head that lunged toward him. Yet, with a flick of his left hand, solitary cloud rendered the threat of the head insignificant. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows. And Yulan's expression grew increasingly grave. It was clear that this woman was significantly stronger than the mysterious man from earlier, though still not on par with solitary cloud. However, solitary cloud had already endured a fierce battle. After countless exchanges, the woman seized her moment, unleashing thousands of steel needles from her left hand, each aimed directly at solitary cloud's vital points. He was compelled to abandon his offensive, adopting a defensive stance with both hands forming seals. The alluring woman took advantage of this opening, breaking through solitary cloud's defenses and piercing his shoulder with her bone sword. Blood spraying into the air as the ghastly head on the sword greedily drank in his essence. Yulan prepared to intervene but was intercepted by the enigmatic figure enveloped in black mist, leaving him with no choice but to withdraw. Solitary cloud let out a soft snort, his murderous intent surging, tearing apart the space around him, shattering the grotesque head on the sword. In a flash, solitary cloud appeared before the enchanting woman, striking fiercely at the back of her head. By instinct, she managed to shift her body slightly to the right, but still, the blow struck her left shoulder, reducing the entire limb to a mist of crimson. Solitary cloud hurled the Shin Jade ruler into the air, as his blood, previously spilled by the woman, merged seamlessly with the runes before him, which began to glow a vibrant red, distorting the very fabric of space around them. All of this transpired within an instant. In a decisive move, solitary cloud thrust the runes into the woman's skull, causing her body to explode. As her soul attempted to flee, the Shin Jade ruler descended from above, suppressing and absorbing her essence. One powerful being of the Dao Void realm had perished, and the blood rain intensified, cascading from the sky. Next, who among you will step forward? Solitary cloud stood amidst the chaos, her white gown stained red with blood. Yet she remained proud and defiant, her murderous intent magnified manifold. Hiiji watched his master fight for him, tears welling in his eyes. The consciousness of a Dao Void realm expert was formidable. Solitary cloud glanced back at Hiiji atop the carriage and offered him a faint smile. At that moment, the Yellow Springs dream suddenly stirred, the entire Yellow Springs formation activating. Hiiji and his companions remained stationary, yet the road of the Yellow Springs approached them ominously. Sister Solitary Cloud, I kindly remind you that your time is limited. No, wait. It is your time that is waning. A voice taunted, you have roughly an hour left. I wonder if you can eliminate us all in that time. You lunatics. The other Dao Void realm experts behind Yulan shouted in fury. Yet, they understood that they could not act recklessly. If they all joined the fray, their overall strength would be vastly outmatched. Although Solitary Cloud had already slain 2 Dao Void realm experts, their collective power still surpassed theirs, and with Solitary Cloud wounded, she relied solely on her murderous intent to sustain her strength. This was precisely why Yulan refrained from summoning her back. Without further ado, Solitary Cloud brandished the Shin Jade ruler, unleashing a devastating strike toward the Yellow Springs dream. The latter remained unfazed, though she could not defeat Solitary Cloud. She was a pivotal figure in this operation. Without the Yellow Springs barrier, the Star-Picking Palace would seek aid from the nearby Qingqiu Fox clan. If Mei Qing arrived, none of them would survive. She was a seasoned master of the Dao Void realm, unmatched by most on the entire Tianyuan continent. A gigantic figure, glistening like gold, positioned itself before the Yellow Springs dream, its muscular arms crossed to absorb Solitary Cloud's strike. The man shrouded in black mist erected a shield to protect her. Ignoring the chaos around him, the golden giant bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, sending ripples through the surrounding space and causing the waters of the Wuwang Sea to churn violently. This colossal being, akin to a furious beast, leaped high, resembling a moving mountain as it crashed down upon Solitary Cloud's manifestation. Its arms swung with tremendous force, fist howling, imbued with the power to obliterate, their surfaces shimmering with golden light, as if intent on shattering Solitary Cloud's manifestation completely. Solitary Cloud observed the oncoming assault with a steely gaze, refusing to yield. Her manifestation stood resolute, gripping the Shin Jade ruler, which radiated a mysterious and cold light, seemingly capable of devouring all. In the face of the golden giant's ferocious onslaught, Solitary Cloud wielded the Shin Jade ruler with grace, executing her techniques with fluidity, each strike lethal. The winds from her ruler intertwined with the giant's fists, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars, the air thick with the scent of bloodlust. As her murderous intent intensified, the aura surrounding Solitary Cloud became increasingly terrifying. Her eyes icy, radiating an endless malice. The murderous energy enveloping the Xian Jade ruler took on a tangible quality, sharp as a blade, glowing with a spectral blue light. When the Xian Jade ruler collided with the golden giant's body, the seemingly impenetrable defenses shattered as if made of paper. Cracks appeared across the giant's form, golden blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the surrounding space. This blood was no ordinary fluid. It contained immense energy and destructive power, piercing through the very fabric of space as if severed by invisible blades. Instead of cascading into the Wuwang Sea, the blood was absorbed into the void, disappearing into the endless darkness, leaving only twisted rifts in its wake. The battle in the void reached a fever pitch, while below, Heiji and his companions faced an equally dire situation as the scene around the carriage rapidly receded. Dan Qing, a mere cultivator at the refining void realm, was powerless. He could only usher Heiji and the others into the carriage, shielding it from the encroaching threats of the Yellow Springs Road. Heiji's mind was consumed by the memory of his master's fleeting smile, guilt gnawing at his heart. Why must his master and the elders of the star-picking palace fight so fiercely for him? Heiji clenched his hands tightly, lost in troubled thoughts. Yang Qingning pried open Heiji's hands and comforted him, saying, Heiji, this is not your fault. It is these people who have developed a covetous desire for your eyes. We may be young now, but one day we shall grow and stand beside them, or even in front of them. The little girl was right. You are still young and should not overthink. You are not yet capable of participating in battles of this magnitude, but in due time, you will mature. And this world ultimately belongs to the youth. After Danqing spoke, he unleashed his divine power and spewed forth a mouthful of essence blood, slowing the scene around him by approximately 1/3. Nevertheless, it was a formation set by a powerful figure in the Dao Void realm. And for Danqing to delay its operation was already a remarkable feat. At the moment Danqing was weakened, a shadow suddenly darted through the void. A glimmering dagger aimed at Danqing's neck. Heiji sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding aura and was about to call out a warning, but it was too late. Just as the dagger was about to sever Danqing's carotid artery, a stunning woman clad in red appeared beside him, her left hand forming a fist as she struck the assailant away. The attacker vanished into the void while being propelled backward. These Shadow Clan assassins are indeed bothersome. Are you all right? You should inform me when you come out. This woman was Xianyuan Yumao, an elder of the Divine Armament Hall, with fair skin, breathtaking beauty, and an ethereal voice that would draw attention even in a crowd of millions. You followed me here after all, even if you hadn't intervened. She wouldn't have been able to kill me. Xianyuan Yumao shot Danqing a glance, casually feeding him a pill before sitting closely beside him and channeling a thread of spiritual energy to alleviate his injuries. I know you are worried about me, but this situation is unusual. While following you, I noticed some individuals emerging from several prominent clans, and there are still some powerful figures who have not yet appeared. Greetings. Elder Xianyuan, can you tell me how many experts remain? Heiji inquired as he lifted the curtain of the carriage. There are at least 30 more experts in the Void Refinement realm, and countless others beneath that level. My own cultivation is at the Void Refinement realm, and there will not be too many in the Dao Void realm even if some are hidden. Rest assured, youngster. The Master Yi Lan can certainly perceive the number of Dao Void realm experts in the vicinity. You need not worry about those below that level. The number of individuals from the Star-Picking Palace is not less than theirs. When the time comes to fight for our lives, they will not stand a chance. Thus, the decisive battle among the Dao Void realm experts is what truly matters. Heiji, concerned, looked up at the void, but at this moment, Gu Yun was engaged in a fierce duel with the Golden Giant, and with his current cultivation, he could only faintly perceive a shadow. Gu Yun and the Golden Giant had already clashed thousands of times, their battle echoing like thunder across the heavens, shaking the surrounding space with each strike. The Xianyu ruler in Gu Yun's hand was wielded with impeccable precision. Every collision with the Golden Giant's fists erupted in deafening sounds, sending golden sparks flying. As the battle progressed, Gu Yun's aura surged in strength, his gaze flickering with unwavering determination. The Xianyu ruler transformed entirely into a brilliant white, seemingly infused with a mysterious power. With a soft exhale, Gu Yun formed a complex hand seal with his left hand. And suddenly the entire Xianyu ruler was enveloped in dense chaotic energy, swirling like a chaotic dragon, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. The Golden Giant's expression changed drastically at this sight. He bellowed, his entire being surging with power, his form instantly morphing into a black gold hue, as if forged from the hardest metal, radiating an unsettling brilliance. In a flash, Gu Yun darted forth like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the Golden Giant's heart. In that moment, compared to the massive Golden Giant, Gu Yun appeared almost fragile, yet his figure radiated an unyielding strength, akin to an immovable mountain. His eyes shone with resolute light as he raised the Xianyu ruler, infused with chaotic energy, and fiercely thrust it toward the Golden Giant's heart. Gu Yun's movements were fluid and rapid, his arm transforming into a streak of white light, imbued with boundless killing intent and power, directly targeting the Golden Giant's vital point. Seeing this, the Golden Giant hastily crossed his arms to defend, Yet Gu Yun's strength was overwhelming. When the Xianyu ruler collided with the golden giant's arms, it erupted in a blinding light, illuminating the entire world. Gu Yun did not relent despite the golden giant's defense. With a flick of his wrist, the Xianyu ruler carved a deep gash into the golden giant's arms, golden blood gushing forth like a fountain. Then, Gu Yun swiftly turned, positioning himself behind the golden giant, and once again swung the Xianyu ruler, infused with chaotic energy, crashing it down upon the giant's back. The golden giant roared in agony, his body swaying under Gu Yun's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yun pursued, the chaotic energy on the Xianyu ruler intensifying, as if it aimed to devour everything. Finally, seizing the moment, Gu Yun thrust the ruler through the golden giant's heart. The giant let out a furious roar. Realizing that his soul and spirit were being consumed by the Xianyu ruler, Gu Yun recognized this as his sole chance to slay the golden giant. Gripping the Xianyu ruler tightly, striving to absorb the essence of the giant's soul and Dao imprint. In retaliation, the golden giant delivered a punch to Gu Yun's abdomen, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Yet Gu Yun did not loosen his grip. In a fit of rage, the giant unleashed several more punches. Gu Yun's white robe became soaked in crimson, his ribs shattered, yet he still held on. Behind him, a Dao Void realm expert could no longer contain himself and dashed to Gu Yun's side, but was met with a prepared Dao Void realm expert from the opposing side. Until the last Dao Void realm expert from Yilan's side intervened, another from the void emerged to block the way. Yilan did not refrain from attacking out of fear, but rather out of necessity. He had to protect his own Dao Void realm experts from ambush. If he acted recklessly, it could lead to injuries or fatalities among all his allies except himself. Yilan clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping between his fingers, praying fervently for Gu Yun to swiftly extract the golden giant's soul and Dao imprint. At this moment, Gu Yun resembled a small boat adrift upon turbulent waves, his body already a mangled mess. The golden giant, now frenzied from the extraction of his soul, continued to swing his fists like small mountains in a desperate bid for survival, striking Gu Yun mercilessly. One punch landed squarely on Gu Yun's chest, causing his entire ribcage to implode, and he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Yilan took a step forward, but quickly retreated. He could not gamble the lives of so many from the star-picking palace. Had it been his own life, Yilan would have acted without hesitation. With another punch, the golden giant shattered Gu Yun's left shoulder. Clutching the Xianyu ruler with his right hand, Gu Yun, just as the giant was about to strike again, successfully extracted the giant's soul and Dao imprint, his gaze falling upon the carriage below as he plummeted toward the endless sea. Yilan waved his hand, attempting to catch Gu Yun, but the latter was unconscious, his killing intent overwhelming. Yilan's hand, formed from spiritual energy, was swiftly shattered, and Gu Yun continued his descent toward the endless sea. Inside the carriage, He felt his jade pendant pulsating rhythmically, his heart racing with anxiety, prompting him to dash out of the carriage. Upon exiting, he beheld his master, bloodied and battered, slipping from Yilan's grasp. Faced with killing intent powerful enough to shatter even Yilan's spiritual energy, the experts of the Void Refinement realm dared not approach. Only by waiting for Yilan to devise a plan could they hope for a solution. He observed the solitary cloud plummeting towards the Sea of Wulong. And without a moment's hesitation, he, a cultivator of the Body Refinement sacred realm, propelled himself from the carriage towards the fallen cloud. Dan Qing and Xinyuan Yumok, seated in the carriage, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Hearing the commotion, Yang Qingning emerged from the carriage just in time to witness He leaping towards the solitary cloud. In a moment of desperation, she sought to assist him, yet was restrained by Xinyuan Yumok. Lingza, Mili, and Tiaozhu also rushed out to prevent their young mistress from intervening. Everyone understood that this leap would lead to certain death for He. The murderous intent of a Dao Void realm expert was beyond the reach of a mere Body Refinement realm practitioner. Even the slightest contact would be catastrophic. At this juncture, both factions unanimously agreed on the priority of rescuing He. As long as the murderous intent persisted, even if the solitary cloud fell into the Sea of Wulong, it could easily be located. With such overwhelming malice, who would dare approach? However, should anything befall He, the celestial domain's efforts would be rendered futile, and the star-picking palace would undoubtedly be shaken. Setting aside He's background, the current predicament facing the Tianguan continent might very well require his intervention. Furthermore, if those top-tier forces and the ancient beings of the star-picking palace were to learn of He's misfortune, the entire landscape of the Tianguan continent could be irrevocably altered, and the divine demon covenant might be torn asunder, leading to untold bloodshed and sacrifice. Thus, He absolutely could not be allowed to come to harm, which was precisely why the Yang family had retained him all those years ago. Even if the celestial domain sought to capture He, their sole interest lay in the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye. They wished to keep him alive. If Renki or other Dao Void realm experts from the He residence were to return, He would serve as their talisman for survival. Of course, the celestial domain's only concern regarding He's continued existence was the potential return of Renki. As for the others from the He residence, they too were participants in the events of that bygone era. If Renki were to reappear in the Tianguan continent, and their backers had not ascended to the Dao Void Emperor realm, then He would become their bargaining chip. perhaps even ensuring their survival at the hands of Hirenki. This was the underlying reason that all parties were averse to allowing Hiiji to come to harm. Chapter 6. Death of the Flesh. Yet the Dao endures just as everyone believed that Hiiji would be utterly obliterated by the solitary cloud's murderous intent. In that fleeting moment as he neared the cloud, all of its malice was suddenly retracted, leaving only a bloodied figure in freefall. Hiiji grasped his master tightly as they descended rapidly. Yilan and the man cloaked in darkness arrived in an instant, engaging in a flurry of strikes, yet deliberately avoiding the vicinity of Hiiji. Yilan produced a small bell from his sleeve and hurled it into the air. With a swift gesture, the bell began to enlarge, transforming into a radiant stream of light that enveloped both Hiiji and the solitary cloud, while simultaneously surrounding the entire carriage, halting the retreating scenery in an instant. The remaining Dao Void realm experts from the star-picking palace ceased their offensive, swiftly positioning themselves behind Yilan, their expressions grim as they regarded their adversary. Truly, the Grand Master of the Eight Extremities Hall possessed splendid treasures, including the Xianming Bell. It seemed this matter would be far from simple. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage. Yilan vanished from his position, his left hand weaving intricate gestures while his right transformed into the maw of a dragon, channeling cataclysmic thunderous power. Without warning, a rift opened above the dark-cloaked man, and purple divine lightning cascaded from the void. The dark-cloaked man remained motionless, his right hand casting spells while his left slowly shielded his head, the black mist emanating from his palm absorbing the onslaught of thunderous might. The lightning seemed to possess an innate counter to the man's black mist, as it continuously dissipated with each strike. The power of the lightning overhead only intensified, yet Yilan suddenly appeared behind the dark-cloaked man, wielding the Shinshao sword, its blade enveloped in a dense golden thunder, aimed directly at his heart. The dark-cloaked man reacted swiftly, his right hand morphing into a massive shield to deflect Yilan's assault. However, to his astonishment, the Shinshao sword effortlessly pierced through the shield, the raging golden divine lightning tearing through the man's right arm. The dark-cloaked man retreated several hundred miles, distancing himself from Yilan. Master Yi, you truly are full of surprises. Your cultivation has progressed significantly over these thousands of years. Not only can you wield the purple cloud divine lightning, but you have also mastered the chaos golden lightning. However, do not be hasty, for defeating me is but a minor feat. You shall soon encounter several old acquaintances. During Yilan's offensive, Hiiji successfully brought the solitary cloud into the carriage, gently laying her upon the bed. As he altered his gestures, the six paths Reincarnation eye emanated strands of golden light to assess the injuries afflicting the solitary cloud. With each passing moment of examination, Hiiji's hands trembled, tears welling in his eyes. The solitary cloud's vital channels had been utterly shattered, her internal organs obliterated. Her corporeal form was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, cracks had appeared within the seals of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, marking the gravest threat of all. While the physical body could be reconstructed with heavenly materials, any damage to the seals would equate to a loss of essence, rendering recovery exceedingly arduous. Yang Qingning, Dan Qing, Xinyuan Yama, and others gazed at the unconscious Guyun lying in bed. Hiiji, after examining her, squatted at the bedside, holding her hand, and turned to Dan Qing, asking, Elder Dan Qing, do you possess any elixirs that could save our master? Dan Qing approached and took Guyun's pulse, then retrieved a purple gold gourd from his chest, pouring out a golden elixir adorned with a soaring dragon and phoenix. Administer this elixir to Master Guyun. It will ensure her Dao imprint remains intact. Upon returning to the star-picking palace, the elders will undoubtedly find a way to heal her. Hiiji cautiously accepted the elixir, administering it to his master, then eagerly employed his reincarnation eye to scrutinize her condition. Witnessing Hiiji's frantic demeanor, Yang Qingning felt a pang of sorrow and gently patted his shoulder. After his examination, Hiiji discovered that Guyun's injuries had healed, and the cracks in her Dao imprint had ceased to expand, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Guyun's condition had stabilized, Dan Qing and Xianyuan Yuma emerged from the carriage and sat by the door. Hiiji seated himself beside Guyun's bed, tightly clasping her hand, his heart heavy with anguish as he gazed upon her pallid visage. Hiiji, you need not worry excessively. Once we arrive at the Yang residence, Grandfather will surely intervene to save Master Guyun. Hiiji gently patted Yang Qingning with his other hand. It's nothing. I am merely pondering why everyone insists on the 6 paths of reincarnation eye. Is it truly that vital? Why sacrifice so many powerful beings in the Dao Void realm? Now, Master is gravely injured, and outside, Lord Yulan and the others are still fighting desperately. Who will be the next to suffer or truly perish? Hiiji. Some matters cannot be measured by their importance, Yang Qingning replied. Just as Master Guyun protects you because we are still young and have yet to grow. And she has always cared for and cherished you. At that moment, she likely did not consider much. Her sole intention was to safeguard you. One day, when we mature, we too will protect them, and in those moments, we shall act from our hearts without overthinking it. But Qingning, must so many lives be sacrificed for me? What if more of them suffer? How will I face my senior brothers and sisters in the star-picking palace afterward? How will I explain that their master perished on the path to my marriage at the Yang residence because of my existence? Yang Qingning grasped Yiji's hand, sitting on the ground alongside him, and softly spoke, Yiji, I am aware of your profound thoughts and sense of responsibility. However, at this moment, we lack the capability to confront these individuals. Our only option is to strive for growth. You are unlike us. You have awakened the 6 paths of reincarnation and your destiny is to stand atop the summit. When the time comes, you will be more significant than any of us. If any misfortune were to befall you, the covenant of gods and demons could be shattered, resulting in even greater casualties. Yiji furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the unconscious Ganyan. Outside the carriage, Danqing and Xianyuan Yumaz heard the conversation inside and sighed softly. Xianyuan Yumaz remarked, Yiji is a fine child, but his thoughts run too deep. He is still so young. Yet those shameless individuals dare to bully him. How could he possibly stand a chance against them? Danqing kept his eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in alarm as he pushed open the door and rushed inside. Inside the carriage, a dagger was embedded in Ganyan's chest. While Yang Qingning lay unconscious on the ground, Yiji's eyes were shrouded in a ghostly mist, and he collapsed. His 3 souls and 7 spirits ensnared by the power of his ghostly eye. Lingza, Lily, and Tiaozhu protected Yang Qingning's side. The air around Yiji's ghostly eye was thick with murderous intent. Xianyuan Yumaz helped Yang Qingning to her feet and inquired, Yiji, what has transpired? Liu Yao suddenly turned against me. My master pushed me away, and the dagger meant for me struck my master instead. Yiji glared coldly at Liu Yao's spirit as he spoke. Danqing recognized that the dagger was no ordinary weapon. Typically, a cultivator at the body refinement stage would struggle to penetrate the protective energy of a higher-level practitioner, let alone Liu Yao, who managed to bypass Ganyan's defenses even in her severely injured state. Liu Yao, you have served beside Qingning since childhood. I do not wish for your soul to dissipate. Tell me what poison you have inflicted upon my master, and I shall send you to reincarnation. Otherwise, the trapped Liu Yao remained silent, gazing at Yang Qingning and softly uttering an apology before beginning to disperse her spirit. Danqing altered his incantation, capturing Liu Yao's spirit in his grasp. While Yiji hurried to Yang Qingning's side, using his reincarnation eye to examine her body, he discovered that she was merely unconscious and had sustained no injuries. Xianyuan Yumaz examined the dagger embedded in Ganyan's chest with his spiritual power, his expression growing increasingly grave. Elder Danqing, perform a soul search. Yiji commanded coldly as he looked at Ganyan's increasingly pale face. Lingza attempted to plead for Liu Yao, but was quietly stopped by Lily and Tiaozhu. Danqing initiated the soul search. Any being subjected to a high-level practitioner's soul search was destined for soul annihilation, as lower-level cultivators could not withstand such concentrated and immense energy. Once the soul search concluded, Danqing spoke, Yiji, this dagger is called the Devouring Extremity. It can consume the spiritual power of anyone it injures. Under normal circumstances, Master Ganyan would not need to worry about being harmed, but now that she is severely injured, we must devise a solution quickly. Otherwise, her spiritual power will inevitably be absorbed by the dagger, leading to dire consequences. Elder Danqing, I will sever the connection between the dagger and my master's soul using the ghostly eye. You and Elder Xianyuan must devise a method to extract the dagger. Yiji altered his incantation, employing the ghostly energy to sever the bond between the devouring extremity and Ganyan's spirit, though this exertion drained his spiritual power significantly. With his current cultivation, he could only maintain this for half an hour at most. Danqing continuously modified his incantations, but none of the talismans he infused into the devouring extremity bore any effect. As time passed, Yang Qingning began to awaken. Upon hearing her maid's report, she was taken aback, glancing at Yiji, whose forehead was now covered in beads of sweat, filled with deep regret. Danqing and Xianyuan Yumaz had tried for nearly an hour, yet the devouring extremity showed no signs of yielding. Yiji, relying solely on his willpower, was on the verge of losing consciousness. Had it not been for his master, he might have already fainted. Recognizing that Yiji could not hold on much longer, Yang Qingning decisively channeled her spiritual power into him. Lingza, Lily, and Tiaozhu, seeing their mistress's determination, also infused their spiritual energy into Yang Qingning. With the combined strength of 4 individuals, Yiji felt a significant alleviation of his burden. However, if Danqing and Xianyuan Yumaz could not extract the devouring extremity, the spiritual energy of all 5 would eventually be depleted. Despite Danqing's attempts with various methods proving futile, Xianyuan Yumaz, in desperation, burst out of the carriage, calling out to Yilan, who was still engaged in battle above, Master Yi, you must come and see Master Ganyan. She is in grave danger. Upon receiving the message, Yilan let out an enraged shout, unleashing a torrent of purple lightning. After driving the dark misty figure back 100 miles, Yilan vanished into the carriage. Upon witnessing the devouring extremity lodged in Ganyan's chest, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly executed his incantations, summoning 64 array flags from his sleeves to set up the primordial golden light array, while also sending messages to other Dao Void practitioners outside to enter the array and maintain its operation. The dark misty figure, leading his subordinates, aimed to breach the array before it was fully formed but arrived a moment too late. The dark misty figure hastily prepared to dismantle the array, aware that the star-picking palace, as the most formidable force in the Tianyuan continent, could attract powerful individuals at any moment. Yilan assessed Ganyan's condition, realizing that she was currently sustained only by her internalized murderous intent, although Hiiji had severed the connection between the devouring extremity and her spirit. The recently stabilized Dao imprint was fracturing further. Had it not been for Ganyan's overwhelming murderous intent, the Dao imprint would have already crumbled. Chapter 7. The Six Paths of Reincarnation's Annihilation. Yilan continuously altered his incantation, retrieving the heaven-swallowing treasure vase in an attempt to extract the devouring extremity from Ganyan's chest. Although the dagger began to shift slowly, Ganyan's Dao imprint gradually deteriorated as the dagger was being pulled out. Realizing this, Yilan promptly ceased his efforts and began to utilize other magical artifacts. Yet none could extract the devouring extremity without harming Ganyan's Dao imprint. Yilan charged out of the carriage, addressing the dark misty figure attacking the primordial golden light array. Was the devouring extremity orchestrated by your side? What is the incantation to nullify it? You are quite astute, Master Yi. That was prepared by Hiiji. We did not expect it to be thwarted by Ganyan. She has slain so many of our people, perhaps her death is for the best. The dark misty figure and his subordinates did not cease their assault. Yilan, observing the relentless attack on the array, felt his expression darken. Without nullifying the devouring extremity's incantation, Ganyan's Dao imprint would inevitably collapse, and Hiiji and the others could not hold out much longer. Yilan, alone, flew out of the array and engaged the dark misty figure in combat. Although the dark misty figure was not Yilan's match, their equal standing as Dao Void Saints meant the battle would not be overly one-sided. This time, Yilan fought recklessly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his hands weaving incantations. The previously limited chaotic golden thunder that could only envelop the Shinshao sword now engulfed his entire being as he charged at the dark misty figure. Taken by surprise at Yilan's fervor, the dark misty figure also spat out a mouthful of blood, his surrounding black mist materializing. Yet, he still underestimated Yilan's offensive power, as Yilan's sword effortlessly pierced through his defenses. The hidden chaotic golden thunder in his left hand struck the dark misty figure's crown. The dark misty figure, realizing the imminent danger, retreated sharply. However, the Shinshao sword still severed his remaining right arm, while the surging chaotic golden thunderball ripped through his garments, invading his internal organs. The dark misty figure was grievously injured by Yilan in an instant. Who would have thought that Master Yi is on the verge of reaching the Imperial realm? Your concealment runs deep, he exclaimed. Are you all just going to stand by and watch? If you don't intervene soon, they will truly escape today. Upon hearing the words of the man cloaked in black mist, Yilan's expression changed dramatically. Could there truly be a powerful being of the Dao Void Saint realm? If one were intent on concealing their presence within the same realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for Yilan to detect them. We simply do not wish to reveal ourselves so soon. I did not expect you to be so incompetent as to fail to handle a mere Yilan. Now that we have emerged, not a single person here shall live to see another day. As the last word left his lips, two more formidable figures of the Dao Void Saint realm appeared beside the man in black mist. Yilan was taken aback at the sight of them, though it was somewhat within the realm of expectation. In years gone by, the Tiawu and Shadow clans had flourished, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Dragon clan. However, after the catastrophic battle preceding the signing of the Divine Demon Covenant, all the Dao Void Emperor-level experts from these two clans perished, leaving only the current clan leader of the Dao Void Saint realm. They had long harbored animosity toward the peace established by the Divine Demon Covenant, and with the absence of the Dao Void Emperor for such an extended period, discontent was bound to fester. I did not expect you to collude with the Celestial Domain. Are you truly unafraid of the annihilation of your clan? Yilan coldly regarded the two clan leaders, reprimanding them sharply. Yihao Master, we are not children, and there is no need for such intimidation. We are already here. Do you truly believe that anyone in this place can survive? Yu Huai, the leader of the Tiawu clan, remarked with a smile. The leader of the Shadow clan, Ingsha, remained silent, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into thin air. Yu Huai and the man in black mist immediately launched their attacks. Facing three opponents simultaneously, Yilan found himself somewhat beleaguered, gradually revealing vulnerabilities. Ingsha, as a hidden assassin lurking in the void, adeptly exploited Yilan's defensive lapses. Though the injuries he sustained were not fatal, as time wore on, Yilan began to struggle to defend himself. Below, the primordial golden light array began to show cracks under the onslaught of over 10 Dao Void Realm experts. Inside the carriage, Hiiji and the others were swiftly depleting their spiritual energy. Danqing and Xian Yuan Umo, seeing no other recourse, began to channel their energy to Hiiji. Though this was akin to quenching thirst with poison, Hiiji observed his master's increasingly pale visage, his expression growing more grave. He had overheard the previous remarks of the clan leaders. Now, not only was Gu Yun in peril, but everyone protecting him faced danger as well. Hiiji understood he could no longer hide behind these elders. Otherwise, they might all perish today, leaving him utterly alone, a fate he could not accept. Hiiji ceased his use of the Eye of Ghostly Dao, retrieving the jade pendant given to him by Gu Yun, and handed it to Danqing, instructing him to transfer the vital blood contained within to Gu Yun. This drop of essence would ensure that Gu Yun remained unaffected by the devouring extremes for a brief period. Yang Qingning clutched He tightly, her small hand gripping the corner of his garment, her face already streaked with tears as she fervently shook her head. He smiled gently at Yang Qingning, softly patting the hand that clutched his clothing, and strode purposefully outside. Xin Yuan Yuma observed He exiting the carriage, silently contemplating, what a refined and handsome young genius. Alas, time is not on his side for growth. Enough. I have emerged. I understand what you all desire, and I can provide it now. I kindly ask the esteemed lords and elders of the Star-Picking Palace to depart. He shouted into the air. Yilan, bloodied, appeared beside He. Her expression tinged with anger as she reprimanded. What are you doing out here? Quickly return to the carriage. It is not yet time for you juniors to take the stage. The masters of the Dao Void realm from the Tianyu, including the clan leaders of the Ta'u and Shadow clans, ceased their actions, hovering in the air as they regarded He in the carriage. The cloaked man in black mist spoke first. Young Master He, you know what we seek. If you willingly accompany us, we shall retreat, after all. We have no desire to be enemies with the Star-Picking Palace. And what of the Imperial Immortal Island? Should the old ancestor return, do you believe he would survive? Yilan retorted, her hands clenched tightly in anger. That need not trouble you, Lady Yi. We in Tianyu have our own plans. Young Master He, will you accompany us? The cloaked man in black mist addressed He. Lady Yi, thank you for your hard work on this journey. Please take good care of my master. He bowed to Yilan, then turned to the cloaked man, saying, I ask that you share the technique of the devouring extremity with us. I can bestow upon you the 6 paths reincarnation I know. You know well that willingly given gifts differ greatly from those forcibly taken. Young Master He, how forthright. The cloaked man tossed a scroll to Yilan, who quickly entered the carriage. In less than a quarter of an hour, she emerged, holding the devouring extremity in her palm. He felt the aura of the solitary cloud within the carriage gradually stabilize, letting out a sigh of relief. Young Master He, can we now fulfill our promise? The cloaked man stepped forward, and the shadow assassin vanished into thin air. Yilan grasped He's arm, signaling him not to approach. Lady Yi, how can you be less resolute than a mere child? We genuinely invite young Master He to visit Tianyu, the cloaked man remarked with a smile. Observing Yilan and He conveyed through sound transmission, Lady Yi, prioritize the greater good. If I do not make a sacrifice today, none of you will be able to leave. I, He can still gaze down upon the world without relying on the reincarnation eye. Lady Yi, you must depart first. We shall deliberate on this matter further in the future. After saying this, He stepped out of the carriage, landing upon the black cloud conjured by the cloaked man, gradually distancing himself from the carriage. When the cloud had drifted halfway, He suddenly leaped down, retrieving a golden blanket from his storage ring, standing upon it as he gazed at the cloaked man from a distance. What does this signify, young Master He? What purpose do these tricks serve? Your decision now pertains to the lives of many. The cloaked man remained still. I am aware. Today, I do not intend to leave. Release the elders of the Star-Picking Palace, or I shall destroy this pair of eyes. He declared, brandishing a dagger toward his own eye. Below, Yang Qingning, Dan Xing, Xin Yuan Yuma, and other masters of the Dao Void realm stood beside Yilan, taken aback by He's actions, preparing to intervene. He turned to them. Esteemed lords and elders, you have done enough. Please depart. Lady Yi, I implore you. Yi, come back. I will call my great-grandfather. Do not act foolishly. Yang Qingning sobbed, her tears flowing freely as Ling Zhe, Li Li, and Zhu Zhu supported their young mistress, preventing her from collapsing in the carriage. He cast a deep glance at Yang Qingning, as if to imprint her image in his heart, then suddenly turned, tossing a 6 paths reincarnation eye to the cloaked man. The cloaked man was taken aback by He's resolve. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed He gouging out an eye. Yilan was about to act, but He signaled her to flee. At that moment, Yang Qingning fainted from the shock of witnessing He's actions, and her 3 maids hurriedly assisted her into the carriage. Release them, and I shall give you another. Otherwise, I will destroy this one. The 6 paths reincarnation eye has a twin. If one is destroyed, the other will follow. The cloaked man contemplated the 6 paths reincarnation eye in his hand, nodding to Huangquan Meng. The surrounding Huangquan isolation array was instantly dismantled. He urged Yilan to flee quickly. She cast a lingering glance at He before employing her grand technique to tear through the void, taking everyone away. Once all had departed, He gazed once more into the depths of the Wuwang Sea, realizing he had yet to reach the starry sky beyond. He gouged out another eye, throwing it to the cloaked man, and succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Chapter 8. In the Azure Water Prison have you awakened? You are quite peculiar. Why would you gouge out your own eyes? They may be dead, but your eyes belong to you. As He's fingers twitched, he heard an ethereal voice reach his ears. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a stone bed surrounded by water. The entire space enveloped in a verdant green force, rendering him completely unaware of the outside world, as if time itself had solidified within this realm. Do not look. This is the Azure Water Prison, and you cannot escape. A young girl with a delicate visage sat in the grand hall, her legs swinging playfully as she rested her chin on her hands. gazing at the green sphere on the table. Who are you? What has happened to Lady Yi and the others? He struggled to rise but found himself devoid of spiritual power, despite still being in the body refinement sacred realm. After multiple failed attempts, he resigned to lie back and observe his surroundings. You are quite amusing. Even when you are the most injured, you still concern yourself with others. The girl laughed, her voice like silver bells. Please, may I trouble you to share? Since you are here to converse with me, you must be a kind-hearted person. The pain in Hiiji's eyes made each word a laborious effort. My father said they have all departed. You are so interesting. Will you stay with me from now on? After all, you cannot leave. My father said that unless your ancestor returns, no one will find us. I am alone every day. What do you think? The young woman chuckled. Now that I am but a prisoner, I have little choice, do I? Hiiji endured the pain as he spoke. Very well. Let this be our delightful decision. The young girl picked up the azure water cage from the table and exited the grand hall. What did you say? Hiiji has been taken by the people of the celestial domain? The leader of the nine-tailed fox clan was taken aback, her cold, elegant features marred by panic. If it were only the celestial domain that we faced, we could easily withstand them. However, the leaders of the Tao clan and the Shadow clan have also intervened. Though Yilan was severely injured, she hastened to visit the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan upon arriving in Qingqiu, hoping for her assistance. Mei Qing. She instructed those around her, immediately send word to the 4 elders and the 12 leaders, come swiftly to Qingqiu Palace. Did you see in which direction they fled? Mei Qing glared at Yilan, her eyes seemingly ablaze. The celestial domain utilized their divine powers to obscure their presence. I could not ascertain. Yilan lowered her head in shame. Originally, the Zhuge realm was meant to protect Hiiji and his companions, but it had culminated in such a debacle. She had underestimated the ferocity of the celestial domain. Is your star-picking palace truly the foremost power of Tianyuan continent? For such a critical matter, only a single Dao Void saint is present. How arrogant you are. Mei Qing's words became increasingly incoherent with her rising agitation. A tense silence enveloped the two. The 4 elders and the 12 leaders arrived swiftly. Upon entering, they sensed the delicate atmosphere between Yilan and Mei Qing and silently took their seats after offering their respects. Once everyone was gathered, Mei Qing briefly explained the situation and divided the 4 elders into 2 teams, assigning each pair of elders to lead 4 leaders to the Tao and Shadow clans. Upon hearing the news, the elders and leaders were taken aback, but they quickly set off to fulfill their orders. After providing a brief directive to the remaining 4 leaders, Mei Qing tore through the void and journeyed to the Wuwang Sea. Yilan bid farewell to the 4 leaders and first escorted the members of the star-picking palace back. Upon reaching the palace, she promptly rang the alarm bell and ensured that the solitary cloud was settled in the grand hall. The strong individuals above the Dao Void realm had already gathered there, while those outside hastened back upon hearing the commotion. The sight of the battered Yilan startled everyone, and they could vaguely infer that something was amiss. Yet, who could have injured the esteemed Lord Yi? Everyone was well aware of her prowess. Except for a few seasoned Dao Void saints, nearly no one could rival her. Everyone, Yilan began, briefly outlining the situation before instructing the assembly to search for the missing individuals. Additionally, she ordered the Shadow Pavilion to share all intelligence regarding the Celestial Domain, Tao clan, and Shadow clan with everyone, and to contact the 9 prominent clans and the 16 cabinet clans for assistance in the search. Once all was arranged, Yilan tore through the void, embarking on her personal quest. Her first destination was Xianyuan Island. Although Xianyuan Island was not as expansive as Zhongzhou, the ancestral home of the Yang family was far from insignificant. Along the way, she encountered a convoy hastening back to the Yang residence and decided to accompany them. Though this would deplete her spiritual energy considerably, the urgency of the situation took precedence. As Yulan and her party arrived at Xianyuan Island, the message-bearing wind beast also reached its destination. The entire Yang residence was adorned in festive decorations, as the island prepared for the wedding of Hiiji and Yang Qingning. Upon seeing Yilan personally arrive, the guards quickly relayed the news, and the current head of the Yang family, Yang Hua, came out to greet her. At this moment, Yang Hua was engulfed in doubt. Logically speaking, Yilan should not have made an appearance for such a task at this time. The utmost he could do was escort Hiiji and Yang Qingning to the realm of Xianyuan Island before returning. Why then? Did he swagger onto Xianyuan Island with such intent? Moreover, they should not have returned so swiftly. By calculation, there were still 11 days remaining before their arrival. What could have transpired along the way? While Yang Hua was lost in these thoughts, Yang Tianan suddenly tore through the void and appeared before Yilan, inquiring, Lord Yi, where is Iji at this moment? Yang Lao replied with regret. Iji has been captured by the people of the Tianyu and is currently missing. I have dispatched all experts above the Dao Void realm from the Zhaixing Palace to search for him. My visit to Xianyuan Island is precisely to seek your assistance. I never anticipated that the Tianyu would be so rampant. It is also a failure on Xianyuan Island's part to have only dispatched those in the refining Void realm for covert protection. Hua swiftly summoned the Dao Void realm experts still in the clan to the Great Hall. Yang Hua received the command and departed, while Yilan accompanied Yang Tianan into the Grand Hall. Upon entering, they beheld Yang Qingning, who had awakened yet continued to weep sorrowfully. Yang Tianan felt a pang of heartache. Years ago, Yang Qingning's father, Yang Bai, and He Yiji's father, Yi Xian, met with a tragic fate during their excursions. As a result, young Qingning was the sole remaining descendant of their lineage, and her great-grandfather showered her with boundless affection. Upon seeing her great-grandfather, young Qingning rushed forward. Weeping inconsolably, young Tianwen gently patted her back, offering constant reassurances. After a while, her sobs subsided slightly, and with a voice tinged with grief, she implored, "Grandfather, I beseech you, please save Yiji. He has already gouged out his reincarnation eye. Please, use your great prophetic skills to rescue him." Yilan then bowed respectfully to young Tianwen, stating, "I was the first to come to visit Elder Yang for this very matter. I hope that Elder Yang can employ his extraordinary prophetic abilities to discern Yiji's whereabouts, so we may hasten to his rescue." Yang Tian gently wiped away the tear stains on young Qingning's face, gazing at her with deep affection. "Fear not. Grandfather will now employ the great divination technique to search for the whereabouts of Yiji. As long as the Six Paths reincarnation eye remains, we can certainly bring Yiji back. With the combined strength of the Yang family and the star-picking palace, there is no cause for concern." Ling Zhe assisted her young mistress in taking a seat, while Yang Tian settled onto the meditation mat in the grand hall, preparing to invoke the great divination technique. The great divination technique differs fundamentally from the Qianyuan calculation of Zhuge's realm. The latter involves the practitioner standing within the river of time to deduce past and future events, yielding various probabilities of occurrences, thus belonging to the realm of temporal magic. In contrast, the great divination technique requires the practitioner to sacrifice their own blood essence to glimpse fragments of the future within the river of time. These fragments, while essentially certain, remain shrouded in mystery, as the reasons for their certainty elude understanding. This ancient technique has been passed down since primordial times, and its profound intricacies continue to baffle scholars to this day. Yang Tianwen expelled a mouthful of essence blood and began to invoke his spell. As the incantation progressed, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Young Qingning had never witnessed her great-grandfather performing this particular technique, seeing him expend such a vast amount of essence and mental energy. She rushed to his side, fearful of any mishap that might occur. Yilan, noticing the considerable drain on Yang Tianwen, also began to channel spiritual energy to him. After notifying everyone, Yang Hua was instructed to remain outside the Grand Hall, while the Dao Void realm experts left to guard the entrance. An hour later, Yang Tianwen had inscribed all the fragments and handed them to Yilan. "Master Yi, take these fragments to Master Zhuge. He should be able to deduce the whereabouts of Yiji from them. We at Xianyuan Island will immediately mobilize our forces to act upon the clues provided by these fragments." After expressing his gratitude to the Elder Yang, Yilan strode out of the hall, bidding farewell to those outside, and then tore through the void towards the Dragon Clan. Inside the hall, Yang Qingning sat beside Yang Tianwen, her eyes brimming with tears. Yang Tianwen urged her to take a seat and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, my dear. This is merely a result of excessive consumption. With the support of the Star-Picking Palace and Xianyuan Island, we will undoubtedly locate Yiji." Yang Tianwen sat on the chair, took a moment to catch his breath, and once his complexion improved, he summoned the individuals outside the hall to enter and commence the arrangements for the next course of action. Chapter 9. The Transformation of the Tianyuan Continent. Yang Tianwen briefly recounted the events concerning Yang Qingning to the gathered crowd, who were taken aback by the revelation. Although the Celestial Domain had previously made its presence known in the Tianyuan continent, they had always refrained from provoking these powerful clans. Now, with the audacious abduction of Yiji, it seemed the entire Tianyuan continent was on the brink of upheaval. "Esteemed friends, I have just acquired fragments of a great prophecy. Huar, please distribute these among them. You must act swiftly to investigate. Should you uncover any leads, report immediately. If we indeed locate the individuals, refrain from taking any rash actions and inform us without delay. We shall coordinate our efforts with the Star-Picking Palace." Upon receiving the order, Yang Hua commenced the allocation of various tasks. After ensuring that all matters were appropriately arranged, he bid farewell to Yang Tianwen and set off. Yang Tianwen then rose and said to Yang Qingning, "My dear, you should retire to your room for some rest. Your great-grandfather is personally heading to Wuwangxi to conduct an inspection." Yang Qingning watched as Yang Tianwen tore through the void and departed, then bowed respectfully to the air before being supported by Lingze back to her chamber. Midway, still feeling uneasy, she visited He Yiji's residence on Xianyuan Island. After leaving Xianyuan Island, Yilan first went to the Dragon Clan. However, Zhuge Jing was not present there. Upon explaining the situation, the Dragon Clan dispatched dozens of experts to Qingqiu, preparing to join forces with the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan in search of He Yiji. Yilan subsequently made her way to the Sun Clan. The Sun and Moon clans reside in the Taichu Immortal Realm, which is not one of the 9 states or 13 islands of the Tianyuan continent, but rather the birthplace of the ancestors of the Sun and Moon clans formed during the creation of the Tianyuan continent. The two clans built the Taichu Immortal Realm upon this foundation, but that was long before ancient times. Since the onset of the ancient era, the Taichu Immortal Realm has remained unchanged in size for millions of years, with each clan occupying half of it, thriving and procreating. However, the birth of immortals from these clans is exceedingly rare, leading to only a few tens of thousands of immortals residing in the Taichu immortal realm, a minuscule number relative to the vast area of the realm. Thus, the two clans coexist harmoniously, presenting a united front to the outside world as if they were one race. Upon reaching the entrance to the Taichu immortal realm, members of the Sun and Moon clans hurriedly welcomed her. However, the clan leaders informed her that Zhugajing and the ancestral elders were currently in seclusion, having previously instructed that no one should disturb them. After revealing her purpose, the two clan leaders, taken aback, quickly summoned the experts from their clans and dispatched them to collaborate with the star-picking palace in the search. Yilin then entrusted the fragments imprinted by Yang Tianmen to the two leaders and returned to the star-picking palace to manage various affairs. You are quite peculiar. You claim to accompany me, yet you utter not a single word? I have shared so much with you, and you show no reaction at all. If this continues, I shall be quite vexed, exclaimed the young girl, who had previously asked Hiiji to accompany her, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Fair maiden, what is your name? Why are you here? Judging by your demeanor, you must possess a significant status in the Tianyu. Why do you oppose the righteous forces like his residents in the star-picking palace? Hiiji responded, suppressing the pain and irritation in his eyes. I am the daughter of the domain lord of Tianyu. As for why my father opposes you, that is beyond my control. Even before my birth, you were already deemed enemies, and I cannot alter that fact. As for my name, they all call me Ruan. You may call me that as well. Ruan. While we cannot change our origins, we can make choices. We should discern right from wrong. Why not make your own choice? Ruan let out a peal of laughter. You are quite annoying, attempting to make me betray my father. Do you think I am easy to manipulate? Allow me to show you my capabilities. Ruan, whose full name is Ruan Yiqing, is the sole daughter of the Tianyu domain lord, notorious as a mischievous troublemaker. She fears no one but her father. She produced a small black vial from her sleeve, carefully uncapped it, and poured a dark liquid over the azure water cage. The liquid seemed to possess life, burrowing directly into the cage. Hiiji, lying on the bluestone bed, instinctively sensed danger. He attempted to rise but found himself too gravely injured to do so. Helpless as the black mist drew closer, gradually enveloping him. As punishment, what I just poured into the azure cage is the bone-corroding goo. This substance is exceedingly perilous. It consists of tiny parasitic insects that can penetrate your skin and infiltrate your bloodstream, spreading throughout your body and attaching to your bones. The moment I blow this small flute, millions of these insects will ravenously gnaw at your bones. I wonder how long you can endure. Let us see if you dare to speak carelessly again. Ruan's laughter echoed through the room. Hiiji felt the tiny insects entering his bloodstream and attaching to his bones, yet they did not proceed further. After the bone-corroding goo entered his body, he attempted to use his spiritual energy to expel it, but the goo was impervious to his energy and made its way to his bones. I'll take you to a place. I have never brought anyone there before. Although you've been injured by my father, he has not sealed your meridians. So you can still cultivate. Even though you are blind, the Yi family possesses decent talent. You might just become my subordinate. Ruan spoke as she walked outward with Hiiji. As Ruan exited the room, she was called back by her father. Ruan, you may play, but do not endanger his life. Do you understand? Ruan made a face at her father. Got it. Father, you are too nagging. I'm off now. You tend to your own matters. As she spoke, Ruan ran off into the distance. The domain lord of Tianyu gazed at his daughter with fondness, shaking his head helplessly as he walked toward the main hall. Two loyal subordinates trailing behind exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. The domain lord turned to them. If you have something to say, speak freely. What is there that cannot be said between us? Baiming and Nanyuan exchanged glances, and it was Nanyuan, who usually handled intelligence, who spoke. Domain lord, have we been too lenient with Hiiji? As long as we spare his life, we should have destroyed his meridians, preventing him from cultivating. Otherwise, with his innate talent as the He family scion, he may become our formidable foe in the future. The Tianyu domain lord gazed into the distance, observing the sun gradually setting, being swallowed by the distant, undulating mountains. Do you think the actions we are taking would go unpunished if the ancestor of the He family were to return? Ultimately, who will hold sway over the Tianyuan continent? Isn't it said that the person cannot return? Baiming replied, slightly startled. The strength of that individual is beyond our imagination. There is a vast gap compared to the person you refer to. We are merely forming a beneficial relationship within our limited power, hoping to ensure Ruan's safety. We old folks, after all, will return to dust, the domain lord expressed. Even with the 6 paths reincarnation eye, that individual cannot surpass the person you refer to? Nani inquired. You have not lived through that era. You cannot fathom the terror of that individual. Back in their day, they wielded the primordial seal atop their head, held the Lingshu divine sword in one hand, and performed the 6 paths reincarnation eye with the other, quelling the 6 clans who dared not instigate war again. Only 5 Dao emperors remained neutral, leading to the signing of the now famous divine demon pact, which ended the conflict and established the current state of the Tianyuan continent. After the war, they also founded the Star-Picking Palace. It is rumored that the current Zhuge Palace master is a disciple of that individual, even if he is not. Their bond is undoubtedly profound. Do you still believe we could survive if that individual returned? Even if he ascended to the Dao Void Emperor realm, how could he stand against that person? They have slain more Dao Emperors than currently exist on the Tianyuan continent. Bai Ming and Nani were taken aback by the tales of this buried history, their recollections of Renki forever depicting him as kind and gentle, always mediating conflicts between races with soothing words and a gentle demeanor, making it hard for them to associate such a benevolent figure with a ruthless being. While the three conversed, Ruan arrived at a valley, surrounded by various flowers, trees, and wildlife, posing no danger to practitioners. Those with awakened intelligence dared not provoke this little demoness unless they wished for their demise. As Ruan spoke to the azure cage, she followed the river deeper into the valley. Although Hiiji remained silent throughout the journey, Ruan was not angered, nor did she resort to the bone-eating goo. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Hiiji sensed a looming danger, not a direct threat to his life, but rather an impending fear of the unknown he might have to confront. Chapter 10. A great change has begun upon returning to the star-picking palace. Yilan was inundated with news, each piece as insubstantial as falling snowflakes, none revealing any promising leads. As time wore on, Yilan grew increasingly anxious. With each passing second, Hiiji's peril deepened. He had a premonition that Hiiji would likely remain lost for the foreseeable future. Yet he could not afford to relinquish hope. After all, Hiiji was the sole bloodline of the revered ancestor Renki, and should any further misfortune occur, the star-picking palace would be unable to account to the ancestor. Yilan personally visited the martial hall, where the hall master, Zheng Yi, greeted him with urgency. It is time to eradicate the Tiaowu and Shadow clans. In his moment of compassion, the ancestor Renki unwittingly harbored danger. I have assembled the 9 enforcers of the martial hall. Annihilating the 2 clans will be more than sufficient. My purpose in coming here aligns with this. The star-picking palace must take action, but we cannot act alone. Do you not find this situation rather peculiar? We dispatched numerous experts. Yet our adversaries seem more prepared than we are. It is hard to believe that none among us is complicit. Are you suggesting that it could be the people from Yuan Island? Yilan inquired. Not necessarily, it could also be someone from within the star-picking palace. Given the circumstances at the time, if we had not intervened, the 8 generals of the Yang family might have faced ruin. If it was indeed them. The scale of this betrayal is staggering. Then we shall investigate. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the truth. If we fail to protect the bloodline of Ancestor Renki, we shall have no face to present as a sanctuary for cultivation in the Tianyuan continent. Zheng Yi was a man of great integrity, known for his fiery temper. Yet he was undeniably among the elite in the Dao Void sacred realm of the Tianyuan continent. The 9 enforcers of the martial hall were shrouded in mystery. Aside from Renki and Zhugajing, no one knew their true identities, and Zheng Yi could merely mobilize them. Yilan utilized a communication pearl to summon Lingchen from the Shadow Pavilion. Upon receiving the message, Lingchen immediately tore through the void, disregarding appearances. Time was of the essence, as every moment could mean the difference between life and death for Hiiji. Without waiting for Lingchen to settle, Yilan spoke directly. Based on the intelligence you possess, who leaked the route and protection details for our expedition to Yuan Island, we have yet to obtain concrete evidence. According to Elder Danqing's soul-searching results, we meticulously dissected Lin Lao's memories. She met with 5 individuals before our departure: Yang Tianmen from Yuan Island, Xiu from the 8 generals of the Yang family, Mei Qing, the leader of the Qingxiu clan, Ying Feng from the Shadow clan, and Xianyu, the princess of the Moon Demon clan. Among them is Ying Feng, who attacked you, making it difficult to ascertain who the traitor is. How could Ying Feng infiltrate our star-picking palace? Although the Shadow clan excels in concealment, he is merely in the refining void sacred realm and should not be able to elude our many experts. There must be someone aiding him in concealment. Likely a strong figure in the Dao Void sacred realm. Otherwise, we would have certainly detected it. In that case, let us not startle the snake in the grass. Lingchen, you must notify Yuan Island, Qingqiu, and the Moon Demon clan that we at the Star-Picking Palace are short-staffed and must swiftly eliminate the Tiao Wu and Shadow clans. We must capture their high-ranking members to ascertain Hiiji's whereabouts. Have each clan dispatch 10 experts in the Dao Void realm to assist us within 3 hours. Then we shall head to these 2 clans to prevent any warning from being sent, allowing them to flee. Zheng Yi declared as he rose. According to our intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion, the clan leaders have not returned to their respective homes, and their clansmen have received no news. All remains normal. Lingchen replied. After the 3 formulated their action plan, Zheng Yi personally led a contingent, while Lingchen remained at the Shadow Pavilion to gather intelligence. Yilan returned to the 8 Extremities Hall. Within Yuan Island, Yang Qingning approached the modest dwelling where Hiiji resided. It was a quaint courtyard, home to the osmanthus tree they had planted together in their youth, now grown tall, its branches shading half the sky above the courtyard. Beneath the tree lay the rocking chair where Hiiji would often sit, lost in thought. Following the upheaval on Imperial Immortal Island, Hiiji had been compelled to Yuan Island, and from that moment on, he found solace in the rocking chair, sitting for hours on end. Many in the Yang household believed the young master had become dull-witted, and thus began to bully him, only to be driven away time and again by Yang Qingning, who seemed unfazed by it all. Lingza, you 10 have grown up together. You, Lin Liao, Li Li, and Xiaozhu shall accompany me to the star-picking palace, while the other 6 remain on Yuanxian Island. Once we arrive at the star-picking palace, we will be in close quarters. Why would Lin Lao act in such a manner? Who is orchestrating all of this? Is it possible that Yuanxian Island is involved? Or perhaps certain individuals from our Yuanxian Island are implicated? Yang Qingding fixed her gaze intently on Lingza, scrutinizing her expression for any subtle shifts in response to her inquiries. Hearing her mistress's words, Lingza fell to her knees in fright, murmuring, "Mistress, please do not speak recklessly. Many matters are beyond our control." In the days leading up to our departure, Lin Liao would often leave at night. I did not think much of it then, but in hindsight, it may be that she was already in trouble. Although we have grown up together, Lin Liao has never been particularly close to us. Rather, she is somewhat reclusive. We often converse, but it is apparent that she does not confide in us. Moreover, mistress, any discussion regarding Yuanxian Island must remain within this courtyard. Just moments ago, Lord, you did not mention it before the ancestor, and we must refrain from doing so. The adults accompanying Yuanxian Island have already returned and will report to the ancestor. In due time, Yuanxian Island will provide an explanation to the star-picking palace. You must not become entangled in such matters. Lingza, do you know something? Speak freely. I assure you, your words will go unheard here. Mistress, I cannot say. Please, expel me instead. If I speak, it would bring harm upon you. Pretend that I have said nothing today, and that you know nothing. But I can assure you, this matter is unrelated to Master He's disappearance. Yang Qingding gazed at Ling Zhe for an extended period, ultimately urging her to rise. Since I am aware of the impending danger, you must ensure that no one else discovers your knowledge. From now on, remain by my side. Yang Qingding refrained from uttering another word. Stepping into the small dwelling previously inhabited by Heiji, she seated herself quietly on the steps within the room. Upon hearing that their young mistress had returned, the 6 attendants hurried to the scene, only to be halted at the threshold by Lingza. They gazed anxiously at their mistress from outside, their hearts heavy with concern. At this moment, Wan had ventured deep into the valley, where the verdant trees flourished and various exotic beasts lurked in the shadows, watching her intently. Though they dared not strike, they were ever ready to seize an opportunity should Wan find herself in peril. Ruan's expression had shifted from the ease she exhibited upon entering the valley to one of vigilance. After navigating the dense thicket, she arrived at a clearing, facing a valley ahead. Within its depths lay a stone cave, its entrance firmly sealed, flanked by 2 statues, one male and one female. Wan paused when she was approximately 1 kilometer from the cave's mouth. Can you still move? Consume this elixir. We are bound for a perilous place and require your assistance, she urged Heiji, who was ensconced within the azure water cage. Heiji remained silent as Wan extracted a vividly colored pill from a jade vessel and tossed it into the cage. Without a moment's hesitation, Heiji opened his mouth and swallowed the floating pill. He felt no fear of Ruan's potential treachery, having already been afflicted by the bone-eating curse. What worse fate could await him? He desperately needed to restore his powers, as staying here would render him a mere prey. As the elixir settled in his stomach, a wave of sharp pain coursed through him, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, he heard Ruan's soft giggle, followed by her taunting words. How foolish you are. We are, after all, adversaries. Yet here you are, placing your trust in me. The pill I provided is not a miraculous remedy, but a spirit curse that will attach to your nerves, reconnecting the deadened ones and, to some extent, serving as a substitute for your sight. However, the world you perceive will be shrouded in gray. Being a curse, it bears a darker side. Your spiritual power will dwindle to a mere 1/10 of that possessed by practitioners of the same realm. This spirit curse relies on substantial spiritual energy to survive. Without sufficient energy, it will consume your nerves until nothing remains. You have become rather dependent on me, haven't you? First, you ignored me, then fell victim to the bone-eating curse, and now you are ensnared by the spirit curse. Upon hearing Ruan's words, Heiji was taken aback, realizing the sheer dominance of the spirit curse. However, he was grateful for the glimmers of light it afforded him, as his injuries gradually began to mend. After a few breaths, he was able to sit up within the azure water cage to tend to his wounds. Seeing Heiji capable of movement, Ruan stealthily approached the stone cave's entrance, where the 2 stone sentinels remained motionless. Just as Heiji assumed they were mere ornaments, Ruan reached the entrance and pressed the switch on the stone door. In an instant, the sentinels sprang to life, brandishing their swords and lunging at Ruan. She deftly evaded their strikes, and as the stone door swung open, she slipped inside, the door slamming shut behind her, returning the sentinels to their original stony stance. Contrary to Heiji's expectations, the cave was not cloaked in darkness, but rather teeming with lush vegetation and abundant water plants. White cranes soared gracefully amidst the sky, and the distant mountains radiated with rich spiritual energy, nearly tangible in its essence. This pure spiritual energy filled the azure water cage, hastening the recovery of Heiji's injuries. Hurry and recuperate. I must find air. When we emerge, I will need your strength. The 2 sentinels outside are formidable. They adjust their prowess based on the cultivator's level. When I was merely at the body refinement stage, I narrowly escaped death at their hands. The air, however, remains trapped in this exquisite secret realm, Wan spoke as she ventured deeper into the realm. Domain Master, trouble brews. The young mistress has entered the exquisite secret realm. An attendant rushed to report. What have you been doing? You let the young mistress venture into the exquisite secret realm without knowledge of its dangers? Do you not comprehend the peril it poses? Once inside, we cannot intervene. We can only rely on our own strength. Biming scolded the kneeling attendant. The Domain Master, upon hearing this, was equally alarmed, rising to urgently inquire of the kneeling attendant. Did Wan enter alone? Did she bring anything with her? Regrettably, we are unaware. We sensed no indication of the young mistress approaching the secret realm, but observed movements at the guardian stone door. We presumed an external force was attempting to breach it. By the time we arrived, the young mistress had already entered, and the door was about to close. We dared not approach further for fear of alarming the stone sentinels guarding the realm. However, I did catch a glimpse of her holding a small green ball. Its nature remains unknown, the trembling attendant recounted. Upon learning that Hiiji had also ventured into the exquisite secret realm, the Domain Master felt a measure of relief. Settling into contemplation. You all must fervently pray for the young mistress's safe return. Now, go to the entrance of the exquisite secret realm and stand guard with more personnel. If anything occurs, report immediately. The kneeling attendants felt as though a great weight had been lifted from them as they hastily departed. Biming and Nanyuan exchanged glances. And Nanyuan spoke, Domain Master, should we not take action? The sentinels, though powerful, could be subdued by our skilled practitioners. Do not underestimate Iiji. Though he is merely at the body refinement stage, his combat prowess surpasses that of an ordinary windmaster. With him accompanying Wan, she is unlikely to encounter significant danger. Consider this an opportunity for Wan to learn a lesson, the Domain Master replied thoughtfully. But we have never set foot in the exquisite secret realm. We are oblivious to its contents. What if Wan encounters danger? Biming interjected anxiously. You underestimate the 10 family's members. This is an opportune moment to discern whether Hiiji possesses any hidden cards. The 10 family's members are not so easily vanquished. Wan is equipped with the protective talismans we provided. She will be fine. Despite the Domain Master's reassurances, concern lingered on his face, compelling him to ultimately station himself outside the exquisite secret realm, thereby amplifying the pressure on the Guardians. Within the exquisite secret realm, Wan, fatigued from her journey, retrieved provisions from her storage ring, consuming some herself before sharing a portion with Hiiji in the azure water cage. After several days of travel, they finally approached the foot of the mountain. De'er, I have come to find you. I told you to wait for me here on this mountain. Where are you now? Wan called out repeatedly, only attracting more spiritual beasts to the vicinity, with no response forthcoming. Wan's expression hardened with determination as she ascended the mountain. Just as Hiiji was about to caution her, the surroundings abruptly transformed, a sword array enveloping Wan. The serene beauty was replaced by the menacing presence of thousands of gleaming swords. Wan was startled. She sensed danger atop the mountain. Yet her desire to find De'er overcame her fear. She had not anticipated stumbling into a sword array. As Wan prepared to move, Hiiji warned. If you wish to avoid being pinned to the ground by these thousands of swords, you must act now. This is a Huanyuan level sword array, composed of 64 divine swords, with the central focal point guarded by a Huanyuan level sword. If a sword's spirit manifests, we will be in dire peril. Although Wan is usually mischievous, she has not neglected her cultivation knowledge in any aspect. She is acutely aware that she may be facing a situation more perilous than the Stone Guardian since her birth. Before Zheng Yi had even finished a cup of tea after arriving at the Talu tribe, 10 formidable experts from Yuansin Island, Qingqiu, and the Moon Demon tribe had promptly appeared. Zheng Yi glanced at the assembly, with the 12 from the Star-Picking Palace's Martial Hall. There were a total of 42 individuals, making the elimination of a single Dao Void saint from the Talu tribe an effortless task. Upon seeing Zheng Yi and his group, the members of the Shadow Pavilion quickly retreated, establishing defenses to prevent any Talu tribe members from escaping. Zheng Yi and his companions stealthily eliminated the perimeter guards of the Talu tribe, only to discover that within the tribe, aside from the patrolling personnel outside, a river of blood flowed, with victims ranging from the infants still in their cradles to the elders of the Talu tribe, all of whom had perished. Zheng Yi's expression changed dramatically. After communicating with 4 of the 9 law enforcers, he tore through the void to rush towards the Shadow tribe. Upon arrival, he encountered a similar scene. Aside from the external patrols, no one had survived. After counting the bodies, Zheng Yi and his group found that aside from the Yu Huai and Ning Sha, who had attacked Yi Lan and others, the rest had all succumbed. Zheng Yi hastily returned to the Star-Picking Palace, while the 9 law enforcers, accompanied by 60 Dao Void experts from the 3 tribes, also made their way there. Although some were dissatisfied, no one dared to take the lead, fearing that the Shadow Pavilion might classify them as prime suspects, which would make life exceedingly difficult even if they were innocent. Upon meeting Yi Lan, Zheng Yi learned that she had already been informed about the situation of the 2 tribes through the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Lan's complexion was grave. Realizing that very few were privy to this plan, the enemy's ability to annihilate 2 tribes without the Shadow Pavilion's perimeter personnel noticing and to retreat smoothly likely meant that the Star-Picking Palace would need to mobilize 2/3 of its strength to achieve such an outcome. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. What mattered most was that the adversary had evidently issued the order to exterminate these two tribes only after discerning our firm resolve to act against them. We had gathered our forces in less than an hour, yet the enemy not only wielded tremendous power but also possessed intelligence capabilities that rivaled those of the Shadow Pavilion. Ling Tian, the head of the Shadow Pavilion, spoke with a serious demeanor. Can your Shadow Pavilion ascertain who was behind this attack? Surely you have records of the Dao Void Saint-level experts in the Tianyuan continent. Is it impossible to identify the assailants? Zhang Yi inquired, his expression filled with murderous intent. Originally, they did not anticipate capturing Yu Huai and Ning Sha, as these two were not fools to brazenly return to their tribe after assaulting the Star-Picking Palace. Yulan and others aimed to control the two tribes, hoping to extract some information from the elders and direct descendants to trace the whereabouts of Yiyi. Clearly, the adversary had foreseen this and decisively struck to eliminate both tribes while erasing all evidence. This brutal act of extermination also cast blame upon the Star-Picking Palace. We cannot ascertain their identities. Their methods are exceptionally sophisticated. Everyone, including those of the Dao Void Emperor realm, was struck down instantly, using shadowless needles coated with lethal poison capable of killing saint-level experts. Currently, we have sent samples to the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Danlu, hoping to identify the assailant through the needle's material and toxin, Ling Dian stated hopelessly. The Shadow Pavilion is arguably the most formidable intelligence agency in the Tianyuan continent. As the one in charge, Ling Dian is well versed in all matters pertaining to the continent, yet in this instance, he feels as though he is being led by the nose. Not only did he fail to foresee the strength of those ambushing Yiyi, but just as he was about to grasp a clue, the adversary snuffed it out. Investigate. Have the 60 experts from the 3 tribes examine each lead thoroughly. Additionally, summon the princess of the Moon Demon Tribe, Xinu, to the Star-Picking Palace under the pretext of urgent inquiries. Yilan commanded, her face aflame with anger. Zheng Yi was also taken aback by Yilan's decision. Ling Tian's expression grew increasingly severe. He initially intended to caution Yilan that such actions might provoke resentment from Yuansen Island, the Nine-Tailed Fox Tribe, and the Moon Demon Tribe. But he hesitated to voice his concerns. The other 3 present understood that there were no alternatives left. The only option was to investigate those who had recently interacted with the tribes. Yilan's order sparked discontent among the experts from the 3 tribes. Without Zhuge Jing in the Star-Picking Palace, they were confident that although they could not overpower the palace, it would not dare to act against them, leading to their non-cooperation and hindering the palace's efforts. Meanwhile, those sent to the Moon Demon Tribe returned empty-handed, claiming that their princess was unwell and would come to the Star-Picking Palace once she had recovered. News continued to flow in from Yuansen Island, the Nine-Tailed Fox Tribe, the Sun and Moon Tribes, and the Dragon Tribe, revealing no trace of Yiyi, thrusting the situation into a deadlock. Just as Yilan, Ling Tian, Zheng Yi, and others found themselves at an impasse, the elder ancestor of the Yang family from Yuanxian Island, Yang Tianwen, arrived at the Star-Picking Palace, followed closely by Mei Qing from the Nine-Tailed Fox Tribe. Although they regarded each other with disdain, their mutual interests in locating Yiyi aligned. Thus, they employed decisive measures to suppress their internal strongmen and collaborated with Ling Tian in the investigation. After hearing Ling Tian's conjectures, the two joined forces to visit the Moon Demon Tribe, requesting the princess to come to the Star-Picking Palace to assist in clarifying the subsequent matters. Chapter 12. The turmoil of the Moon Demon unfolds. Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing tore through the void at an astonishing speed, making their way to the Moon Demon clan. Upon their arrival, the guards of the Moon Demon clan recognized the esteemed ancestor of the Yang family and the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, promptly ushering them through the mountain gates and notifying the clan leader, Xing. Xing was taken aback. She had initially intended to delay matters until Zhuge Jing's return before informing Xing of the situation. However, the unexpected arrival of these two formidable figures left her with no choice but to confront the issue sooner than anticipated. The dominance of both the Immortal Source Island and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was well known across the Tianyuan continent. And given that Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing had few rivals aside from the 5 great virtual emperors, Xing was acutely aware that she was outmatched. As Xing entered, she found Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing seated leisurely on either side of the grand hall, sipping tea, their demeanor far from that of individuals seeking retribution. With a swift stride, Xing approached, offering a slight smile as she greeted them. "I wonder what brings you esteemed seniors to the Moon Demon clan. Is there an important matter at hand?" Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing exchanged a glance. Mei Qing gazed toward the outside of the grand hall, while Yang Tianwen spoke. "We have no significant matters to discuss with the Moon Demon clan. We merely wish to extend an invitation from the Star-Picking Palace, which seeks to select talented youths. We have heard that the princess of the Moon Demon clan possesses exceptional gifts, and thus we invite her to train at the Star-Picking Palace. We hope that the clan leader of the Moon Demon clan will not decline our offer." Although many were aware of Yiyi's disappearance, and various rumors had circulated among the clans in recent days, the Star-Picking Palace had not made any official announcements. Consequently, the information had been distorted through hearsay. Naturally, The palace would not hastily disseminate such news, for the disappearance of a young heir from the He family was a matter of great importance in the Tianyuan continent. Therefore, Yang Tianan expressed himself thusly. It was precisely for this reason that the previous invitation to Princess Xinu of the Moon Demon clan had been declined. If it were to be suggested that He Iji's disappearance was connected to Xinu, the Moon Demon clan would not dare to act so recklessly. The clan leader had grasped this point, and thus felt untroubled until Zhuge Jing's return. However, the unexpected arrival of Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing disrupted her plans. Thank you, Elder Yang in the Star-Picking Palace, for your kindness. My daughter is unworthy of the title of genius. She has always been free-spirited and cannot endure the trials of cultivation. We shall refrain from interfering in matters of talent cultivation, Xing replied, her expression filled with hesitation. What if we must insist on inviting the princess of your clan? Mei Qing suddenly fixed her sharp gaze upon the clan leader, Xing. Xing felt a shiver run through her. She had clearly sensed Mei Qing's murderous intent. Nevertheless, she held her ground and responded, Elder Mei Qing. My daughter simply does not wish to pursue progress in cultivation and has not violated any treaties or rules, has she? If this is the case, I shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the Star-Picking Palace's Privy Council. Mei Qing abruptly stood, yet Yang Tianwen smiled gently, signaling her to sit down. Mei Qing coldly snorted but remained silent. Yang Tianwen, adept at dealing with such slippery characters, recognized that Mei Qing's impulsiveness could easily lead to entrapment. There is no need for such apprehension, for our intentions are solely for the benefit of Princess Xinu. Should she use this opportunity to visit the Moon Demon clan, it would be advantageous for us all. If we were to wait until the Star-Picking Palace publicly announces the matter, it may no longer be merely the two of us visiting the Moon Demon clan. Since the Star-Picking Palace has summoned experts to confront the Talu and Shadow clans, why should we not? I have said all I need to. Yang Tian maintained a constant smile while the pressure upon him was far greater than that on Mei Qing. Although the Talu and Shadow clans had not been annihilated by the Star-Picking Palace, their adversaries had already made a move, with Xinu entangled in this conflict. Failing to take a stand could spell disaster for the Moon Demon clan, which could not afford to follow in the footsteps of those two clans. Two esteemed elders. Please wait a moment. Xing formed a complex hand seal, erecting a barrier to prevent any probing of their thoughts. She then rose and offered a deep bow to Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing. The two instantly stood, exchanging a glance that betrayed their alarm. Mei Qing tore through the void, arriving at the location where Xinu had disappeared. After a thorough examination, she returned to the Grand Hall and coldly inquired, when did she vanish? Have you discovered anything? Reporting to the two elders, my daughter went missing 3 days ago. At that time, her attendant entered to deliver breakfast and found her missing. Initially, we assumed she had gone out to relax, but when she had not returned even after a day, I realized something was amiss. We dispatched searchers, yet even when the Star-Picking Palace's people arrived, we found no trace. Otherwise, we would never have dared to refuse the invitation from the Star-Picking Palace. It was only later that I learned the gravity of the situation, possibly related to my daughter. We have sent some of our clan's best trackers to search, but to this day, we have found nothing. Xing recounted, trembling. Mei Qing nodded at Yang Tianwen, indicating that Xing was not lying. Should she have been deceitful, they would not have hesitated to obliterate the Moon Demon clan. During their previous campaigns alongside He, they had extinguished countless races, and the Moon Demon clan was hardly a concern. Feeling the murderous intent dissipate from Yang Tianwen, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He posed a far greater threat than Mei Qing. Yang Tianwen was a true harbinger of death, having claimed the lives of innumerable Dao Void realm experts, perhaps even more than he. Despite his current gentle demeanor, his restrained aura was far more terrifying. The clan leader had best not conceal anything from me or the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. I trust you are keenly aware of the stakes involved. Yang Tianwen stated firmly. After some hesitation, the clan leader of the Moon Demon clan spoke again. To be honest, esteemed elders, approximately a month ago, the young lady of the Gongsun family from Izhou visited our Moon Demon clan, claiming she had met my daughter during her travels in the Tianyuan continent. The two became fast friends, a fact I later confirmed with my daughter. However, I have always found the arrival of this young lady from the Gongsun family to be quite suspicious, especially since my daughter disappeared just 7 days after her departure. Upon hearing Xing's words, Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback that this matter was entangled with the Gongsun family of Izhou. They had not seen that old fellow from the Gongsun family in thousands of years, although they had fought alongside him in the past. Their interactions with the Gongsun ancestors had been minimal. Does the clan leader have anything else to add? Yang Tianwen pressed on, disregarding Xing's previous statement. Xing shook her head respectfully, replying, esteemed elders, that is all the information I possess. Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing were preparing to tear through the void and depart from the Moon Demon clan when unexpectedly, the clan leader of the Moon Demon fell to his knees, his forehead touching the ground. He implored, we beseech the two esteemed elders to guide the Moon Demon clan towards a clearer path. We do not wish to follow the tragic fate of the Ta and the Shadow clans. Mei Qing chose to disregard Xing, as such matters were typically addressed by Yang Tianwen. This had been the case in the past as well. Yang Tianan glanced back at the kneeling Xing, tossing her a crystal ball before stepping into the void. His voice echoed around them. This is a void passage crystal, capable of establishing a link between the Star-Picking Palace and the Moon Demon clan. It was crafted with great magical prowess by the Dao Emperor. Should you find yourselves in peril, shatter this crystal, and experts from the Star-Picking Palace will come to your aid without delay. Xing performed another respectful bow before rising, clutching the crystal ball and staring intently at it. She had chosen the Star-Picking Palace, hoping it was the right decision. Although Yang Tianan had provided her with the Void Passage Crystal, the Moon Demon clan had unwittingly become bait for the clandestine machinations of the Star-Picking Palace. Yet, she understood that without making a choice, the Moon Demon clan could indeed face utter annihilation, especially given that 2 clans had already been eradicated. Why did you not allow me to take action earlier? Mei Qing questioned Yang Tianan in the void. There was no necessity. Together we could not overpower our adversaries. Now, with the Moon Demon clan serving as bait, we need not fear their lack of interest. With a disdainful snort, Mei Qing returned to the Star-Picking Palace. Yang Tianan watched her vanish and chuckled, shaking his head as he too made his way to the palace. Upon witnessing the departure of Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing, those hidden within the surrounding formations exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by these two was immense, despite having 8 formidable experts of the Dao Void sacred realm among them. They could not guarantee their success against either of them. Coupled with Xing from the Moon Demon clan, they would surely perish if they lingered too long. Especially with the backing of the Star-Picking Palace, the Source Immortal Island, and the colossal Nine-Tailed Fox clan. As Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing moved further away, a subordinate transmitted a message. Second Elder, shall we take action? Absolutely not. Let us retreat at once. If we attract the attention of those 2, we shall meet our end here. The Second Elder dismissed the barrier isolating their consciousness and sound, and the group hastily withdrew. Once they had distanced themselves, Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing reappeared at the spot where the group had vanished. Yang Tianan inquired, how long can the subtle fragrance you placed upon them last? Clan leader Mei Qing? Mei Qing cradled a charming little creature resembling a silkworm, teasing it as she replied, as long as this fragrance is embedded within them. Combined with the specific scent-tracking worm, they can be located anywhere on the Tianyuan continent, unless this tracking worm and its offspring perish. Then we should hasten back to the Star-Picking Palace, Yang Tianwen declared solemnly. Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing returned once more to the Star-Picking Palace. At this moment, Xing could hardly fathom that, had it not been for the timely arrival of Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing, the Moon Demon clan might have faced utter annihilation. Upon their return, Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing sought out Yilan directly. Despite their inquiries into the 60 formidable Dao Void realm experts from the 3 clans, no fruitful leads emerged, causing Yilan to grow increasingly anxious. Upon seeing the 2 esteemed elders return, she hastily inquired if there was any news. After recounting their experiences with the Moon Demon clan, Yilan promptly ordered the Shadow Concealment Pavilion and the Martial Hall to establish a defensive perimeter 1,000 miles away from the Moon Demon clan. Moreover, Mei Qing brought back a staggering revelation, which was also pivotal in validating her belief that Xing, the clan leader of the Moon Demon clan, was not deceiving them. I meticulously investigated the area where Xing vanished, and I discovered traces of the Shadow Killer. Given the historical enmity between the Shadow clan and the Moon Demon clan, I surmised that it was the Shadow Killer who abducted Xing. However, my tracking techniques failed to uncover any sign of them. Esteemed elders, your efforts are commendable. I shall ensure that the Shadow Concealment Pavilion maintains vigilant surveillance. I also have a rather pressing matter that I hope you will assist with. Are you suggesting we venture into the Divine Path secret realm? The Divine Path clan is not to be trifled with. Their Daochen is a formidable figure from our epic. Unless Zhuge Jing returns, we pose little threat to them. Furthermore, let us not forget that members of the Golden Clan are also involved in this endeavor. Should they unite, our very passage could be in jeopardy. Yang Tianan pondered thoughtfully. But what if we include the 9 law enforcers from the Martial Hall? Would that not enable us to glean the information we seek from both clans? Yang Tianwen, if you harbor fear, I shall go alone. I refuse to believe that, as the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, I cannot extract some answers regarding the Divine Path clan and the Golden Clan. If necessary, I shall ally with the Star-Picking Palace to eradicate both clans. Mei Qing declared fiercely, slamming her palm onto the table as she glared at Yang Tianwen. Yang Tianwen was slightly taken aback, realizing that Zhuge Jing had entrusted all 9 enforcers of the Martial Hall to Yilan, while others may have been unaware of the origins of these 9 enforcers. Yang Tianwen was acutely aware that they were indeed the core strength of the Star-Picking Palace. This indicated the high regard Zhuge Jing held for Yilan, Zheng Yi, and Ling Chen. Since the Hall Master had summoned the 9 enforcers, the old man decided to pay a visit to the Divine Path clan and the Golden Clan. Mei Qing let out a cold huff and tore through the void towards the Divine Path clan, followed closely by Yang Tianwen, who brought the 9 enforcers along. At that moment, Ling Chen emerged from behind the main hall of the 8 Extremes Palace, watching the 2 vanish and remarked, "Are you not concerned about handing over the 9 enforcers to them? What if they annihilate the Divine Path clan and the Golden Clan? That would be a grave matter." "Not at all. These two are veterans who have weathered the battles of 100,000 years ago. Though one appears composed and the other impulsive, neither should be underestimated. If you only perceive them at face value, it could be perilous. Consider the figure of the Void Emperor from that time. Although we were young, he was a figure that instilled fear in the 6 clans of the Tianyuan continent: immortals, gods, humans, demons, ghosts, and fiends alike. These two are his closest comrades. Do you still think they're easily manageable? Lingshan was also taken aback. He realized that he had been misled by their current demeanor over the years. Upon reflection, it was inconceivable that they lacked formidable means. Their brief visit to the Moon Demon clan had turned the members of that clan into pawns to draw out the true puppeteer behind the scenes. A feat that could not be achieved through mere impulsiveness or amiability. After Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing departed, the members of the Star-Picking Palace did not remain idle. Continuing their relentless pursuit of any trace of Heiji across the Tianyuan continent, tensions escalated throughout the continent, causing the nerves of the populace to become increasingly taut. Chapter 13. Secrets of the Divine Path clan. Upon returning to the Heavenly Domain, the second elder immediately sought an audience with the Lord of the Heavenly Domain. The Lord, situated near the exquisite Linglong secret realm, sensed the urgency in the second elder's demeanor and realized that something had gone awry concerning the Moon Demon clan. After the second elder paid his respects, he recounted how they were about to take action when they encountered Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing en route to the Moon Demon clan. The Lord of the Heavenly Domain immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Having witnessed Mei Qing's tactics firsthand, he knew that the two could not possibly have overlooked the presence of the second elder and his companions. It was clear that they had been ensnared by some means. Second elder, gather everyone involved in this operation at once. The Lord commanded with urgency. The second elder suddenly grasped the seriousness of the matter and hurried to locate the rest of the team. Meanwhile, the Lord whispered directives to Nan Yuan, who promptly set off to execute them. He then summoned Bei Ming and instructed him on how to handle the second elder's group. After both Nan Yuan and Bei Ming departed, the Lord took a brief respite in a makeshift tent, closing his eyes in contemplation, lost in thought. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Heavenly Domain's Grand Hall, Bei Ming unexpectedly attacked the second elder's party. Although there were 5 formidable warriors among them at the Dao Void sacred realm, their strength paled in comparison to Bei Ming's. Furthermore, Bei Ming struck with unforeseen ferocity, incapacitating the 5 in an instant. The remaining members, lacking the courage to retaliate, fell silent. Once he had effectively intimidated them, Bei Ming proclaimed, "All of you have rendered service to the Heavenly Domain. Yet you have become ensnared by the schemes of the ancestral figure Yang Tianwen and the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe, Mei Qing. If you do not relinquish your physical forms, the Star-Picking Palace will locate you. You now face 2 choices: be obliterated by me or abandon your corporeal bodies. I shall seek new vessels to house your souls and ensure your revival." The second elder and his companions exchanged glances, realizing their options were severely limited. They then proceeded to control their souls, detaching them from their physical forms. Bei Ming extended his hand, drawing their souls into his grasp, and transported them to the Immaculate Spring for purification. The web of the Heavenly Domain was activated, employing special methods to extract them without making contact with their physical bodies, guiding them towards the 13 islands of the Jiuzhou and the Tianyuan continent. The agents of the Star-Picking Palace, armed with the scent-seeking insects provided by Mei Qing, were on the verge of locating the stronghold of the Heavenly Domain. However, just as they were closing in, the Heavenly Domain's web moved the second elder's physical forms in various directions. The agents of the Shadow Pavilion discovered their scent-seeking insects pointing in multiple directions and promptly dispersed to pursue separate paths. Once the agents had distanced themselves, Nan Yuan emerged from the void, drenched in cold sweat at the prospect of being discovered by the Shadow Pavilion. Fortunately, the Lord had reacted swiftly. Had the Shadow Pavilion pinpointed their location, the stronghold, cultivated over millennia, would have been rendered to naught. The agents of the Shadow Pavilion diligently followed the scent-seeking insects and, after traversing hundreds of thousands of miles over 3 days, arrived in the southwestern region of the Mo state, one of the most complex territories in the Tianyuan continent. Here, humans, demons, and devils coexisted, with the Sima clan of humans, the Tiani tigers of the demon race, and the Xingma clan of devils each claiming dominion, resulting in continuous minor conflicts. However, under the mediation of the Star-Picking Palace, no significant wars had erupted. The Shadow Pavilion's agents, following the scent-seeking insects, arrived at the Tiani Palace of the Tiani Tiger clan. Due to the presence of a Dao Void Emperor-level powerhouse overseeing the clan, the agents, whose highest cultivation level was merely at the refining Void Emperor realm, were wary of being detected and dared not approach too closely. Once they confirmed that the insects were indeed circling in this vicinity, the first team of agents reported back to the Star-Picking Palace. The remaining teams of the web similarly transported the second elder's physical forms, escorted by Dao Void Emperor-level warriors, to other clans where no Dao Void Sacred Realm experts were stationed. In a short span, the Shadow Pavilion received a comprehensive list of 6 clans participating in the extermination of the Moon Demon clan. Upon receiving the news, Lingshan promptly made his way to the Hall of 8 Extremes to meet Yilan. Upon learning the details, Yilan understood that their adversaries had deduced the tactics employed by the clan leader of the nine-tailed fox tribe, Mei Qing. The six clans, especially the Tianyi Tiger clan, would never dare to undertake such an endeavor. Not only did they lack a Dao Void sacred realm protector, but the Moon Demon clan's strength surpassed that of these six clans combined. Additionally, the Moon Demon clan harbored several Dao Void sacred realm powerhouses, making the prospect of annihilating them a fool's errand. As the star-picking palace found itself ensnared in another precarious predicament, Mei Qing and Yang Tianwen arrived at the Divine Path secret realm. The guards at the entrance recognized them immediately and, while notifying the clan leader Dao Chun, ushered them inside. Upon arriving at the Great Hall of the Divine Path clan, Dao Chun awaited them at the entrance. True to its ancient heritage, the Divine Path clan's hall was constructed from crystal stone, adorned with hundreds of dragon pillars that reached the apex of the secret realm, imparting an air of solemnity and grandeur to the palace. Recognizing the gravity of the matter upon seeing the 9 enforcers accompanying the two, Dao Chun discreetly performed a complex incantation to summon the leader of the Golden Clan, Huang Jin Yulian, for assistance. Although the combined might of these 11 individuals might not suffice to withstand an assault, it would at least ensure the survival of a portion of the clan. Dao Chun was not overly sensitive. He recalled the last time the 9 enforcers appeared was during a tumultuous incident in Fengdu, which nearly disrupted the cycle of reincarnation within the Tianyuan continent. The star-picking palace had dispatched the enforcers to quell that chaos with overwhelming force. Prior to that, there had been a rebellion within the 9-headed bird clan, inciting half of the demon race to participate in conflict. Even the Dao Void Emperor Zhu Long had intervened, yet the local uprising could not be suppressed. Ultimately, the Shadow Pavilion provided a list, and in a single night, all Dao Void sacred realm powerhouses leading the rebellion were eliminated by the 9 enforcers, swiftly quelling the insurrection. Historically, in times of irreconcilable discord on the Tianyuan continent, the 9 enforcers would intervene with formidable measures to restore order. Thus, Dao Chen did not assume that Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing, accompanied by the 9 enforcers, were merely here for a cordial visit. After the initial pleasantries, they entered the Grand Hall, with Mei Qing and Yang Tianwen seated on either side while the 9 enforcers stood imposing in the center, exuding a palpable pressure. Dao Chun had intended to invite them to sit as well, but reconsidered, turning to Yang Tianwen and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you, esteemed Elder Yang, to the Divine Path clan?" Given the intelligence capabilities of the Divine Path clan, they had likely already learned that He Iji, the scion of the He family, was abducted by the heavenly domain while en route to the source Immortal Island with my great-granddaughter from the star-picking palace. Among those who accompanied him, 2 were familiar faces, one being Dao Yuan, a member of the Divine Path clan. If memory serves me right, he is indeed the brother of clan leader Dao Chen. Yang Tianwen, upon hearing Dao Chen's inquiry, took a sip of tea and replied with a measured tone, "There is no need for the Golden Clan leader to hide, please. Come forth." Mei Qing addressed the void. Suddenly, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and Huang Jin Yulian stepped into view. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, rivaling even Mei Qing, yet her beauty was not of the captivating kind but rather of a noble elegance, untouched by the mundane world. Clad in a flowing white gown, she appeared almost at odds with the title of the Golden Clan. Huang Jin Yulian nodded slightly to Yang Tianwen, acknowledging him, and disregarded Mei Qing as she gracefully settled into the chair to Mei Qing's right. This was not mere arrogance on Huang Jin Yulian's part. She was a figure of a bygone era, having once aided Hirenki in his cultivation of the 6 paths reincarnation eye. Legends once circulated that Huang Jin Yulian held affections for Hirenki, who in turn was enamored with her. This led to a fierce confrontation between Mei Qing and Huang Jin Yulian, ultimately quelled by Hirenki, who took Mei Qing away, resulting in animosity between the 2 women. I have heard about the matter mentioned by the ancestor of the Yang family. A younger member of my Golden Clan was involved, and I have been informed that he has been slain by the Lord of the Lonely Cloud Palace. Is the Golden Clan leader distressed? Mei Qing quipped. Clan leader Mei is jesting. This individual was once a prodigious talent of my Golden Clan, but he was eliminated during the clan's talent competition a millennium ago and subsequently vanished. We even entrusted the star-picking palace's Shadow Pavilion to search for him. But alas, he remained elusive. However, his soul plate has not perished, indicating he still lives on the Tianyuan continent. It is unknown what fortuitous events have allowed him to ascend to the Dao Void Emperor realm, yet he has now committed such a grievous error. Should the star-picking palace require assistance, my Golden Clan is willing to lend our utmost support. Listening to Huang Jin Yulian's earnestness, Mei Qing and Yang Tianwen felt it inappropriate to press further, for they could verify her words with Ling Chen upon their return. Huang Jin Yulian was not one to act foolishly. And what of clan leader Dao Chun? Is it possible that the talented brother of the divine clan leader has also defected? Mei Qing fixed her gaze on Dao Chen. Dao Chen's countenance grew troubled. After a moment of silence, he formed a hand seal to isolate his consciousness before speaking. In truth, Dao Yuan is not my biological brother. Years ago, my mother and father quarreled, leading her to leave home in anger. One fateful night, a century later, she returned to my father, her body battered. At this revelation, the assembly was taken aback, unaware of such hidden intricacies within the divine clan. Dao Chun paused to sip his tea, then continued, "My mother gave birth to my brother. Although my father held disdain for Dao Yuan, he provided him with the finest cultivation resources out of respect for my mother. Dao Yuan possessed remarkable talent, advancing to the great ascension emperor realm within a millennium. My father even contemplated appointing him as an elder of the divine clan. However, Dao Yuan believed he would inherit my father's position. Centuries later, I was born, yet my aptitude paled in comparison to Dao Yuan's. It took me a millennium merely to reach the great ascension Yuan realm. As time passed, my mother's hidden injuries became irreparable, leading to her demise. My father, devastated, entrusted clan affairs to the Grand Elder before retreating into seclusion. After several millennia, I unexpectedly absorbed the essence of the immortal light while entering the Void Refinement realm, propelling my strength beyond Dao Yuan's. This was followed by the tumultuous Six Clans War, during which my father's generation perished. Before his death, he entrusted the divine clan to me. The secret regarding Dao Yuan was known only to me, yet he eavesdropped during a visit and learned of it. Consequently, Dao Yuan and I became estranged, leading to his secret instigation of the ancient conflict between the immortal and divine clans. However, the 9 law enforcers should have dealt with Dao Yuan, and logically, he should have perished. Yet, I am at a loss as to how he re-emerged. Now at the Refinement Void Emperor realm, the list we received did not include Dao Yuan's name, yet he was present at the scene, and we refrained from acting against him, one of the 9 law enforcers noted. Upon grasping this historical account, the group was left in astonishment, realizing the divine clan harbored such a complex past. Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing exchanged glances, initially anticipating a fruitful outcome from the divine clan, only to find themselves confronted with such a predicament. Having obtained the answers they sought, Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing prepared to take their leave. Dao Chun rose early and bowed to the 3 individuals below, requesting that they keep the matter confidential, lest the divine clan become the subject of ridicule among the 6 clans of Tianyuan. Nods of agreement followed, and Yang Tianwen, Mei Qing, and the 9 law enforcers departed from the divine secret realm. Huang Jinyulian cast a glance at Dao Chun, shaking her head in resignation before turning to leave as well. After everyone had exited, Dao Chun remained seated in silence, pondering deeply for a long while, lost in thought. After Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing returned to the star-picking palace and concluded their discussions with Yilan, they proceeded to the Privy Council. Additionally, upon their return, a curious incident unfolded. They discovered that Yuan, the principal culprit behind the ancient conflict between the immortal and divine races, was astonishingly absent from the list compiled by the Shadowy Pavilion. This revelation prompted an investigation, revealing that while the list sent out by the Shadowy Pavilion included Yuan, he had mysteriously vanished from the roster received by the 9 law enforcement officers, an intriguing development that sparked a fierce glint in Chen's eyes. The 9 clans of the Privy Council had stationed personnel within, with each clan possessing an independent courtyard, facilitating communication between Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing. Meanwhile, the star-picking palace did not cease its activities due to the lack of information. Rather, their search intensified. The situation on the Tianyuan continent grew increasingly tense, and various races, utilizing their own channels, began to receive news, partly fueled by the machinations of the Shadowy Pavilion. Yilan and others were keen to observe the reactions of the different races upon receiving this information. However, after more than 10 days had passed, the responses varied significantly. Yet none of the suspected races reacted at all. The search for Heiji encountered yet another bottleneck. Chapter 14. Collaborating to break the sword array. As Ruan lifted her foot, she promptly set it back down and addressed the azure water cage in her hand. Do you possess a method to unravel this sword array? It seems you have quite a depth of knowledge regarding it. I do. Yet what benefit would unraveling this sword array yield for me? I am imprisoned within this cage. It matters little where I remain. Heiji did not answer Ruan's query, but instead sought to leverage the situation for his own advantage. You cannot refuse me. Have you forgotten? You are currently afflicted by 2 types of poison. The moment I gently blow this bone whistle, the insects clinging to your bones will begin to gnaw at you frantically until they consume every last fragment of your bones. And this jade flute, its spirit insects will devour the spiritual energy within you, wreaking havoc on your meridians, exacerbating your already precarious injuries. Ruan spoke the most ruthless words in the cutest tone, and upon hearing this, Heiji understood that this little demoness might not be so easily dealt with. After a protracted silence, Heiji remained unresponsive, prompting Ruan to grow impatient and inquire, "Have you considered my proposal? Do you require me to blow the bone whistle or the jade flute?" After a while, just as Ruan reached for the bone whistle, Heiji finally spoke. The key to the sword array lies in locating the array's eye. Observe your surroundings, in the cardinal directions as well as the intercardinal ones. There are 8 hidden array flags. Close your eyes and carefully sense the flow of spiritual energy within the array, identifying the 8 points where the energy converges. Following Heiji's instructions, Ruan closed her eyes and gradually became aware of the spiritual energy converging in 8 distinct directions, then flowing toward the array's eye. I can sense where the energy gathers. What should I do next? How many waves of spiritual energy can you unleash at once? I can unleash a maximum of 5 waves. Why do you ask? To break the restrictions of the azure water cage, I will unleash the remaining 3 waves. After a moment of contemplation, Ruan reasoned that since Hiiji was afflicted by poison, he would not pose much of a threat upon escaping the azure water cage. She decisively released the restrictions, yet after a long wait, Hiiji did not emerge. From within the azure water cage, Hiiji's voice rang out. I will not be coming out. I will handle the southern, southwestern, and southeastern directions. You shall take care of the rest. When I count to 3, we will unleash our spiritual energy together. All right. As Hiiji counted to 3, 3 waves of spiritual energy surged from the azure water cage, accurately striking the array flags that Ruan had sensed earlier. Simultaneously, Ruan released 5 waves of spiritual energy, targeting the remaining flags. In that instant, as the flags were destroyed, the entire sword array trembled violently, and thousands of flying swords encircled Ruan, shifting continuously without attacking her. Ultimately, these flying swords collided and merged, forming 64 divine-level immortal swords that pointed toward Ruan from all directions. In addition to the 64 flying swords surrounding her, a sword of primordial level hovered above Ruan's head. This sword was entirely emerald, devoid of any aura of slaughter, emanating a gentle sensation. Utterly contrary to what one would expect from a primordial level sword. Throughout history, primordial swords were instruments of massacre, steeped in the blood of countless races. Their very essence infused with the aura of violence. Yet this sword seemed untouched by bloodshed, akin to a pure celestial maiden, radiating an air of pride. Hiiji was taken aback by the sight of this primordial sword. In his youth, he had witnessed his uncle Hichi's sword, which was saturated with an overwhelming aura of killing intent, and its sword spirit was exceptionally proud, permitting no one but Hichi to wield it unless they could overpower it with sheer force. Try to communicate with this sword and see if it possesses a sword spirit. If it lacks one, you will need to subdue it. If there is a spirit, we shall see if it allows us to depart, Hiiji instructed Ruan. But I know nothing of the sword path. I have studied spells, poisons, and agility since childhood, never having delved into swordsmanship. My father always said the sword path is exceedingly arduous. Although sword cultivators of equal realms are extraordinarily powerful, breakthroughs are exceedingly rare. Few traverse this path throughout the Tianyuan continent, so I am utterly ignorant of swordsmanship, Ruan lamented as she gazed at the swords encircling her. She then unexpectedly settled down and began to eat. Hiiji observed Ruan outside the azure water cage, but refrained from speaking, choosing instead to cultivate in solitude. Once Ruan had satiated her hunger, she retrieved her sleeping gear from her storage ring and indulged in a deep slumber. After restoring herself to peak condition, she rose and called toward Hiiji within the azure water cage. Hey, come and communicate with this sword to discern its nature. Hiiji initially thought Ruan had given up, only to be surprised when this little demoness insisted he undertake the perilous task once more. Ignoring her, Hiiji reclined on the stone slab bed within the azure water cage, prompting Ruan, feeling slighted by his indifference, to produce the bone whistle and blow into it. Hiiji was inundated with excruciating pain, and the sound of the bone-eating insect gnawing at his bones reverberated through bone conduction to his eardrums, delivering a dual assault on his senses. However, he remained silent. Noticing Hiiji's lack of reaction, Ruan abruptly altered her tone, raising the pitch of the bone whistle. The bone-eating insects within Hiiji's body went into a frenzy, gnawing with wild abandon, causing veins to bulge on his forehead and his entire body to become drenched in sweat. As the insects continued their relentless assault, Hiiji let out a muffled groan. After what felt like an eternity, Hiiji realized that this little demoness was resolute in having him break the array. With no alternatives left, he understood that if the bone-eating insects finished their work today, it would be a tremendous loss. Weakly, he implored, if you blow again, I won't just be unable to break the array, I might actually die. I knew you wouldn't last, so hurry up and break the array. Ruan's bewitching smile, in Hiiji's eyes, was far from charming. It was unmistakably the smile of a devil cloaked in beauty. At that moment, Hiiji had already lost a quarter of his bones to the bone-eroding goo, causing his visage to diminish and collapse, rendering him an odd spectacle, as though he were clad in oversized garments, though the fabric of his attire was his own flesh and blood. This vividly illustrated the malevolence of the bone-eroding goo. It could not only torment a person but also completely alter their appearance, transforming them into an entirely different being, a mere puppet of the sorcerer. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Hiiji sat cross-legged upon the stone slab of the azure water cage, his fingers deftly weaving a complex incantation. After which he directed a thread of his consciousness into the verdant, primordial sword hovering above Ruan. Meanwhile, Ruan toyed with the azure water cage, settling into a comfortable posture as she awaited the outcome of Hiiji's efforts to break the array. Upon entering the sword, Hiiji found himself enveloped by a force of sealing power. Not far away, he beheld a figure clad in green, suspended in midair, her arms bound by the power of time and space, deep in slumber. Hiiji was perplexed, He had anticipated a dialogue with the sword spirit, or perhaps a confrontation. Yet here he was, confronted by a binding of temporal and spatial forces, an ability not easily wielded, even by cultivators of the Void Refinement realm. Suddenly, a thread of consciousness emanated from the sword spirit, coalescing into a breathtaking woman in green before Hiiji, who inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to this azure sword? How did you gain entrance? Did that person permit your entry?" Hiiji was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions. Pondering how to respond to this discerning figure, who appeared far from naive, he decided to speak half-truths, saying, "Fair lady, I inadvertently entered a secret realm with a companion, and while seeking an exit, we found ourselves ensnared within this sword array. I wish to break the array and seek your assistance." After his respectful bow, the woman in green paused, absorbing the information Hiiji had imparted, her mind racing with conjectures. However, the stark contrast between her circumstances and his left her with little clarity. The woman in green, lost in thought, queried, "Young swordsman, have you encountered a particularly peculiar individual in the secret realm? He should be clad in white, speaking in an eloquent manner, yet his temperament is capricious, and his methods exceedingly ruthless. Esteemed one, we did not meet anyone after entering the secret realm and were subsequently trapped in this sword array. If you would extend your aid, I could assist you in locating this individual," Hiiji replied. "You are indeed clever, but it would be best if you never crossed paths with him. With your limited cultivation, encountering him would mean certain demise." The woman in green then inquired about the recent happenings in the Tianyuan continent, but Hiiji was oblivious to the people and events she mentioned. It soon dawned on both that they might not be of the same era. The woman then proposed, "Young swordsman, I can aid your escape from this sword array. But given your exceptional roots and background, do you see the person bound by the power of time and space? You must assist me in breaking this binding in the future. What do you say?" She gazed at Hiiji, awaiting his response. The temporal seals surrounding her were nearly insurmountable within the Tianyuan continent, and she was taking a gamble, hoping Hiiji was indeed the prodigy nurtured by the continent's foremost powers. Hiiji, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already ensnared and uncertain of how to extricate himself, let alone assist this woman. Yet, admitting this would surely lead to her withholding help. Thus, he played a clever word game, saying respectfully, "If I can escape, I will seek assistance from my elders to break this temporal seal." In this instance, Hiiji cleverly refrained from explicitly stating he was trapped within the sword array. Once he escaped the clutches of the Tianyu, he could enlist the help of experts like Zhuge Jing from the Star-Picking Palace to dismantle this temporal force, which was not an insurmountable task. "Very well. Once you are free, I shall entrust the azure sword to your dantian. When you find someone capable of breaking the seal, awaken me. One more thing. Once the azure sword enters your dantian, the sword array will be devoid of control from the primordial sword, causing the other swords to fly chaotically and indiscriminately at those within the array. You will have but a fleeting moment to escape." After Hiiji nodded, he departed from the azure sword and conveyed this information to Ruan. Once everything was prepared, Hiiji transmitted his thoughts to the woman in green within the azure sword. As the sword traversed through the confines of the azure water cage, it directly entered Hiiji's dantian, and in that instant, Ruan executed a swift and graceful escape, dodging the myriad swords that had already severed her flowing hair and left several small tears in her attire. Yet, she managed to flee the array before the swords collided. Due to the influence of the spiritual goo, Hiiji regained his sight, albeit limited to shades of black and white. He observed Ruan, who was tall and fair-skinned, with cascading hair that reached her waist and large, sparkling eyes that seemed to convey unspoken words. After the vigorous exertion, her bosom rose and fell rhythmically, beaded with sweat, and her bangs were slightly dampened, a rosy hue blooming on her delicate face. Hiiji found himself momentarily entranced, even in black and white. Ruan's beauty rivaled that of Yang Qingning. His astonishment was not merely due to her beauty, but stemmed from a lifetime of experiences where such exquisite women were invariably kind and gentle, much like his mother, Yang Qingning, and his master, Guyun, who had always been nurturing and friendly to those around them. Ruan, however, shattered his preconceived notions of beauty equating to benevolence. Noticing Hiiji's gaze upon her, she smirked slightly and resumed her ascent up the mountain. Chapter 15. Affections on Liangyi Mountain. Ruan trekked up the mountain path for a considerable time without catching sight of the air, continuing to call out as she walked. Meanwhile, Hiiji sat within the azure water cage, engrossed in his cultivation. Once the azure sword settled within his dantian, it remained quiet and undisturbed. As he began his training, Hiiji realized the overwhelming dominance of the spiritual goo. Each time the spiritual energy entered his body, 90% would be directly consumed by the goo, resulting in a cultivation speed merely 1/10 that of others. Even though Hiiji possessed innate talent, the presence of the goo rendered him an ordinary individual. Yet, this did not dampen his fighting spirit. He believed that making incremental progress each day was invaluable, as it would accumulate strength for his eventual escape. After approximately 2 hours of walking, Ruan sat down to rest on a rock by the roadside. The foot of the mountain was no longer in sight, and the summit remained shrouded in clouds, with the winding staircase ascending the mountain appearing endless. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ruan queried, picking up the azure water cage, but Hiiji remained silent. After a prolonged wait, witnessing his indifference, she began to speak again. "You must be curious about the air, right? It is a small spirit beast my mother gifted me years ago. She passed away when I was 3. And I've heard that she succumbed to severe injuries sustained a millennium ago. Since then, the air has been my constant companion." Ruan paused, gazing at the sky within the secret realm, lost in thought. Ruan remained oblivious to the subtle transformations unfolding in her surroundings. These changes, though imperceptible, occurred with remarkable swiftness. It was as if an unseen force had altered the flow of time around her. While only an instant had passed for Ruan, a considerable duration had elapsed in the world beyond. Once the surrounding scenery had completed its metamorphosis, the temporal force enveloping her dissipated in an instant, allowing Ruan to finally perceive the changes around her. She found herself seated within a grand palace crafted entirely from white crystal, with every element of the decor echoing this pristine hue. Above the main hall, an inscription read, "In the mountains of Liangyi, a millennium has passed, neither seeking immortals nor divine beings." Ruan rose from the stone that had transformed into a chair. She understood that she had once again fallen into a formation and needed to explore her surroundings to grasp its intricacies, enabling her to devise a strategy to break the formation. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if a string in her heart was being plucked repeatedly. Dismissing her discomfort, she began her investigation around the hall. Meanwhile, Hiiji, trapped within the azure water cage, realized they had once again become ensnared in a strange formation. However, he chose not to communicate with Ruan, preferring to continue his cultivation within the confines of the cage. After her exploration, Ruan discovered a vast complex of structures behind the hall, encircling a square that lay at the back. At the center of the square stood 2 statues of a man and a woman, hand in hand, each appearing so lifelike that they seemed to breathe. As Ruan stood beneath the statues, a voice suddenly emanated from the female statue, Donglang. "After all these years, 2 little ones have arrived at our Liangyi palace. They seem to possess commendable talents. Do you think they can inherit our legacy?" The male statue responded, "Indeed, these children are remarkable, but look at this boy. He has been afflicted by 2 types of poisons. Even if he achieves greatness, he will merely be viewed as a tool by others." The 2 statues continued their discourse, seemingly indifferent to Ruan and Hiiji. Their minds raced, pondering the existence of a Liangyi palace in the Tianyuan continent, a name they had never encountered before. Resigned, Ruan offered a respectful bow to the statues and spoke, "Esteemed seniors, I inadvertently trespassed into Liangyi Palace and disturbed your serene meditation. I humbly request your guidance, and I assure you I will not intrude upon your rest." Upon hearing Ruan's words, the statues chuckled, with the female statue saying, "This young lady possesses good manners. Are you willing to inherit our teachings along with the man trapped in your grasp?" Ruan hesitated, sensing that while the Liangyi Palace exuded an air of solemnity, it also carried an undercurrent of frivolity. Refusing would render her powerless against the statues, yet agreeing left her feeling uncertain. At that moment, Hiiji sensed something amiss. He recalled having seen the Liangyi method in the archives of the Zhaixing Palace, a practice requiring 2 partners to cultivate together for mutual advancement. Although it was not a nefarious practice, a crucial prerequisite was to find a suitable partner. Just as he was about to caution Ruan, she, after a brief internal struggle, declared, "Since the esteemed seniors regard me so highly, I shall accept your offer and be your disciple." Upon her declaration, Hiiji inwardly lamented their predicament. They might very well meet their downfall today. The female statue, upon hearing Ruan's words, erupted into a melodious laugh, saying, "This young lady is sincere. I shall impart our techniques to you. Release the young man you hold. Our methods require 2 to cultivate together, and their minds must be in harmony." Ruan was taken aback, suddenly understanding why the statue had inquired about both herself and Hiiji, rather than just her. However, feeling embarrassed to retract her words, she mustered the courage to respond, "Esteemed senior, please forgive me. The man in my grasp is not the one I desire. Might you first share the techniques with me? I shall seek my true companion later to cultivate together, if that is acceptable." The female statue's expression soured upon hearing this. As the male statue interjected, "The young man you hold is a rare genius. His innate qualities speak for themselves. If the 2 of you cultivate together, it would greatly benefit you, allowing you to achieve greater heights. If you later find another, who is mediocre, would that not tarnish our teachings?" Ruan's countenance darkened as she realized the statues were resolute in their desire to pass on this dual cultivation method to her and Hiiji. How could she possibly be bound to a prisoner, especially one she had tormented? If he were to grow powerful, her fate would surely be sealed. Observing her silence, the female statue continued, "It is no secret that we wish for you both to be our successors and seek vengeance for us. The young man you hold possesses exceptional potential. He may one day surpass us and eliminate that pedantic scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Ruan felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. Suddenly, the male statue unleashed a spell, striking Ruan's forehead and extracting Hiiji from the azure water cage. As Ruan laid eyes on Hiiji, the string within her heart vibrated intensely, her cheeks flushing slightly, and her breath quickening. Hiiji, noticing Ruan's reaction, inwardly cursed his fate. The enchantment cast by this fiendish entity would compel Ruan to develop feelings for the first person she encountered after the imposition of the spell. This was far from favorable for him. Should they escape, and the domain lord of Tianyu discover her condition, he would face dire consequences, possibly resulting in a fate worse than death. Young man, this enchanting girl will be utterly devoted to you from this moment forth. This is a secret technique of our Liangyi Palace. Once cast, there is no undoing it. This maiden shall be yours in life and in death. In her eyes, Ruan now saw only Hiiji, yet the vivid memory of her earlier fierce actions towards him lingered, casting an awkward shadow over their interactions. Hiiji, unsure of how to relate to her, felt a palpable discomfort. Meanwhile, Ruan tenderly grasped Hiiji's hand, standing quietly by his side. His body stiffened instantly. For 16 years, apart from Yang Qingming, he had never been so intimately close to another woman, leaving him feeling particularly ill at ease. It was for the first time that Hiiji noticed Ruan's appearance so closely. Her features were remarkably animated, with every subtle expression radiating youthful vitality and innocence. Her skin, fair to the point of translucence, resembled tender leaves blanketed by fresh snow, exuding a purity untouched by the dust of the world. The sunlight gently illuminated her cheeks, bestowing a soft, warm glow upon her delicate complexion. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown that swayed lightly in the breeze, she resembled a violet dancing in the morning air, emanating a faint, barely perceptible fragrance. Most striking were her enchanting large eyes, akin to two deep, clear springs, sparkling with intelligence and curiosity. Her long, curled lashes fluttered with each blink, resembling the most exquisite natural movements. Every gaze seemed to silently convey a multitude of unspoken words. These eyes were not merely a visual delight but also a window to her soul, compelling one to delve into the stories and dreams hidden within. Her smile, reminiscent of the brightest sunshine on a spring day, could instantly illuminate everything around her, instilling a sense of boundless warmth and hope. Hiiji, however, found it impossible to connect the radiant figure beside him with the mischievous sorceress who had tormented him before. The two statues, observing Ruan's demeanor, nodded in satisfaction, preparing to impart the secrets of dual cultivation to the pair. Yet, to their astonishment, Hiiji resolutely refused to comply. The two elder figures, undoubtedly esteemed in their own right, had witnessed the dual cultivation methods at the star-picking palace. Though the union of yin and yang is the fundamental principle governing the universe, the essence lies in the mutual willingness and heartfelt emotions of both parties, allowing them to progress and grow together, rather than coercing a young woman as the elders intended. Such a lovely girl, who henceforth sees only you. And yet you question us, exclaimed the female statue, a hint of admiration in her voice. Indeed, the path of duality is the way of all things, requiring a genuine heart. But we cannot afford to wait. The scholarly scoundrel of you obliterated our physical forms, and our souls were refined down to mere remnants. Now, activated by you and this young lady, we face imminent dissolution within mere hours, yet we seek vengeance. Do you understand? Hiiji, pondering the female statue's words, noted the striking similarities to the enigmatic woman in the azure sword. Could they share the same enemy? Despite his musings, he responded to the female statue, esteemed elder, I shall take on your grievances. If I can ever rise to the same heights as Rain, I will avenge you. However, I cannot engage in dual cultivation with anyone else. I have cherished a childhood sweetheart who has grown alongside me, and I shall marry no one but her. I beg you to understand. The male statue, appreciating Hiiji's forthrightness, acknowledged the young man's understanding of the core of dual cultivation, that the connection must stem from genuine emotions. Hiiji's resolute commitment to his feelings for Ruan, despite her unwavering affection for him, was a rare quality at his impetuous age. Yet, the two statues were not easily swayed. The male statue declared, if you believe that genuine feelings must arise from the heart, then I shall grant you an opportunity to cultivate such feelings. Upon uttering these words, he cast a complex spell, transforming the scenery around Hiiji and Ruan. They were enveloped in an illusion where their experiences unfolded like a fast-forwarded film. Yet within the illusion, they lived these moments in vivid reality. In their first life, Hiiji was a scholar, and Ruan was his devoted wife, managing all matters at home while prioritizing his ambitions. After years of effort, Hiiji finally achieved success, but Ruan, worn from her tireless support, passed away. Hiiji spent the remainder of his days in longing for her, clutching a lock of her hair as he departed from this world. In the second life, Hiiji was a merchant and Ruan a renowned courtesan. They fell deeply in love, and Hiiji exhausted his wealth to redeem her. However, their modest lives were disrupted when Ruan caught the attention of the governor. Hiiji was imprisoned, and in a bid to save him from cruel torments, Ruan succumbed to the governor's advances. Tragically, upon discovering Hieiji's demise, she took her own life. In the third life, Hieiji was a prodigious talent in a sect of immortals, raised with high expectations. However, during a trial, he encountered a demonic saintess, and they pledged their lives to one another. Ultimately, they were hunted down by both righteous and evil forces, dying in each other's embrace, their remains reduced to ashes. In the fourth life, Hieiji was a war general, while Ruan was the daughter of a prime minister, having grown up alongside him. Their marriage was harmonious. Yet Hieiji was often away on campaigns. As a war broke out, he left before their child was born, and although he achieved victory, he was ambushed and killed on his way home. Ruan raised her child alone. After Hieiji's death, she often sat beneath the phoenix tree they had planted together, murmuring his name until her final moments. In their fifth life, Hieiji was a physician, with Ruan by his side as they healed the ailing together. His exceptional medical skills gradually earned him a stellar reputation. Years later, they were married and blessed with a son and a daughter. However, a sudden plague broke out, and driven by his mission to heal, Hieiji ventured forth. Through his tireless efforts, the epidemic was finally contained, but he tragically contracted the illness himself. Before passing, he whispered an apology to Ruan, facing his homeland. Upon learning of his demise, Ruan was engulfed in grief. And after their children grew up and started families of their own, she departed this world to join him. In their sixth life, both Ruan and Hieiji hailed from esteemed families. Their union was a natural progression, and they entered into a blissful marriage, spending their remaining years together. On a sunny morning, hand in hand, they stepped into the next reincarnation. In the seventh life, Hieiji became a sovereign ruler, renowned for his military conquests, establishing a lasting legacy of peace. Yet, upon meeting Ruan, he showered her with affection, drawing the ire of other concubines, leading to her tragic demise. Following her death, Hieiji sought vengeance against all responsible, never again entering the harem, ultimately resting beside Ruan in death. In their eighth life, Ruan was a gifted cultivator while Hieiji lacked any aptitude for cultivation, barely surviving until the age of 80 before passing. Ruan traversed the continent alone, witnessing all the beauty for Hieiji, but unable to endure life without him. She relinquished her powers and embarked on the path of reincarnation. In their ninth life, they met at a martial arts competition, their bond blossoming into love as they became partners for a century. However, when demonic forces invaded, Hieiji led the sects in a fierce battle, ultimately defeating the dark sect, but he fell victim to a curse, transforming into ice before Ruan's eyes. Overcome by despair, she followed him into the afterlife. In their 10th life, Hieiji was transformed into the prince of the demon clan, while Ruan was a princess of the dark realm. Their families had been embroiled in conflict for generations. Yet, upon Hieiji's maturity, the demon king offered his only daughter in marriage to forge peace. Initially fraught with tension, their relationship blossomed into genuine affection. However, the demon king had ulterior motives. When the demon clan let down its guard, the dark forces seized the opportunity, resulting in the slaying of Hieiji before Ruan. Unable to bear this blow, she lost her sanity and departed alongside him. In their 11th life, Ruan was a princess of a rival kingdom, captured after Hieiji's conquest. Consumed by vengeance, she found herself trapped in an enemy's brothel, her hatred for Hieiji her sole motivation for survival. Nevertheless, Hieiji repeatedly risked his standing to rescue her, ultimately using his military achievements to request her as a reward from the emperor. At the general's estate, Ruan found an opportunity to assassinate Hieiji. When she struck, Hieiji did not evade but smiled at her. After his death, she learned of his plans through a servant, yet she chose not to follow his path, succumbing instead to the arrows of the soldiers sent to apprehend her. In their 12th life, Ruan and Hieiji were finally united, their matching backgrounds earning them the blessings of their elders. Their life together was filled with joy, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Ultimately, witnessing Hieiji reach the end of his life, Ruan departed to join him. Through 12 cycles of reincarnation, Hieiji and Ruan experienced myriad outcomes of love, and their inexplicable bond truly flourished. Suddenly, Hieiji awoke from his reverie, gasping for fresh air as he gazed at the person cradled in his arms. His heart overwhelmed by the memories of their 12 lives, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. In Chapter 17, A Promise Worth 1,000 Gold, Hieiji looked down at the serene figure in his arms, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, the profound love they had shared across 12 lifetimes, and on the other, the tormenting presence of the little demoness from the opposing camp who had just made him suffer unbearably. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Before him, the two statues remained silent, observing as Hieiji's expression shifted to one of resolve. Gently, he laid Ruan upon the square and bowed respectfully to the statues, stating, "I am aware that I cannot promise anything to my esteemed predecessors, but should I ever achieve the heights you have reached, I vow to avenge you." The male statue was taken aback, impressed by the resolve of this younger generation. Yet a shadow of doubt lingered in his heart, What if this individual failed to uphold his promise? Would their vengeance remain unfulfilled? Nonetheless, he replied, though your talent is extraordinary. Do you understand that attaining my level requires more than just innate ability? I have witnessed many gifted practitioners falter due to inadequate methods, which is why our techniques must be passed on to you. Reluctantly, Hiiji affirmed, I understand your desire for vengeance and will not deceive you. Here, I swear upon my heart, if I ever reach your level, I will eradicate your enemies and fulfill your vendetta. The female statue was similarly astonished, realizing that this youth was willing to make a solemn vow for the sake of his love. Such a promise differed from ordinary oaths. Failure to fulfill it could lead to severe consequences, either stagnation in cultivation or descent into madness. Seeing Hiiji's determination, the male statue softened slightly, encouraged by their response. Hiiji continued, to be honest, the techniques I have been practicing since childhood are among the finest on this continent. I shall undoubtedly become one of its strongest. As Hiiji activated his 6 paths reincarnation technique, the male statue's eyes brightened. Although he had never encountered this method, it was evidently more advanced than his own. Both statues felt reassured. Thus, the burden of vengeance was now entrusted to this younger generation. We shall not take advantage of you. This is our legacy, bestowed upon you in hopes it will aid your cultivation. If you find it unnecessary, we hope you will seek out a worthy successor in the future. We thank you for your consideration. The female statue said to Hiiji. Relieved by their acceptance, Hiiji added, could you kindly lift the restriction placed upon this young lady? Surely, someone of your caliber has the means to do so. Do not flatter me. I truly cannot lift this restriction. However, I can suppress her emotions, allowing her to bury them deep within her heart. Should she ever break free from this restraint, it may become something beyond mere affection. It could turn obsessive. Please, I implore you to cast your spell. I vow to find a remedy. Seeing his confidence, the two statues remained silent. The female statue performed a spell that entered Wan Ruan's heart, gradually fading the blush from her cheeks, restoring her playful and charming demeanor. Hiiji momentarily stood in astonishment, only to regain his composure and express gratitude to the statues. Youth, we must take our leave now. Do you have any further inquiries? Have you two ever encountered a spirit beast that entered this realm a decade ago? I wonder where it might be now. Approximately 8 years ago, a mystical beast passed through our vicinity, but it ascended the mountain, and we have not seen it since. Thank you, esteemed elder. As Hiiji expressed his gratitude, the two statues gradually transformed into powder and dissipated with the wind. Hiiji then sat in the square, waiting for Wan Ruan to awaken. After the statues vanished, the surrounding scenery slowly transformed back to the landscape where Wan Ruan had previously rested. The reason Hiiji did not abandon Wan Ruan, the little sorceress, was his ignorance of the extent of control exerted by the two types of curses within her body, besides the use of the bone whistle and jade flute. He wondered if there were other methods of control, as he wished to avoid experiencing the torment of being consumed by countless insects. Although Hiiji was resolute, he was not foolish, who would willingly endure unnecessary suffering. After approximately 3 hours, the sun in the secret realm was nearing its descent, and Wan Ruan gradually began to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Hiiji meditating beside her, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, which enveloped him in a radiant glow. His bones, once ravaged by the insect curse, had already begun to heal, and his handsome visage momentarily left Wan Ruan in a daze. Hiiji, sensing Wan Ruan's awakening, opened his eyes just in time to catch her gaze fixed upon him. In that brief moment of eye contact, Wan Ruan felt a surge of emotion stirring within her, yet it was tightly restrained by an unseen hand. Nevertheless, her heart raced, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. To break the silence, Wan Ruan awkwardly cleared her throat, inquiring about the two statues. You didn't actually do anything to me, did you? She gently shook her jade flute. Observing her reaction, Hiiji let out a resigned smile and closed his eyes once more to resume his meditation. Feeling as if her punch had landed upon cotton, Wan Ruan, frustrated, stomped her foot and angrily summoned Hiiji into the azure water cage, continuing her ascent up the mountain. Hiiji persisted in his cultivation within the azure water cage, while Wan Ruan trekked for about half an hour before nightfall. She then took out a tent from her storage ring and settled down for rest. Inside the tent, Wan Ruan felt bored and wished to converse with Hiiji, yet she hesitated to break the silence, instead occupying herself with her jade flute. I had inquired of the two statues just before they vanished, and they mentioned having seen a mystical beast heading up the mountain 8 years ago. Upon hearing this, Wan Ruan's spirit soared. Is what you said true? Did they truly witness it? Then let us continue our ascent. We are sure to find it. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Hiiji refrained from further comments and continued his cultivation. He intended to assist the little sorceress when necessary but wished to limit his interactions with her. Remembering her previous actions stirred resentment within him. Yet having experienced 12 lifetimes together within the illusion, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. In the following days, Wan Ruan pressed onward without encountering further dangers. On the 11th day, she finally glimpsed the mountaintop, where a thatched cottage stood alone, surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy enveloped in ethereal mist. After resting through the night to restore her vigor, she continued her ascent toward the summit. Chapter 18. Traces of silk and threads. Yang Qingning sat in Hiiji's room, reminiscing about the myriad moments they had shared together. Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced the air. "Oh, is that not the little sister Qingning? What brings you, an unbetrothed maiden, to this dismal courtyard?" Lingza, Mili, Tiaozhu, Yanqian, Yizhu, Ganlin, Insua, Lingpai, and Linlin, a group of 9, obstructed Yang Qinglan's path. Yang Qinglan admonished them, declaring, "This master does not recognize the principles of seniority and hierarchy, and it seems the servants are merely emulating their master's disregard for authority. It appears we have been too lenient with these servants in the Yang household. Henceforth, you shall learn what it truly means to serve in the Yang residence." Yang Qinglan stood outside the house, incessantly shouting towards Yang Qingning within. Although Yang Qinglan is the eldest daughter of the current family head, Yang Yi, she possesses little in the way of cultivation talent, rendering her no match for Yang Qingning's handmaidens. Consequently, she could only bellow from a distance. Despite her exceedingly arrogant demeanor, she has suffered numerous setbacks at the hands of Yang Qingning throughout her life. Thus, with Yang Qingning remaining silent, the 9 handmaidens who grew up alongside her would not permit entry, and Yang Qinglan dared not force her way through. Hearing Yang Qinglan's uproar, Yang Qingning emerged from Heiji's chamber. The 9 maidservants, upon seeing Yang Qingning, graciously stepped aside at the entrance, positioning themselves on either side of her. Standing on the steps, Yang Qingning looked down at Yang Qinglan and remarked, "Sister, instead of practicing your skills in your own residence, you come here to insult my betrothed. Are you seeking to engage in a contest with me?" Upon hearing Yang Qingning's words, Yang Qinglan's indignation intensified. From childhood, Yang Qingning had been universally acknowledged as the prodigious talent of the Yang family, receiving the finest training available. Likewise, Heiji was recognized as the genius of the He household and, upon his arrival at the Yang residence, garnered immense attention. After several years, both were dispatched to the star-picking palace. Although Yang Qinglan held the title of the eldest daughter of the Yang clan leader, she found herself utterly eclipsed by the prowess of the two. Consequently, from a young age, Yang Qinglan conspired with the younger generation of the Yang family to confront Heiji and Yang Qingning. While Heiji rarely engaged with Yang Qinglan, Yang Qingning was a different story. Their encounters often culminated in conflict. Unfortunately, the entourage Yang Qinglan rallied, comprised of ineffectual individuals, proved no match for Yang Qingning. Gradually, Yang Qinglan tempered her approach, yet her tongue remained merciless. "My sister has already attained the body refinement emperor realm. It is likely she would easily best me. A mere novice in the body refinement origin realm, in combat. I have heard that my sister's fiancé has gone missing, and thus I have come in earnest concern to see if there is any way I might assist." "What a kind-hearted sister you are. I thank you immensely, dear sister. However, you ought to focus on your cultivation. It would be a pity to remain in the body refinement origin realm for yet another year." The elder sister was acutely aware that her cultivation talent paled in comparison to her sister's. Yet, she had learned that the maid Lin Liao, who had grown up alongside her sister, played a significant role this time. Sister has always treated her lowly servants as sisters. How does it feel to be betrayed by those you held dear? Yang Qinglan had finally struck upon the topic Yang Qingning wished to avoid. With that, she erupted in raucous laughter, entirely oblivious to the cracks in her facade. Upon hearing Yang Qinglan's words, Yang Qing felt a slight astonishment in her heart. It was not surprising that her elder sister was aware of Heiji's disappearance. Their father, being the patriarch of the Yang family, inevitably discussed various matters at home. However, for her sister to grasp such intricate details was rather unusual. Yang Qingning decided to play a trick on Yang Qinglan. "I have heard that my sister has been quite close to Lin Lao's family. I wonder if she was aware of this matter long ago. It seems I must inquire with Lin Lao's relatives." After Yang Qingning finished speaking, she meticulously observed every subtle expression on Yang Qinglan's face, hoping to uncover any hints. Indeed, when Yang Qingning mentioned the intention to visit the Lin family, Yang Qinglan's expression momentarily revealed a hint of something unusual. Yang Qingning felt a mix of relief at having found a clue and astonishment at Yang Qinglan's audacity, never expecting her sister to be involved in such matters. "Sister, do not act out of desperation. I have a close relationship with Lin Lao's family, stemming from my childhood bond with her sister, whom I regard as a sister. Do not make unfounded assumptions." Yang Qingning steadied her heart and resolved to conduct her own discreet investigation. With a cold demeanor, she remarked, "Since you have no matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. However, before I go, I must impart a word of caution, dear sister. Do refrain from any misdeeds. Should I catch wind of your wrongdoings, it will not be as forgiving as our childhood days." Yang Qinglan pointed at Yang Qingning with a cold snort and was the first to step out of Heiji's courtyard. Observing Yang Qinglan's retreating figure, Yang Qingning turned to her maid, Linli, and instructed, "Go investigate my sister and find out whom she met before we return from the star-picking palace. Zhaozhu and Lianqian, accompany me to Lin Lao's residence. The rest may wait for me back at the courtyard." As Yang Qingning made her way to Lin Lao's home, Yang Qinglan returned to her own dwelling, summoning her subordinate responsible for scheming. This individual had sought out Yang Qinglan 3 years prior. Since then, Yang Qinglan not only successfully entered the body refinement realm, but also solidified her standing within the family, gradually earning the favor of Yang Yi. Consequently, Yang Qinglan held immense trust in her strategist. when Yang Qingning and He returned to the Yang residence from the star-picking palace. It was this very strategist who suggested she seek out Lin Liao. The specifics of their conspiracy remained unknown to any third party. However, upon learning of the incident involving He and Yang Qingning, Yang Qinglan grew anxious and decided to probe Yang Qingning, curious if she had any inkling of the situation. Mr. Li, I just met with Yang Qingning, but it seems she has caught on to something. Do you think she could have guessed? Yang Qinglan inquired. Mr. Li, initially elated, inwardly cursed her foolishness upon hearing her words, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calculated his escape. You need not worry, my lady. Everything demands evidence. And you are the daughter of the clan leader. Even if Yang Qingning harbors suspicions, she surely lacks the proof. Reassured by Mr. Li's words, Yang Qinglan felt a sense of relief. Mr. Li, however, found her belief in his words only deepened his disdain for the eldest daughter of the Yang clan leader and currently reigning head of the family. She was, in his view, merely a pretty face devoid of intellect. He realized he needed to flee. Under Yang Qingning's scrutiny, this lady would not last long, especially since the truth had begun to unravel. Mr. Li concocted an excuse to return to his residence and stealthily slipped away from the Yang estate. The servants, recognizing him as the strategist of the clan leader's daughter, dared not obstruct his departure. Thus, he made an unobstructed exit, swiftly leaving Yuanxian Island. He dared not linger. For if Yang Qingning discovered his misdeeds, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. As Mr. Li departed Yuanxian Island, Yang Qingning and her entourage arrived at Lin Liao's home. Lin Liao's parents, upon seeing Yang Qingning, understood that they could no longer evade their reckoning. With my family present, I beseech the young lady for forgiveness. It is my daughter's lack of gratitude that has led her to become an accomplice. Please, punish her as you see fit. Before Yang Qingning could utter a word, Lin Liao's parents had already knelt at the entrance, begging for forgiveness. This reaction somewhat satisfied Yang Qingning. Although she had only returned for a few hours, news had evidently reached Yuanxian Island. Logically, Lin Liao's family should have been kneeling outside the Great Hall seeking absolution or already imprisoned by her uncle, the current clan leader. Yet, they remained untroubled in their home. I have grown up alongside Lin Liao. We share a sisterly bond. Though she has betrayed me, I cannot be heartless. Her actions do not implicate you. Please rise. I will ask you a few questions, and should you answer truthfully, I shall not cause you distress. After Yang Qingning finished speaking, she cast a warning glance at Lin Liao's parents and then proceeded to enter the house first. Taking her seat at the head of the table, Lin Liao's parents entered the house with trepidation, followed closely by their children. Before I return to the source Immortal Island, has anyone visited your home? Have there been any unusual individuals in your vicinity? Or has anyone requested items that could substantiate your identities? Alternatively, have any such items been stolen? Upon hearing Yang Qingning's inquiries, Lin Liao's father displayed a momentary look of discomfort, while Lin Liao's mother gently tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to regain his submissive demeanor. In response to your question, Miss, we have not noticed any irregularities, nor have we lost any possessions. How can you speak with such certainty? My lady inquired if you have lost anything, yet you have not even checked. How can you be so sure? Or do you simply wish to withhold information from my lady? Upon witnessing the family's evasive behavior, Xiaozhu became incensed and began to interrogate them. Instantly, Lin Liao's parents knelt down, and seeing their elders in such a position, the children followed suit. Miss Xiaozhu, it is not our intention to deceive. The items that could verify our identities are personal belongings. If anything were to go missing, we would undoubtedly be aware of it. And there would be no need for further inquiry. Then, has anyone been monitoring or threatening you? Our family has resided on Source Immortal Island for generations, without any enemies. Who would dare threaten us? Moreover, with the Yang family present, no one would even consider such actions. Then if Yang Qingning interrupted the conversation, and the usually calm and composed Tiao Zhu glared angrily at Lin Liao's family, taken aback by the unexpected cunning of Lin Liao's parents at such a critical moment. Since you claim there is nothing amiss, I shall not intrude any further. However, before I take my leave, I must convey this. The bond one shared with Lin Liao has been exhausted by her own actions. To me, you are mere strangers. Should I discover that you have deceived me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Yang Qingning departed from Lin Liao's residence without a moment's hesitation. Lin Liao's parents stood frozen in place, astonished that the gentle and kind young lady, who had always cared for them, possessed such a fierce side. Once Yang Qingning and her companions had receded from view, Lin Liao's mother finally spoke, addressing her husband. My dear, that young lady was clearly warning us, pressuring us to choose sides. How could I not be aware of that? Yet, Lin Liao has already made her choice for us. We now have no room for alternatives. Upon hearing this, Lin Liao's father appeared to age decades in an instant, his vitality seemingly drained, as he stumbled into the room. Miss, Lin Liao's parents were obviously evading your inquiries. Why did you not press them further? Had you persisted, they would surely have faltered. You are far too impatient. They would never dare to confess such matters. Even if I were to shield them, do you believe that the star-plucking palace would spare them? Ultimately, they would meet their demise, and all I can do is ensure their departure is less painful, preserving a fragment of their lineage. Yet, should they refuse to acknowledge the truth, there remains a possibility of salvation. Apart from Yang Qinglan, they must have other supporters. Yang Qinglan is not one to be underestimated. As Yang Qingning spoke, she walked with two maidservants toward her courtyard. Upon returning to her chamber, she could not resist asking Tiaozhu to inquire about any potential news regarding He Yiji's whereabouts, while she meticulously organized the clues in her possession. For several consecutive days, other than sleeping, Yang Qingning devoted herself to sorting through various pieces of information, her eyes gradually taking on a panda-like appearance. The 8 maidservants under her employ observed her plight with concern, feeling anxious for her well-being. One morning, just as Lin Ling was preparing to report the findings of her investigation, Tiaozhu burst into the room. Miss, there is something that I believe you must know immediately. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing's eyes brightened, and she rose to inquire, is there news regarding Brother Yiji? Miss, I believe there is a high probability, replied the maid. However, the personnel from the Star-Picking Palace lost their trail. According to reports from the Star-Picking Palace, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan utilized the scent-seeking bug to track down individuals from the heavenly realm. Yet, near the Tianyuan and Qishou, they dispersed in 6 different directions, ultimately resulting in the Shadow Pavilion of the Star-Picking Palace returning empty-handed. After finishing her words, Tiaozhu picked up the water from the table. Just as Ling was about to prevent her, Tiaozhu took a sip and continued, I have a strong feeling that you, miss, can derive unique insights from this situation, which is why I rushed back to inform you as soon as I received the news. Has the Star-Picking Palace conducted a thorough search around the Tianyuan and Qingzhou? Based on the information relayed from the residents, it appears that the head of the Shadow Pavilion, Ling Chen, also participated in the extensive search across Qizhou. Ultimately, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and a formidable expert from the Dragon clan descended, yet no significant discoveries were made. Hearing the words of Tiaozhu, Yang Qingning began to pace restlessly within the confines of her room, a habit she had cultivated since childhood. The 9 members of Tiaozhu remained discreetly silent, allowing their young mistress the space to contemplate. After a period of profound reflection, Yang Qingning arrived at several possible conclusions. Firstly, it was conceivable that the lair of Tianyuan lay in close proximity to Qizhou. However, the master of Qianying Pavilion, the leader of the Jiawei Fox clan, and formidable experts from the Dragon clan had all visited this area without any discoveries, rendering this notion somewhat implausible. Secondly, it appeared likely that individuals from the Tianyu were deliberately leading the disciples of Zhaixing Palace to Qishou, intending to mislead them, a theory that seemed increasingly credible. Thirdly, there might be a cunning strategist within the Tianyu orchestrating events, capable of laying traps for these individuals upon their return home. Although the Tianyu's stronghold was not situated in Qishou, it was undoubtedly located in the neighboring states, making this possibility also highly plausible. Currently, Zhaixing Palace was mobilizing all available resources to investigate across various states. Lastly, it was conceivable that the Tianyuan and Qizhou merely served as a branch, with their members dispersing to their respective residences after arriving, only to be later targeted when the Tianyu reacted. Faced with such a multitude of possibilities, Yang Qingning found herself at a loss as to which might be true. After pondering these thoughts, she took a seat and beckoned Lin Ling to share her recent findings. Lin Ling recounted the information she had gathered. Miss, after several days of investigation, I have managed to compile the following intelligence. Firstly, Miss Qinglan had been frequently visiting the Lin Liao residence prior to your and young master He Yi's return to Yuanxian Island, though I could not ascertain her purpose, as everyone was remarkably tight-lipped. Secondly, prior to your return, a group of experts indeed arrived at Yuanxian Island, but they subsequently vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their activities. Notably, just a day before your return to the Yang residence, these individuals departed from Yuanxian Island, and Master Yang Yi has noticed this development, prompting an investigation on their part. Thirdly, the second young master, Yin Yan, had been frequently visiting Yuanxian Island before your arrival. The head of the family has already sent inquiries, and it seems he is enamored with the Demonis, fearing our Yang family would disapprove. Thus he has been sneaking off the island. Lastly, Miss Qinglan has recruited a strategist, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Though the maids have been practicing their skills within the estate, they have heard that Miss Qinglan embarked on her cultivation journey due to this strategist, swiftly achieving the body refinement realm. These are the most crucial pieces of information at present. The revelation that Yang Qinglan had a strategist was startling. Where could this strategist be now? I took note that this strategist was not currently on the island. Uncle Jing, having observed the performance for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Yang Qingning's maid was taken aback, unaware that a formidable expert dispatched by the ancestors was by her mistress's side, and that this individual was none other than Mr. Jing, one of the 8 generals of the Yang residence. The young lady remained as astute as ever. The elder felt guilty for not having protected young master He adequately. It was not Mr. Jing's fault. Even the supreme master of the 8 Extremes Hall of the Star-Picking Palace was rendered ineffective, as the adversary had prepared too thoroughly. How's Uncle Jing's injury? My wounds are of little consequence. Are you curious about where Mr. Li, who is by Miss Qinglan's side, has gone? I apologize for the trouble, Uncle Jing. I shall return shortly. It is an honor to assist you, my lady. Chapter 20. 1 in 10,000, my lady. You do not suspect Mr. Li, do you? Tiaozhu inquired cautiously, observing her mistress. Currently, this individual appears the most suspicious. Why did she choose Yang Qinglan as her master? The only reasonable deduction is that Yang Qinglan is easily manipulated and can be utilized to achieve certain ends. My intuition tells me that these ends are likely connected to Yiji. Yang Qingning finished her breakfast and continued to sit in her room, awaiting Jing's return. During this wait, she engaged in a series of deductions. If Mr. Li were indeed a person from the heavenly domain, his departure would surely lead him to his own refuge, where he could execute tasks on Source Immortal Island. This individual must hold a significant position within the heavenly domain. If his destination were also Qingzhou, then Qingzhou might be far more complex than it appears. All these coincidences combined lead her to believe that even the slightest possibility, no matter how minuscule, would likely reveal the truest answer. Finally, after noon, Jing returned. Miss, I've received news that Mr. Li went missing a few days ago. I employed certain methods, and it appears someone spotted him in Qizhou before he vanished. He reported. In other words, we at the Yang residence are unable to locate him in Qizhou. Indeed, I have failed in my duties, and I ask for your reprimand, miss. Do not blame Uncle Jing. I must trouble you further. Only cultivators in the Void Refinement realm possess the ability to traverse space. Please visit the Star-Picking Palace to inform grandfather in person that the stronghold of the heavenly domain lies in Qizhou. We must send experts from the Star-Picking Palace to conduct a thorough search. We cannot afford to overlook even the slightest detail. Jing was taken aback by his young mistress's deductions. He had not anticipated that the heavenly domain, which was so reviled in Tianyuan continent, could actually be in Qizhou. He was further astonished by Yang Qingning's ability to ascertain this from such scant information. A wave of apprehension washed over him, fortunately. The emergence of the heavenly domain had interrupted the Grand Ancestor's plans. Had he tampered with matters on his way home, he surely could not have escaped Yang Qingning's keen observations, and the one to suffer would have been himself. Despite his thoughts, Jing acted swiftly, leaving Yang Qingning's room and tearing through the space towards the Star-Picking Palace. Inside the Star-Picking Palace, Yilan returned to the alchemy furnace. After Gu Yun's return, he had been placed in the furnace, where several ancient masters from the Star-Picking Palace had worked to restore his Dao imprint, completely eradicating the effects of the devouring extremity. Under normal circumstances, Gu Yun's Dao imprint would gradually recover over a long duration. However, Yilan found it peculiar that there were no signs of recovery whatsoever. Seated beside Gu Yun's bed, Yilan softly murmured, I know you harbor resentment, but you must recover swiftly. With the palace master Zhuge absent, those ancient masters seem indifferent, and in the face of countless clues, I am at a loss as to where to begin my investigation. As Yilan recounted recent events to Gu Yun, memories of Gu Yun battling the powerful beings of the Dao Void realm flooded his mind, filling him with regret and remorse. He couldn't help but ponder whether, had Zhuge Jing intervened and brought along one or two ancient masters from the Star-Picking Palace, the situation might have unfolded differently. Gu Yun would not have been injured, and he easily would not have had to witness his own eyes gouged out and taken by the heavenly domain. After a long while, Xian Yuanyu and Dan Qing arrived for a visit. Xian Yuanyu, a rarely seen yet pivotal figure in the Star-Picking Palace, had once been hailed as the foremost alchemical genius of the Immortal clan. Upon entering the Dao Void realm, his alchemical prowess had become unparalleled, and the elixirs he crafted fetched astronomical prices at the auctions in Tianyuan continent, becoming exceedingly rare commodities. In the Star-Picking Palace, aside from a select few like Zhuge Jing, Yilan, and Gu Yun, very few had the opportunity to engage with this master alchemist. After carefully tucking Gu Yun in, Yilan made his way to the sitting room, where Xian Yuanyu and Dan Qing were already seated. Observing Xian Yuanyu's weary countenance, Yilan inquired, Elder Xian Yuan, what brings you here at this late hour? Please, do not hesitate to speak plainly. Xian Yuanyu glanced at Dan Qing, who nodded in affirmation. Lord Yi, we have done all we can for Gu Yun's injuries at the Alchemy Pavilion. However, there is something you must prepare yourself for. Logically, after Gu Yun's Dao imprint was restored and he consumed the healing elixir crafted by Elder Xian Yuan, it should have shown signs of gradual recovery. Yet, the absence of any such signs indicates only one possibility: he does not wish to recover. He desires to accompany Yiji. Yilan, echoing Dan Qing's words, reluctantly articulated the most daunting reality he faced. Yet, he still held a glimmer of hope as he turned to Xian Yuanyu and Dan Qing, asking, as the foremost alchemist of Tianyuan continent, is there any other way you might assist Gu Yun? Lord Yi, Xian Yuanyu replied, healing the body is one matter, but mending the spirit is another. For one who has lost the will to live, we find ourselves at an impasse. Let us allow Gu Yun to reside in the Alchemy Pavilion. We can only ensure her Dao imprint does not shatter again. When she chooses to actively seek recovery will depend on whether she can reignite her will to live. Hearing Xian Yuanyu's words provided Yilan with a measure of solace. His greatest fear was that Gu Yun would not willingly restore her Dao imprint. If too much time passed and it shattered again, regaining it would not be so simple. Xian Yuanyu and Dan Qing then discussed further precautions for Gu Yun's treatment, assuring Yilan that Xian Yuanyu would oversee her care, alleviating some of his concerns before they took their leave. Upon returning to Gu Yun's room, Yilan gazed at her pale visage, placing his hand on her pulse. He channeled abundant spiritual energy into her, nurturing her meridians, organs, consciousness, and Dao imprint. After covering her with a blanket, he sighed deeply as he exited the room, vanishing into the inky night. Once alone in the main hall of the Eight Extremes Palace, Yilan sat in a chair, the flickering lights casting shadows on his face. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Currently, the only individuals he could rely on were the various hall masters of the Eight Extremes Palace. Ling Qin from the Shadow Pavilion and Zheng Yi from the Martial Hall. Others, despite their outward compliance, often acted in contradiction. Furthermore, the remaining 7 hall masters, aside from Gu Yun, were currently at the Star-Picking Palace, but most were preoccupied with overseeing the chaotic Qian Kuan formation, leaving only Jing Yi and Ling Qin as his true allies. Although many from Source Immortal Island, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, the Taiyin and Taiyong clans, the Dragon Clan, the Divine Path Clan, the Moon Demon Clan, and other races had sent people to assist, the sincerity of these individuals was questionable. Each task required Yilan to deliberate personally and issue commands, and with He gravely injured, every day spent searching added to the danger. The cumulative pressure had left Yilan utterly exhausted. Chapter 21. Where is not a scenic view with Jing's ability to traverse space? It would take approximately 2 days to reach the Star-Picking Palace. The spatial traversal capabilities of a Void Refinement cultivator differ from the ability of a Dao Void cultivator to tear through the void. The latter can instantaneously reach their destination using spatial coordinates, whereas spatial traversal resembles a teleportation array, faster than ordinary flight but highly taxing on spiritual energy. Generally, Void Refinement cultivators do not employ this method for traveling. As Jing journeyed to the Star-Picking Palace, Yang Qingning decided to pay a visit to Yang Qinglan. Curious to discern whether Yang Qinglan had been manipulated by Mr. Li or if she had genuinely grown so profound over the years. Upon encountering Yang Qinglan, Yang Qingning could not help but indulge in a bout of derision. However, Yang Qingning refrained from engaging in any verbal sparring, choosing instead to take a seat and promptly declare, "I have heard that you have acquired an exceptionally formidable strategist over the past few years, dear sister. Might you be so kind as to introduce him to your younger sister? Having just returned, am I perhaps envious? Mr. Li is not someone who meets with just anyone, so I implore you to abandon any ulterior motives. Pray tell, have you had the opportunity to meet Mr. Li recently? One hopes that you are not in a situation where you may never see him again." After Yang Qingning uttered these words, she lifted the teacup beside the table and took a sip. Upon hearing Yang Qingning's remark, a faint unease crept into Yang Qinglan's heart. Although Mr. Li had frequently gone missing in the past, he would always return shortly after she signaled him. However, ever since she returned from Yang Qingning's place that day, Mr. Li had vanished without a trace, leading her to ponder whether his disappearance was somehow linked to Yang Qingning. Yet, Yang Qinglan quickly dismissed this notion. Mr. Li's cultivation was evidently formidable. She had previously overheard her father mention that Mr. Li's prowess was hardly inferior to his own. Capturing such a powerful practitioner would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Yang family head and his associates, making it implausible for the Yang residents to conceal such a commotion. Yang Qinglan soon regained her composure, yet the expression on her face was not lost on her. "There is no need for you to say such things, dear sister. Mr. Li is my esteemed guest, and thus holds a unique position. If he is absent, he is simply absent. If you desire something else, I shall certainly give it some thought. It seems you have not fully considered this matter, sister." Yang Qingning sat for a while longer before rising to depart. Once her figure vanished from sight, Yang Qinglan promptly summoned her subordinates to inquire whether Mr. Li had returned. Upon receiving a negative response, she instructed her subordinates to continue sending signals. A sense of unease stirred within her. Could her sister have guessed something? Normally indifferent to her affairs, her unusual behavior today piqued Yang Qinglan's curiosity. However, unable to deduce anything further with her mind, she resolved to first establish contact with Mr. Li. Upon arriving at the Star-Picking Palace, Jing Yao conveyed Yang Qingning's deductions to Yang Tianwen. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Tianwen decided to meet with Yilan. Consequently, the Star-Picking Palace allied with several factions to deploy a multitude of skilled fighters for a renewed search in Qingzhou, with Qin personally overseeing operations. This development placed considerable pressure on the heavenly domain, which found it perplexing that the Star-Picking Palace's personnel had departed, only to return unexpectedly. The heavenly domain began preparations to discreetly relocate most of its forces from Qizhou to preserve their strength. The domain lord remained at the outskirts of the Linglong secret realm, awaiting Ruan. Although he sensed that Ruan might not emerge swiftly, he was willing to wait a little longer, confident that, even at the last moment, he would find a way to escape. Thus, he remained untroubled. Within the Linglong secret realm, Ruan was nearing the mountain summit. There, she spotted a man in white seated outside a thatched cottage, with Daer lying beside him. Ruan rushed over, calling out Daer's name. But Daer merely lay still, unresponsive. As Ruan reached to pick him up, she realized it was merely an illusion. Her arms passed through Daer's phantom form. Anxiously, she stood and cried out repeatedly, having reached the mountain summit, yet failing to find Daer. The presence of his image here suggested he had visited before. Could he have encountered danger? This thought only intensified her worry. Despite searching the summit thoroughly, she found no trace of Daer. In truth, there was no need for such a thorough search, as the summit consisted merely of a thatched cottage and a small courtyard, easily viewable at a glance. After her search, Ruan turned her attention to the two illusions, which were clearly projections created by a powerful practitioner. However, given her and He-Iji's cultivation levels, they were unable to discern the truth. In desperation, Ruan retrieved a spiritual talisman from her storage ring. He-Iji gasped in astonishment. Recognizing it as a primordial-level attack talisman containing the purple sky divine thunder, should it detonate, it could devastate much of the mountaintop. Simultaneously, He-Iji marveled at the depth of thought possessed by this little sorceress. Previously, she had intended to use this talisman in conjunction with a primordial-level defensive talisman within the sword formation, needing no assistance to escape. As the talisman's power could easily overwhelm even a primordial-level sword, Ruan shifted her hand in a series of intricate gestures, hurling the talisman towards the projections of the man in white and the air, while swiftly retrieving the primordial-level defensive talisman in preparation to cast it, only to be interrupted by a voice. "My dear girl, you appear so charming and lovely, yet why such volatility? I was merely jesting. Must you threaten me with the purple sky divine thunder?" As he spoke, the white-clad projection grasped the impending explosion of the talisman and flung it back at Ruan. "Keep it safe. Do not use it on me. If you destroy my courtyard, I shall keep you here for a century." Ruan stuck out her tongue at the man in white, stowing the talisman away. She then bowed respectfully, saying, "I seek your forgiveness, esteemed elder. My eagerness to find my spiritual companion led to this disturbance. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. You are quite polite, little girl. This spiritual companion of yours is indeed this little one. It has accompanied me for nearly a decade. If that is the case, I shall return it to you. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed elder. Along your journey, have you encountered the scenery I left for you? Do you refer to the sword formation and the two instruments palace? Those are rather commonplace and lack excitement. I speak of the scenery along the way. I painstakingly arranged it during my extensive travels across the Tianyuan continent. Naming it where in life, is there no scenery? I apologize, esteemed elder. I was too focused on locating the air to appreciate the scenery along the way. I shall certainly take the time to enjoy it on my descent. That is settled then." With these words, the man in white smiled faintly, and He-Iji immediately sensed trouble. The descent would likely prove even more arduous. Chapter 22. The Dark Forest Opens. Come forth, little creature. A spiritual beast emerged exuberantly from the void, leaping into Ruan's embrace and nuzzling against her affectionately. He-Iji was taken aback upon seeing the beast, realizing it was a variant of a Qilin. In the world, immortals, gods, humans, demons, and spirits can transform into human forms and walk among mortals, yet variants are an exception. These beings cannot assume human shapes but are born with extraordinarily potent innate abilities. If an ordinary person can nurture such a variant, it would significantly enhance their combat prowess, let alone one with ancient bloodlines like this Qilin. "My dear girl, it seems you have fallen under some influence. Would you like me to assist you in dispelling it?" "Huh? What influence? I feel nothing amiss. Here is the deal. Since this little one has been with me for so long, I owe you a favor. However, my strength is diminished, and while I cannot completely dispel it, I can stabilize the seal, ensuring it will not affect you for a century." Ruan regarded the man in white with uncertainty. Yet such a powerful figure would hardly deceive her. Nevertheless, she felt that nothing was wrong. Ultimately, she set the air down and bowed respectfully to the white-clad man, saying, "Then I am most grateful to you, esteemed elder." The white-clad man cast a spell, sending a wave of energy into Ruan's heart. She instantly felt a wave of clarity, as if a door within her heart had been firmly shut, leaving her with the sensation of having lost something significant. Yet not overwhelmingly so. It dawned on her that the elder's words held truth. It seemed events had unfolded in the two instruments palace that she was unaware of. Ruan bowed once more in gratitude. "Descend now and take the time to appreciate the scenery. And do not harm the man you have imprisoned. He is entangled in significant matters. At this moment, I cannot foresee the outcome, but perhaps we shall meet again." With that, the white-clad man vanished, along with the thatched cottage atop the mountain. As the cottage disappeared, the Tianyuan continent underwent a tremendous upheaval. Thunder rumbled across the Wulong Sea, and torrents of Tai divine thunder cascaded from the sky, as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved apart. The Dao Void realm experts from the 6 clans of the Tianyuan continent rushed to the Wulong Sea to investigate. Yang Tianwen, along with Mei Qing and others, arrived at the Wulong Sea. A smile graced Yang Tianwen's face as he marveled at the unexpected arrival of the Dark Forest, a phenomenon not witnessed for millennia. Naturally, Mei Qing was aware of this, and those around them erupted into laughter. Some newly ascended Dao Void realm cultivators, although familiar with the Dark Forest, were not well informed and began to inquire from the surrounding practitioners. Yang Tianwen, Mei Qing, and other top forces from the Tianyuan continent tore through the void to reach the Star-Picking Palace, where they convened to discuss their next steps and determine how many members from each clan could enter the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is an ancient relic that descends upon the Tianyuan continent once every few millennia, with a minimum interval of 1,000 years and a maximum of 999 years. Only cultivators at the body refinement stage are permitted to enter, and representatives from the 6 clans, immortals, gods, humans, demons, beasts, and spirits may find corresponding cultivation resources within. such as the immortal source for the immortal clan, the divine core for the divine clan, spiritual awareness for humans, the demonic image for demons, wisdom for beasts, and the source for spirits. These resources are of paramount importance to cultivators at the body refinement stage. Possessing them could significantly enhance their cultivation journey. For instance, the renowned Dao Su Emperor of the Tianyuan continent was able to acquire resources compatible with his clan at the body refinement stage. Similarly, the ancestor of humanity forged a new cultivation system by refining the immortal source, divine core, spiritual awareness, demonic image, wisdom, and source, leading to the establishment of a unique cycle of reincarnation and becoming the foremost powerhouse of the Tianyuan continent. Previously, Yang Qingning had sought Yang Tianwen's assistance in procuring the netherworld soil to stabilize He-Iji's ghostly eye. While possessing the netherworld soil would be advantageous, it pales in comparison to the source. Only with the source could He-Iji's ghostly eye attain capabilities rivaling those of Rinku, and potentially venture into new realms of cultivation, surpassing even his great-grandfather. However, these matters are for another time. By the time Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing returned to the Star-Picking Palace, the current leaders of the Dragon Clan, Divine Path Clan, Tying Clan, Sun Clan, 10 Kings of Hell, Shushan, Peacock Clan, and Moon Demon Clan were already present. With Zhuge Jing absent, Yilan took the helm. Once Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing settled down, Yilan spoke directly. I trust everyone is aware of the Dark Forest opening, which concerns the growth of the younger generation of the Tianyuan continent and is of great importance to all clans. As per our usual practice, the Star-Picking Palace will select 10,000 talented youths from the Tianyuan continent to venture into the Dark Forest. One point must be made clear. While competition among the young cultivators is permitted, they must not harm one another. Any violation will not be tolerated by the Star-Picking Palace. Indeed, but how does Lord Yi intend to allocate these 10,000 spots? Inquired the leader of Shushan. This will naturally follow the rules established by the 6 ancestors, 500 from each of the 9 provinces, 100 from each of the 13 islands, and 20 from each clan's secret realm. The remaining 3,000 spots will be filled through a tournament held in Central State to scout for exceptional talents from the Tianyuan continent. Lord Yi, we of the Yama Hall have heard that the descendant of Rinku has gone missing, and this matter seems to involve the Divine Path Clan, Moon Demon Clan, and some factions of the Beast Clan. Shouldn't there be repercussions for this? If we continue to allocate spots according to the previous rules, it will surely dishearten those of us who loyally uphold the Star-Picking Palace and the Divine Demon Accord, said Huang Fu Feiyun, the leader of Yama Hall. The heads of the Divine Path Clan and Moon Demon Clan wisely remained silent, recognizing that the Star-Picking Palace held the upper hand. Should it choose to reduce their quotas, they would have no choice but to acquiesce, having failed to manage their clans effectively. Just as Yulan was about to respond, he was interrupted by Mei Qing. Huang Fu Feiyun, do not presume I am unaware of your machinations. Are you merely attempting to secure more spots for your Fengdu realm? If you are so committed to the Star-Picking Palace, why not send some experts to assist? Look at the Dragon Clan, Tying Clan, and Sun Clan. While you focus your ambitions on your own people, how regressive. Leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, your words are excessive. We too are concerned for the future of the Tianyuan continent. If every clan were to become disunited like those involved in this incident, what credibility would the Divine Demon Accord hold? Retorted Qinwu, the king of Qinguang from the 10 Kings of Hell. Qinwu, do not speak so. Mei Qing was about to respond when Yang Tianan interjected. King Qinguang, do not be so hasty. When our elders err, the younger generation should not be held accountable. The palace master Zhuge Jing is investigating the cause of the recent blood rain, and we may face unprecedented challenges. It is essential that we cultivate our juniors well. There is no need to harbor resentment over a few spots. As you may have heard, the experiences of Lord Yi and his party have been shared. We must unite our efforts. In addition to sending our talents to the Dark Forest, I urge the esteemed clans of the Privy Council to dispatch experts to the Star-Picking Palace, where we shall coordinate our actions in the search for Iji. I extend my gratitude to you all. After Yang Tianwen spoke, the Tying Clan, Sun Clan, Peacock Clan, and Shushan all expressed their support, and the 10 great Yama lords had nothing further to add. Yilan proceeded to allocate the quotas as planned, while the Star-Picking Palace announced to the world the selection of 3,000 individuals to enter the Dark Forest. In an instant, the various races and sects that were either lacking in allocation or faced insufficient quotas sent their cultivators to Zhangzhou, which quickly became exceptionally lively. Chapter 23. The ancient celestial clans excursion He-Iji and Wan were oblivious to the changes occurring in the Tianyuan continent. Wan, cradling a large second-grade artifact, made her way down the mountain. However, the scenery below had already transformed. A town suddenly appeared along the path leading down the mountain, and the descent was neither as steep nor as high as the ascent had been. Situated at the rear mountain of the town, Wan felt a tinge of confusion upon witnessing this, yet she could only continue her descent. Upon reaching the town, Wan discovered it was populated entirely by celestial beings, many of whom had long vanished from the Tianyuan continent. For instance, the Five Elements clan, Once a formidable race in ancient times, had celestial beings imprinting the 5 elements celestial source in their dantians. Some extraordinary prodigies could even carry unique elemental sources such as wind and thunder. This race had once flourished on the Tianyuan continent, yet for reasons unknown. Not a single descendant remained. It is said that the current Thunder Clan descends from the 5 Elements clan. But the Thunder Clan does not naturally possess the imprint of celestial sources, leading some to question this assertion. Other vanished races like the Cloud Clan, Wind Clan, Rain Clan, Fog Clan, and Electric Clan were frequently seen here. No cultivators questioned them at the city gate, allowing Ruan to enter directly, instantly captivated by the town's prosperity. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary small town, but upon stepping through the city gate, she unearthed a hidden world within. The buildings were arranged in a magnificent array, and at the end of the street stood the Celestial Authorities Institution, with 99 spirit stone pillars towering into the clouds. The pavilions and towers built upon these pillars shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. As Ruan wandered the streets, she inquired with some passers-by about how to descend the mountain, but everyone indicated that the ancient celestial city was built against the mountainside and lay atop a plain, eliminating the need to descend. If she wished to visit the ancient divine city, ancient human city, ancient demon city, ancient monster city, ancient ghost cities, or the spirit treasure pavilion, she could simply purchase a map and follow it. In addition to acquiring this essential information, Ruan noticed that the majority of these celestial beings possessed little cultivation, though some were formidable. As for their realms, she could not discern them. But the pressure they exuded suggested they were not lowly. Ruan's entrance to the city caught the attention of the higher-ups in the ancient celestial city, prompting them to send Yunqin to investigate. According to their calculations, no cultivators should have entered the ancient celestial city yet, as the barrier had just opened. Based on previous experiences, external cultivators typically started arriving at the ancient 6 cities and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion within 3 to 6 months after the barrier's opening. The fact that cultivators entered so soon after the barrier's activation was unprecedented in tens of trillions of years, thus drawing significant attention from the ancient celestial city's leadership. Yunqin, adorned in exquisite azure garments, her delicate gauze fabric soft and refined, resembled the finest morning mist, both light and imbued with an imperceptible chill. The deep and steady hue of her attire mirrored the azure stones of deep mountains, both ancient and elegant, complementing the young girl's ethereal and unworldly demeanor. The gauze gently swayed with Yunqin's movements, reminiscent of ripples on water, accentuating her graceful figure while adding a touch of otherworldly charm. Her form, already delicate, was further enhanced by the gauze's translucent veil, evoking an enchanting realm shrouded in mountain mists, both mysterious and alluring. Her countenance was as fresh as morning dew, with refined and gentle features, each contour perfectly crafted as if nature itself had sculpted her. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky, shimmering with wisdom and kindness. Though her demeanor exuded an ineffable coolness, her smile would instantly dispel that chill, replacing it with a warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze. Her smile was pure and bright, akin to the most resplendent blossoms of spring, radiating warmth and vitality. The joy at the corners of her eyes, like a gentle breeze caressing a lake's surface, stirred ripples that drew one into a trance, momentarily banishing worldly troubles and sorrows. Such a maiden seemed to have stepped from an ancient scroll, embodying a chill and transcendence not of this world. Within her, coolness and warmth coexisted, creating a unique charm that evoked both reverence and longing, as though she were the most splendid miracle of this city. The townsfolk gazed upon Yunqin's arrival with a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. As the prodigious young talent of the Cloud Clan, she bore the imprint of 9 cold spirit fire within her dantian. Having embarked on her cultivation journey at the tender age of 10, she now, at 18, had attained the body refinement emperor realm, ranking among the top 5 in terms of combat prowess among the younger generation of cultivators in the ancient 6 cities and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Is this your first visit to the ancient celestial city, little sister? I am Yunqin of the Cloud Clan, and I would be delighted to accompany you on a tour. While Ruan explored the city, seeking a way to return to the place she had come from, she never anticipated that a cultivator from the ancient celestial city would approach her so readily. Ah, I am Ruan, having inadvertently wandered into the ancient celestial city. I hope Lady Yun will forgive me. It would be wonderful to have your company on my journey. Ruan was indeed aware that the Cloud Clan's ancestor had been the first to attain the Dao Void realm since the inception of the Tianyuan continent, founding the Cloud Clan. However, this race, along with many others, had been buried in the annals of history, leaving her to ponder whether the ancient celestial city was home to the remnants of those extinct races. As Ruan walked alongside Yunqin, her thoughts spiraled in contemplation. What she witnessed was profoundly shocking. Races she had only encountered in ancient texts had now come to life before her very eyes. A spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. How did you come to be in the ancient celestial city, little sister? According to our estimations, cultivators from the outside world should not arrive until at least 3 months have passed. Upon hearing Yunqin's inquiry, Ruan realized that the young lady of the Cloud Clan was not merely indulging a whim to accompany her, but was rather probing for information. Though she recognized this, Ruan continued, Sister Yun, I stumbled in by mistake. My large second-grade artifact, which has accompanied me since childhood, went missing, leading me into this secret realm. And I inadvertently found myself in the ancient celestial city. Do you know how to exit this secret realm? I merely wish to return home. Rest assured, I will not divulge what I have witnessed. Ruan understood that the existence of these races had not been public knowledge on the Tianyuan continent, and clearly, they preferred to keep their existence concealed from the world. Upon hearing Ruan's words, a slight smile graced Yunqin's face. The little sister appeared endearingly innocent. Yet her thoughts were surprisingly astute. May I ask your name, dear sister? I am Ruan Yiqing. What a lovely name. Yiqing, one can sense the deep longing behind it. My father chose it. My mother passed away when I was very young. My apologies. I was unaware of your circumstances. I hope you can forgive me, Ruan's sister. Ruan smiled at Yunqin and replied, it is of no consequence. Though my mother has been gone for many years, my father dotes on me twice as much. In truth, he is the one who bears the greater sorrow. Yunqin nodded, engaging Ruan in a discussion about the layout of the ancient fairy city. The city was vast, encompassing several thousand kilometers, with a main thoroughfare that included 9 vertical and 13 horizontal roads. Within the city resided the 5 elements clans, including the Yun, Feng, Yu, Wu, and Dian clans, among others. However, many inhabitants were innate beings that emerged alongside the Tianyuan continent at its inception. They had not embarked on the path of cultivation, living much like ordinary humans. Yunqin accompanied Ruan as they strolled through the ancient fairy city for more than 2 hours. As their familiarity grew, Ruan, assured of Yunqin's benign intentions, began to speak more freely. Upon arriving at a restaurant and catching the enticing aroma of food wafting from within, Ruan's stomach let out a timely growl. Ruan, since you've called me sister, allow me to treat you to the delicacies of our ancient fairy city. Upon hearing Yunqin's invitation, Ruan giggled in response. Thank you. Sister Yun, you were truly kind. The pair entered the restaurant, where the owner, upon recognizing the esteemed young lady of the Yun clan, hurriedly prepared the finest private dining room for them. Yunqin immediately instructed the attendant to present the menu to Ruan, allowing her to order freely. Ruan glanced at the menu, finding the names of the dishes unfamiliar, and handed it back to Yunqin. Without a second thought, Yunqin told the owner to prepare the dishes as per the usual standards. The owner, elated by the request, promptly retreated to prepare the meal. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, an array of sumptuous dishes was served. The sheer abundance of the feast unleashed Ruan's inner food enthusiast. Observing her delight, Yunqin smiled gently, encouraging her to indulge without reservation. Ruan wasted no time and began to savor the food heartily, which amused Yunqin, who found her behavior endearing rather than mockable. Amid laughter and joy, the bond between Ruan and Yunqin deepened further. After their meal, they enjoyed tea in the restaurant, exchanging light conversation. Chapter 24. Journey to the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. Sister Yun, where exactly is this place? I have never encountered such celestial beings outside. Ruan. You truly do not know where you are? Yunqin was taken aback, surprised by Ruan's innocence. Why do you ask, Sister Yun? I genuinely don't know. I entered the secret realm in search of spirit beasts, encountered a man in white, and upon descending from the mountain, discovered this city. I simply came in to seek a way out. Upon hearing that Ruan had met a man in white, Yunqin's expression subtly shifted, pondering if Ruan had indeed encountered that esteemed individual. Ruan, could you describe the appearance of the man in white you encountered? Why do you inquire so? Is he significant to you? Ruan, do you know why nearly all races were buried in ancient times, yet we escaped calamity? Ruan looked at Yunqin in confusion, shaking her head in ignorance. Meanwhile, the gluttonous heir continued to feast at the table, oblivious to the conversation around him. Before the great burial of the ancients, that esteemed individual opened this secret realm with his own dantian, allowing some talents from the ancient 6 clans to enter and evade destruction. Ever since then, we have not seen that esteemed individual. For hundreds of billions of years, we have been searching for him. Understanding the importance of that esteemed individual from Yunqin's words, Ruan described him in detail. After listening, Yunqin trembled with excitement, realizing the significance of the man in white to the ancient fairy clans. Ruan, would you kindly accompany me to meet the lord of our ancient fairy city, the Fire Emperor? This news is of utmost importance, and it must be reported to him in person. Ruan hesitated at the thought of meeting the ancient lord. It was not that she doubted Yunqin, but rather the unpredictability of such powerful beings. Given her current cultivation level, she felt as if she were insignificant in the presence of such an ancient creature, where a single misstep could lead to peril. However, upon reflection, she realized that there was no escaping the ancient fairy city. She had no choice but to meet the Fire Emperor. Since you've suggested it, I shall meet the Fire Emperor. Ruan scooped up the still-devouring air and followed Yunqin outside. As they approached the Hall of 10,000 Immortals, Ruan felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity and grandeur. The closer they drew, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, causing her to feel slightly anxious. She tightly held air, who whimpered softly and licked her cheek, reassuring her of its unwavering companionship. Noticing Ruan's nervousness, Yunqin smiled and said, There is no need to be anxious, Wan. The Fire Emperor is very kind, and conversing with him is not intimidating. Rest assured, I will stay by your side. With her tension slightly eased, the two continued to converse and laugh as they made their way to the main hall at the center of the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. Although referred to as a hall, it resembled an open city filled with countless celestial palaces, each guarded by formidable sentinels. Wan could not discern their cultivation levels. But as Yunqin passed by, the guards saluted them, revealing Yunqin's potentially high status within the ancient fairy city. Upon reaching the central hall, the guards saluted, and Yunqin stated their purpose. The guards informed them that the higher-ups of the ancient fairy city had been awaiting their arrival and permitted them to enter directly. Wan took a deep breath at the entrance, and Yunqin chuckled, shaking her head at Wan's gesture before leading her inside. Upon entering, they saw 4 individuals seated on each side, with a man in the center possessing long, dark red hair cascading to his waist. He appeared vigorous, with his spiritual energy almost materializing around him, a sight Wan had only witnessed in her father, indicating that this man was likely a master of the Dao Void Saint realm. The 8 surrounding men and women also exhibited nearly tangible spiritual energy, though they were still somewhat inferior to the man in the center. The second woman in white to the left of the man spoke, Chiner. Is this the young friend who has entered our ancient fairy city? Yes, grandmother, Yunqin replied. This is Wan. She inadvertently entered the secret realm and found her way into our ancient city, but she encountered that esteemed individual while searching for her spirit beast. What? The 9 individuals in the hall exclaimed in unison, with several rising from their seats in surprise, only to sit back down, realizing their breach of decorum. The man in black swiftly approached Wan with a smile, saying, I am the Fire Emperor. Young Wan. Could you recount your encounter with that esteemed individual in detail? Daerin Wan's arm shrank back, displaying a fierce demeanor towards the Fire Emperor, who laughed heartily at the little creature. Wan adjusted her hold onto air and respectfully greeted the Fire Emperor, recounting her experience with the man in white. After listening, the Fire Emperor inquired, Wan, did that esteemed individual say anything else? Perhaps something related to our ancient 6 cities? No. He merely advised me to appreciate the scenery of the mountains, and then he vanished. That is all I know. Can I leave the city and return home? Wan asked, her eyes filled with longing. You cannot return home, just yet. Upon hearing the Fire Emperor's words, Wan instinctively grew wary, while the heir also called out to the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor chuckled heartily and promptly returned to his seat. Fire Emperor ancestor, please do not frighten Wan. Yunqin cast a disapproving glance at the Fire Emperor, grasping Wan's hand as she reassured, do not worry, Wan. The Fire Emperor ancestor was not clear. You cannot leave for now, but once the entrance to this secret realm disappears, you will naturally be transported outside. Wan looked at Yunqin with a puzzled expression, prompting laughter from the high-ranking members seated in the Wuxian Hall. Observing the group of aged ancestors, Yunqin led Wan out of the Great Hall, and the 9 elders did not hinder their departure. Once outside, a white-haired elder spoke up, Fire Emperor, does that esteemed figure's appearance signify any arrangement? This is the first time he has manifested since the ancient burial. Uncertain. Let us seize this opportunity and return to select the talents from our respective clans. Once he eyes opens, our prodigies must enter to seize fortune. The assembly nodded in agreement and dispersed to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Yunqin's great-grandmother, Yunyu, lingered. Addressing the Fire Emperor, should I meet this Wan and share certain matters with her? After all, it is not a secret to our ancient ancestors. We routinely inform visiting cultivators, yet it seems outsiders remain oblivious to our existence. I wonder if this young lady may prove to be an unpredictable variable. Upon hearing Yunyu's words, the Fire Emperor's previously playful demeanor turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, tell her everything. We have endured horrors in our past, and I hope the cultivators of Tianyuan continent are prepared. I sense that our ancient clan may not escape this time. That terrifying existence is soon to descend. What do you mean? Exclaimed Yunyu, her face paling. The Fire Emperor regarded her solemnly. After many years of companionship, have I ever spoken falsehoods so gravely? I cannot fathom the reason, but I feel that the terror we faced back then is approaching, and our time is running short. The Fire Emperor and Yunyu conversed for quite some time until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Yunyu departed from the central hall of Wuxian Hall, heading to the residence of the Yun clan. Chapter 25, The Battle on the Dao Platform. After leading Wan out of the central hall, Yunqin said, Wan, there is no need for panic. The Fire Emperor ancestor is merely a playful old man. Your inability to leave is due to the secret realm we inhabit. Once the entrance closes, you will be transported outside after some time. Thus, you must endure your stay in the secret realm for now, but there are advantages to being here. Wan struggled to comprehend Yunqin's words. She vaguely recalled a renowned secret realm in Tianyuan continent that behaved similarly, yet she could not recall the specifics. Meanwhile, Heiji, who was trapped within the azure water cage around her neck, swiftly realized, isn't this the dark forest? However, those who had ventured into the dark forest spoke of a surrounding expanse of black marshes, dense with trees and overgrown with weeds, inhabited by various magical beasts. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Each time, Tianyuan continent selected 10,000 individuals to enter, yet only 3,000 emerged, the remainder having perished within. Yet, from what Yunqin described, the dark forest did not align with the legends. Could it harbor other secrets? If that were the case, Ruan decided to take her leave and find a place to rest while awaiting the closure of the secret realm entrance. Yunqin grasped Ruan's hand, saying, "If you do not mind, please stay with us in the Yun clan. The entrance to this secret realm will close in at least 6 months, possibly even longer. Having previously remained open for over 100 years. Although our ancient celestial city is quite secure, other races dwell here as well. If they discover your identity, it may pose a danger to you." Ruan acknowledged the wisdom in Yunqin's words and followed her to the Yun clan. Yunqin arranged a separate courtyard for Ruan. The modest in size, it was complete with pavilions and towers, and outside lay a small pond inhabited by koi fish. Upon seeing this, Daer leaped from Ruan's arms into the pond, chasing the koi, which scattered in all directions, reveling in the joy of play. Ruan called Daer back, but Daer appeared quite unwilling. Yunqin reassured her, "It is fine. Let Daer play as he wishes." Daer joyfully leaped and planted a kiss on Yunqin's cheek before returning to frolic in the pond. Ruan repeatedly apologized to Yunqin, who waved it off, stating there was no need for concern. After a short while, Yunqin took her leave, instructing Ruan to inform the servants of any needs or to seek her out directly. Once Yunqin departed, Ruan lay on her bed and spoke to Heiji within the azure water cage. "What place is this? We won't be trapped here, will we? Is what they said true?" Heiji remained silent in response to Ruan's inquiries. After waiting in vain for an answer, Ruan eventually fell asleep, having experienced far too much for a 14-year-old girl in a single day. After playing for a while, Daer, not seeing Ruan, ventured into the room to search for her. Upon discovering Ruan asleep, Daer gently tugged at the corner of the blanket to cover her, then lay down beside her hand, drifting into slumber. It was not until evening that Ruan awoke. As she stirred, Heiji was about to speak when Yunyu, seated by the pond, inquired, "Did you sleep well, Ruan?" Hastily rising upon hearing her voice, Ruan beamed sweetly at Yunqin, stepping outside to greet Yunyu with a respectful bow. "Thank you, Ancestor Yun, for your concern. I feel quite comfortable here. And Sister Yunqin has been very kind to me." Yunyu gestured for Ruan and Yunqin to sit by the pond, and the two complied obediently. As Yunyu gazed at the moon in the sky, she momentarily lost her train of thought. "Little friend Ruan, release the child within the pendant around your neck. He can hear me regardless. Ancestor Yun, this was designed by my father. He made some mistakes and was imprisoned by my father. But his combat prowess is formidable for someone of his realm, so I keep him close for protection." Ruan unfastened the azure water cage and released Heiji. Having fully recovered from the bone erosion goo's effects, Heiji now stood before Yunyu, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of refinement. Yunqin momentarily found herself captivated by him. Heiji, aware of the significance of the azure water cage, maintained a respectful demeanor, recognizing that he stood before a practitioner of the Dao Void sacred realm. "Young one," Heiji, pays respects to Ancestor Yun. "You seem quite impressive, young lad. At such a tender age, you have already reached the sacred realm of body refinement. Yet, I sense 2 exceedingly domineering goo worms within you. Remarkably, you can maintain your inner spiritual energy despite this circumstance." "Well, he doesn't obey. The goo worms were placed by me. I couldn't defeat him. Without these worms, he would have bullied me mercilessly." Heiji remained silent, feeling the atmosphere grow warmer and more intimate among the group, recognizing that further words were unnecessary. However, Ruan's remarks elicited laughter from both Yunyu and Yunqin. Yunqin's gaze towards Heiji became momentarily fervent. Not of romantic inclination, but rather as a young prodigy sensing the powerful aura emanating from him. She realized that overcoming him would not be an easy task. "If my sister is being bullied by young Master He, I shall intervene and teach him a lesson." Heiji did not respond to Yunqin's words. This contest held little significance for him. Ultimately, it was the little sorceress who had the final say. He had no desire to provoke Ruan, this formidable female demon. If he were to perform poorly, it would mean that his 6 months of diligent training would amount to naught, and he would end up nursing injuries, an endeavor fraught with loss. "Then you shall compete with Sister Yun, but do not harm her. Otherwise, I shall have words with you." Ruan threatened Heiji in a mock-serious tone. This elicited laughter from Yunyu and Yunqin, who reassured her, "Fear not, dear sister. Though I have faced formidable opponents throughout my life, I have never tasted defeat. Besides, I am at a higher realm than he. This shall be no trouble." Yunyu produced a small circular platform from her sleeve, tossing it into the air where it gradually expanded. Both Ruan and Heiji recognized it as the debate platform, where cultivators could engage in written contests. The platform would analyze the cultivator's agility, force application techniques, and mastery of spells, providing judges with insights to determine the victor. Yunqin was the first to leap onto the debate platform, standing firm against the wind, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Upon witnessing the Yun clan's platform rise, numerous cultivators from the ancient celestial city gathered to watch, creating a bustling crowd in mere moments. Before Heiji ascended, Ruan cast a significant glance his way, urging him to proceed with caution. Yun Yu and Yun Qin observed this exchange, pondering Ruan Ruan's excessive caution. However, Ruan Ruan's perspective was quite different. He Ji was the last young heir of the He clan, standing alone against a formidable opponent from the Dao Void realm, a feat few cultivators would dare to attempt. Moreover, the He clan's reputation was deeply ingrained in Tian Yuan continent. Every individual emerging from there was a prodigy among prodigies. Positioned opposite Yun Qin, He Ji gestured for her to strike first. Yun Qin obliged without hesitation, swiftly closing the gap and launching an attack aimed at He Ji's lower body with her long, snow-white leg. He Ji blocked the strike with his own leg and executed the Lingshu Yu long step, instantaneously appearing at Yun Qin's right side. Delivering a flying kick aimed directly at her face, Yun Qin raised her right arm to defend, creating distance between them. He Ji moved like a specter, vanishing from sight only to reappear above and behind Yun Qin. His movements were lightning fast, unleashing a devastating downward strike that caused the air around them to roar in protest, targeting the crown of her head. Sensing the imminent threat, Yun Qin swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the sudden onslaught. The wind generated by his leg whooshed past, sending a chilling shiver down her spine. Yet, He Ji offered her no respite. His figure seemed to dissolve into the surrounding air before re-emerging like a phantom at her left side. Seizing the moment while Yun Qin struggled to regain her composure, he struck her left cheek with a fierce punch, the force of which surged like an overwhelming tide. Although the circumstances were unfavorable for her, Yun Qin's reflexes were remarkably quick. Instinctively, she raised her right hand to protect her left cheek and pivoted slightly to the right, attempting to mitigate the impact. However, the ferocity of He Ji's blow was overwhelming, and she felt herself swept away as if tossed by a colossal wave. She arced through the air, gliding over 20 meters before finally stabilizing herself. As her feet landed firmly on the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and darkness threatened to engulf her vision. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she looked up to see He Ji's gaze, glimmering with icy intent, as if poised to strike again. Though her complexion paled slightly, her determination remained unwavering. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her breathing and prepared to confront He Ji's next assault. This battle had only just begun, and she was resolute in her refusal to concede easily. The crowd surrounding the debate platform was equally astonished. They had not anticipated the prowess of this newcomer, who dominated Yun Qin in combat technique. They were reminded that Yun Qin was a paragon among her generation, causing some to find it hard to accept. Yet, a few speculated that if this outsider were a body cultivator, the true strength of the Celestial clan lay not in martial skills but in spellcasting. Surely, if Yun Qin resorted to her sorcery, she would prevail. Who is this? The Fire Emperor inquired, observing the intense clash on the debate platform. It seems Yun is about to face a setback against this youth. A setback might be beneficial. She's had it too easy on her journey, which could hinder her future cultivation. The Fire Emperor mused. This individual, He Ji, entered alongside little Ruan Ruan and is said to have been imprisoned for some transgression. I see, the Fire Emperor replied. I sensed another presence within the pendant around Ruan Ruan's neck during our time in the central hall. I had not expected it to be a youthful genius. Grandfather Fire Emperor, do not be deceived by his handsome exterior. This He Ji is quite the rogue. If not for his father's confinement, he would not be so unrelenting in his battle with Sister Yun. Ruan Ruan vented her frustration, feeling the weight of concern that He Ji was so merciless on their territory, leaving her anxious about her standing in the Yun clan. Her words drew laughter from the higher-ups in the ancient celestial city. Fear not, Ruan Ruan. While your sister may struggle against this He Ji, she will not fall so easily, Yun Yu assured her, turning her attention back to the debate platform. Earlier, He Ji had employed a remarkably sophisticated movement technique, one that was unmatched in the ancient celestial city, which explained Yun Qin's disadvantage in close combat. However, such proximity was essential. Typically, cultivators would engage in close-quarters combat to gauge each other's strength and devise strategies for spellcasting. But for body and sword cultivators, it was often a straightforward brawl, which is why many cultivators hesitated to confront them. There was little opportunity to unleash larger spells, and one could easily find themselves in dire straits. Following their initial skirmish, Yun Qin brandished her weapon, the chain serpent's demise sword. Forged from the spine of an ancient serpent beast, it comprised 81 segments, each capable of separating or combining as needed, indistinguishable from a traditional sword when unified. The entire blade shimmered in a resplendent green hue, radiating a sacred light that perfectly complemented Yun Qin's aura. With the grace of a swallow, Yun Qin surged forward, wielding her sword with unpredictable and intricate strikes, aiming a direct thrust at He Ji's heart from an exceptionally acute angle. The blade glinted with a chilling brilliance, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Its speed astonishing. He Ji's eyes narrowed, yet he did not flinch. It was as if he melded with the sword's light, instantaneously moving along its edge like a wraith, drawing near to Yun Qin. In that instant, he aligned his index and middle fingers, channeling his energy into the tips, directing a precise strike toward her brow. That finger, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, carried lethal force capable of penetrating any barrier. Sensing the impending danger, Yun Qin arched her body backward with remarkable agility, akin to a bow-drawn taut, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The gust from his fingertips grazed her cheek, inducing a sharp sting. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she seized the momentum to counterattack. In an instant, Yunqin unleashed a powerful kick with her right leg. The force akin to a tempest sweeping away autumn leaves, targeting He-Yi's abdomen. Simultaneously, with her left hand forming a seal. The chain serpent's essence sword suddenly transformed under her command into 36 segments, each radiating a vibrant light, as if imbued with life. The sword twisted like a spirit serpent emerging from its lair, gliding beneath He-Yi's armpit, its tip silently slicing through the air, aiming directly for the back of his neck. This unexpected maneuver caught He-Yi off guard, instilling a fleeting sense of peril within him. In a swift motion, he evaded the lethal strike, akin to a dragon dancing upon water, narrowly escaping the blow. However, the sword's sharp edge still grazed his clothing, leaving a deep tear as a testament to the fierce intensity of their battle. The conflict between the two intensified, with swordplay, hand techniques, and leg maneuvers intertwining, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yunqin's sword techniques were ever-changing, while He-Yi's movements were graceful and agile. Both wielded their abilities with utmost dedication and without mercy. Encountering such an unusual sword for the first time, He-Yi, after several hundred exchanges, opted to create distance between them. Noticing that He-Yi had not drawn a weapon and had ceased his assault, Yunqin stood poised with her sword. "Why do you not wield your weapon?" she inquired. "I possess no weapon," he replied. "What are you accustomed to using?" At that moment, Ruan from below tossed a completely white jade ruler to He-Yi. This was a gift from Goyen, the very weapon He-Yi had employed since his studies at the Star-Picking Palace. He-Yi grasped the Zhentian ruler. Although gifted by Goyen, it was crafted from the Divine Sea white jade and celestial crystals provided by Zhuge. Forged by Elder Jianyun of the Star-Picking Palace's armory, a genuine treasure of the highest order. The crowd from the ancient fairy city gasped upon seeing He-Yi's weapon, realizing that his background was likely far from ordinary. Seeing the shimmering ruler in He-Yi's grasp, Yunqin resumed her assault. Her swordplay flowed like water, relentless and direct. With each strike aimed at He-Yi's vital points, the blade gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through the air with a whistle, as if intending to tear everything asunder. Yet, He-Yi appeared unfazed, holding the ruler in one hand, as it transformed into a lively dragon under his command. Light on his feet, he moved with steady steps, adeptly countering Yunqin's attacks with the ruler. The clash of ruler against sword sparked bright flashes and resonated with a melodious metallic sound, akin to an exhilarating battle symphony. Yunqin's onslaught resembled a torrential storm, yet He-Yi's defense remained impenetrable, skillfully sidestepping and dodging her strikes. However, just as Yunqin adjusted her breath and aimed her sword toward the nape of He-Yi's neck in a swift thrust, he detected a fleeting opening behind her. His gaze sharpened, and he moved like a specter, instantaneously shifting to Yunqin's left flank, forming a seal with his left hand and murmuring incantations. The Zhentian ruler in his grasp transformed from white to azure, radiating a soft blue light as if infused with boundless power. He swung the ruler toward Yunqin's back, the wind howling with a formidable force akin to a mountain descending upon her. Yunqin sensed the impending threat behind her, her heart racing. But it was too late to evade. Below, Ruan shouted, "He-Yi, cease your attack." With the strike already initiated, Yunqin was unable to shield her back. He-Yi, hearing Ruan's call, hesitated for a brief moment, allowing Yunqin the opportunity to employ her technique. With her left hand, she swiftly altered her incantation, channeling the 9 cold spirit fire from her dantian, causing a thin layer of ice to envelop her body. He-Yi instinctively sensed danger and retreated hastily. Yunqin spun around, extending her snow-white leg to sweep toward his waist. He-Yi, unwilling to engage further, retreated to the edge of the platform, maximizing the distance between them. Then, with his hand gestures shifting, he became surrounded by the essence of the underworld, causing the temperature around him to plummet drastically. Yet, what was even more alarming was that, upon closer inspection of Yunqin, despite being encased in thin ice, the surrounding space was marked by fine cracks. A testament to the terrifying nature of the 9 cold spirit fire, an embodiment of the utmost cold and heat in existence. Yunqin's gaze hardened as she rapidly shifted her incantation, and the air around her seemed to come alive, pulsating with peculiar energy. As she completed her technique, countless ice arrows formed from the 9 cold spirit fire, sparkling with an eerie blue glow, exuding coldness as they swarmed forth like a legion of agile ice sprites, weaving an impenetrable net toward He-Yi. Upon witnessing this, He-Yi's expression shifted, gripping the ruler firmly. The Zhentian ruler danced in his hand, forming an indomitable barrier in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of ice arrows. Yet, the arrows appeared sentient, skillfully weaving through the shadows of the ruler, relentlessly pursuing him, leaving He-Yi no choice but to focus entirely on defense. As He-Yi fought to repel the ice arrows, Yunqin adeptly shifted her technique, her spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a colossal ice sword coalesced before her, its blade transparent and crystalline, radiating a bone-chilling aura as if capable of freezing all living beings. The sword's tip glimmered with a haunting blue light, emitting a lethal radiance. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her spiritual power, and the ice sword sliced through the air like lightning, propelled toward Hiishi's heart. Wherever the ice sword passed, the air seemed to freeze into frost, leaving a white trace behind. Hiishi's heart raced as he felt the terrifying cold emanating from the sword, as if his very soul were at risk of being frozen. In a split second, he evaded the ice sword's lethal strike by a hair's breadth. However, the sword's chilling aura brushed against his cheek, sending a wave of bone-deep cold through him. He dared not be complacent, quickly adjusting his breath and channeling his energy, his eyes gleaming with determination as he prepared for Yunqin's next assault. The battle escalated, reaching a boiling point between the two combatants. Wanruan, observing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety, her hands clenched tightly. Hiishi suddenly bellowed. Though he had lost the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye, his practice techniques remained. He invoked the rebirth technique of the Six Paths Reincarnation Ghost Eye, unleashing 18 waves of underworld power that ensnared Yunqin, who felt her very soul teetering on the brink of departure. In a panic, she stabilized her 3 souls and 7 spirits with her celestial essence, granting Hiishi a fleeting moment to escape the binding of the 9 cold spirit fire's weaponry, particularly the looming threat of the massive ice sword. Hiishi moved, shifting like a ghost to Yunqin's left side. In that electrifying instant, his left fingers, akin to agile strings of a musical instrument, swiftly and precisely executed multiple incantations. Each incantation resonated with subtle yet potent energy fluctuations, sending ripples through the air. As the incantations unfolded, 36 strands of underworld fire surged from all directions, encircling Yunqin and sealing off her escape routes. The underworld fire flickered with an eerie green glow, intertwining cold and heat, creating a disquieting atmosphere. Yunqin's expression sharpened as she prepared to counter the encroaching underworld fire, but she beheld Hiishi lifting the Zhentian ruler high into the air. The ruler spun and rolled, radiating a dazzling light as if drawn by an invisible force. Hiishi's hands began to move rapidly and intricately, his fingers dancing like musical notes, tracing exquisite trajectories in the air. As the incantation was completed, the Zhentian Qi expanded to several hundred times its original size, transforming into a deep black hue that emanated a somber yet potent aura. Eerie runes spiraled along its body, flickering with a ghostly light, as if they harbored ancient and arcane power. Hiishi's figure sank as he swept his hands with great force, seemingly channeling all his strength into the singular strike. The Zhentian Qi descended like a colossal mountain from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar and overwhelming momentum, crashing down towards Yunqin. The wind generated by the strike howled, tearing through the air and creating invisible rifts. Upon witnessing this, Yunyu realized that Yunqin had lost the duel. Yunqin, feeling the terrifying force radiating from the Zhentian Qi, was taken aback but did not falter. She summoned her inner spiritual energy to its fullest extent, coalescing the 9 spirits' cold fire into a protective shield, yet sensed it would not suffice. She could hardly believe she would be defeated by a mere 16-year-old practitioner at the body-refining saint realm. Ruin, witnessing this, was also astonished and almost called out, only to be silenced by Yunyu, while the air shouted excitedly towards Hiishi. At that critical moment, all the spectral powers surrounding Yunqin suddenly vanished, and the Zhentian Qi flew back into Hiishi's hands, causing him to nearly collapse on the platform. Gasping for breath, seeing Hiishi in such a state, Yunqin approached and inquired, "Why is your spiritual energy reserve so low? You should have won this match." "It is what it is. Miss Yun need not say so. If Miss Yun were to attack now, I would surely be gravely injured. I'm not one to shy away from defeat. I acknowledge my loss." The onlookers recognized that Yunqin had indeed lost. Had it not been for Hiishi's significantly diminished energy reserves, she might have been injured. "Let us call this round a draw. Young girl, come down. Everyone else, please disperse." The Fire Emperor spoke timely. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to leave. After Yunqin descended, she bowed to the Fire Emperor and approached her great-grandmother. Yunyu, smiling, remarked, "Qin heir, you lost this time. Do not assume that innate celestial sources exempt you from diligent cultivation. This young master, he possesses spirit worms within him. His spiritual energy is merely 1/10 that of an ordinary practitioner, most of which is used to nourish the worms. Ancestor Yun is jesting. It is I who lack skill, embarrassing myself before the esteemed seniors. Good to know. Had Sister Yin not shown mercy, you would have been severely injured." Hiishi did not respond to Ruin's teasing but quietly stored away the Zhentian Qi, standing silently to the side. Chapter 27. The Ancient Annihilation Record. Young friend He, I perceive you are of the human race, yet I wonder why you have learned the techniques of the Spectre clan. Is this style of magic currently in vogue across the Tianyuan continent? Senior Fire Emperor, this technique was created by my ancestor, thus I can cultivate both. It is merely my lack of proficiency that has led to this display. Your ancestor? Is he not Hirenki, who pacified the Tianyuan continent and ushered in an era of peace? According to practitioners who entered earlier, he has already attained the Dao Void Emperor realm. Indeed. My great-grandfather is Hirenki. Hiishi replied respectfully, with no trace of arrogance on his face. The Fire Emperor was taken aback upon realizing Hiishi's lineage. Sensing a significant issue at play, the descendant of a Dao Void Emperor now stood as a mere subordinate, and this Ruin likely held her own complexities. Should you have the chance to speak with your great-grandfather upon leaving, please convey this message. A great terror is imminent, and preparations must be made. Senior. My great-grandfather has not appeared in the Tianyuan continent for a long time. Otherwise, I would not. What troubles you? You are merely stubborn. Had you wished to depart earlier, there were ample opportunities. Ruin realized she had spoken too much and quickly fell silent. The Fire Emperor, Yunyu, and the other 7 present were all astute individuals, piecing together the overarching narrative from fragmented hints. Miss Ruin, may I ask a favor of you? While I should not interfere in your matters with young Master He, I must implore you not to jeopardize his life. We will require many practitioners of the Void Refining realm and above, even those at the Dao Void realm. Though it may take hundreds of thousands of years for a Dao Void practitioner to mature, for us cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. The Fire Emperor spoke earnestly to Ruin. Upon encountering Heiji, the Fire Emperor felt an instinctive sense that this youth might be the crucial link in ending it all. At their level of cultivation, though they could not observe the passage of time, their instinctive impressions of individuals were remarkably accurate. In truth, I harbor no deep-seated enmity against him. Only some disputes of interest. I can assure Senior Fire Emperor that I will do my utmost to preserve his life. Ruin. You are truly a fine child. Are all 3 of you curious as to why I mentioned the need for numerous practitioners of the Void Refining realm and even the Dao Void realm? Heiji. Ruin, and Yunchin exchanged puzzled glances while Yunyu declared, let us proceed to the Yun clan Grand Hall. And we shall elaborate further for the children. As they walked, Yunyu spoke first. Qin Heir, your late arrival means that every time the secret realm opens, we communicate with external practitioners about the ancient annihilation, urging them to be cautious. We aim to engage with current practitioners and prepare for what lies ahead, yet each time, those who enter have never heeded our warnings. It is evident that the terrifying entity responsible for annihilating an era seeks to prevent us from disclosing these secrets to the practitioners of the Tianyuan continent, wishing for us to bear this knowledge until his return to unleash destruction. The Fire Emperor exclaimed, his anger palpable, mirrored by the fury of the other 8. In due time, they arrived at the Yun clan Grand Hall, which was considerably cozier and smaller than the central hall. Once seated, the Fire Emperor began, in ancient times. The 6 clans were led by the Celestial clan, of which my clan boasted 36 Dao Void emperors. In total, the Tianyuan continent had 94 Dao Void emperors. Though there were occasional skirmishes, under the coordination of our Celestial clan, the continent thrived in harmony. However, one day, the Demon clan launched a full-scale assault on the Monster clan, plunging the 2 factions into chaos. Despite our Celestial clan's intervention, we could not quell the conflict. 12 Dao Void emperors from our clan were dispatched to contain the Demon army, only to be astonished to find that while these demons retained their forms, their consciousness had been utterly corrupted. At that time, our Celestial clan allied with the Divine clan, Human clan, and Spectre clan, sending over 1,000 Void Refining realm practitioners and more than 40 Dao Void realm practitioners to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. As time passed, more and more beings across the Tianyuan continent were stripped of their consciousness, plunging all clans into a grand melee. Even then, the situation remained somewhat manageable. Some of our clan advocated for the extermination of all who had lost their consciousness, as these practitioners no longer viewed themselves as part of the Tianyuan continent, but rather harbored a pure hatred for those unaffected, bent on annihilating all remaining races. Moreover, these beings, having lost their consciousness, rapidly advanced in cultivation, sacrificing their life force to enhance their combat abilities. Just as the 5 clans were struggling to reach a consensus, a far greater terror descended upon the Tianyuan continent. Upon reaching this point, the Fire Emperor took a sip of tea, while Heiji, Yunshin, and Ruin were left astonished, realizing the ancient era had harbored such calamities. The entire continent was shrouded in black mist. Nearly all practitioners stripped of their consciousness. That great being opened this secret realm using his own Dantian. When we first entered this realm, we were merely body refining realm practitioners or ordinary folk. It is said that the entire ancient epoch was annihilated, with nearly all races vanishing, and those that remained inexplicably lost their memories of the ancients. Fire Emperor, at that time, with so many Dao Void emperors, could we truly not prevail? Yunshin suppressed the shock within her heart and questioned, it's not that we are unable to fight back. Rather, we do not even know who the opponent is. When we entered the secret realm, nearly half of the Dao Void emperors had already been stripped of their consciousness. The Dao Void emperors engaged in fierce battles among themselves, scattering the entire Tianyuan continent. Did the great cultivator of the Dao Void realm not resist? At the onset, the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent believed that the dark mist could only strip the consciousness of those below the Dao Void realm. It was only too late that they discovered even the Dao Void cultivators were not spared. Over half of the Dao Void emperors lost their consciousness, leading to a series of intense battles that shattered the entire continent. Seeing the situation was irreversible, that esteemed figure opened this secret realm using their own Dantian. When we entered, the highest cultivation level was merely the body refinement realm. Senior, have you still not uncovered the identity of this culprit? Upon hearing the words of the Fire Emperor, Heiji recalled that during his time in the Star-Picking Palace, He had not only dreamt of the destruction of the Imperial Immortal Island, but also had a dream where his grandfather warned him to be cautious of the Abyss. After countless eons of investigation, we only know it is called the Abyss, and its purpose seems to be the annihilation of one era after another. Our ancient ancestors of the Celestial Clan, who primarily cultivated the path of time, once prophesied that a young man would rise amidst the chaos of ice and fire, ascending above the Dao Void emperors to bring an end to the Abyss. Thus, we of the 6 ancient clans have preserved all our resources within the secret realm, opening it once every 1,000 years, awaiting the emergence of that young man. Fire Emperor, are you referring to the Dark Forest? Ruan suddenly recalled that this secret realm, which opened once every 1,000 years and held opportunities, could indeed be the Dark Forest. You call it that in the outside world, but in truth, the Dark Forest is our realm's Haisa. However, for reasons unknown, every cultivator entering the secret realm can only remember the events within the Dark Forest, completely oblivious to the matters of the ancient 6 cities and the Lingbao Pavilion. After the dark mist receded, the principles of the Tianyuan continent underwent tremendous changes. Our ancient clan members could not escape. If they did, they would be obliterated by the chaotic thunder, thus preventing our information from leaving the secret realm, including letters and such. At this point, everyone was further astonished, realizing why the Tianyuan continent had no knowledge of the ancient 6 clans. Senior, is the Abyss coming again soon? Hiiji suddenly inquired. Indeed, in this time, even the secret realm crafted for us by that esteemed figure may not withstand it. I have a strong premonition, thus we require many skilled experts to combat it. The Fire Emperor replied with a serious expression. Subsequently, Hiiji, Ruan, and Yun Qin posed several questions, which the higher-ups of the ancient celestial clan answered one by one. It was not until deep into the night that Ruan returned to her dwelling, while Hiiji rested in the pavilion outside. Hiiji initially thought Ruan would imprison him within the Baishui cage, but she did not. Instead, she walked directly into her room to sleep. Chapter 28. Midnight Dispersal of Joy. Lying in the pavilion, Hiiji contemplated the matters discussed by the ancient celestial clan, recalling the blood rain that had fallen on the Tianyuan continent and the sudden disappearance of Zhuge's realm. The Fire Emperor's mention of the impending abyss suggested it was drawing near. Yet, considering his current physical condition, he pondered how long it would take to reach the refinement void realm at this rate of cultivation, let alone the Dao Void realm. The more he thought, the more restless he became, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hiiji, may I have a moment of your time? Ruan, barefoot, stepped lightly beneath the silver-hued night sky, her figure resembling a meticulously crafted painting, unfurling gracefully in the tranquil darkness. Tear stains marred her delicate visage, like morning dew clinging to her features, adding an element of tender fragility and charm. Draped in a gown interwoven with shades of purple and pink, it gently conformed to her exquisitely graceful form. The hem swayed softly with the breeze, accentuating her alluring curves, each arc perfectly showcasing the beauty and strength of femininity. Drawing glances of admiration, the moonlight washed over her fair skin, bestowing a faint blue-silver sheen, enhancing her ethereal and otherworldly presence, as if she were a celestial maiden from ancient legends, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. However, in this moment, she radiated an indescribable sorrow, a presence that quietly transformed her usual vivacity into a poignant beauty that tugged at the heartstrings. Standing there, she was no longer the vivacious and cheerful girl but a solitary shadow, embodying a sense of purity and distance from worldly affairs, invoking a deep sympathy while also instilling a hesitance to draw near. Hiiji, witnessing Ruan in this state, felt a pang of compassion, yet, reflecting on her past actions contrasted sharply with her current vulnerability, he neither expelled her nor spoke. Noticing Hiiji's silence, Ruan's tear-filled eyes flickered gently, as if searching for answers in the night, yet ultimately finding none. With a soft sigh, she seemed to resolve to no longer wait for a response, and instead walked gracefully toward the pavilion, sitting lightly on the steps opposite Hiiji. Moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a dappled glow upon her, enveloping her in a soft and mysterious radiance. She curled her body, leaning against the pavilion's post, which seemed to be her only support at that moment. The hem of her gown lightly wrinkled with her movements, the intermingled colors appearing even more dreamlike and delicate under the moonlight, yet unable to conceal the helplessness and fragility within her heart. Her hands unconsciously intertwined before her, fingers gently rubbing the fabric of her gown as if seeking solace, or striving to calm her turbulent emotions. Her gaze lowered, long eyelashes casting soft shadows upon her cheeks, tears welling in her eyes but never falling. Everything around seemed to freeze, with only the night breeze whispering softly, bringing a slight chill. Ruan sat quietly, as if waiting for something. After a long while, she spoke, her voice slightly choked. Hiiji, I know what my father and the others have done is intolerable to the 6 clans. Would you spare their lives in the future? I could release you right now, providing the antidotes for the bone erosion and spirit worm poisons. However, I cannot assist you with your eyes. If you are unsatisfied, I could offer you mine. but they would surely fall short compared to your 6 paths reincarnation eye. As she continued, her voice gradually dwindled, and when she mentioned giving her own eyes, it seemed she mustered immense courage, yet her words became barely audible. Seeing Heiji with his eyes closed and silent, Ruan remained quiet for a moment before continuing. I understand that what my father and the others have done is intolerable to the Tianyuan continent and will eventually lead to retribution. They are certainly no match for the star-picking palace, but they have their reasons for their actions. What reasons? Heiji's face was cloaked in darkness. His voice, though soft, resonated heavily in Ruan's heart. Just because my great-grandfather is no longer around, they destroyed the Emperor Immortal Island? My parents and relatives have gone missing. What enmity exists between our He family and your Tianyu? I do not know, Ruan replied. But my father and the others are not inherently evil. Their actions against the Emperor Immortal Island were compelled by desperation. I can compensate you. I only hope that you might spare them in the future. Miss Ruan, you jest. My life is currently in your hands. How could you speak of sparing your father? With a mere thought, I could already be dead. After uttering these words, Heiji fell into a prolonged silence, prompting Ruan to eventually say, I can release you right now. Will you reconsider what I proposed? This promise is one I cannot offer you. As you have observed, apart from my identity as the heir of Yishai, I possess no foundations in the Tianyuan continent. The Zhaixing Palace will not heed my words. Thus I cannot influence their decisions. However, you possess the ability to sway the Dao Emperor's choices. If the Dao Emperor were to return, your words would undoubtedly carry weight. Especially considering you awaken the Eye of the 6 Paths at the tender age of 16, your talent is indeed evident. Upon the mention of the 6 Paths Eye, Ruan seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, her voice gradually diminishing. Yet, my Eye of the 6 Paths has been taken from me by your Tianyu. Do you truly believe that an airstrip of the 6 Paths Eye still holds any authority? Furthermore, your faction has already acted against the Imperial Immortal Island. Can you not deceive me just this once? You are exceedingly straightforward. Should you perish in our Tianyu, the Zhaixing Palace will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Enraged, Ruan sprang to her feet, stopping her foot while glaring at Heiji, as if she were ready to devour him. We are already at odds. Your thinking is overly naive. For me at this moment, life or death matters little. I have fallen from the ranks of the prodigies. The only reason you do not kill me is that I am of Yishai. When my great-grandfather returns, perhaps I can be used as a favor to spare your life. Yet, none of this is crucial. Did not the Fire Emperor just mention that the ruins are imminent? We shall all vanish, rendering all of this insignificant. Heiji, who had been reclining, turned his back to Ruan while speaking, causing her frustration to boil over. With a huff, she stormed out of the pavilion. At this moment, Yang Qingning of the Source Immortal Island had also learned of the dark forest openings, sensing in her heart that she should go. However, the dark forest is exceedingly perilous, and her guardians, including Jiao Zhu and the other 9, were opposed to her taking such risks. Yang Yi also visited, expressing his disapproval, for Yang Qingning was the last of her lineage. Should anything happen to her, Yang Tianmen would surely be devastated. Aside from this matter, Yang Qingning had not been idle on Source Immortal Island. Through her meticulous analysis of various intelligence, she increasingly confirmed that the Tianyu's stronghold lay in Qizhou. Meanwhile, news of Yang Qingning's intention to venture into the dark forest reached Yang Tianwen at the Zhaixing Palace, who replied that she should strive for her own opportunity. If she could secure a quota based solely on her merits, then she should proceed. Since Yang Tianwen's words returned to Source Immortal Island, Yang Qingning began to train with even greater fervor. As a venerable power in the Tianyuan continent, Source Immortal Island, while venerating the Yang family, is not devoid of formidable talents. Thus, obtaining a quota from these individuals would be no easy feat. Moreover, at just 15, she stands at the Body Refinement Emperor realm. While others may not have attained such heights at her age, there are countless cultivators at the Body Refinement Emperor realm due to years of practice, not to mention those at the Emperor and Saint realms. Furthermore, this time, Source Immortal Island did not directly allocate quotas to its disciples. The 100 quotas available would be contested through the Tianjia battle. A day later, the Yang family of Source Immortal Island announced the rules for the Tianjia battle, which would consist of 3 rounds. The first round being a bone age test, allowing those under 50 years of age to advance. The second round a talent assessment, requiring participants to endure 3 incense sticks worth of time within a formation crafted by 8 refining Void Realm cultivators, and the third round being an elimination match, where participants face off one-on-one, with victors advancing and losers entering a loser's bracket, where a second loss results in elimination, ultimately determining the top 100. Aside from Yang Qingning, over 500 cultivators participated in this gathering at the Yang residence, including 11 of Yang Qingning's elder brothers. Among them, only Yang Zike shares a close bond with Yang Qingning, while Yang Zid, Yang Zishuan, Yang Zitan, and Yang Ziqiang are more closely aligned with Yang Qinglan. These individuals were also the principal instigators who bullied Heiji in the past. The remaining 6 maintain relatively infrequent interactions with them, having been indifferent to each other's struggles during their childhood. Notably, among the younger generation of the Yang family, the most formidable individual is Yang Ziyu, one of the 6, who, at the mere age of 22, has already attained the realm of body refinement emperor. After the rules were announced, Yang Zikai made his way to Yang Qingning's small courtyard. Yang Qingning was engrossed in her training within the cultivation chamber, and Yang Zikai refrained from allowing Zhu and the others to disturb her, opting instead to remain in the hall and wait. A vigil that lasted until the sun began to dip below the horizon. After finishing her cultivation, Yang Qingning was promptly informed by Zhu that Yang Zikai had arrived. She hurried to the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she beheld a familiar silhouette. Although many years had passed and Yang Zikai had grown considerably taller, his figure remained strikingly reminiscent of the time when Yang Qingning departed from the source Immortal Island, exuding the same sense of familiarity. Yang Zikai sensed that someone was observing him. Upon turning, he beheld Yang Qingning standing in the courtyard before the hall, dressed in a black and white robe. Though the garment bore slight signs of wear, it exuded a gentle nostalgia, meticulously laundered to an immaculate state, as if not a speck of dust from the past lingered upon it. Years had flown by like fleeting shadows upon encountering Yang Zikai once more. He had shed the innocence of his youth, blossoming into a poised and graceful young man. He possessed a refined demeanor, his facial contours smooth and soft, reminiscent of a gentleman emerging from ancient texts, with a subtle warmth emanating from his brow and eyes. Standing tall in the hall, he resembled a resilient pine tree amidst the mountains, unyielding to the harshness of the elements, yet exuding an effortless elegance. His presence radiated an irresistible charm that compelled one to gaze longer. Occasionally, he would stroll leisurely, revealing an air of unhurried composure. His childhood experiences endowed him with a maturity and steadiness that transcended his years, as if every hardship endured had transformed into nurturing dew for his soul, enhancing his brilliance and vitality. Among the crowd, he shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Though understated, he was impossible to overlook. Brother Zikai, I didn't know you were coming. I've kept you waiting, Yang Qingning called out with a smile. It is of no consequence. I heard that you have been quite busy since your return, so I refrained from intruding. I only recently learned of your recent events, and felt it necessary to come and see you. You know how isolated I am from news. I hope you can forgive me, Qingning. Upon encountering Yang Qingning's entrance, Yang Zikai promptly set down his teacup and rose quickly to his feet. Upon entering the hall, Yang Qingning gestured for Yang Zikai to refrain from such formality and to take a seat. She settled beside him, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. How have you fared over the years, Brother Zikai? Is your father treating you well? I am aware of your hardships. Upon my return, circumstances converged, and I could not find the time to visit you. I hope you do not hold this against me. How could I possibly blame you? It is I who was unable to assist with your matters. Our cultivation remains insufficient, he replied. Has your father been oppressive towards you, and your mother again? Do not worry. Since I have demonstrated my talent for cultivation, he has treated us rather well. However, there is something I must discuss with you. Brother Zikai, please feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for formality between us. You truly need not venture into the dark forest. If you require spiritual essence, I can procure it for you. The dark forest is exceedingly perilous. With Iji now ensnared, what would happen if you encountered any misfortune? How would Iji cope upon his return? Brother Zikai, I have an inexplicable urge to enter the dark forest. It may be the only way for me to find Iji. Then allow me to accompany you in your search. Brother Zikai, how many years must I wait outside? The last time the dark forest opened, the cultivators who entered remained trapped for 500 years. It is not that I cannot endure such a wait. Rather, I fear I may not be able to wait for him. What if Iji encounters danger within? Yang Qingning spoke halfway through, tears already welling in her eyes. And Yang Zikai felt a pang of heartache. Yang Qingning was, apart from his mother, the only family member he had in the Yang residence, which made him cherish this sister dearly since childhood. Yang Zikai and Yang Qingning are not direct blood relatives, although they both belong to the Yang clan. Their common ancestor can be traced back several generations. Their bond is simply one of friendship, with Yang Qingning having taken great care of the young Yang Zikai and his mother. But what if Iji is outside? If the Starry Sky Palace finds him first, wouldn't that mean you would be separated again? If the Starry Sky Palace can locate him, that would be splendid. I believe he will also enter the dark forest to seek me out. With his abilities, he can certainly enter the dark forest. The Starry Sky Palace will not obstruct him. You are incorrigible. I cannot argue with you. Once you pass the assessment, we will act together when we enter. At the very least, I currently possess a higher cultivation level than you. Very well. I express my gratitude to Brother Zikai. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, night fell, and Yang Zikai departed from Yang Qingning's small courtyard, returning to his own residence. Chapter 29, The Nest of the Celestial Domain. A few days later, not only did the Yang family on Xianyuan Island commence their trials for 100 coveted spots, but various states, islands, and secret realms also initiated their own competitions for slots in diverse manners, infusing the Tianyuan continent with a palpable excitement. Among them, the central state attracted the most attention. Aside from the allocation of 100 slots determined by the prominent families of Central State, the Starry Sky Palace, in addition to its own 3,000 slots, included 100 slots from the Imperial Immortal Island, resulting in millions of cultivators flocking to Central State. Following the issuance of rules by the Yang family, The Starry Sky Palace also announced its competition guidelines. The trials of the Starry Sky Palace consisted of 3 rounds, the first being a bone age test. Accepting only cultivators under the age of 30, the second round involved ascending the heavenly ladder, where those reaching the 6 major platforms, totaling 666 steps, could advance to the next round. The third round was a battle of geniuses, where participants faced elimination after 2 defeats, and the top 100 could enter the Dark Forest. After all cultivators entered the Dark Forest, the Starry Sky Palace would seal the entire maritime area surrounding it. This was why Yang Zikai remarked during his conversation with Yang Qingming that He-Iji would be unable to enter. Yet due to He-Iji's relationship with the Starry Sky Palace, they would certainly facilitate his passage. The Starry Sky Palace's sealing of this region serves 2 purposes. First, to prevent those with ulterior motives from infiltrating the Dark Forest to target the cultivators within, as these individuals represent the future of the Tianyuan continent. And second, to protect the lesser cultivators emerging from the secret realms from being schemed against by those coveting treasures. Even after spending 500 years within the secret realm, the highest cultivation level attainable would only be that of the spirit-nurturing emperor, which is hardly sufficient compared to those at the void refining or Dao refining stages. For these reasons, the Starry Sky Palace enforced the sealing of the Dark Forest. Nonetheless, despite the risks, some formidable cultivators still dared to venture and plot against weaker cultivators. However, if discovered by the Shadow Pavilion of the Starry Sky Palace, the Martial Hall would respond with swift and severe measures. Consequently, in the recent excursions into the Dark Forest, the number of cultivators falling victim to such schemes has significantly decreased. During this fervent competition for entry into the Dark Forest, Ling Chen led an assembly of experts from the Starry Sky Palace, the Yang family, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Moon Demon clan, the Dragon clan, and the Yin and Yang clans, finally uncovering traces near Tianyuan and Qingzhou. Immediately, Ling Chen dispatched individuals to summon the array masters of the Starry Sky Palace. The area surrounding Tianyuan, spanning a radius of 10,000 miles, was sealed off by the void refining experts brought by Ling Chen. Rumors swiftly spread throughout Qingzhou, but fortunately, Ling Chen managed to suppress the situation temporarily by claiming that the sudden anomalies in Tianyuan posed a threat to Qingzhou's safety. Tianyuan has existed for countless years, dating back to the history of the Tianyuan continent. Legend has it that it was formed during a fierce battle among several powerful beings in the ancient immortal era who tore apart the laws of the Dao. Within Tianyuan, there exists no power of the great Dao, only a chaotic spiritual energy, spatial rifts, and chaotic golden thunder. Some cultivators raised doubts, noting that the most formidable beings on the Tianyuan continent are the void refining emperors. During the cataclysmic battle hundreds of thousands of years ago, no second Tianyuan was formed. Others speculated that the current cultivators lacked sufficient strength. Perhaps there were existences beyond the void refining emperor in the ancient immortal era, capable of tearing apart space and leaving behind such a terrifying phenomenon. The present void refining emperors have entered and traversed Tianyuan for hundreds of years without reaching its end. Many cultivators sought opportunities within, yet aside from the void refining emperors, none of the other explorers have emerged from Tianyuan. From that point onward, it was designated as a forbidden zone, with no cultivators daring to enter. The array master of the Starry Sky Palace, known as Jinxing, arrived near Tianyuan in Qizhou. Renowned for his unparalleled mastery of formations, he is revered as the greatest array master on the Tianyuan continent. Before him, no formation remains unbroken, and naturally, no one else can hope to dismantle the formations he sets. While a portion of the great formations of the Starry Sky Palace originated from the hands of others, the vast majority were arranged by Jinxing, who also oversees their daily maintenance. As Jinxing meticulously inspected the area where Ling Chen and the others had detected anomalies, the Lord of the Celestial Domain prepared to retreat under the urgings of Bei Ming and Nan Yuan, albeit still concerned for Wan Ruan. Lord, Wan Ruan is currently within the Linglong secret realm. She likely won't be able to exit anytime soon. Jinxing has arrived. He will surely discern the core of our mist formation. Even if the core is set within Tianyuan, it is merely a matter of time before Jinxing breaks the formation. Nan Yuan said anxiously. But what if Wan Ruan emerges and is captured by the Starry Sky Palace? If they employ any means against Wan Ruan, how can I explain to her deceased mother? Lord, they pride themselves on being righteous and would not harm Wan Ruan. At most, they might use her to threaten us. And we can adapt as the situation unfolds. If you are captured by the Starry Sky Palace, our celestial domain will surely fall into the hands of that individual. And the lives of our brethren may be at stake. Lord, Nan Yuan speaks truth. We should withdraw first. After the storm subsides, I will return personally to investigate. What do you think? The Lord of the Celestial Domain recognized the validity of Bei Ming and Nan Yuan's words as the best course of action. However, the thought of abandoning Wan Ruan, his only bloodline, was unbearable. In desperation, Bei Ming and Nan Yuan exchanged glances and simultaneously took action against the Lord of the Celestial Domain. Despite the Lord's formidable strength, neither Bei Ming nor Nan Yuan could stand alone against him. However, as all three were in the void refining holy realm, and the Lord was caught off guard by their attack. They managed to seal him and swiftly retreated from the celestial domain's lair. Nan Yuan's predictions proved accurate. Jinxing was aware that the core of the mist formation lay within Tianyuan. Yet, through his precise calculations, he determined the location of every formation flag. With a command from Ling Chun, all void refining cultivators acted in unison to obliterate the formation flags, gradually revealing the hidden lair of the celestial domain. The opulence of the structures concealed within the mountains astonished all. The area occupied by the celestial domain's lair, along with its numerous buildings and grand scale, would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 on the entire Tianyuan continent. Suddenly, Ling Chun detected a fluctuation of spiritual energy deep within the mountains. Although faint, such signs could not escape the keen senses of someone like Ling Chun, who had spent years gathering intelligence. Ling Chun commanded the cultivators within tens of thousands of miles around Tianyuan to bolster their defenses, while instructing others to follow the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The remaining cultivators in the Void Refinement realm conducted a thorough sweep of the old nest of the heavenly domain. Simultaneously, news of Ling Chen's discovery reached the Star-Picking Palace, prompting Yang Tianwen, Mei Qing, Yi Lan, and others to hasten to Qingzhou. With a wave of his left hand, a pitch-black spear materialized in his grasp, adorned with a dragon and a phoenix coiling around it. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished to see the ancestral dragon and phoenix spear in Ling Chen's possession. It was said that the formidable blacksmith infused the spear with the essence of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix upon its forging, thus imbuing it with a trace of the pressure exerted by these two formidable beings from the demon clan. Even if the tales were embellished, this spear was undoubtedly a paragon among the treasures of the Hanyuan realm. Ling Chen's right hand danced with incantations. His eyes gently closed as he attuned himself to the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he hurled the ancestral dragon and phoenix spear, which had shifted from black to crimson, releasing it with such force that it transformed into a dragon and phoenix entwined in flight. The surrounding space was violently torn asunder, unleashing the mystical purple thunder towards the source of the energy fluctuations. As it approached, the spear, now enveloped in the divine purple thunder, struck with tremendous force against the source of the energy, creating a violent explosion as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall. A figure emerged from the void, wielding a blade to counter the spear's rapid advance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The inhabitants of the Tianyuan continent had underestimated Ling Chen, believing him merely an intelligence operative for the Star-Picking Palace, unaware of the true extent of his power, which was likely not far beneath that of Yulan. As the chaos of the collision dissipated, the true identity of the hidden figure was revealed, shocking everyone present, as they had never anticipated it would be this individual. Chapter 001. Speaking from the heart, every drop of ink that flows from my pen carries my boundless thoughts and emotions. After countless days and nights of reflection and refinement, I have finally mustered the courage to share my innermost thoughts and insights with each reader who has accompanied me on this creative journey through this letter. Looking back to the early days of my writing, I once grappled with the hesitation of whether to depict the protagonist with restraint, channeling more of my focus into the development of the plot, allowing the story itself to serve as a beacon guiding the reader's emotions. After all, in many classic literary works, protagonists often appear as nearly symbolic figures, their personalities and actions primarily serving to propel the narrative rather than being deeply analyzed as independent entities. However, as my writing progressed, I gradually realized that a vibrant character, with a rich inner world and intricate human complexities, constitutes the most resilient bond connecting readers to the story. Thus, I resolved to shatter my original conception, amplifying the refinement of character portrayals in the depiction of battle scenes, striving for each character to possess their own life, and for each scene to resonate deeply with the heart. During the reimagining of both the main and supporting characters, I endeavored to capture the subtlest nuances of their inner turmoil, whether it be their unwavering resolve in the face of adversity or their indecisiveness amid emotional entanglements, presenting these experiences in the most genuine and delicate manner possible. The depiction of battle scenes became one of my most fervent passions. I fully understand that a captivating battle is not merely a contest of strength and skill. It is also a clash of personalities, emotions, and values. Therefore, in illustrating each confrontation, I strive to create an atmosphere that is both exhilarating and laden with philosophical depth, allowing readers to savor the visual spectacle while also contemplating the profound meanings woven within the text. As I constructed the narrative framework, I consistently pondered how to introduce unexpected twists, ensuring the story's progression would evoke the thrills and surprises akin to a roller coaster ride. Thus, in the initial stages of the tale, I meticulously arranged a series of suspenseful elements and foreshadowing, trusting that the observant among you have already discerned numerous clues. Has the Dao Emperor truly perished? Can the other 5 be restored? Why are only 6 Dao Void Emperors left? Why is the highest realm Dao Void? Why is there no Dao Void expert stationed at the Imperial Immortal Island? What has become of the ancestors of He Yiji and Yang Qingning? What happened to the ancestral land after the He family activated the 5 elements Hanyuan formation? Is Yang Tianwen the mastermind behind it all? To whom does the heavenly domain truly answer? These mysteries will be gradually unveiled in the ensuing narrative, filling in every suspenseful gap left behind. I sincerely invite you to continue following my pen as we together explore this mysterious and expansive fantasy world. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate your feedback, be it questions regarding the work, suggestions, or personal reflections. Please do not hesitate to share. Each message you send serves as my motivation to forge ahead. In conclusion, I would like to express that the portrayal of certain characters may not be entirely complete in the official chapters. If necessary, I shall continue to release subsequent chapters in the 00X series, providing more detailed depictions of key characters. These additions will not disrupt the main narrative, but will enrich the dimensionality and fullness of the characters within the chapters, and I hope you will find them enjoyable. Chapter 30. The first meeting of 6. You are not as negative as you claim. Why direct your ire at Ruan? After Ruan departed, Yunqin appeared in the pavilion, sitting on a chair beside He-Iji, separated by a pillar. Upon hearing Yunqin's voice, He-Iji rose. Aware that Miss Yun had overheard their discussion and understood that any reconciliation between them was unlikely. Thus, there was no point in making promises he could not keep. And what are the insects on you? Given your current condition, it is quite challenging for you to cultivate. Even if your cultivation sees some progress, you will ultimately be left far behind by your contemporaries. At this moment, the moon had quietly concealed itself behind the clouds. He-Iji stood, gazing at the sky, lost in thought as he pondered her words, though he did not linger for too long. For me, this is not merely a trial. We, as perceived geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people, have had our paths too smooth. As children, we were cherished by our clans. As we grew, we were held up as paragons by our masters and peers. Yet, true cultivators must endure the trials of blood and fire. Otherwise, even if we attain the realms of Void Refinement and Dao Void, we remain mere sheltered flowers. Are you able to accept your current self? Relying on spirit insects as your eyes, most of your spiritual energy is devoted to nurturing them. Can you truly find contentment in this? Miss Yun, your late-night visit to share such matters with me is not merely to discourage me, is it? He-Iji turned to face Yunqin's exquisite visage. Up close, Yunqin could not help but admire He-Iji. He was indeed a dashing young master, though his eyes were shadowed with melancholy. You misunderstand, young master he. Within the depths of the heavens, there exists a treasure that can restore your sight. While it may not compare to the 6 paths reincarnation I born of your bloodline, it is nonetheless a treasure of our celestial clan. Miss Yun, you jest. How could a treasure of your celestial clan be obtained by an outsider such as myself? Even if I were to acquire it, would your clan's higher-ups permit it? I understand the principle of possessing a gem brings misfortune. At this moment, Yunqin's appreciation for He-Iji deepened. He remained calm and rational in the face of such a daunting temptation, exhibiting a level of composure not typical among cultivators. Furthermore, his open-mindedness in confronting challenges and setbacks suggested that, should he not falter along the way, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Does young master think that I came here tonight of my own volition? Could it be the Fire Emperor himself? Yunqin nodded, indicating that his guess was indeed correct. He then spoke. This celestial eye is the innate celestial source of my ancient celestial clan, known as the Xiantian eye. It can penetrate all illusions and mists, and when combined with the appropriate techniques, it possesses immense power. It is currently the best choice for young master he. Why me, and not someone else? It is not necessarily you. Until now, only a few have found the Xiantian eye, and none have been able to allow it to re-enter a cultivator's body as a celestial source. This time, we will form a 6-member team to attempt the search. Once found, it can become your celestial source. Our ancient celestial city will certainly not object. However, you must help us find the divine core of the divine clan, the demon elephant of the demon clan, the wisdom of the demon clan, and the shadow source of the ghost clan. As for the celestial clan, I will take care of that, and I will give you the location of the human clan. What do you think? He pondered for a moment before agreeing. Upon seeing He-Yi's acceptance, Yunqin expressed his gratitude and left. After Yunqin departed, He-Yi sat alone in the pavilion, lost in thought. A few days later, Yunqin sought out He-Yi and asked him to go to the Great Hall, saying that representatives from the other 4 clans had arrived. During this time, Ruan had not spoken much with He-Yi. Upon hearing that Yunqin was looking for He-Yi, Ruan decided to follow him to the Great Hall. Upon arrival, He-Yi saw the young prodigies from the other 4 clans, all at the Body Refinement Sovereign Realm. When they noticed He-Yi, they realized he was merely at the Body Refinement Saint Realm and was also blind. Yunqin, sister, did you really choose someone like him to team up with us just because he looks good? Especially since he is blind. Shut your mouth, Ruan retorted angrily, while the heir also barked at the speaking ghost clan youth. The remaining 3 were taken aback, surprised by the unexpected ferocity of this young girl. Who are you? Did you sneak in here with this kid? Although we need the assistance of outside cultivators to break the restrictions and search for opportunities within He-Eyes, I will never team up with him. Neither will I. What power does a blind Body Refinement Saint have? I refuse as well. Sister Yunqin, we are not in a hurry to enter He-Eyes. With our strength, once we enter, whatever treasures we desire will be ours, said a prodigy from the demon clan. This prodigy belonged to the Shangyang clan and was named Shangmeng. She had skin that seemed to have been kissed by moonlight, fair with a gentle glow. delicate as the finest porcelain, evoking an irresistible desire to touch and experience its indescribable smoothness and purity. Sunlight fell upon her, causing her skin to reflect a soft radiance. Breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a meticulously designed pink gown, the skirt floated gracefully with the breeze, reminiscent of a pink sprite dancing in the morning mist. The exquisite embroidery on the dress, rendered in delicate silver threads, depicted blooming flowers, embodying both liveliness and classical elegance. Her figure was undoubtedly a masterpiece of creation. With a full and upright chest, a slender and supple waist, and rounded hips, she formed a captivating silhouette that, even when standing still, exuded a natural beauty that rendered everything around her dim. Despite Yinqin's beauty, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent, she radiated her brilliance in a unique manner. Her beauty was a gentle yet resilient force, an unintentional display of wisdom and kindness that allowed those who admired her radiant starlight to also notice the quietly glowing pearl that was her essence. The Shangyang clan possessed the innate ability to foresee the future, thus having a natural affinity with the path of time. This clan was a prominent one among demons in ancient times and holds significant status in the ancient demon city today. Although the Shangyang clan has the ability to predict the future, this power awakens only after reaching the realm of harmony with the world's great principles. Hence, this demon prodigy was unaware of He Yi's true prowess, leading to her careless comments. The prodigies of the divine and demon clans also expressed their unwillingness to team up with a blind person. However, they left room for negotiation, stating that unless He Yi could prove his strength, they would rather wait for the talents from the 6 clans outside before discussing team formations. Are you all here together, or did you come one by one? He Yi questioned the 4 in front of him. Kid, are you that arrogant? The divine clan prodigy retorted sharply. Without further ado, He Yi launched a punch toward the divine youth's face. This divine youth, named Yi Xiu, belonged to the ancient Jiuli divine clan, renowned in ancient times for their leader, Qiyu. The Jiuli clan was known for their physical prowess and excelled in close combat. Though young, Yi Xiu possessed an impressive physique. His body solid as rock with muscles elegantly sculpted, akin to nature's finest masterpiece. Each muscle was meticulously chiseled, showcasing both strength and artistry. Even through his dark robe, one could faintly sense the overwhelming power within him, a force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Beneath the robe, his muscular contours were subtly visible, resembling a tiger in the night, poised and ready. The robe swayed as he moved, revealing strong arms and a toned waist. The muscles hidden beneath the robe still exuding remarkable tension and beauty. His eyes were clear and sharp, akin to a hawk's gaze, capable of discerning every minute shift on the battlefield. This represented a curiosity and exploration of the unknown, as well as a thirst for self-challenge and courage. He Yi's speed was not particularly swift, as if intentionally giving Yi Xiu time to react. Upon seeing He Yi's attack, Yi Xiu roared and engaged him in close combat. He was unafraid, stomping forward, leaving an imprint on the ground. The floor of the Yun clan's great hall was no ordinary matter, showcasing the ferocity of Yi Xiu's strength. The other 3 promptly retreated, knowing that engaging in close combat with Yi Xiu was a daunting challenge, even among the demon clan's peers, let alone the human clan, which rarely had body-refining cultivators. Thus, they believed he would undoubtedly suffer a great loss this time. When the two collided, a gust of wind surged. Yet the protective formation of the Great Hall ensured that the contest between body refinement cultivators would not damage it. However, the force of the wind nearly knocked everyone off balance. At this moment, De Air displayed his teeth toward Yi Xiu, feigning a fierce demeanor. Once the gust subsided, everyone noticed that He had not moved from his position, while Yi Xiu had taken a step back. At this moment, Shang Meng and the others realized they had underestimated this blind outsider. However, since He had attacked first, Yi Xiu might not have been fully prepared. De Air timely let out a cheer, encouraging He. The one most shocked was Yi Xiu. Although he had not used all his strength, he had exerted about 80%, and it was evident he felt that He had employed even less. Moreover, he was already at the sovereign realm, while He was merely at the saint realm. However, Yi Xiu's anger flared, and with a roar, he charged toward He once more. Chapter 31. The outbreak of the Qingzhou War. This was none other than Yu Wenjian, the wasteful scion of the Yuan clan from the human race in Qingzhou, notorious among the scions of the Tianyuan continent. The Yuan family, once a distinguished lineage on the Tianyuan continent several tens of thousands of years ago, stood alongside the He and Yang clans in prominence, long before these powers emerged. However, during a monumental conflict with the Divine Path clan, which allied with the Golden Giants, the Sword clan, and numerous other divine factions, the Yuan family found themselves overwhelmed. They suffered devastating losses, with the majority of their elite warriors slain. In the ensuing chaos, their diminished strength left them unable to protect themselves, leading to their fall from the ranks of first-rate powers and their relegation to a third-rate status across the Tianyuan continent. In the generation of Yu Wenjian's grandfather, the family began to rise once more. His father achieved the Dao Void primordial realm, officially propelling the Yuan family into the second tier of powers. Initially, All forces in Qingzhou anticipated that Yuan Jian would inherit the extraordinary talents of his grandfather and father. Yet, to their dismay, he turned out to be a true wastrel, causing the once thriving Yuan family to stagnate during his generation. However, what no one expected was that the notorious wastrel of the Tianyuan continent could withstand Ling Qin's strike without harm. Even more astonishing was his connection to the heavenly domain. Yuan Jian, how deeply you have concealed your true self. Everyone on the Tianyuan continent believes you to be a wastrel, yet you have managed to surprise me profoundly, Ling Qin declared, stepping forward, the ancestral dragon primordial phoenix spear in hand, addressing Yuan Jian directly. Ling Qin, do not presume you are the only clever one in this world. You are merely a sycophant. Our Yuan family was besieged by the divine clans, and ever since, we have struggled to recover. Otherwise, who would dictate the affairs of the Tianyuan continent today? Stop wasting time. Where is he, Yiji? Where have you hidden him? He has long since departed. If you seek him, don't even think about finding him, not through doors or windows. You seek death, Yang Yi bellowed, thrusting his black water snake spear towards Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian did not even spare a glance at Yang Yi, bellowing, get lost, which sent Yang Yi reeling back. At this moment, it dawned on everyone that Yuan Jian had likely reached the realm of Dao Void Saint, and there were fewer than 10 individuals present capable of contending with him. Seizing the opportunity after repelling Yang Yi, Yuan Jian tore through the void, preparing to escape. But an elder from the Divine Path clan intervened, unleashing a divine technique that reinforced the surrounding space, preventing even saint-level cultivators from tearing through it. Allow me to be your opponent, young Master Yuan. The elder of the Divine Path clan, shifting his hand seals, unleashed multiple divine techniques toward Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian laughed heartily. You Divine Path rabble, I have not sought you out, yet you dare to come for me? Today, I shall slay you. In an instant, Yuan Jian and the elder of the Divine Path clan exchanged blows in a fierce battle, neither side willing to yield. The elder, gathering power for a swift strike, quickly created distance, his hands weaving intricate seals. With each movement, subtle energy waves radiated, as if every hand seal could resonate with the cosmic principles. As he completed his intricate seals, a vast and imposing rune array suddenly materialized, resembling a colossal and mysterious tapestry, ensnaring Yuan Jian within it. This array spanned a 100-mile radius, its edges shimmering with brilliant runic light, each symbol seemingly imbued with ancient and arcane power, weaving an inescapable net around Yuan Jian. The formation's emergence caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if it could scarcely withstand the onslaught of this force. Gradually, the array began to contract, propelled by an invisible might, causing the space within to grow increasingly confined. The air within the array thickened, weighed down by an unseen pressure, rendering the very fabric of space fragile, on the brink of collapse under the strain of this force. Within the array, the six-ding divine fire blazed fiercely, morphing into various forms of weaponry. Swords gleamed like rainbows, sharp beyond measure. Each sword beam seemed capable of rending the cosmos. Blade glints flickered ominously, exuding an icy chill, each capable of freezing time itself. Long spears surged forward like dragons, each thrust seemingly able to pierce the stars, and halberds flashed through the air, exuding unmatched might. Each swing capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Every weapon radiated a searing brilliance, emanating an unsettling aura. Observing these weapons birthed from the six-ding divine fire, they appeared as sentient warriors, relentlessly charging toward Yuan Jian. They stabbed, cleaved, slashed, and swept, their offensive a tidal wave, impenetrable. Trapped within the array, Yuan Jian faced assaults from all directions, forcing him to concentrate fully on repelling these phantasmal weapons. Every movement of his seemed to harbor world-shattering power. Engaging in a breathtaking contest with these conjured weapons, their clashes resonating with the very principles of the cosmos. The radiance of the rune array illuminated the entire sky, painting it in vibrant hues. The scorching aura of the six-ding divine fire permeated the air, rendering it unbearably hot. The elder of the Divine Path clan stood firm outside the array, his gaze resolute and unwavering, as if commanding the very essence of this realm. Yuan Jian, ensnared in dire straits, fought valiantly, his figure flickering within the array. Nevertheless, he continued to weave hand seals, launching attacks against 36 points of the rune array, simultaneously erecting a protective barrier of spiritual energy to fend off the onslaught of the six-ding divine fire's conjured weapons. Yet, despite his efforts, tendrils of the six-ding divine fire still penetrated the shield, scorching Yuan Jian. However, it was unclear what garments he wore, for the flames were kept at bay from his skin. You, a lackey of the Divine Path clan, shall be slain today. With a fierce cry, Yuan Jian unleashed a surge of energy toward the 36 directions of the rune array, causing it to shatter. The elder of the Divine Path clan remained composed, continuously altering his hand seals, as 16 beams of purple celestial thunder surged forth, each directed at Yuan Jian. During the fierce battle between the elder and Yuan Jian, Ling Qin meticulously observed his surroundings, keenly probing for other fluctuations of spiritual energy. sensing that Yuan Jian was merely bait cast forth by the heavenly domain, with larger prey still lurking. At that moment, Bei Ming and Nan Yuan had just captured the domain lord of the heavenly domain within their restraints, poised to take him away when the cloud and mist array erupted. In desperation, they had to divert the star-picking palace's personnel, allowing Bei Ming to seize the opportunity to escape with the domain lord. Initially, it was believed that upon witnessing the heavenly domain as stronghold, a multitude from the star-picking palace would surge into search. Yet, they did not anticipate Ling Qin's meticulous strategy. Concealed within the void, Bei Ming observed the standoff between Nan Yuan and the elder of the Divine Path clan. Although the two seemed evenly matched, the latter's numbers made it evident that they would not easily let Nan Yuan slip away. In truth, Bei Ming had long recognized Nan Yuan as Yuan Jian, the wastrel of the Yuan family in Qingzhou. However, Bei Ming dared not underestimate Nan Yuan, who commanded an intelligence network second only to the Qian Ing Pavilion and possessed formidable strength. Thus, it could be said that Nan Yuan was the individual Bei Ming feared most, second only to the domain lord of the heavenly domain. As Bei Ming contemplated these matters, Ling Qin suddenly turned his gaze toward Bei Ming's hiding place, continuously probing the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy, his grip tightening around the ancestral dragon primordial phoenix spear. If Bei Ming dared to make even the slightest sound, he was convinced that Ling Qin would unhesitatingly hurl the ancestral long Yuan Feng spear, striking it from the void. At this moment, the battle between Nan Yuan and the elder of the Xindao clan had reached a fever pitch. Both were fueled by rage, with the elder employing a myriad of divine techniques, preventing Nan Yuan from approaching and leaving him with numerous small wounds. Nan Yuan, in turn, utilized various spells to briefly close the distance, inflicting knife wounds upon the elder of the Xindao clan. The other Dao Su Shengjing experts nearby attempted to intervene, but were halted by the elder's formidable presence. Meanwhile, Bei Ming held his breath, vigilant in preventing Ling Qin from pulling him out. Should Ling Qin locate him, the master of the heavenly domain would also fall captive, leading to the ruin of the entire realm. He was not naive enough to believe that any savior would come to their aid. This was the strategy jointly devised by Nan Yuan and Ling Qin, with Nan Yuan responsible for diverting the attention of the Jiaxing Palace, allowing Bei Ming to escort the domain master to safety at the opportune moment. The area surrounding the fierce battle between Nan Yuan and the Xindao elder had been ravaged by the residual force of their spells, with spatial rifts appearing everywhere, and the mountains flattened, leaving behind a series of deep craters that formed new peaks. This was a testament to the overwhelming power wielded by the Dao Su realm cultivators. As the battle intensified, the Xindao elder realized that without paying a substantial price, he could not hope to subdue Yuan Jian. He formed a complex hand seal, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, summoning a total of 49 black holes that surrounded Yuan Jian. These black holes harbored immense power. Those observing the battle were astounded. They had not anticipated that the Xindao elder would employ the ancient secret technique, the 7-7 Flame Thunder Decision, passed down from the primordial era. This formidable spell would create 49 black holes around the target, each containing the devastating energies of the 9 Heavens Flame and the Purple Sky Thunder, alternating or intertwining until the attacked cultivator was reduced to ashes. Just as the spectators were taken aback, the first wave of attacks from the 49 black holes descended. Yuan Jian, of course, would not remain passive. He sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto his blade in his right hand, while his left hand rapidly shifted seals, surrounding him with a torrent of blade light. Countless blade shadows collided with the incoming 9 Heavens Flame and Purple Sky Thunder. Yet Yuan Jian could not completely fend them off. After the first wave, Yuan Jian was disheveled and appeared quite miserable. Yuan, quickly tell us the whereabouts of Yi, or the Xindao elder will reduce you to ashes. Yang Yi shouted at the woeful Yuan Jian. Ha ha ha, the head of the Yang family is quite imposing. Why not come and ask me yourself? The Xindao elder did not grant Yuan Jian a moment to breathe, and the second wave of attacks followed swiftly. This time, Yuan Jian could scarcely defend himself. His clothes were shredded, and his body was riddled with penetrating wounds from the 9 Heavens Flame and Purple Sky Thunder. Hidden within the void, Bei Ming longed to join Nan Yuan in battle, yet he had a more pressing mission. With each successive wave of attacks, Yuan Jian's wounds multiplied. Despite his desperate attempts to break free, he was repeatedly forced back. The space surrounding Yuan Jian had completely collapsed, and the Dao principles were shattered by the 9 Heavens Flame and Purple Sky Thunder. Yuan Jian was now at the end of his tether. After he managed to withstand this round of attacks, the next wave came without allowing him any respite, with the intertwining energies of the 9 Heavens Flame and Purple Sky Thunder hurtling directly towards the crown of his head. At this moment, Yuan Jian had no strength left to counter this blow. Bei Ming's eyes were bloodshot with rage, wishing he could shield Nan Yuan from this onslaught. The spectators felt a pang of regret for the impending fate of a Dao Su realm expert. While this strike might not be fatal, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries, complicating any future advancements unless he could mend the fractured Dao imprint, which would not be an easy task given the destructive forces at play. Moreover, Yuan Jian would certainly be imprisoned by the Jiaxing Palace, with his future hanging in the balance. Chapter 32. The Battle of the Four Clans Prodigies. He Yiji watched as Yi Xiu surged forward like a wild horse unleashed, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, aiming a kick at his vital point. Iji's gaze sharpened. There was no hint of retreat in his demeanor. Instead, a confident smile graced his lips as he accelerated. Moving like a wisp of smoke, executing the Lingshu Yulong step. He traced elegant arcs through the void, akin to a dragon weaving through the clouds, effortlessly maneuvering to a position above and behind Ishio, who was caught off guard. Ishio's heart raced with alarm. He had never anticipated such intricate agility from Heiji. His full-force attack had yet to reach its target, yet Heiji had already identified his opening. At this moment, Ishio was frozen, his offensive committed, and adjusting his stance for defense was a futile hope. He understood that should this kick connect, even with his considerable cultivation, he would likely suffer a humiliating defeat. With his left hand swiftly changing seals, his fingertips shimmered with ethereal light. Simultaneously, his right hand radiated brilliance as an ancient, mysterious shield materialized before him, inscribed with intricate runes that emitted a faint glow, hinting at an ancient and formidable power. With a thunderous crash, Heiji's kick struck the shield with the force of a mountain's flood. The impact seemed to tear the very air apart, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the two. Ishio felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground of the Yun clan's great hall. Blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion paling. Yun Qin, witnessing Heiji's overwhelming prowess today, realized that he had indeed held back during their previous spar. Had he unleashed such a kick then, Yun Qin would have certainly been harmed, and subsequent attacks would not have flowed as smoothly. You seek death. How can a mere Saint Realm cultivator possess such speed? Ishio gritted his teeth, glaring from the ground. Heiji remained ominously silent, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on every movement of Ishio. The moment Ishio rose from the ground, Heiji appeared like a ghost at his right side, his right leg snapping out with the force of a whip, aiming for Ishio's lower body. Ishii was startled but reacted without delay, his calf swinging horizontally. Muscles tensed like a barrier of steel, successfully blocking Heiji's powerful strike. Yet, Heiji's attacks came like an unrelenting tide. He swiftly clenched his right fist, seizing the opening in Ishio's defense, and struck like lightning at Ishio's left cheek. With remarkable speed, Ishio raised his right hand, positioning the shield across his chest, establishing an impenetrable defense. However, Heiji displayed astonishing combat intelligence and agility. Just as his fist was about to collide with the shield, it suddenly shifted direction like a serpent, gliding along the edge of the shield, cleverly bypassing the defense. In an instant, his fist transformed into a claw, fingertips glinting with a chilling light, targeting Ishio's heart with lethal intent. Ishio could sense the terrifying power contained within Heiji's claw. Should it land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he unleashed his full power without hesitation, retreating with the speed of a bolt from a bow, distancing himself from Heiji. Once stabilized, Ishio took a deep breath, and a faintly glimmering, ancient, and mysterious axe gradually materialized in his hand. The axe bore intricate totems and runes, seemingly imbued with ancient and formidable power. Upon seeing Ishio wield the Xinyan shield and the divine extinction axe, the three from the Shanyang tribe felt certain of victory. The outside world was devoid of the treasures found within the secret realm, for the ancient six clans had relocated a significant portion of their possessions into the secret domain. They dismissed the possibility of any treasures in the hands of a blind man, oblivious to the fact that Heiji possessed the heaven-subduing ruler, which would ultimately surpass Ishio's weaponry in a contest of arms. With his right hand firmly gripping the Xinyan shield, which shimmered with a soft, ethereal light capable of repelling all worldly attacks, and his left hand clutching the ancient and imposing divine extinction axe. The blade radiated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. With a powerful step, the ground trembled beneath him as he roared fiercely, charging at Heiji like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. He raised the divine extinction axe, striking down towards Heiji's right shoulder with a momentum akin to thunder, the wind from the axe howling as it seemed to cleave the very air in two. Seeing Ishio's ferocity, Heiji smirked coldly, displaying no fear. The heaven-subduing ruler appeared in his hand. He executed the ethereal dragon step, vanishing from sight like a wraith, only to reappear at Ishio's left side, bringing down the ruler with an overwhelming force upon Ishio's axe-wielding arm. This time, Ishio was evidently prepared. He exerted force with his feet, propelling himself forward with the momentum, gracefully tracing an arc in midair. With a deft spin, the divine extinction axe carved a brilliant trajectory, aiming once more at Heiji's waist. Yet, Heiji was no ordinary opponent. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the strike, while simultaneously lifting his right foot to kick the axe handle, as if breaking a frail twig. This kick momentarily halted Ishio's advance. In that instant, Heiji's heaven-subduing ruler descended upon Ishio's back with the weight of a mountain, radiating a golden light that seemed destined to annihilate all in its path. Reacting swiftly, Ishio spun the Xinyan shield around to protect his back. A tremendous crash resounded as the ruler struck the shield, the runes flickering as if a mysterious power surged within. Nevertheless, the force of the blow sent Ishio hurtling away like a cannonball, tracing a long parabolic arc through the air before crashing onto the steps outside the Cloud Clan's Grand Hall, sending dust and debris flying, capturing the attention of the clan's upper echelons. However, from the moment Ishio struck until Hiiji sent him flying, only a couple of breaths had passed. Leaning on the axe handle, Ishio barely managed to rise, astonished not merely by his defeat but by the swiftness of it. He had known from the very start that he could not best Hiiji, yet he had not anticipated such a rapid downfall. What shocked him further was the deep imprint left by Hiiji's ruler on his Xianyan shield. It was well known that the shield was crafted by a renowned smith of the Divine Clan, utilizing the essence of Xianling and the shell of the ancient tortoise from the Demon Clan. While the tortoise shell was merely a millennium-old relic, its defensive capabilities were extraordinary, especially enhanced by the Xianling essence. Even a full-force strike from a Harmonization Realm cultivator would typically leave only a mark upon this shield. Of course, Hiiji's strength had not yet reached the heights of a Harmonization Realm cultivator. Thus, the only explanation must be that the ruler in his possession was of a superior grade, allowing it to breach the defenses of the Xianyan shield so easily. Yuqin had anticipated that Ishio would not prevail against Hiiji, but she had not expected him to be defeated in just one exchange. It appeared that Hiiji had not merely gone easy on him in their earlier bout, but had instead held back significantly. Wan, witnessing Hiiji's victory, let out a sigh of relief, while the air danced with joy in her embrace, displaying uncontainable excitement. Is the ruler you wield an extraordinary artifact? Ishio inquired of Hiiji. I merely benefited from the weapon. Shall we engage in unarmed combat? Ishio shook his head in resignation, indicating his inability to match Hiiji. At that moment, Luo Hao, a prodigy from the ancient demon clan's Luo family, suggested, let the four of us join forces. If you win, we shall recognize you as our leader. What say you, Miss Yanqin? Yanqin expressed her agreement, while Shang Ming of the Shangyang tribe and Yi Shi of the Yasha Ghost clan demonstrated their intent through action, encircling Hiiji. Though Luo Hao, as a member of the demon clan, did not exhibit the exaggerated musculature of Ishio, he possessed a deeper, more restrained power. His skin was taut and elastic, as if every inch contained the bloodline strength of the demon clan, poised to erupt like a volcano at a critical moment. Clad in a set of dark red armor, the material seemed extraordinary, glinting with a faint cold light, exuding an aura of icy majesty. The armor's lines were smooth and powerful, with every detail meticulously crafted, resembling a work of art tailored specifically for him. His broad and substantial shoulder guards perfectly complemented his physique, projecting an unparalleled authority and presence. The chest plate was adorned with intricate demon clan totems, each pattern imbued with profound significance, as if narrating tales of the clan's glory and honor. His visage was strikingly handsome, with deep-set, sculpted features that seemed the work of a master sculptor. His piercing gaze appeared capable of discerning the essence of all things, while also harboring boundless wisdom and strategy. A potent life force radiated from him, a power seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and altering the earth, embodying the wild and untamed spirit inherent in the demon clan's bloodline. Luo Hao's fingertips gently grazed his armor, as if engaging in some mysterious communion, his eyes glimmering with determination and a fervent desire for victory. In stark contrast, Yi Shi emanated an extraordinary aura of mystery, akin to a specter emerging from the depths of a shadowy abyss. His skin, pale with a hint of blue, rendered him strikingly conspicuous among the crowd, resembling a being birthed from the moonlight and the night, imbued with an ineffable allure and enigma. Though his appearance suggested fragility, as if a mere breeze could topple him, a closer inspection revealed an overwhelming surge of spiritual power concealed within his seemingly delicate frame, a force potent enough to rend the very fabric of reality, quietly coursing through his veins, capable of causing the surrounding space to tremble. His deep, shadowy eyes resembled two black holes, capable of consuming all, while simultaneously possessing the insight to penetrate the essence of existence. During his earlier movements, he exhibited a lightness and grace, as if dancing silently through the night, each footfall seemingly muffled, leaving behind only ephemeral traces, rendering his whereabouts elusive. At this moment, Ruan clenched her fists tightly, anxious for Hiiji's outcome, while the air, brimming with excitement, twisted and turned in her embrace, cheering for Hiiji. The senior members of the Cloud Clan made no move to intervene. Each of these youthful prodigies held great pride, and unless one was genuinely superior, enforcing a leader among them would hold little significance. The four exchanged glances, instantly forging a silent understanding. Ishio and Luo Hao, two formidable warriors, surged forth like ferocious beasts from either side, launching an intense assault on Hiiji, intent on cutting off all avenues of escape and confining him within a mere breath's distance. Standing at a distance, Shang Ming quickly formed intricate seals with her hands, murmuring incantations as mysterious spells wove an invisible net around Hiiji, locking down the very fabric of the space surrounding him. As her incantations concluded, the atmosphere thickened, rendering Hiiji's movements sluggish and laborious. Simultaneously, Yushichi closed his eyes, emanating a faint, spectral light. His fingers traced eerie patterns in the air, and the ethereal force coiled like invisible chains around Heiji's consciousness, seeking to diminish his reaction speed. In the face of this quartet's onslaught, Heiji raised his left hand, enveloping himself in a dense shroud of spectral energy, as if he were the envoy of the underworld. Cloaked in ominous black mist that instilled dread in onlookers, his right hand clenched into a fist, pulsating with a heart-stopping power, as though a mere strike could shatter mountains and rivers. Despite the hindrances posed by Xiangming and Yushichi, Heiji, with astonishing speed and strength, managed to find an opening amidst Ishio and Luo Hao's relentless barrage. In a fleeting moment, Heiji vanished and reappeared beside Ishio, delivering a punch imbued with spectral energy that crashed down upon her shield like a meteorite. Ishio was struck by the force, hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground nearby, evidently wounded. To Yushichi's astonishment, Heiji seemed to possess an inherent resistance to the spectral energy that enveloped him, remaining completely unaffected. Slightly perturbed, Yushichi summoned the Soul Banner, which shimmered with strands of ethereal mist, seemingly bridging the realm of the underworld and instilling fear in all who beheld it. As he wielded the Soul Banner, incantations flowed from his lips, and grotesque faces emerged upon the banner's surface, as if intent on dragging Heiji into the abyss of the spectral realm. In that instant, Luo Hao seized upon the brief moment of vulnerability exposed by Heiji after his blow to Ishio. With a focused gaze, he appeared beside Heiji like a wraith, altering his attack mid-motion. His original punch transformed into a claw-like strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed at Heiji's armpit, his fingertips glinting with lethal intent. Concurrently, Yushichi took advantage of the situation, sweeping the Soul Banner across Heiji's neck. The energy carried by the banner seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space, racing towards Heiji's vital point with a chilling howl. Observing this, Xiangming intensified her spellcasting, her hands moving rapidly through the air, conjuring mysterious runes that sought to imprison Heiji within a confined space. Heiji let out a sharp exhale, twisting through the air like a fish, his fingers darting towards Luo Hao's palm with the swiftness of lightning, the black spectral light at his fingertips appearing as if it could devour all vitality. At the same time, he narrowly evaded Yushichi's deadly sweep from the Soul Banner, which grazed his neck, trailing wisps of dark spectral energy that chilled the air around him. Witnessing this perilous moment, Wanruan lifted a foot, only to be restrained by Yunqin, while the air nestled closer into Wanruan's embrace. In the frigid winds generated by Yushichi's sweeping Soul Banner, Heiji appeared almost ethereal, his left hand weaving incantations that resonated like ancient spells in the air, instantly misaligning space to materialize behind Xiangming. Both Luo Hao and Yushichi sensed his movement almost simultaneously, rushing to encircle him. Xiangming remained unperturbed, exuding calmness as a pearl radiating soft pink light materialized in her hand, intricate and mysterious patterns swirling upon its surface, seemingly containing the secrets of the universe. She gently raised the pearl. As her incantation shifted, the pink light intensified, enveloping her in a lustrous barrier, amplifying the power of her sealing spell. As the surrounding space appeared to be smoothed by an invisible hand, even the passage of time slowing. Seemingly foreseeing the impending danger, Heiji's form blurred once more, akin to a specter in morning mist, suddenly relocating behind Ishio, his right hand transforming into a blade, glinting with cold light aimed directly at her vital point. Ishio, just recovering from the previous impact, was momentarily taken aback by this sudden lethal strike, unable to react in time. In that fleeting instant, Luo Hao's silver spear shot forth like a dragon breaking through the waves, its pristine shaft gleaming with a chilling brilliance, cleaving through the air with a sound that split the atmosphere, aimed squarely at Heiji's back. The spear tip cut through the air with unparalleled sharpness. Heiji's form shifted again, instantaneously moving to Yushichi's side, who reacted with remarkable speed, the Soul Banner unfurling in a swirling cloud of black energy that enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Nevertheless, Heiji did not retreat. His left hand's incantations flew like a swallow, while his right fist ignited with spectral flames, akin to the gates of hell opening wide, striking forcefully against the Soul Banner. Yushichi trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy blow, crashing to the ground and sending ripples through the air. Simultaneously, Luo Hao's spear was upon him, its tip flashing with the light of death, aiming directly at Heiji's heart. On another front, Ishio regained her stance, her divine axe cutting through the air with a whistling sound, targeting Heiji's carotid artery. Xiangming's pink pearl suddenly ascended into the air, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance that sealed the entire space, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Heiji's form froze, trapped between the lethal strikes of Luo Hao and Ishio, with no avenue for evasion. Should their attacks land, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Even the higher-ups of the Yun clan believed that Heiji was destined to lose this battle. Wanwan shook Yunqin's hand, urging her to save Heiji. Chapter 33, the formation of the 7-person team. Just as the higher-ups of the Yun clan and Yunqin prepared to call off the duel, Heiji rapidly executed intricate hand seals, his fingertips dancing with complex and mysterious incantations, while celestial light surrounded him, growing ever more dazzling and vibrant, akin to a radiant rainbow infused with boundless cosmic energy. Upon completing his spell, the celestial light seemed to come alive, pulsating with vigor, and in a thunderous roar. Heiji emerged like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, directly escaping Xiangming's meticulously crafted seal, his form flickering to reappear behind her. With a kick that concentrated all his might, he struck Xiang Ming's arm, where the pearl of protection was held, with the force of a meteor crashing to earth. Xiang Ming felt an irresistible power surge through her, pain radiating through her arm as the pink pearl dimmed, sending her uncontrollably flying backward in a long arc. Crashing onto the ground outside the Yun clan's grand hall. Once more, Heiji swiftly formed seals with both hands, summoning a blazing inferno of spectral flames that erupted from his palms, accompanied by a chilling wail, as though he were a herald of the underworld, swiftly enveloping Xiang Ming. The flames, a deep azure, emitted a heart-stopping coldness, as if capable of consuming all vitality, yet they inflicted no harm upon Xiang Ming, merely restraining her movements and rendering her powerless in battle. Had she not utilized the sealing pearl to restrict Heiji's surroundings, but rather to protect herself, he would not have so easily triumphed. Upon witnessing Xiang Ming's defeat, Luo Hao's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, drawing a deep breath as his spear, resembling a dragon, traced a silver trajectory in the air, propelled by a fierce wind and indomitable fighting spirit, aimed straight for Heiji. The gleaming tip of the spear shimmered ominously, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, heralding the approach of a tempest. Heishou's feet struck the ground with such force that the earth seemed unable to bear the weight, cracking open to reveal flickering flames beneath. His form surged upwards, akin to an enraged bull, each swing of his axe carrying the might of a roaring tsunami, intent on engulfing Heiji in this tempest of axe shadows. The soul banner in Heiji's grasp appeared to possess life, its fabric fluttering as the ethereal energy surged forth, coalescing into bolts of ghostly blue lightning, resonating with the wails and fury of the underworld, slicing through the air towards Heiji. Where the lightning struck, the air seemed to tear, leaving behind charred traces. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Heiji swiftly formed hand seals, a kaleidoscope of celestial light swirling around him, as though he had plunged into an ocean of light and shadow. Subsequently, the tiny celestial thunder coalesced in his left palm, leaping like the rising sun, radiating boundless brilliance and warmth. With a gentle lift of his hand, he shattered the ghostly blue lightning, the collisions erupting in dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Heiji's right hand clutched the Jin Tian ruler, its surface smooth as jade yet imbued with an ineffable power. Using the ruler as a shield, he effortlessly deflected Luo Hao's spear tip, the clash producing a melodious metallic symphony, sparks flying, yet failing to mar the jade ruler in the slightest. At the moment Heiji momentarily faltered under Luo Hao's onslaught, Heishou seized the opportunity, roaring as his axe, accompanied by a howling wind, swept towards Heiji's waist. However, Heiji seemed to anticipate the move, slightly shifting his stance like a feather drifting through the air, effortlessly evading the strike. Following this, the tiny celestial thunder in his left hand erupted suddenly, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that struck Knight 17. His right hand wielded the jade ruler, which became a streak of light, clashing once more with Luo Hao's spear tip, the force of their collision shaking the very space around them. Below, Wan gripped Yunshin's arm tightly, and the creature in her embrace, the air, covered its eyes with its paws. Just as Heishou's heavy axe was about to land on Heiji executed the Lingxiu long step, his form seemingly merging with the air. His steps light and enigmatic, akin to a dragon navigating the sea of clouds, instantly appearing behind Luo Hao. Heishou's axe thus missed its mark, the wind from the swing stirring up a cloud of dust, while disbelief painted his features. Simultaneously, as Heiji vanished from sight, the ghostly thunder from Knight 17's soul banner surged forth like a furious tide, accompanied by a chilling howl, aiming directly at Heishou. Having missed his attack, Heishou's movements froze, and the ghostly thunder unleashed by Knight 17 could not be retracted, crashing into the head of the divine fall axe, coursing through the handle like electricity into Heishou's body, enveloping him in a ghostly blue glow. Heishou's body trembled violently as the thunder ravaged within, scorching his meridians, bones, and skin, emitting agonizing cries. Already injured, this sudden onslaught robbed him of his combat strength, and he crumpled to the ground, powerless. At that moment, Heiji appeared behind Luo Hao, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He gently caressed the Jin Tian ruler in his left hand, which seemed to come alive, emitting a faint glow. He then slowly covered the Jin Tian ruler with the Tai, celestial thunder in his right hand, merging the golden lightning with the jade ruler, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. Without hesitation, Heiji wielded the ruler imbued with Tai celestial thunder and struck fiercely at Luo Hao's back with overwhelming force. As if intending to shatter the very heavens, Luo Hao, caught off guard, could barely gather his spiritual energy in time to defend himself. However, under the might of Heiji's unparalleled strike, his defenses crumbled like paper. Luo Hao felt an irresistible force slam into him, crashing heavily to the ground, while the Tai celestial thunder surged through him like a wild stallion, crackling against his armor, skin, and spirit. Under this catastrophic blow, Luo Hao completely lost his ability to resist, collapsing helplessly as the Tai celestial thunder wreaked havoc within him. Now, only Knight 17 and Heiji remained capable of fighting, and everyone assumed Heiji would emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, Heiji sheathed the Jin Tian ruler and cupped his fist towards the four, declaring, "I concede. I no longer possess the spiritual energy to continue." After speaking, Heiji walked directly towards the Great Hall's exit, leaving the four in astonishment. They could not comprehend how someone as powerful as Hiiji could have such limited spiritual energy, aside from being blind. Ron prepared to leave the hall to accompany Hiiji back to her courtyard, but was halted by Yunshin. After exchanging glances, Knight 17 pursued Hiiji, respectfully bowing to him. Brother Iji, we were in the wrong before. We should not have spoken harshly. Since you have triumphed, we are willing to enter the dark forest alongside you, allowing you to lead us. Indeed. Stop being so pretentious. Although we underestimated you, you did deliver quite the beating. And I am still tingling from the shock. Luo Hao remarked, attempting to dispel the Tai's celestial thunder from his body as he conversed with Hiiji. You fared worse than I did. I was struck 3 times. I concede. How can a human be stronger than me? Ishio rose from the ground. Do you truly have it worse than I? I am a girl, and young mastery shows no mercy. It seems that the one standing beside Sister Yunshin is her intended, as Shang Ming jestingly commented. Hearing this, the heir danced in Ruan's embrace, who held him still to prevent movement. Upon hearing their remarks, Hiiji paused, addressing them. You have seen that while my combat prowess is formidable, my spiritual energy is lacking. In a prolonged battle, I would become a liability. Luo Hao approached and draped an arm over Hiiji's shoulder, causing Hiiji to momentarily freeze. Since the incident at Imperial Immortal Island, no peer had come this close to him. His status as the heir of the He family set him apart. Previously, in the realm of Xinstan Island, Yang Qingning had rallied others to bully him. As the great-grandson of the founder of the Star-Picking Palace and a disciple of the Cold Gate Hall's master, who stood above his peers, others regarded him with respect and trepidation. Stop being so indecisive. It's decided then. I, Luo Hao, have chosen to team up with you. Just say whether you agree. Young master they did not mean to offend earlier, but you must understand, as fellow prodigies, we are naturally proud. They simply sought someone of equal standing. Yunshin earnestly conveyed to Hiiji. If that is the case, when shall we depart? Hiiji inquired of Yunshin. Naturally, 3 days hence. We will escort you through the vast forbidden lands to the edge of the Black Marsh. The remainder of the journey is up to you. But the elders of the Yun clan, Jioli clan, Shangyang clan, Luoho clan, and Yasha clan will await you at the edge of the Black Marsh until your return, guiding you back to the ancient immortal city. At this moment, Yunyu stepped forward and addressed the 7 young individuals. The group respectfully bowed to Yunyu. In her presence, Ishio and the others dared not act rashly, for she was a formidable figure on par with their ancestral patriarch, one of the absolute rulers of the ancient 6 cities. Stop pretending. Just now in my Yun clan's great hall, I did not see a hint of fear from you. Hiiji, Ishio, Luo Hao, and Yi Shiqi wore expressions of embarrassment, maintaining their bowing stance. Meanwhile, Shang Ming ran over and clasped Yunyu's arm, gently shaking it. Grandma Yun, we were all beaten, yet you jest with us. With our meager cultivation, we couldn't possibly damage even a fraction of your clan's great hall. You little girl, you are becoming increasingly adept at being adorable. Come in, all of you. Yunyu entered the great hall and took a seat. The 4 stood in a row, while Yunshin, Shang Ming, and Ruan settled down. Yunyu gestured for them to sit as well, reassuring them not to be overly formal. In truth, she bore no ill will towards them. Her earlier remarks were merely a light admonition, hoping they would support each other upon entering Hei's. Once you 6 enter Hei's, you must heed EGS arrangements. This has already been confirmed. Do any of you have objections? Hearing Yunyu's question, everyone shook their heads in agreement. Grandma Yun, I propose appointing Luo Hao as the vice captain. If I encounter unforeseen circumstances and cannot participate in battle, someone must take charge. Hiiji proclaimed, cupping his fists towards Yunyu. You make a valid point. Let it be so. Luo Hao was taken aback by Hiiji's suggestion, having assumed he would nominate Yunshin for the position. Grandma Yun, I wish to go to Hei's. Ruan looked at Yunyu with a pitiful expression, while the heir tried to charm her further. Yunyu glanced at Ruan, then at Hiiji, pondering before she spoke. Ishi, do you think Ruan should go? However, I must remind you that the items you possess may be necessary for her. I have a condition. If Ruan can agree, I will take her with me. What condition? Speak. From now on, I shall be called Su Chu. And you must not disclose my origins, name, or identity to anyone. No one can speak of it. If you can comply, I will agree to take you. All right, no problem. After Ruan finished speaking, the heir let out a loud cry, eliciting laughter from everyone. Hiiji once again cupped his fists towards the group, hoping they would keep his secret. There are many cultivators entering from the Tianyuan continent, and my identity is special, so I must rely on you all. Iji, you need not worry. We will certainly protect you. Qin heir and the others will not speak out of turn, so you need not be overly concerned. Yunyu reassured him. Luo Hao patted Hiiji on the shoulder, embracing him to indicate that he would certainly have no issues. Thus, the first expedition team to explore Hei's was successfully formed. Everyone believed this would be a treasure-seeking journey, unaware that the Hei's would harbor far greater dangers. Chapter 34, Trial of Yuanxian Island. A few days after the Yang Mansion promulgated the trial rules, the trials on the entire Source Immortal Island commenced. The trials were presided over by one of the 8 generals of the Yang Mansion, known as Si Lai. Jing and Si, having long served alongside Yang Tianwen, have never revealed their true identities. Nonetheless, they command profound respect throughout Source Immortal Island. To a certain extent, Jing and Si embody the essence of Yang Tianwen himself, thereby reflecting the significance that Source Immortal Island places on the selection process within the Dark Forest. A few days after the Yang Manor announced the trial rules, the trials on Yuanxian Island commenced in earnest. On the day of the trial, all participants gathered in the grandest square of Yuanxian Island, filled with awe and trepidation. Upon encountering Yang Qingning, they respectfully paid their respects before ascending the high platform to declare the trials officially began. Observing the reverence bestowed upon a young woman by both Jing and Si, many speculated about her identity, wondering what could possibly render these two so deferential. This was compounded by the fact that Yang Qingning had not returned to Yuanxian Island for many years, leaving many unfamiliar with the esteemed daughter of the island. As discussions fluttered through the crowd, a luminous barrier enveloped all participants in the square. The official overseeing the trials proclaimed loudly, "Those surrounded by a green light have successfully passed the trial. Those enveloped in red will be eliminated." In an instant, the square was awash with the dazzling interplay of red and green lights, though the latter was decidedly fewer. Of the more than 100,000 participants, only around 20,000 emerged victorious, while the remainder, who had hoped to take a gamble, departed in dismay. The official on the platform continued to announce, "We shall now commence the second round of trials." Surrounding the square, 8 cultivators of the Void Refinement realm appeared, their mere presence instilling a profound pressure upon the Body Refinement realm participants below. Those wishing to withdraw were permitted to leave before the second round began. After the official's reminder, the surrounding Void Refinement cultivators activated the formation. At 50 years of age, these Body Refinement cultivators were undoubtedly talents in the realm of cultivation, and their innate pride would not allow them to concede easily. As the 8 Void Refinement cultivators hovered above, they enveloped all present within the formation. During the initial moments, the Body Refinement cultivators felt little pressure, but as time progressed, some could no longer endure, signaling their withdrawal or fainting. The officials from the Yang Manor promptly assisted these individuals out of the trial area for rest. Meanwhile, Yang Qingning felt remarkably at ease, with none of the more than 500 participants from the Yang Manor faltering or conceding. As the second incense stick burned, Yang Qingning began to feel a slight pressure. Yet she persevered. At this point, only about 10,000 participants remained, as many succumbed to the mounting strain, either fainting or withdrawing. By the halfway mark of the second incense stick, Yang Qingning was drenched in sweat, her body trembling as her clothing clung to her form, accentuating her striking figure. Several cultivators within the trial cast lingering glances at her, and upon sensing their predatory stares, she meticulously noted their identities. Beside her, Yang Zikai could no longer restrain himself. He rose and dispatched those ill-intentioned individuals with swift kicks. The official, witnessing this, felt a twinge of difficulty and approached Jing and Si for counsel. Si remained silent, savoring his tea, while Jing coolly remarked, "Those who dare to covet the young lady shall be blinded and sent to the mines." Instantly, the law enforcement cultivators surged forward, apprehending those who had been kicked aside by Yang Zikai, including several from the Yang Manor. At this point, only approximately 350 cultivators from the Yang Manor remained. Yang Ziyu was somewhat taken aback by Yang Zikai's performance, realizing that his younger cousin's strength was likely not far beneath his own. As the foremost individual of the younger generation in the Yang residence, Yang Ziyu had already attained the realm of Body Refinement Emperor, standing just a step away from entering the Wind Mastery realm. From a young age, he had been nurtured as a key figure by the Yang family, destined to become at least one of the elders of the clan, with a future brimming with potential. In contrast, Yang Zikai is the offspring of his father's concubine. During his youth, he resided in a modest countryside abode, where both he and his mother faced great hardships in securing their daily sustenance. Had it not been for Yang Qingning, Yang Zikai might have succumbed to starvation. This circumstance is one of the reasons why Yang Zikai holds Yang Qingning in such high regard. Yang Ziyu carefully observed his younger cousin and felt a sense of companionship within the Yang family, realizing that this brother might one day join him in the ranks of esteemed cultivators. At that moment, Yang Qingning found her perseverance increasingly arduous. Her garments were completely drenched. Yet, with a swift gesture, she concealed Yang Qingning within a veil of mist, rendering her undetectable to outsiders. The nearby overseer approached once more, inquiring, "Lord Jing, shall we afford the young lady some convenience?" Jing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. The overseer, left with no choice, retreated to his post, continuing to monitor the young lady's condition. At this juncture, Yang Qingning was nearing her limits, her bones creaked under the strain. Yet a quarter of the incense still remained to burn. With each breath, she felt as if hours had elapsed, her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. "Qingning, regulate your breathing, do not dwell on the remaining time, and keenly sense the flow of spiritual energy within the formation," Yang Zikai whispered to Yang Qingning. Yang Qingning found herself devoid of the strength to articulate her thoughts, merely nodding slightly. Following Yang Zikai's guidance, she chose not to resist the external pressures, but rather to harmonize with the flow of spiritual energy within her. Instantly, she sensed a slight alleviation of the burden she bore, albeit only marginally. as the joints of her body continued to emit persistent creaks. This child, Qingning, possessed commendable insight. With but a nudge, she swiftly grasped the essence of the practice, marking her as a promising candidate for cultivation. Alas, it seemed she might miss the opportunity in the dark forest this time. Observing her performance within the formation while sipping tea, one remarked, "I believe the young lady can endure this. That's a lad seems quite capable and would make an excellent mentor." Jing, astonished, turned to the figure seated beside him, incredulous that this individual would take on a disciple. None among their group of 8 had ever accepted a pupil. Could it be that this young man possessed some extraordinary quality? Are you truly taken with this boy? At merely 21, he has already attained the body refinement emperor realm, and his prowess rivals that of Ziyu. He is destined to be a figure of renown on the Tianyuan continent. Should he discover spiritual awareness in the dark forest, he may very well ascend to the Dao Void emperor realm in the future. Do you hold him in such high regard? Jing, increasingly perplexed, gazed at the enigmatic figure beside him. As their conversation unfolded, a third of the incense had already burned away. At this moment, blood vessels began to surface on young Qingning's skin, and she curled slightly, yet she resolutely maintained her seated posture. The overseer observed this with keen eyes, his heart racing. Should any harm befall this young lady, 3 heads would scarcely suffice to bear the consequences. Jing, now devoid of his earlier mirth, focused intently on Yang Qingning within the trial square, fully prepared to intervene at the first sign of danger. Yang Qingning continued to employ the method previously suggested by Yang Zikai, meticulously sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the formation. However, at this moment, the oscillations of spiritual energy were far more intricate than during the burning of the second incense stick, and Yang Qingning had yet to discern any patterns amidst the changes. As the incense burned halfway, he could no longer maintain his seated position and resorted to supporting himself with one hand on the ground to withstand the pressure exerted by the formation. Nevertheless, he persisted in his endeavor to explore the regularities of the spiritual energy fluctuations within the formation. By the time only a quarter of the incense remained, he had resorted to using both hands for support, and at that moment, Jing had already risen, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Blood of a dark crimson hue seeped from Yang Qingning's skin, saturating her garments entirely. At that moment, the person in charge rushed over and exclaimed, "Lord Jing, you must save the young lady. She is too stubborn to concede." Silence. The supervisor quickly covered his mouth. Knowing well not to provoke someone who dared to confront even the ancestors, he was insignificant in comparison. With only a fifth of the trial's incense remaining, Yang Qingning was almost bent to the ground, yet she continued to search for the rhythm of the spiritual energy fluctuations within the formation. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, she finally discerned the pattern of the energy fluctuations and slowly straightened her posture. Despite the intense pain coursing through her body, she felt she could endure. Observing Yang Qingning sit up, Jing chuckled, then turned to sip his tea. "You are far too anxious. If you weren't anxious, why were you gripping the teacup so tightly just now?" Jing shot a glance at C, who replied irritably. The two continued their discussion regarding Yang Zikai, with Jing still puzzled as to why C had taken a liking to him. C remained silent, merely insisting it was a feeling, which Jing found hard to believe regarding this old fellow. Chapter 35. The Fall of Nanyuan. Beneath the ethereal sky illuminated by the 9 heavens flame and the divine thunder of purple clouds, the air seemed to solidify, each breath laden with ominous premonitions of destruction. Yuanjin's eyes resembled 2 burning stars, deep and fervent, the bloodshot whites intermingling with the flames in his pupils, as if capable of piercing through the world's illusions. His hands swiftly formed seals, each movement accompanied by a whisper of the air, while the crimson light behind him surged like blooming blood lotus flowers along his spine, reaching towards the heavens, painting the entire world in a scarlet hue. As the amalgamated attack of the 9 heavens flame and the divine thunder of purple clouds streaked across the sky like a meteor, poised to strike Yuanjin's brow, he seemed to resonate with the cosmos in an extraordinary manner, grasping this force capable of leveling mountains within his palm. In that instant, he resembled a deity commanding thunder and fire, reversing the destructive energy as if hurling a colossal hammer that could cleave the heavens towards the elder of the divine Pact clan. The elder's complexion, illuminated by the firelight and lightning, turned grave. He hastily formed seals with his hands, murmuring ancient and arcane incantations, striving to summon a profound black hole with the 7 flames and divine thunder, seeking to devour this unfathomable power. However, Yuanjin's counterattack surged forth like a tempestuous sea, effortlessly tearing asunder the black hole's confines, akin to a wild steed unbridled, charging with overwhelming might towards the elder. The elder's heart raced with alarm as he executed an extraordinary spatial leap, his form distorting in the void, traversing through different dimensions in a bid to escape this cataclysmic assault. Yet, no matter how he leaped, the attack, blending the 9 heavens flame with the divine thunder of purple clouds, remained relentlessly close, as though bound by an enigmatic force, inescapable. At that moment, an astounding transformation overtook Yuanjin. One half of his being was engulfed in blood, while the other half retained its original form, embodying the fusion of 2 realms. The spirit plate beneath his feet, a tapestry of rich crimson and surging spiritual energy, trembled with each step he took, armed with a long blade radiating a chilling luminescence. He appeared as a war deity emerging from the depths of the underworld, instantly transcending the limitations of space to appear at the Elder's impending location. That strike was akin to the first ray of dawn, piercing through darkness and obliterating the boundaries of life and death. The blade's edge held the power to sever time and space, aimed directly at the Elder's waist, as if to cleave the very world in twain. The Elder, upon witnessing this, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a shield woven from pure celestial light that shimmered with immortal brilliance. Attempting to withstand the blow. However, Yuan Xin's long blade seemed to disregard the constraints of time and space. With a single slash, the celestial light shield shattered, its fragments cascading like a meteor shower. The blade's momentum undiminished, it continued towards the Elder's vital points, as if intent on rendering all into nothingness. At that life and death moment, a resolute glint flashed in Ling Qin's eyes. He erupted forth, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, kicking forth the ancestral dragon spear in his grasp. Its tip entwined with the roar of wind and thunder, colliding midair with Yuan Xin's blade, producing a thunderous din. In that instant, the entire space trembled. A powerful shockwave radiating outward, enveloping the surroundings in chaos. Yuan Xin was pushed back several steps by the immense force, his form slightly staggering. Seizing the opportunity, the Elder distorted his form once more, employing spatial leap to escape. Despite the shock in his heart, he felt an overwhelming awe and respect for Yuan Xin's strength. He understood that today's adversary was no ordinary foe. The battles to come would be increasingly arduous and brutal. Noticing Ling Qin's focus on Yuan Xin, Biming slipped away into the void. Just when he believed he could evade capture, he was thrust from the depths of the void by the encroaching divine thunder of purple clouds. Standing opposite him were three figures, Yilan, Yang Tianwen, and Mei Qing. You young one are rather cautious. With your cultivation in the sacred realm, if you hadn't moved, it would have taken you some time to escape us. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry, Mei Qing remarked, gazing at Duanmu Shen. Duanmu Shen, a once prominent youth of the Duanmu family in Azhou, ranked among the top 50 across the Tianyuan continent. He had also trained in the Star-Picking Palace, and Yilan, Yang Tianwen, and Mei Qing had encountered him before. They were astonished to find he was also a person from the heavenly domain. Duanmu Shen, how dare you betray the Tianyuan continent? How can you repay the Duanmu family and the Star-Picking Palace for their nurturing? Are you not afraid of bringing calamity upon the Duanmu family? Yilan scolded sternly upon recognizing him. Ha ha ha, the Star-Picking Palace boasts of its grandeur. Do you think the Duanmu family is so easily bullied? Moreover, have you not tormented the Duanmu family in the past? Our ancestor perished alongside you, Yang Tianwen, Mei Qing, on the eve of signing the Demon Pact. Since then, our family has lacked a sacred realm master until my father rose, restoring us to the ranks of a top family in Azhou. Did the Star-Picking Palace offer us any assistance during those dire times? Duanmu Shen questioned the three. My young friend, your words are unfounded. Countless companions perished in that battle, and many families fell into decline afterward, yet the Star-Picking Palace extended its full support. If you had no influence, do you think you would have survived after being elevated by the Star-Picking Palace? Had it not been for them, could your father have risen so swiftly to restore the family's status? Such sweet words. You merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of that young man, he. Do you think I would divulge such information? Dream on. You seek death. In a sudden outburst, Mei Qing unleashed a thunderous roar, imbued with a force that seemed capable of shaking the very mountains and rivers. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing beside Duanmu Shanshan like a wraith. His right hand coalesced with the power of thunder, transforming into an invisible blade that descended upon Duanmu Shanshan with a resounding crash. This strike not only tore the air asunder, but also caused the fabric of space itself to yield, creating a fine yet distinct fissure. As if the heavens had been cleaved apart, Duanmu Shanshan's countenance shifted in alarm. He had never anticipated that the seasoned Dao Void saint, Mei Qing, possessed such formidable strength, capable of rending space with a mere strike. The sheer magnitude of this power was enough to instill dread in any adversary of equal rank. He hastily attempted to evade. But at the very moment of his movement, 9 vibrant foxtails erupted from behind Mei Qing, each shimmering with an otherworldly glow, resembling 9 living serpents that instantaneously sealed off all avenues of retreat for Duanmu Shanshan, plunging him into dire straits. Despite the sudden turn of events, Duanmu Shanshan maintained his composure. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations. Instantly, his fist became enveloped in a dazzling array of runes, pulsating with a mysterious radiance, as if harboring ancient and potent power. Just at that critical moment, his fist collided forcefully with Mei Qing's thunderous strike, resulting in a deafening explosion and blinding light. Akin to 2 celestial bodies colliding in the cosmos, unleashing energy capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. As the shockwaves from their clash reverberated outward, the surrounding air ignited, transforming into a tempest that tore everything apart. Seizing the cover of this explosion, Duanmu Shanshan executed a spatial leap, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he vanished, narrowly evading the lethal strike of Mei Qing's 9 tails. However, despite his narrow escape, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, a testament to the wounds inflicted during his confrontation with Mei Qing. The crimson streak glimmered ominously in the bright sunlight, a stark reminder that he was not unscathed in this fierce battle. The acrid scent of charred earth and the distant shattering of stones bore silent witness to the ferocity and thrill of their duel. Duamu Shanshan understood that against a powerhouse like Mei Qing, he must exert every ounce of his strength to gain any semblance of advantage in this life and death struggle. Meanwhile, the battle between Yuan Jian and Ling Chen raged on, with the transformed Yuan Jian resembling a relentless machine, heedlessly attacking Ling Chen. Nevertheless, Ling Chen was more than capable of countering him, especially with Yilan, Yang Tianwen, and Mei Qing arriving on the scene, ensuring that the two in the heavenly domain would not escape unscathed. Just as Mei Qing prepared to strike once more at Duamu Shanshan, Yuan Jian let out a powerful shout, sending Ling Chen flying with a single blow before ascending into the sky. In this moment, Yuan Jian retained a sliver of consciousness, realizing that Baiming could not possibly contend with Mei Qing. If Baiming were to be gravely injured, their escape would be impossible, and the domain lord, trapped within the heavenly domain, would inevitably be located, sealing the fate of their entire realm. Ling Chen sensed something amiss and initiated a spatial leap to pursue Yuan Jian. Yilan and Yang Tianen also detected the anomaly, appearing close to Yuan Jian, but found the entire space reinforced by him, thwarting their attempts to close the distance. Retreat. Everyone, fall back to a distance of 10,000 miles. Yilan's voice rang out, and the others, sensing the urgency, complied. Ling Chen, Yilan, and Yang Tiamen rushed towards Yuan Jian, striving to prevent his self-detonation. Yet they were ultimately a moment too late. Nan Yuan turned to glance at Baiming, urging him, hurry and leave. However, the din of the explosion drowned out his words, leaving Baiming unaware of the warning yet understanding Yuan Jian's intent. The self-detonation of Yuan Jian was akin to a star extinguishing in the boundless void, unleashing unimaginable destructive power. At that moment, space itself seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, fragments scattering like dust, painting a heart-stopping apocalyptic tableau. At the epicenter of the explosion, a vast black hole emerged, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity, even light unable to escape its pull, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. This cataclysmic force surged forth, accompanied by a chaotic tempest of spatial turbulence, akin to a rampaging torrent that spread uncontrollably in all directions. Yilan, Yang Tianwen, and Mei Qing, despite their status as Dao Void saints, were compelled to muster all their strength against such a terrifying force. They quickly erected their protective shields, woven from spiritual energy and laws, radiating brilliant light in an attempt to withstand the apocalyptic shockwave. Yilan's shield resembled a verdant leaf, swaying gracefully in the storm yet remaining unyielding. Yang Tianwen's was akin to a towering mountain, steadfast and unmovable amidst the chaos, while Mei Qing's shield, like 9 sinuous foxtails, intertwined and shimmered with an ethereal glow, dancing through the tumultuous space, showcasing remarkable resilience. Yet, even united, these 3 formidable beings could only barely withstand the force of Yuan Jian's self-detonation. Their shields emitted mournful cries under immense pressure, on the brink of collapse. The Yuan Jian did not match their prowess. The energy released from his self-detonation was enough to terrify any adversary of equal standing. This destructive power continued to rampage, rushing towards the boundary of the array sealing the heavenly abyss, a formation crafted by the formidable beings of the star-picking palace to confine the great practitioners within the heavenly domain. Under the impact of Yuan Jian's explosion, the array shattered like fragile paper, torn asunder with ease. As the array crumbled, the entirety of Qisho, be it mortal or practitioner, witnessed the explosive power near the heavenly abyss, a dazzling yet destructive radiance that threatened to engulf the world. Speculation ran rampant among the populace regarding the events unfolding in the heavenly abyss, prompting some of Qingzhou's noble clans to dispatch practitioners to investigate. Baiming braced himself against the force of the explosion, leveraging the chaos caused by Yuan Jian's detonation to escape the sealing array laid by the star-picking palace, vanishing into the void. Upon entering the void, Baiming coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet pressed on, fleeing towards a temporary stronghold far from the heavenly abyss. Above, the sky churned with dark clouds, as if nature itself was brewing an unprecedented storm. In this oppressive atmosphere, a deluge of blood rain fell unexpectedly, each drop heavy as lead, imbued with an inexplicable sorrow and weight, cascading gently downwards. These blood droplets traced haunting arcs through the air, as if the heavens were weeping for the demise of a Dao Void saint. Amidst the blood rain, an ineffable power seemed to reside, each drop that struck the earth producing a soft patter, echoing like the heaviest sighs of the universe. The blood rain not only moistened the parched soil but also permeated the hearts of every living being, awakening within them a profound reverence and contemplation of life and death. Beneath this blood-soaked sky, Yuan Jian's figure had vanished, leaving only traces of chaos and destruction. His self-detonation resembled a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, fleeting yet potent enough to illuminate the world, leaving an indelible mark. The remnants of that destructive force lingered in the air, intertwining with the blood rain to form a poignant and beautiful tapestry. The blood rain continued to fall, each droplet a purest tear from the heavens, mourning the fall of Yuan Jian. Upon this land, drenched in tears, the beings are engulfed in fear, sorrow, or contemplation. Yet, regardless of their emotions, they cannot erase the memory of this moment, the fall of a formidable figure. This deluge of blood seems to serve as nature's final tribute and farewell to this venerable practitioner of the Dao Void sacred realm. Yang Tianwen waved his sleeve, swiftly dispelling the explosive force of Yuan Jian, and then tore through the void, appearing in a different location in the Tianyuan. However, it was ultimately too late. Duan Mushinshin had already escaped. Mei Qing, filled with rage, struck the sky with her palm, leaving an indelible mark resembling a fox's paw. Chapter 36. The Trials of the Talented. As the trial battles on Yuanshan Island commenced, the trials of the Zhaixing Palace were held as scheduled. Typically, such significant events would require Yi Lan's personal oversight, but upon receiving news from Lingchen, he journeyed to Qishou, entrusting the proceedings to Zheng Yi of the Wu Hall. Today, Zheng Yi donned a dark martial robe, the cuffs intricately embroidered with vivid dragons. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an extraordinary presence, inspiring admiration among the participating disciples of the trials. The trials at Zhaixing Palace were not overly complex. Millions of body refinement cultivators needed to pass through a circular arch that tested their bone age. Those under 30 could proceed, while those over 30 would be turned away. Beyond the arch lay the heavenly ladder, where those who ascended to 6 large platforms would be recorded by the Zhaixing Palace and participate in the upcoming ranking battle 3 days hence. After climbing the high platform, Zheng Yi delivered an impassioned speech and announced the commencement of the trials. He, along with several elders from Zhaixing Palace and other high-ranking members, observed as millions of body refinement cultivators approached the arch. Cultivators were stationed before the arch to maintain order, and it shimmered continuously. Those who passed through the arch displayed joy, while those who did not were downcast. After an hour, the number of cultivators traversing the arch began to dwindle. The first few had already ascended to the first large platform, for the young geniuses who reached body refinement at the age of 30. The challenge of the first platform was minimal, with the true difficulty lying beyond the third platform. As the last individual completed their bone age test, several had already reached the 5th platform, while many faltered at the 3rd or 4th, ultimately escorted away by the guardians of the heavenly ladder. Many who reached the 6th platform were thoroughly exhausted, yet some youthful prodigies boldly challenged their limits, eager to see how far they could ascend. At this moment, a young girl caught Zheng Yi's attention. She possessed a face as pure and pale as freshly fallen snow, her skin delicate enough that a gentle touch might reveal the softness of life itself. A serene calmness beyond her years emanated from her eyes, reminiscent of a crystal-clear mountain stream, untainted by dust, quietly narrating untold stories. Though clad in a coarse, simple garment that bore the faintest signs of wear, her inherent coolness remained undiminished. Sunlight occasionally broke through the sparse clouds, casting a soft and mysterious glow upon her somewhat slender form. A few strands of hair fell gently across her forehead, adding an unadorned natural beauty to her presence. Her gaze was both clear and profound, as if she could perceive the subtle depths of the human heart, yet a barely noticeable sense of detachment lingered, evoking an involuntary respect. Even beneath the most unremarkable attire, the girl exuded an air of composure and tranquility with every gesture, akin to the gentle breeze that sweeps through a mountain valley. Intangible yet capable of stirring the tenderest parts of the heart. Her existence resembled an elegant inkwash painting, devoid of flamboyant colors, yet captivating every onlooker with its unique charm, rendering her unforgettable. In stark contrast to her cool demeanor, Zheng Yi was further astonished by the unwavering determination with which she advanced. Gradually, she surpassed all those before her, reaching the 7th platform. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she did not pause, but lifted her skirt and continued upward. At this juncture, she had already outpaced the disciples of Zhaixing Palace. Besides the inner disciples and elders, all others were required to participate in the trials, for those exempted from trials inherently possessed the strength to ascend beyond the 6th platform. Upon reaching the 7th platform, the girl appeared somewhat strained, yet each step remained remarkably steady. "Master Zheng, do you believe this young lady can continue?" inquired Beimin Wui, the master of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Beimin Wui was an extraordinary figure. No one knew how many years he had cultivated to the realm of Dao Void Saint. Rumors suggested he had achieved sainthood during the ancient celestial era, yet those who had encountered him during that time found him already at the pinnacle of his power. Who could establish the Zhaixing Palace back then? When he visited, he expressed a desire to join and became the master of the Divine Weapon Pavilion through his exceptional craftsmanship. Though he rarely made appearances, the affairs of the pavilion were managed by Jianyun, with Xian Yuan Yumo assisting him. Following the recent incidents at Zhaixing Palace, Yilan had summoned him back to oversee matters, and Zheng Yi had not anticipated his presence at the trials. "I believe she can reach the 8th platform, but she may not go much farther," said Zheng Yi. "I think she might even reach the 9th platform, standing at the very pinnacle of our heavenly ladder." Beimin Wui responded with a smile, stroking his long beard. "It seems Master Beimin holds this young lady in high regard. Are you considering taking her as a disciple?" Taking on a disciple is a troublesome endeavor. However, Master Zheng should certainly keep an eye on her, for she is indeed a promising talent. Ultimately, the girl in the coarse garment exceeded expectations, ascending to the 9th platform and becoming the first to reach the summit of the heavenly ladder during this trial. The crowd erupted in excitement, many sects contemplating the idea of taking her as a disciple, but upon seeing Zheng Yi approach, they suppressed their impulses. After all, who in the Tianyuan continent would dare compete with Zhaixing Palace for a disciple? While Jiaxing Palace would not resort to coercion, the choice ultimately lay with the individual. Faced with Jiaxing Palace's allure, any sensible prodigy would not choose another sect. My dear girl, would you be willing to become my disciple? Zheng Yi asked with a warm smile as he appeared before the young girl in the coarse garment. Seeing Zheng Yi's arrival, the girl felt a twinge of nervousness. Unsure of where to place her hands, she lowered her head shyly, failing to utter a word. Noticing her hesitation, Zheng Yi continued, there is no need to be nervous. I am Zheng Yi, the head of the Wu Hall at Jiaxing Palace. May I ask your name? I am Leng Qingqiu from Nanzhou. Then, would you like to be my disciple? Leng Qingqiu nodded, and Zheng Yi's face lit up with joy. With a grand gesture, he led her back to the high platform. Leng Qingqiu had never been the center of so much attention before, her face growing even more anxious. Congratulations, Master Zheng, on acquiring such a promising disciple. For our first meeting, she lacks anything noteworthy to present, so please accept this pair of fiery red swords, the Qi Jing Yuanyang sword, as a gift for your disciple. Beiman Wui announced, producing a pair of brilliant crimson swords and extending them towards Leng Qingqiu. Zheng Yi was somewhat taken aback. This old fellow was usually quite stingy, only gifting items to a select few juniors like Yiji and Yang Qingning. This was the first time he had given something to a newly initiated disciple with no notable background. Leng Qingqiu looked at Beiman Wui's outstretched hand and then at Zheng Yi, momentarily at a loss. Since Master Beiman has offered them to you, you should accept. Leng Qingqiu stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Beiman Wui before taking the Qi Jing Yuanyang sword. Afterwards, Zheng Yi and Beiman Wui engaged in a conversation, while Leng Qingqiu stood beside Zheng Yi, holding the paired swords of Mandarin ducks, remaining vigilant at all times. Zheng Yi noticed Leng Qingqiu's demeanor, but chose not to comment, understanding that the awkwardness of their first meeting would inevitably dissipate with time. Once the final trial of the Heavenly Ladder concluded, Zheng Yi announced that all selected members would commence elimination matches in 3 days. Before vanishing from the high platform with Leng Qingqiu, various sects and elders from the Star-Picking Palace began to recruit disciples they favored, while Beiman disappeared alongside Zheng Yi. Upon returning to the martial hall, Leng Qingqiu stood in the grand hall as Zheng Yi summoned attendants to prepare clothing and accommodations. He then turned to Leng Qingqiu and said, Qingqiu, this martial hall is predominantly filled with male disciples, and my residence is solitary. You are my first disciple. Henceforth, you shall reside with me. All right. Thank you, master. There is no need for such formality. Our residence shall be just for the two of us. An attendant will escort you there. I will be working in the martial hall, and you may come here to practice as needed. The hall is well equipped. Furthermore, I must inquire, do you have any family? Which sect did you train under? Should I arrange for someone from the Star-Picking Palace to contact them? I observed you alone earlier and refrained from questioning. Master, my parents perished in a conflict, and I was raised by an elder. Upon hearing of the trials at the Star-Picking Palace, he encouraged me to participate, after which he vanished, and I have been unable to reach him. In that case, settle down in the Star-Picking Palace and prepare diligently for the elimination matches in 3 days. I shall impart to you the techniques and sword skills for wielding the Red Essence Mandarin Duck Sword. For now, go to the residence and rest. Meet me again in the evening. After expressing gratitude to Zheng Yi, Leng Qingqiu followed the attendant to Zheng Yi's abode. The residence he referred to was, in fact, the Master's residence of the Martial Hall, which was quite expansive. With 3 courtyards, Leng Qingqiu nearly lost her way inside. Upon entering her quarters, the attendants had prepared the attire of the Star-Picking Palace's disciples and informed her that she could change after taking a bath, then exited the room. Leng Qingqiu meticulously examined her surroundings, feeling as though she were in a dream. She could scarcely believe she had become a disciple of the esteemed master of the Martial Hall, renowned throughout the Tianyuan continent. Everything felt overwhelmingly surreal. Chapter 37, The Battle of Celestial Talents. As the third incense stick burned down, Yang Qingning finally stood upright, having successfully passed the trial. However, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Yang Zekai rose to assist her, but Zhu Zhu and Li Li were quicker, rushing over to drape a cloak over Yang Qingning, concealing the bloodstains on her garments. Yang Qingning then turned to express her gratitude to Yang Zekai, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zekai. Without your reminder, I certainly would not have passed this trial. It is merely your high comprehension, Sister Qingning. I merely articulated what was already apparent, even had I remained silent. Your discernment would have led you to the same conclusion." As the two engaged in conversation, Yang Ziyu approached, stating, "Sister Qingning, you have made remarkable progress in the Star-Picking Palace these past years. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. It was nothing but sheer luck. A practitioner at the Body Refining Emperor realm truly believes they can enter the Dark Forest." Yang Qinglan remarked scornfully upon seeing Yang Qingning's disheveled appearance. "You." Yang Qingning interrupted Tiao Zhu, speaking directly. "Sister Qinglan, you should hasten to find Mr. Li. Otherwise, when uncle returns, who knows if you will still be so joyful." Upon hearing such words from Yang Qingning, Yang Qinglan felt a jolt of alarm. For the past few days, she had been searching tirelessly, yet she could not locate Mr. Li. If her recent actions were to come to light, her stay at the Yang residence would be untenable. She harbored a suspicion that perhaps Yang Qingning had taken Mr. Li away, but then reconsidered. Given Given Mr. Li's formidable abilities, it was nearly impossible for Qingning to have captured him without her noticing. With this thought, Yang Qinglan reached the limits of her contemplation, letting out a cold huff before turning away. Zakai, I did not anticipate such remarkable progress in you over these years. I eagerly await our encounter in the upcoming talent battle in 3 days. Thank you, Brother Ziyu. I hope you will go easy on me then, as I still do not measure up to your prowess. Yang Ziyu clasped his fists towards the two individuals before turning to depart. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Yang Qingning and remarked, Mr. Li is quite formidable. Your subordinates are unable to capture him. If you wish to apprehend this individual, it will require the intervention of Lord Jing and the others. Having said this, Yang Ziyu strode away, waving his hand behind him in a gesture that signified no need for gratitude. Yang Zakai, upon noticing Jing approaching Yang Qingning, exchanged a few words before taking his leave as well. Miss Qingning, this is a medicinal remedy for your injuries. After consuming it, you shall assuredly recover within 3 days. Yang Qingning, upon receiving the medicine, expressed her gratitude to Jing. As Jing approached her, he remarked, the Mr. Li you inquired about, I personally sought him out. He has vanished in Qizhou. He is likely a person from the celestial domain. Rest assured, miss, we will keep a close watch on him. Thank you so much, Uncle Jing. It is truly a trifling matter, and I am grateful for your concern. In truth, Yang Qingning was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jing would take it upon himself to investigate. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had failed to locate this Mr. Li, indicating that he was indeed a formidable individual. After consuming the medicine provided by Jing, Yang Qingning felt rejuvenated within a day. By the second day, she had restored herself to her optimum condition. Today marked the drawing of lots for the Celestial Heroes battle and the commencement of the first round of contests. 3 days prior, a total of 511 participants had advanced to the third round of the competition, necessitating their division into 755 groups. One individual would receive a bye and advance directly to the next round, while victorious contestants would pair up again. Those who faced defeat would also join forces, with the unfortunate ones facing elimination. The victors would then regroup with the defeated, undergoing further elimination until the top 100 contenders secured their places in the Dark Forest. The entire competition was slated for completion within half a month, after which individuals from the Yang residence would escort the participants to the Star-Picking Palace, and subsequently, all would depart together for the Dark Forest. A flawless performance would allow one to attain a place in the Dark Forest after 5 rounds. However, a single loss would necessitate an additional bout. In the first round, Yang Qingning drew a youth from the human race. This young man, though simply attired, possessed the cultivation of a body-refining emperor, which indeed astonished Yang Qingning. The youth spoke little, nearly clasping his fists in salute before suddenly stomping his left foot on the ground and launching an attack towards Yang Qingning's neck with his right hand, claw-like. Yang Qingning skillfully transformed her techniques, executing the 36 steps of Tiangang to evade the assaults. This extraordinary sequence comprises 36 distinct variations, allowing one to position themselves at any of the 36 cardinal points surrounding a chosen target. It remains an esoteric secret among the scions of the Yang clan. Just as Yang Ziyu, Yang Qingning, and even the least gifted, Yang Qinglan, have all mastered the 36 steps of Tiangang. However, the exceptionally talented Yang Zakai, being an outsider to the clan, is precluded from practicing this particular art. Yang Qingning appeared silently, like a ghost, at the left rear of the simply dressed youth. Her fingers danced in the air, weaving intricate incantations like a spider spinning its web. A spirit sword, forged from pure ethereal energy, materialized in her palm, its blade shimmering with a faint luminescence, embodying the majesty of mountains and the fluidity of rivers. The spirit sword shot towards the back of the youth's head, and at the critical moment, just before it grazed his skin, he demonstrated his extraordinary agility and keen intuition. He sidestepped, akin to a leaf caught in the wind, skillfully evading the lethal strike, and immediately retaliated with a fierce spinning kick that struck the oncoming spirit sword with precision. With astonishing strength and technique, he diverted the sword's trajectory. Refusing to yield, the youth harnessed the recoil of his kick, propelling himself into the air like a leaping cheetah. He then brought his legs together, channeling all his might, and descended with tremendous force towards Yang Qingning's left shoulder. Anticipating her evasion, he was taken aback when a faint smile graced Yang Qingning's lips. As her incantation shifted, the spirit sword that had been knocked away vanished into thin air, and a sturdy spirit shield, radiant with ethereal power, coalesced before her right palm. The collision between the youth's leg and the spirit shield produced a deafening roar. Yet the anticipated penetration did not occur. Instead, most of the impact was mysteriously absorbed by the shield, leaving only a slight tremor reverberating in the air. In that fleeting moment, as the youth's leg made contact with the shield, Yang Qingning's left-hand incantation flickered like a butterfly's wings, swift and intricate. The shield suddenly came to life, transforming into a sinuous, spiraling black spirit serpent, its speed astonishing. In an instant, it sank its fangs into the youth's leg and lifted him into the air, launching him skyward. With a thunderous crash, the youth was hurled back onto the arena, dust swirling around him, and the audience erupted in astonishment. The judges rose, solemnly announcing the result of this intense duel. Yang Qingning emerged victorious. The spectators seated on the high platform, filled with surprise and delight at Yang Qingning's performance, had initially anticipated a fierce battle. To their astonishment, she had feigned a vulnerability and achieved an effortless victory. The simply dressed youth stood, dusting off his clothes, and bowed respectfully to Yang Qingning. She returned the gesture, and he departed gracefully, entirely unlike the other defeated contenders. Today, Yang Qingning is set to compete in another match, in a separate bout against the Forge of the Saints. After more than 50 exchanges, her opponent succumbed to defeat at the hands of Yang Qingning. Yang Zikai had long been standing beside the debate platform, awaiting Yang Qingning. Both of Yang Zikai's opponents had been vanquished in less than 10 rounds. Yang Ziyu, boasting a similar record, had also made a name for himself on the first day. The other participants were reluctant to face these two formidable contenders. On the first day, over 300 individuals entered the victors group at the Yang residence, which inevitably led other clans on Yuanshan Island to marvel at the strength of the Yang family. Once the final duel concluded, an announcement was made, declaring the end of the day's competition, with the next round set to commence in 1 day's time, allowing ample opportunity for rest. As Yang Qingning and Yang Zikai made their way back, Yang Zikai advised, "Qingning, your objective is to secure a place. Given your capabilities, if the strategy is sound, you have a significant chance of breaking into the top 100. Do not let your desire for victory lead to injury. We, as cultivators, must strive against the current. Without the courage to challenge the world, I will ultimately stagnate," he continued. "Brother Zikai, I appreciate your concern, but with Yi being so exceptional, how could I settle for being a mere ornament? I too possess the potential to stand alongside you as one of the foremost cultivators on Tianyuan continent," Yang Qingning declared with unwavering conviction. Yang Zikai, upon witnessing Yang Qingning's unwavering resolve, chose to remain silent. However, in his heart, he silently vowed that should Yang Qingning find herself in peril, he would undoubtedly step forward, disregarding the rules without a second thought. After all, the members of the Yang family would not idly watch as Yang Qingning faced danger. Nevertheless, it seemed this young girl was destined to endure some hardships. As the competition progressed, the opponents would grow increasingly formidable, and when combat power was closely matched, it would be a test of tactics and, ultimately, of perseverance until the end. Chapter 002. Who is he? Yi. In an instant, dozens of figures descended upon the Imperial Immortal Island. The terrifying pressure from the Dao Void Saint Realm experts causing the surrounding space to fracture. Zhuge Jing sensed the faint scent of blood in the air, indicating that a fierce battle had recently occurred involving a strong practitioner from the Refinement Void realm. Despite the Imperial Immortal Island being the residence of the Dao Void Emperor family, there was no one of significant authority present. The most powerful among them was the current head of the family, He Xian, who had attained the Refinement Void Emperor level. Zhuge Jing performed intricate hand seals, invoking the Qianyuan Pearl to traverse the river of time in search of clues. However, someone with immense power had shattered that temporal realm surrounding He's residence, rendering Zhuge Jing's efforts fruitless. A frosty expression crossed Zhuge Jing's face as he called out, "Lingchen, immediately search for any survivors and investigate the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity to identify the assailants. Yilan, investigate the 5 elements mixed yuan formation and determine whether it was activated actively or passively. The rest of you, spread out from the Imperial Immortal Island and search for any traces." After organizing these tasks, Zhuge Jing sent a message to Gu Yun, who promptly appeared before him. Tearing through the void, Zhuge Jing conveyed, "The young master of the He family is currently absent from the Imperial Immortal Island. If someone has taken action, they will undoubtedly attempt to intercept He Yi in Nanzhou. You must bring him back to the Star-Picking Palace." Gu Yun's delicate features displayed a hint of reluctance as she softly replied, "Why must it be me? You know I am not fond of children. Given the relationship between Ling Chun and He Xian, he should be the one to go. You are the most suitable. Ling Chun has more pressing matters to attend to." Gu Yun, resigned, nodded and set off. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, experts from various clans such as the Nine-Tailed Fox, Dragon, Qilin, Tenyama Kings, and Peacock tribes began to arrive. They could all sense the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the Imperial Immortal Island, indicating that a battle had recently taken place. The clan leaders approached Zhuge Jing, aware that they typically dared not interfere in matters concerning the Dao Void Emperor's ancestral land, as it was a sacred domain where few would tread lightly. "Zhuge Gongzhu, where are the people from the He family? Not a soul in sight. Who has attacked the He residence?" Mei Qing asked directly. Others chimed in with their inquiries, but Zhuge Jing raised a hand for silence, urging them to listen. "We are still investigating. While we have detected fluctuations in spiritual energy and the scent of blood, we have not found a single corpse. The scene shows no signs of bloodshed, and all the structures remain intact. Only the 5 elements mixed yuan formation of the He ancestral land has been activated." Zhuge Jing replied, frustration evident in his tone. Zhuge Jing sensed that something was amiss, but the unique status of the Imperial Immortal Island made him hesitant to draw conclusions without solid evidence. If all the clans of Tianyuan continent learned that someone dared to attack the He family, those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to stir up trouble, leading to chaos. Upon hearing Zhuge Jing's words, Mei Qing tore through the void to stand before the five elements mixed yuan formation. Upon seeing her, Yilan performed a respectful gesture before continuing her investigation. Mei Qing also examined the formation, but its complexity was beyond her comprehension as a Dao Void Saint Realm practitioner. Within the five elements mixed yuan formation, He Yixi's mother, Su Shooting, tended to the injured elders and remaining clan members of the He family. The daily affairs were managed by several elders, allowing Su Shooting to focus less on mundane matters. However, in recent days, the Refinement Void Empress had developed streaks of white in her hair, contrasting sharply with her ethereal grace. Today, she wore a meticulously tailored gown in shades of deep green and white, its hem gently swaying as if each fold concealed boundless sorrow and beauty, accentuating her graceful silhouette. The gown's colors not only highlighted her fair complexion but also evoked the most harmonious scenes from nature, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping forth from ancient scrolls. Embodying purity and nobility yet exuding profound grief. Beside her stood a handmaiden, her gaze filled with worry and urgency. She remained attentive to her mistress's changing demeanor. Alarmed by Su Shooting's deteriorating condition, her heart swelling with concern. No words of comfort could ease the pain of witnessing her husband's chest pierced, leaving his fate uncertain. Her son, far away in Nanshou, faced imminent danger. Such a burden was unbearable for anyone. Su Shooting knelt in the solemn and ancient ancestral hall. Surrounded by neatly arranged memorial tablets, each representing a soul that had contributed to the He family yet had perished, with at least half not bearing the He surname. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon her slightly emaciated yet resolute figure, enhancing her solitude and resilience. Her bright eyes, however, were clouded as if shrouded in mist. With tears cascading down her delicate cheeks like pearls strung loose, each drop narrating the depths of her sorrow and yearning. Her gaze sometimes appeared vacant, as though traversing time in search of lost warm memories, while at other times it brimmed with endless melancholy, evoking sympathy. Grandfather, where are you? Su Shooting lamented. The Yang family colludes with the Shadow Clan, and the Tuawu clan has attacked us. My husband's fate is unknown, and Yiji is far away in Nanzhou. His life hanging by a thread. Grandfather, if you can hear me. The He family was engulfed in outrage and despair, yet more than anything, they felt anger. Over 40 Dao Void Saint Realm practitioners had emerged from the He family since its inception. Yet all had been assigned to significant positions by the Dao Void Emperor for various reasons. Everyone knew they bore important missions, but no one knew the specifics. Yet, to their shock, rather than gratitude, the other clans of Tianyuan continent had chosen to launch a surprise attack against the He family. In Nanzhou, the individual escorting He Yiji was a Refinement Void Emperor practitioner, his expression dark as he prepared to flee at any moment. For they were confronted by one Dao Void Saint Realm and two Dao Void Sect Realm practitioners blocking He Yiji's path. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension. And just as the Refinement Void Emperor practitioner was about to act, a juvenile voice emerged from a carriage behind the three Dao Void Realm practitioners. Are you He Yiji? A delicate 3-year-old girl emerged from the carriage, adorned in a meticulously coordinated pink and white gown, her steps light and airy. The harmonious interplay of pink and white in her dress encapsulated both the innocence and vivacity of youth, while exuding a touch of ethereal elegance. The hem of her gown swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of petals dancing in the spring breeze, radiating a subtle warmth and beauty. The girl's face appeared to be the pinnacle of nature's artistry, so rosy that one might imagine it could yield drops of dew. Beneath her skin, a healthy blush glowed, akin to peach blossoms basking in the dawn, brimming with vitality. Her features were small yet exquisite, particularly her large, dark eyes, resembling black gemstones, which sparkled with a lively and profound light, hinting at a myriad of whimsical ideas and untold stories. When her eyes locked onto He Yiji, they conveyed not only the innate curiosity and purity of childhood, but also an ineffable spirit and wisdom, as if she could engage in a silent dialogue with the soul. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, each blink weaving yet another beautiful dream, inviting boundless imagination and tenderness. Who are you? He Yiji inquired, bowing respectfully to the little girl. I am Yang Qingning. My great-grandfather mentioned that he arranged a childhood betrothal with your family, so I came to meet you. She responded. Childhood betrothal? Are you the Yang Qingning who used to wail and cry? He Yiji exclaimed suddenly, a smile gracing his face, but realizing his blunder, he quickly covered his mouth. You, how dare you? Uncle C, teach him a lesson. The cultivator beside He Yiji took a breath, and upon realizing the girl was from the Yang family, hurriedly bowed in apology. I did not recognize you as Lord C, one of the 8 generals of the Yang family. Please forgive my oversight. It's nothing. Our young lady is also visiting Nanzhou and wishes to accompany He Gongzi. May we? Lord C's tone carried an undeniable authority. He Yiji gently tugged at the sleeve of his protector and respectfully returned the bow, saying, Since Qingning wishes to join me, it is certainly permissible. I appreciate your assistance. Humph. Who wants to be with you? Keep your distance. I do not consent to the engagement my great-grandfather arranged, so do not think to take advantage of me. Lord C glanced helplessly at his young mistress before bowing to He Yiji. I hope you can understand. My lady is ignore him. Let us go. Yang Qingning stepped directly into the carriage, making a gesture of invitation, and He Yiji also ascended. Yang Qingning glared at He Yiji, her expression brimming with indignation, as though she were poised to devour him whole. If you are unwilling, I can ask my father to annul the engagement. Upon hearing Hiiji's words, an effervescent blend of childlike innocence and impulsiveness surged within Yang Qingning's petite frame. As if propelled by an invisible force, she suddenly sprang forth, her small body soaring gracefully to perch securely upon Hiiji's lap. Her delicate little fists, imbued with a mixture of childish naivety and determination, fell upon Hiiji like a summer afternoon downpour, intense and vigorous. Each strike resonated with a crisp sound, reminiscent of a melody crafted by youthful exuberance. The carriage ambled along the uneven road, each slight jolt seemingly adding vivacity and whimsy to their playful skirmish. One of Hiiji's hands gently rested upon Yang Qingning's soft tresses, as though safeguarding a blossoming bud, wary that she might inadvertently collide with the carriage's unyielding walls. With his other hand, he deftly parried her raindrop-like onslaught, wielding a blend of tenderness and resolve, each movement revealing a composure and wisdom that belied his years. Yang Qingning, still in her youth, naturally cannot compete in strength with Hiiji, who is several years her senior. Moreover, Hiiji's recent journey to Nanzhou has not only yielded abundant rewards, but also resulted in a remarkable advancement in his cultivation. Consequently, Yang Qingning's attacks are to him akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, merely producing insignificant ripples. Yang Qingning was evidently aware of this. Yet her petite face was marked by an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with a challenge, as if to declare, I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer you. Thus, she abandoned her fist attacks and resorted to a more primal and direct approach, sinking her tender yet sharp little teeth into Hiiji's arm with fervor. At that moment, her small hand tightly grasped his sleeve, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. Her bite fierce and deep, completely disregarding notions of martial ethics. All her dissatisfaction and stubbornness coalesced into that single bite. Hiiji, normally composed and self-restrained, emitted an unprecedented, sorrowful cry, a sound laced with surprise and a hint of helplessness, utterly defeated by Yang Qingning's unexpected action. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a disregard for martial decorum from a girl. Others outside the carriage, aware of the unfolding drama, burst into hearty laughter. The guards of the He family, though sympathetic to their young master, deemed it a matter for the couple alone, feeling no need to intervene. The reason for their inaction stemmed from the fact that this union had been decreed by the Emperor of the Void. Who would dare oppose it? Marriage was merely a matter of time. As the group gradually departed from Nanzhou, they remained blissfully unaware that all of this was within the calculations of the Yang family. And it was only as she grew that Yang Qingning came to realize it herself. Chapter 38. The Forbidden Land transforms. You will set off from my Yun clan in 3 days. At that time, Luo Hao, Yushichi, and Shang Ming, your families will send elders to accompany us to the Forbidden Land. The path ahead through the Forbidden Land will depend on your own efforts. Remember, while the Black Marsh poses no significant dangers, one must not be careless, for there are always those with ill intentions. Every time we venture into the Black Marsh, some prodigies meet their demise there. The 7 individuals were taken aback by this revelation. They had often heard their elders speak of the Black Marsh, known as the Dark Forest of Tianyuan continent, reputed to be filled with various opportunities, but this was the first time they learned of its inherent dangers. You need not worry excessively. Given your strength, few can pose a threat to you. Caution is paramount. Now, rest this afternoon. We depart in 3 days. After Yunyu spoke, she waved her hand, signaling them to disperse. Luo Hao and the others proceeded to the accommodations arranged by the Yun clan, while Hiiji and Ruan returned to their previous lodgings. Hiiji sat by the pavilion, gazing at the sky. Initially, he struggled to adapt to the vision granted by the spirit insects, perceiving the world in shades of gray, a hue distinct from black and white, as though viewing reality through a gray veil, devoid of color. Hiiji, what are you thinking? Ruan's soft voice broke through his reverie. She had approached him without his noticing. Da'er, obediently, leaped from Ruan's embrace and nestled beside Hiiji. Hiiji did not respond to Ruan, maintaining his previous posture. She, unfazed, seated herself at the edge of the pavilion. I overheard your conversation with Sister Yin. The Xiantian Eye holds great significance for you, which is why I insisted on accompanying you. Fear not. I shall assist you in obtaining the Xiantian Eye. What say you? You need not go to such lengths. Our fates are intertwined. You are a scoundrel, utterly ungrateful. Ruan, exasperated, retreated into her room and slammed the door shut. Da'er, with a soft grunt, nudged Hiiji with his paw, but upon receiving no response, wandered toward Ruan. Realizing the door was closed, he paused, looking back at Hiiji. But receiving no reply, he drooped his head and continued toward the room, gently pushing the door open. Once inside, he closed the door behind him and leaped into Ruan's embrace, nuzzling her affectionately. Why must you act this way? Ruan genuinely wishes to help you. Yunqin appeared behind Hiiji, and after speaking, she settled beside him in the pavilion. What brings you here, Miss Yunqin? The matters between her and me are complex and cannot be succinctly explained. As Hiiji spoke, he reclined on the pavilion floor, staring up at the ceiling. My purpose here is to discuss the Forbidden Land. The tales of the Forbidden Land are ones we have heard since childhood. We are familiar with them, or at least with the safer routes discovered by our predecessors. However, you are not acquainted with them, hence my visit to enlighten you. I am grateful for your assistance. Miss Yunqing. The origins of the ancient 6 cities and the secret realm of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion were previously recounted by the Fire Emperor. In truth, when the secret realm was first conceived, the ancient 6 clans cohabited. Explorers gradually expanded their reach, but as some cultivators grew more powerful, ambition ignited conflict. After the secret realm's initial opening, the ancient 6 clans engaged in fierce internal strife. Body refinement realm cultivators were treated as spies cultivated by rival clans, leading to countless fatalities, with only a scant few ever emerging from the secret realm. Due to the devastation wrought by millennia of warfare, the secret realm became a desolate place. Perhaps the creator of the realm was incensed. One day, an unprecedented land emerged, separating the Black Marsh from the territories of the clans and continuously expanding. Initially, the inhabitants believed that the creator was awakening and establishing new lands. However, upon exploration, they discovered that this new continent harbored countless dangers. Even a Dao Void realm expert could suffer impairment to their Dao imprint if they were not cautious. Once, a Dao Void realm expert encountered a ray of light in this newly formed land. Captivated by the breathtaking scenery, he was struck down by a descending beam, returning to the divine clan gravely injured, only to soon thereafter succumb. Heiji, upon hearing this, was profoundly shaken. The physical prowess of Dao Void realm experts is formidable. Even Dao Void Emperor realm cultivators would require a significant amount of time to extinguish their Dao imprint, or the latter might choose self-detonation in battle. He had not anticipated that a mere ray of light in the Forbidden Land could wield such power. Of course, there exist other treasures capable of instantly slaying Dao Void realm experts, such as the Xian Jade ruler wielded by Gu Yun in a previous battle. However, such weapons are exceedingly rare, scarcely found across the Tianyuan continent, which explains why Gu Yun was the first to engage in combat. Faced with unknown perils, the ancient 6 clans engaged in prolonged negotiations, ultimately leading to their separation and the initial formation of the current landscape. With the emergence of talented individuals among humanity, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was established, inviting the other 5 clans to share governance, thus creating the present situation. Once stability was achieved, exploration of the Forbidden Land commenced, only to reveal an expanse far greater than the former secret realm, filled with innumerable dangers. After millennia of exploration, the clans delineated the relatively safer routes, re-establishing access from the ancient 6 cities and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to the Black Marsh. I have a question. Given that you were aware of the dangers of the wasteland and brought forth so many treasures, why did you place them within the Black Marsh as a trial ground? Those treasures vanished upon entering the secret realm, and it was only after persistent exploration that we discovered they were concealed within the Black Marsh, designated as various trial rewards. The leaders of the 6 clans speculated that it was the handiwork of that great individual, intended to temper us and cultivate a sense of crisis. Then why, knowing the threats you faced, did you still engage in violent conflict within the secret realm? Yunqing chuckled upon hearing Heiji's question, then replied, "Isn't your inquiry somewhat naive? The most elusive matter in this world is that of the heart. The dangers lurking in the distance may arrive at any moment. Yet the benefits before us are tangible and real. Is it not the same outside? Or perhaps, as Miss Yun said, I have been too innocent." Heiji interrupted Yunqing before she could continue. After finishing the serious discussion, Yunqing exchanged a few light-hearted words with Heiji before taking her leave. 3 days swiftly passed, and the ancient 5 clans had gathered. The Yun clan dispatched 5 warships soaring through the skies toward Hei's. Upon reaching the fringes of Hei's, all the warships activated their protective shields. Meanwhile, the higher-ups engaged in leisurely conversation, and Heiji's group gradually became more familiar with one another, chatting intermittently. The air, on the other hand, dashed around the vessel, occasionally emitting howls that elicited laughter from the crowd. As the warships ventured halfway into the Forbidden Zone, the expressions of Yunyu and her companions shifted abruptly, prompting all 5 to rise at once. The air sensed the change in atmosphere and instantly leapt into Ruan's embrace, burying its head in her bosom. Heiji and his companions recognized that something was amiss and promptly positioned themselves beside Yunyu. "Sister Yun, this path seems questionable," inquired a powerful figure from the Shangyang clan, known as Shang Xian, a peer of Yunyu who had entered the Dao Void realm long ago and was a formidable practitioner, being the grandaunt of Shang Xian. "We followed the map, but the path has changed. It appears we are heading for a significant crisis." "Look behind you," spoke another practitioner, Luo Yaotian of the Luo clan, also a contemporary of Yunyu, whose cultivation was at the Dao Void sect level and the brother of Luo Hao's grandfather. The group turned to look back, only to be met with a vast expanse of white fog. This fog not only obstructed the divine sense of the Dao Void realm practitioners, but also gradually consumed the path behind them as the warships moved, as if it possessed a life of its own. Chapter 39, The Yuan Clan of Qizhou Yuan Clan. You seek death. Mei Qing tore through the void, appearing instantaneously above the Yuan clan. Yilan, fearing that Mei Qing might act impulsively, hurried to follow. Mei Qing unleashed the oppressive aura of a Dao Void Saint Realm practitioner, shattering the protective array of the Yuan clan as if it were mere paper. The members of the Yuan clan lay prostrate on the ground, reduced to the status of ants. Yuan Jian's father, Yuan Qing Tian, barely approached Mei Qing, clasped his fist in salute, and asked, "Might I inquire how the Yuan clan has offended you, esteemed elder? Please, calm your anger. The younger generation is innocent. If your offspring are innocent, then what of the offspring of the He clan? You took advantage of Brother Ren's absence to harm his descendants. Yet you dare to act as elders now, only to worry for your own kin. Today, I shall extinguish the Yuan clan's lineage and let you experience the agony of losing your progeny." As Mei Qing spoke, her hand clenched fiercely, grasping the necks of all the Yuan clan's juniors. Their faces turned crimson as they struggled and pleaded for help from their elders, yet in the presence of Mei Qing, none could rise. Only Yuan Qing Tian, being at the Dao Void Yuan realm, possessed the strength to resist. But rescuing so many was evidently impossible. The gap between realms was insurmountable, especially when faced with a seasoned powerhouse like Mei Qing. Esteemed Mei Qing, I truly do not know how I have offended you. Please, enlighten me. If you persist in your unreasonableness, I shall risk my frail life to save my clan's juniors. The members of the Yuan clan were indeed resolute. After one had self-destructed, did you intend to do the same, old man? Upon hearing Mei Qing's words, Yuan Qing Tian felt an icy chill seize his heart, having calculated immediately after Yuan Jian's soul token shattered. He initially thought he could easily discern who had killed his son. However, after prolonged contemplation, he found nothing, only to discover that Yuan Jian's demise was somehow linked to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and it seemed connected to the recent disappearance of the He clan's youngest child. This realization enveloped Yuan Qing Tian in a freezing dread. At that moment, the Yuan clan's juniors were nearing the brink of unconsciousness. Yuan Qing Tian understood he had little time to ponder. Shifting his hands technique, he addressed Mei Qing. I acknowledge that I am no match for you, esteemed elder. But given your current stance, I have no choice but to fight with all my might. As Yuan Qing Tian prepared for self-destruction, Mei Qing was taken aback by his decisiveness and was about to intervene when Yang Tianwen appeared behind Yuan Qing Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder and forcing back the power he was about to unleash. Simultaneously, Yilan appeared beside Mei Qing, bowing respectfully. Esteemed Mei Qing, shall we allow the Yuan clan to provide an explanation? The sudden appearance of Yang Tian dispersed the oppressive aura of Mei Qing. Yet the members of the Yuan family on the ground bowed their heads even lower. Yuan Qing Tian was equally taken aback. He swiftly turned to Yang Tianwen, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. There is no need for such formality, Yuan family head. I have come alongside Mei Qing and lured you to inquire about certain matters. I hope you can accommodate us. Upon hearing Yang Tianwen's words, Yuan Qing Tian hastily welcomed him into the grand hall. In Yuan Qing Tian's mind, Yang Tianwen posed a far greater threat than Mei Qing. However, the presence of both individuals alongside Yilan from the Star-Picking Palace suggested that the Yuan family was embroiled in a significant calamity. Yet, Yuan Qing Tian could not fathom who could have caused such a disaster as to alarm these three formidable figures. Although there was an unsettling feeling that the Yuan family was entangled in the mysterious disappearance of he believed that apart from himself, no one in their lineage possessed the capability to be involved in such a matter, leaving him utterly perplexed. Yang Tianwen, Mei Qing, and Yilan paid no heed to the individuals of the Yuan family kneeling upon the ground. Should their conversation reveal the Yuan family's involvement, those individuals would likely be exiled to the mines. Thus, their current state was of little consequence. Upon entering the grand hall, Mei Qing and Yang Tianwen took their seats on either side of the throne, while Yilan occupied a secondary position close to Mei Qing. Yuan Qing Tian, trembling, inquired, "May I ask what matters Yang Senior wishes to discuss? Please enlighten me." Glancing at Mei Qing and Yang Tianwen, Yilan recounted the misdeeds of Yuan Jian, causing Yuan Qing Tian to break into a cold sweat, while Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing remained silent throughout, as Yilan and the others made their way to the Yuan family. Lingchen led all Dao Void and refining Void experts involved in the Qingzhou operation to conduct a thorough search within a 10,000-mile radius of the former stronghold of the Heavenly Domain. Tianyuan. Despite the destruction wrought by Yuan Jian's self-detonation, the Star-Picking Palace still uncovered numerous items, confirming the identities of several members of the Heavenly Domain. The various branches of the Shadow Pavilion swiftly mobilized, capturing a significant number of individuals from the Heavenly Domain. The entire Tianyuan continent, initially overshadowed by the trials of the Star-Picking Palace amidst the rumors surrounding He Yi's disappearance, now found the topic revived as the Shadow Pavilion took action. Many awaited to see if He Yi would appear in the Central Continent elimination matches. If he did, the rumors would be dispelled, yet if he did not, it would suggest genuine troubles for the son of the He family. Even more outlandish rumors circulated, claiming that the upper echelons of the Star-Picking Palace feared He Yi might one day inherit their legacy, leading them to eliminate him. Others suggested that upon marrying, he would pose a threat to the current head of the Yang family, inciting the Yang family's involvement. Yet others speculated that He Yi possessed the He family's secret treasures, and with the Dao Void Emperor absent for so long, some harbored covetous desires. Regardless, everyone shared a common understanding. They awaited He Yi's participation in the Star-Picking Palace trials. Meanwhile, as Lingchen and Yilan were preoccupied with their affairs, Bei Ming, severely injured, flew to the northeastern edge of Chizhou but could no longer bear his wounds and collapsed by the seaside. The domain lord of the heavenly domain also broke through the barriers to assist Bei Ming. "My lord, it is my incompetence. Nan Yuan has perished." The domain lord's face was filled with grief and indignation, for Nan Yuan and Bei Ming were akin to his right and left arms. Their bond had grown akin to that of friends. "It is not your fault. I should have heeded your advice and evacuated sooner. I have brought about Nan Yuan's demise." "My lord, it was the actions of the Divine Path clan, the Star-Picking Palace, Yuanshan Island, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Moon Demon clan, and others. It is not your fault. One day we shall reclaim what is ours." Bei Ming spoke, blood surging forth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The domain lord hurriedly administered healing medicine to Bei Ming, then tore through the void to escape. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Ling Chun arrived at the seaside where the domain lord and Bei Ming had lingered. Upon careful examination, he discovered traces of Bei Ming's blood. Utilizing a secret technique to track, he found that Bei Ming's aura had been concealed by profound magic, the one responsible not being weaker than Ling Chun himself. Ling Chun, sensing the intense fluctuations of energy by the sea, had rushed over, only to find it was too late. He extracted the blood from the sands, intending to pursue further investigation upon returning to the Star-Picking Palace, where experts in this field resided, within the Yuan family. Upon Yilan's recounting of Yuan Jian's actions, Yuan Shitian was left in a state of shock, unable to believe that his son, whom he had regarded as a waste, surpassed him in cultivation and had even participated in the abduction of he. It was as if they possessed 10 heads. They would not suffice to atone for this sin. Yuan Shitian knelt, declaring, "We, the Yuan family, are acutely aware of our grievous sins. That my own blood has committed such acts leaves me without defense. The elders of our clan fear not death. I beseech you to spare the younger generations. Should you agree, I shall end my own life here." "You old fool, how cunning. You wish to perish and leave your descendants to the mercy of the Star-Picking Palace? How naive." Mei Qing glowered at Yuan Xingtian, who began to sweat profusely. "There is no need for the clan leader to act so drastically. Since the leader was unaware, we of Yuanshan Island shall remain trustful. However, mistakes must bear consequences. The Yuan family shall not participate in the upcoming journey to the Dark Forest, and furthermore, the Yuan family shall close its doors to guests. We shall see what occurs when he returns, shall we?" Yilan said little, initially intending to take the higher-ups of the Yuan family to the Star-Picking Palace for an inquiry, but with Yang Tianwen's statement, he found it unwise to oppose and thus acquiesced. This is also the will of the Star-Picking Palace. Hearing this, Yuan Shitian felt as if all energy had been drained from him. Death seemed a more merciful fate. This decision severed the path of the Yuan family's future. Qingzhou would see no more of them. Once the three had dealt with the Yuan family, they exited the Grand Hall. Outside, Yang Tianwen turned to Yuan Xingtian and added, "There is one more matter. Should the need arise to rescue Yi, all senior members of the Yuan family must participate." After Yang Tianwen's words, Yilan, Mei Qing, and Yang Tian tore through the void and vanished. Once the three departed, the higher-ups of the Yuan family entered the Grand Hall, infuriated by Yuan Jian's actions and the Star-Picking Palace's response. However, with events having transpired, there was naught they could do. After a brief quarrel, they all left, leaving Yuan Xingtian alone, seated in the Grand Hall, resembling a forlorn ghost. Chapter 40. A life hanging by a thread. A day later, the trials of Yuanshan Island resumed, with shock and dread continuing to manifest on the high platform as they observed Yang Qingming's match. This time, Yang Qingming faced a ghost cultivator, a formidable opponent at the Body Refinement Emperor realm, 2 full ranks above her, signifying a battle of dire stakes. Yang Zikai, as he did yesterday, swiftly vanquished his opponent within 10 moves upon entering the arena. While awaiting the next round of draws, he approached the debate platform where Yang Qingming was engaged in a contest. Upon observing her adversary, an unsettling sensation surged within him. This individual, whom he had noted the previous day, had similarly compelled his opponent to concede in under 10 moves, showcasing formidable strength. Were he to engage in battle himself, it would likely take 1,000 moves before a victor emerged. Furthermore, Yang Qingming possessed a tenacious spirit, and this time she was bound to face a significant setback. The two adversaries remained locked in a standoff for the duration of half a stick of incense. Yang Qingming recognized that this was the most formidable opponent she had encountered throughout the competition. She hesitated to strike impulsively, yet her opponent seemed to toy with her patience, waiting without making a move. Yang Qingming inhaled deeply, centering her mind and channeling her inner energy, before executing the extraordinary technique of the 36 steps of Tianyang. Her figure moved with ghostly agility, almost instantaneously repositioning herself to appear behind the ghostly youth. Without hesitation, her leg muscles tensed, and with the force of a bowstring snapping, she unleashed a fierce sidekick, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the youth's neck, seeking to incapacitate him in a single strike. However, the ghostly youth seemed to have already anticipated her intent. Without turning, he discerned her attack trajectory solely from the subtle shift in the air behind him. With a sudden extension of his right hand, his fingers curled like claws, precisely seizing her ankle as her kick approached. The strength of the ghostly youth was astonishing. With a vigorous motion of his arm, he effortlessly swung Yang Qingning into the air, sending her hurtling outward in a parabolic arc. As Yang Qingning tumbled through the air, her heart remained unperturbed. She swiftly adjusted her posture, her hands deftly forming seals as she silently chanted incantations. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed, and a shield, shimmering with a soft radiance, materialized behind her. This shield appeared to be forged from the very essence of the heavens and earth, exuding an aura of enigmatic power. It positioned itself perfectly between Yang Qingning and the ground, absorbing the majority of the impact, allowing her to land steadily at the edge of the Dao discussion platform. Only stumbling a few steps before regaining her balance. "You are no match for me. Concede, or you shall suffer harm." The voice of the ghostly youth was slightly hoarse, his entire form enveloped in the power of the netherworld. Contrary to popular belief, ghostly cultivators are not merely the souls of the deceased seeking to reforge their existence. Rather, they possess the 3 souls and 7 spirits. If their souls remain unscathed by potent magical forces after death, they may cycle through reincarnation. In the Tianyuan continent, there are 5 sources of ghostly practitioners. First, a cultivator's soul may be trapped within their body by another using powerful magic, who then imparts secret techniques for cultivation. Such ghostly practitioners typically reach only the harmonization stage, and exceptionally gifted individuals would seldom choose this path. Second, a cultivator may usurp another's body after death, a method akin to the first. Third, there are practitioners who cleanse their entire being with the power of the netherworld. Provided they possess extraordinary talent, their cultivation remains unaffected, although they are shrouded in nether energy. Yang Qingning's current adversary belongs to this category. Fourth, there are ancient races whose origins remain a mystery, such as the Yiksha clan within the ancient Ghost City and the 10 Yama clans of the Tianyuan continent, including the Huangquan clan. Lastly, there are indestructible consciousnesses summoned by powerful magic. These ghostly practitioners lack clarity of mind and are often treated as servants by others. However, should such a servant surpass their master in cultivation, they may suffer backlash, hence cultivators below the harmonization stage seldom keep servants. Yang Qingning's right hand slowly ascended, reminiscent of the sun rising in the dawn, as a silvery radiance blossomed from her palm, gradually coalescing into a long sword, entirely crystalline and exuding an ominous chill. Upon the blade, it appeared as if fragments of starlight danced, each flicker heralding the impending release of cataclysmic power. Yang Zikai, standing at the sidelines, instantly recognized this sword. It was the weapon once wielded by Yang Qingning's mother, named Shadow. He had witnessed it in his youth. It was said that when the Shadow sword was brandished, it could conjure myriad sword energies, cascading like the Milky Way and instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression in its adversaries. As Yang Qingning deftly altered her hand seals, her figure seemed to meld with the air, becoming ethereal and elusive. Suddenly, she halted, her right hand firmly gripping the Shadow's sword, and thrust it forward with great force. In that instant, the entire debate platform appeared ensnared in an invisible web of sword energy, with torrents of sword chi surging forth like a tempest, each strike possessing the sharpness capable of rending space itself. In the face of this overwhelming deluge of sword energy, the youth from the Ghost Clan wore a smirk of disdain, his gaze devoid of fear, radiating instead a fervent desire for battle. With a casual motion of his hands, a crimson spear materialized in his grip, its shaft adorned with faintly flickering flames, as if summoned from the abyss, emanating an unsettling aura. With a sweep of the spear, its tip traced a perfect arc through the air, precisely meeting each wave of sword energy, with every collision igniting visible ripples, as though the very air were being torn asunder. At the moment the spear tip was on the verge of contacting the Shadow sword, the Ghost Clan youth pivoted sharply to the right with uncanny swiftness, launching a lightning-fast kick aimed at Yang Qingning's left flank. Yet, Yang Qingning appeared to have anticipated this maneuver. In a critical instant, her form became indistinct, like a wisp of smoke, vanishing from her original position. When she reappeared, it was directly behind the Ghost Clan youth, the Shadow sword sweeping towards his neck with a biting gust of cold wind. The youth's reaction speed was astonishing. Leveraging the formidable strength in his waist, he executed a rapid turn almost simultaneously, their legs colliding fiercely in midair, producing a thunderous sound akin to 2 meteors colliding in the void. Upon landing, Yang Qingning stumbled slightly, retreating 2 steps before managing to stabilize her stance. In contrast, the young demon, having descended with grace, or a smug smile, as if this encounter were merely a game to him. Just as Yang Qingning prepared to steady her breath and launch another offensive, the demon youth vanished like a specter, only to reappear beside her, brandishing a crimson-hued spear, its tip aimed directly at her chest. Yang Qingning's heart jolted with alarm, instinctively prompting her to evade. However, the speed of the ghostly youth was astonishingly swift. She could only manage a slight sidestep, the tip of his spear grazing the edge of her garment and stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Yet, this was merely a ruse employed by the youth to lure her in. Just as he believed Yang Qingning had lost her balance, she descended gracefully like a falling leaf, lightly tapping her feet on the ground to harness the rebound force. She executed the 36 steps of Tiangang once more, her form becoming elusive and ethereal in an instant. Nevertheless, the ghostly youth seemed to have already discerned her intentions, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His figure blurred, and it was as if they both materialized at the same point in time, their feet clashing violently in midair, producing a deafening sound. This time, the ghostly youth summoned all his strength, delivering a powerful kick to Yang Qingning's waist, sending her hurtling off the platform of discourse. Yang Zikai, with quick reflexes and agility reminiscent of a soaring rock, deftly caught Yang Qingning, and they descended together outside the debate platform. Simultaneously, the officiating judge proclaimed in a booming voice, the male contestant from the Ghost Clan emerges victorious in this match. A chorus of cheers and gasps erupted from the audience. Today, 2 matches were still to be held. After expressing her gratitude to Yang Zikai, Yang Qingning swiftly consumed a healing pill to mitigate her injuries, striving to minimize the impact on her subsequent match. Meanwhile, Yang Zikai's gaze remained fixed on the young competitor on stage, who, despite possessing superior strategies, opted for the most humiliating method by kicking his opponent off the debate platform. The Ghost Clan youth, sensing Yang Zikai's intense stare, glanced back before departing the stage. Soon, the second round of matches commenced for Yang Zikai and Yang Qingning. Without a doubt, Yang Zikai clinched victory, while Yang Qingning, despite exerting considerable effort, also secured her win. On their way home, Yang Qingning continued to accompany Yang Zikai, contemplating that she needed to triumph in 2 more matches to secure her place in the Dark Forest. Before long, the new round of eliminations arrived, and fortune smiled upon Yang Qingning as she drew an opponent of equal standing. She swiftly achieved victory in this match. From the 3rd match onward, only 1 contest would be held each day. Yang Zikai, of course, emerged victorious. On the way home, he said to Yang Qingning, "Qingning, I understand your determination, but the remaining contenders are far from ordinary. It would be ideal to win tomorrow's competition. However, if victory eludes us, let us not force it. Should you insist on competing, I am willing to relinquish my spot for you. I believe the elders of our family would not object. Brother Zikai, there is no need for such sacrifice. I shall give my utmost effort tomorrow. As for whether I can secure victory or a place, that is beyond my control. I cannot usurp your opportunity, nor can I allow my personal ambitions to hinder your cultivation. You must have faith in me." Yang Zikai chose not to utter another word, recognizing that any further speech would be futile. At worst, he might contravene the rules. Even if he refrained from entering the Dark Forest, he would ensure that Yang Qingning remained unscathed. Soon, the 4th match arrived, with the victors from the previous day already securing their spots. The forthcoming struggle would be for the leaderboard of the Source Immortal Island. Those who felt content with merely obtaining a position chose to forego the competition, while some prodigies naturally seized this opportunity. Achieving a place among the top 10 on the Source Immortal Island's genius rankings would be a tremendous honor. The matches in the losers bracket today were particularly ruthless. Those who faltered would be eliminated outright, while the victors would earn the chance to enter the Dark Forest. Today, Yang Qingning drew a match against a human cultivator, a man of unparalleled beauty. His allure transcended conventional masculinity, embodying a delicate charm that might even outshine that of women. Clad in flowing white garments and wielding a folding fan, he presented an enchanting sight. Yang Qingning instinctively sensed the profound danger emanating from this man, a peril surpassing even that of the Demon Clan adversary who had previously cast him into the loser's bracket. After exchanging respectful gestures, the atmosphere between them became palpably tense, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. In an instant, the man transformed into a fleeting shadow, his speed astonishing, reminiscent of a wraith in the night, silently maneuvering to encircle Yang Qingning from behind. His hands, akin to iron pincers, clasped firmly around her waist. The moment his skin made contact, an icy chill surged through her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end, as an unprecedented sense of crisis washed over her like a tidal wave. Startled, she hesitated not for a moment. Her feet propelled her off the ground with explosive force, her form shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, she executed the Tian Gang 36 steps to perfection, leaving behind a series of afterimages that flitted through the space like phantoms, adroitly evading the man's sudden assault. However, the man clearly had no intention of relenting. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he conjured a delicate fan with his right, which soared from his palm and suddenly morphed into 3 identical fans in midair, each radiating a soft luminescence, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. These 3 fans launched themselves towards Yang Qingning with lightning speed, targeting her head, heart, and calf, their velocity nearly surpassing the limits of human perception. Yang Qingning felt a piercing wind rushing from behind her, tightening her heart. With a swift motion, her shadow sword manifested, its blade shimmering with a faint, icy radiance, as if capable of freezing the very fabric of space. She swung it fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cascaded like a galactic waterfall, accompanied by a howling wind, instantly engulfing the 3 flying fans in the man's position entirely. Nevertheless, the man seemed to have anticipated this moment, his form gracefully leaping into the air, akin to a drifting leaf, effortlessly evading the onslaught. With a gentle wave of his left hand, an invisible force surged forth, dispersing the sword energy as if it had never existed. Yang Qingning's expression turned exceptionally grave upon witnessing the scene. She had not anticipated that her opponent could so effortlessly dispel her sword chi, indicating that the disparity between them was far greater than she had imagined. Taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she prepared to confront the impending battle. The man launched another assault, his left hand weaving intricate gestures that rendered the space around Yang Qingning heavy and oppressive, as if sealed by an invisible force. In the next moment, he vanished and reappeared above her at an angle, his fan suddenly thrusting forth, transforming into a streak of light that severed her retreat. Simultaneously, he raised his right leg high, the spiritual energy surging and turning a deep crimson like iron, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As it descended towards the crown of Yang Qingning's head with astonishing speed and ferocity, as if intent on kicking her into the abyss. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Yang Qingning did not choose to flee. Instead, her left hand danced through the air with incantations, and in an instant, she was enveloped by the blazing flames of southern Mingli fire, which, under its searing heat, effortlessly pierced through the binding force like snow under the scorching sun. Yang Qingning propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the man. The shadowy sword she wielded was enveloped in the blazing flames of the southern Mingli fire, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. Imbued with a devastating aura as it lunged at him, the man, upon witnessing this, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of surprise, yet quickly regained his composure, his incantation unwavering. He infused his right leg with a more robust surge of spiritual energy. The impact of his power collided with Yang Qingning's shadow sword in midair, producing a deafening sound akin to two meteors converging, bursting forth in a brilliant display of sparks. In that fleeting moment of their clash, the man suddenly unleashed dozens of shadowless needles from his sleeve. Cloaked in spiritual energy, these needles were nearly imperceptible, akin to the darkest stars in the night sky, silently darting towards Yang Qingning. Although Yang Qingning sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was too late for her to evade entirely. Her heart tightened as she swiftly altered her incantation, conjuring a protective shield that deflected most of the shadowy needles' assault. However, a few managed to slip through, like silent assassins in the dark of night, quietly piercing her body. Yang Qingning trembled, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth, descending to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, yet her eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. "My dear girl, you have lost," the man declared, his voice resonating with a timbre befitting his appearance. Upon concluding his match, Yang Zikai immediately noticed the distressing scene of Yang Qingning's injury. He shouted from the sidelines, "You are shameless. You possess a superior cultivation level compared to Qingning, and yet you resort to treachery against her." The competitors had not prohibited the use of hidden weapons, and furthermore, a portion of my training involves techniques associated with concealed armaments. Why should their use be forbidden? The bystanders, including Tiao Zhu and others, were equally incensed, yet felt powerless to intervene. Moreover, as the gentleman stated, there indeed was no such regulation in the competition. "What shall we do now, Sir Jing? Miss Qingning has been injured. Are we to?" inquired the official responsible for the written examination. However, Jing and Si paid no heed to the official, remaining fixated on the unfolding events. The official, in a state of frantic agitation, was on the verge of intervening when Jing halted him. Yang Qingning, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, swiftly and precisely sealed several critical acupoints to prevent her injuries from worsening. Her gaze remained resolute, unwavering, as if the wounds she had just sustained were but a trivial interlude. In astonishment at Yang Qingning's relentless determination, a companion suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Let the young lady finish. We have come this far. With us here, nothing catastrophic can ensue." Yang Qingning took a deep breath, adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within her body. Her hands swiftly transformed the intricate gestures of a spell, as if weaving an impending spectacle of flames. As the incantation reached completion, a surge of searing energy erupted behind her, and under her summoning, the southern Ming fire morphed into a phoenix poised to soar. This magnificent creature was enveloped in blazing flames, its wings both delicate and powerful, each flap generating waves of heat capable of incinerating all in existence. Yet, Yang Qingning was not content with this alone. She executed an exceedingly complex spell once more, murmuring an incantation, and then forcefully expelled a mouthful of essence blood. The blood transformed into a radiant crimson light in midair, instantaneously merging with the phoenix behind her. The phoenix seemed to acquire an enigmatic strength, its eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance, the flames on its wings intensifying in ferocity, emanating an aura of formidable pressure that quickened the heart. It beat its wings in a triumphant cry, its voice resonating with defiance and pride, as if proclaiming its arrival to the world. Yang Zikai stood at the edge of the platform, his fist clenched tightly, yearning to step forward. Upon witnessing this, a sense of trepidation surged within the man. He could feel the immense threat emanating from the phoenix behind Yang Qingning, a terrifying power capable of incinerating all in its path. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Quickly mobilizing the spiritual energy within him, with his left hand, he deftly performed intricate gestures, and soon, a circle of crimson shields coalesced around him. The shields shimmered with faint runes, radiating an enigmatic glow, as if they possessed the ability to withstand all attacks in the world. Yang Qingning afforded her opponent no respite. As her incantation soared through the air, the phoenix behind her surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, colliding violently with the man. The terrifying South Ming Lihua clashed against the crimson shield, producing a deafening roar as flames intertwined with spiritual energy, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. The man evidently underestimated the potency of the South Ming Lihua, for his shield rapidly weakened under the searing flames, fissures beginning to mar its surface. His expression contorted in anguish as he gritted his teeth, relentlessly channeling spiritual energy into the shield in a desperate attempt to regain control. However, the ferocity of the South Ming Lihua proved insurmountable. Ultimately, the shield succumbed to numerous breaches, the crimson glow dimming as it was consumed by the flames. Just when the man believed that Yang Qingning's assault was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yang Qingning suddenly burst forth from the encirclement of the Southern Ming's blazing fire, resembling a streak of lightning. The shadowy sword in her grasp glimmered with a chilling radiance as it pierced through the gap in the shield, aiming directly at the man's heart. The sword tip traced a flawless arc through the air, imbued with the essence of death, targeting the vital point. Just as the tip was poised to make contact with the man's heart, Yang Qingning unexpectedly halted. The shadowy sword came to a standstill half an inch from his heart, leaving a faint mark of cold brilliance upon his chest. You shall pay dearly. After Yang Qingning showed mercy, the man retaliated fiercely, striking her in the chest with a powerful palm, sending her flying. Yang Zikai originally believed that Yang Qingning was destined to triumph, but to his astonishment, the opponent exhibited such a lack of martial ethics. In a state of utter shock, he swiftly approached Yang Qingning and caught her. The man, realizing he had caused a disturbance, was about to leave when he was suddenly apprehended. Yang Zikai, along with Tiao Zhu and others, approached Jing's side. Witnessing the nearly lifeless Yang Qingning, Tiao Zhu had already succumbed to tears, pleading with Jing to save their young lady. Yang Zikai, in a show of desperation, knelt down, exclaiming, "Esteemed Sir Jing, you possess immense powers. Please save Qingning. I humbly bow before you." Yang Zikai, having spoken, abruptly bowed his head twice in reverence. Against all odds, he approached and assisted Yang Zikai to his feet, for the act of bowing held great significance. He was undoubtedly to be saved. This person is entrusted to you. Eliminate him. Yang Zikai was taken aback upon hearing the words of death. He had contemplated teaching the man a lesson, but never imagined he would kill him. However, death provided him no time to ponder, directly tossing both men onto the discussion platform. Amidst the resonating sounds of Dao, he proclaimed, "Today's contest will proceed. The participant, having already won the match against my esteemed Miss Yang, unexpectedly launched a vicious attack, resulting in her grievous injury. To prevent any accusations of our Yang family bullying the weak, I, Yang Zikai, hereby challenge him to a life and death duel. If he can walk away alive, the Yang family shall no longer pursue this matter." As Death spoke, he skillfully extracted the shadowless needles from Yang Qingning's body, administered healing elixirs, and infused a portion of his own spiritual energy into her, nurturing her internal organs. After completing these tasks, he instructed the attendants to take Yang Qingning back to the manor for recuperation, advising them that she would likely awaken by nightfall and to ensure they took turns watching over her. On the discussion platform, the man wasted no words and immediately launched an attack on Yang Zikai, fully aware that this was his sole chance for survival. Chapter 41. The star-picking competition begins after taking a bath. Lang Qingxiu donned the elder disciple attire of the star-picking palace. It must be said that the fabric of the elder disciple robes was unlike any other, enveloping her in a refreshing coolness. Despite her cultivation at the body refinement emperor level, which would typically induce perspiration in such scorching weather, she felt entirely comfortable. When the servants arrived to escort her to the martial hall in the afternoon, Lang Qingxiu was seated on her bed in meditation. Upon noticing their entrance, she opened her eyes, and the servants were taken aback by her ethereal beauty, clad in a flowing azure elder disciple robe. The hem danced gently with the breeze from the open window, reminiscent of a flower blooming in the morning mist, both delicate and subtly resilient. The elegant shade of azure complemented her fair complexion, enhancing her skin's snowy purity, akin to the first pristine snowfall of early winter, exuding an indescribable, serene beauty. Upon closer inspection, Lang Qingxiu's countenance was refreshingly exquisite, her features meticulously sculpted, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Every line was perfectly balanced, neither ostentatious nor lacking in gentleness. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, yet always carried a trace of aloofness and coolness, as if her spirit resided in a tranquil valley, untouched by the chaos of the world. Each flutter of her eyelashes was akin to a fleeting glance from a deer in the woods, evoking tenderness while simultaneously instilling a sense of restraint. Her aura radiated an innate chill and nobility, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming alone atop a mountain, unafraid of the cold, exuding beauty and solitude. Even amidst a crowd, her presence was unmistakable, a tranquility and composure that transcended age, drawing involuntary glances. Each movement revealed an effortless elegance, as if she belonged to another realm, occasionally gracing this world, leaving behind an indelible impression. In her mind, this type of woman seemed like a fairy from ancient legends, embodying an otherworldly chill and breathtaking beauty that invoked reverence. Only the daughters of noble families or grand sects could possess such a demeanor, entirely uncharacteristic of a wandering orphan. The servants even suspected that the Lang Qingxiu before them had been swapped. As Lang Qingxiu rose and called to the slightly dazed servant, she was promptly led to the martial hall. Upon arriving, Zheng Yi saw Lang Qingxiu standing before him and smiled slightly, remarking, "Not bad." Lung Qingxiu obediently bowed to her master. Zhang Yi then advised her that when it was just the two of them, she need not be so formal, as he cared little for such empty rituals, before formally teaching her the techniques of the Red Essence Mandarin Duck Sword. This sword was ingeniously designed, featuring 72 combined techniques, each containing multiple variations. After imparting the sword techniques, Zhang Yi requested that Lung Qingxiu share the cultivation methods and spells she was currently practicing. He patiently pointed out her shortcomings and instructed her on how to improve. By the time he finished guiding her, it was already late into the night. Zhang Yi returned to their residence with Lung Qingxiu. On the way, he handed her a token for the library, informing her that with it, she could enter freely and advising her on what books to read. Lung Qingxiu obediently followed, nodding in agreement with everything Zhang Yi said. Once at the estate, the servants escorted Lung Qingxiu to her quarters, while Zhang Yi proceeded alone to the training room. As the head of the martial hall, Zhang Yi had numerous responsibilities, often indulging in his martial practice only after returning home at night. Over the next 3 days, Lung Qingxiu continuously traversed between the library and the martial hall, diligently practicing and refining her cultivation methods under Zhang Yi's guidance, resulting in rapid advancement. Before long, the morning of the star-picking palace trials arrived. Early in the morning, Lung Qingxiu sought out Zhang Yi at the martial hall. Your strength is improving swiftly, but there remains a notable gap between you and some of the elder disciples of the star-picking palace. Do your best in the trials. There is no need to overexert yourself. Thank you, master. I shall give my utmost effort and will not let you down. You need not bear excessive pressure. As the head of the star-picking palace martial hall, I have no need for you to prove anything on my behalf. As my disciple, you have nothing to prove. While talent is indeed essential in cultivation, character is paramount. The speed of your progress is irrelevant. Steadiness is what truly matters. Do you understand? Lung Qingxiu recognized that her master was attempting to alleviate her stress, yet she had initially wished to prove herself, especially since rumors had circulated within the star-picking palace regarding Zhang Yi's exceptional disciple, leaving her curious about the truth of her strength. Gratefully, she gazed at her master and replied, "Thank you, master. I was indeed narrow-minded." Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction and instructed her to proceed to the trial grounds. He had initially intended to accompany her, but, seeing the pressure weighing on the young girl, allowed her to go alone. Upon arriving at the trial grounds, Lung Qingxiu found herself amidst a throng of people. Today marked the first round of the draw ceremony, where all participants would engage in 3 matches. After the matches concluded, they could return, awaiting the next matches 2 days later. Over 90,000 individuals had passed the trials of the star-picking palace, with those in the winner's bracket needing to win 6 matches to secure a spot, while those in the loser's bracket would need to win 7. As the time approached, Zhang Yi appeared on the high platform. We, the Star-Picking Palace, are selecting candidates for entry into the Dark Forest trials. You have all successfully navigated the first 2 rounds. The third round of eliminations is of utmost importance. Remember, in this competition, victory is paramount. Life and death are secondary. All talented individuals must adhere to the rules of the trials. Let the competitions commence. After concluding his address, Zhang Yi took a seat upon the platform. To his surprise, Bei Minwu arrived once more, and he smiled, inquiring, "Zhang Hall master, how is this girl? Are you satisfied?" The Lord of Bei Min seemed quite concerned for her, perhaps. Interrupting Zhang Yi's inquiries, Bei Minwu replied, "Such a promising disciple must be nurtured well. The future relies on these young talents, does it not? Are you suggesting that the fragments seen by Palace Master Zhuge are connected? Could she be one of the key individuals to resolving this crisis? But, Zhang Hall master, you are overthinking it. We inevitably age, and the future belongs to the youth. The key to unraveling problems has never been a solitary endeavor. What we can do is to encounter promising talents, nurture them diligently, and assist them in reaching heights beyond our own aspirations." However, Zhang Yi is skeptical of the old man's words. Although Bei Minwu is also from the Star-Picking Palace, his thoughts are profoundly deep and his life experience extensive. Such individuals possess hearts as unyielding as iron, aside from pursuing greater cultivation. Zhang Yi struggles to comprehend why he holds his disciple in such special regard. Perhaps the magnitude of the current crisis has compelled this ancient being to commence his own schemes. As Zhang Yi converses with Bei Minwu, the drawing lots for the Star-Picking Palace has concluded. Lung Qingxiu's first opponent in the preliminary rounds is a young demon. This demon possesses limited cultivation but boasts an exceptionally robust physique. After expending considerable effort, Lung Qingxiu seizes an opening and defeats him after approximately 50 exchanges. Soon, the second round commences, and this time her opponent is a human female with the cultivation of the body refinement holy realm. Although she presents some challenges to Lung Qingxiu, after 100 exchanges, the woman finds herself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to a decisive strike to her left shoulder from Lung Qingxiu, concluding the match. Observing Lung Qingxiu's performance on the debate platform, Zhang Yi nods in satisfaction. Up to this point, Lung Qingxiu has not wielded a weapon. Despite her first 2 opponents being relatively weak, she has not underestimated them, securing her victories with composure. The third round arrives swiftly, and Lung Qingxiu faces a young demon. They stand at the center of the debate platform, the air around them seemingly frozen, awaiting a command. The young demon is imposing, nearly double Lang Qingxiu's height. With muscles sculpted like granite, each teeming with explosive power, clearly a practitioner of physical cultivation. His gaze is predatory. Fixated on Lang Qingxiu as if attempting to see through her very essence, both share the same realm of body refinement emperor. They exchange respectful salutes. And the tension in the atmosphere reaches its zenith. The demon unleashes a thunderous roar, fists clenched like the fangs of ferocious beasts, charging at Lang Qingxiu with ferocious intent. Lang Qingxiu, light on her feet, evades his assault effortlessly, her right hand striking like a serpent, precisely grasping the demon's wrist. The demon grunts, attempting to shake off her grip, but Lang Qingxiu's hold is like a vice, denying him any chance of escape. She pivots, using his momentum to spin like a whirlwind, delivering a fierce kick toward his neck. The demon reacts swiftly, dodging the blow with a tilt of his head, while his left hand morphs into a claw. Lunging for Lang Qingxiu's shoulder, she deftly sidesteps, her knee meeting the demon's arm, leveraging that force to soar over him like a swallow through clouds. Launching a swift downward strike from behind, the demon shifts, raising his right arm to block her attack. His left hand, however, remains unyielding. A fist aimed squarely at Lang Qingxiu's abdomen. A jolt of alarm courses through her. Her hands weave intricate techniques, conjuring a shimmering shield that intercepts the blow. Yet, the demon's strength is overwhelming, causing the shield to flicker perilously, on the brink of shattering. As she retreats with the force of the impact, she swiftly alters her technique, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of flying swords formed from condensed spiritual energy that rain down upon the demon like a meteor shower. The demon merely snorts, eschewing any defensive techniques, relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand the onslaught. The swords collide with his body, producing a chorus of metallic clangs and sparks. Undeterred, the demon intensifies his assault, charging at Lang Qingxiu with renewed ferocity. Aware that she cannot afford to engage him in close quarters any longer, she quickly creates distance. The Crimson Spirit twin swords gifted by Bei Men Wui materialize in her hands. She wields one in her left hand while her right hand shifts through techniques once more. A flash of sword light manifests as she cleaves through the air, aiming directly at the demon's chest. Sensing the power behind her strike, the demon hastily draws a gleaming dagger to parry the incoming blade. The two exchange blows, the clash of sword and dagger resonating with a symphony of metallic strikes. Lang Qingxiu remains agile, continuously shifting her position, searching for an opening in the demon's defenses. Suddenly, he lunges forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. Startled, Lang Qingxiu tosses the Crimson Spirit twin sword into the air, her hands weaving intricate techniques to rapidly form 3 shimmering shields before her. The demon's dagger, razor-sharp, cleaves through the first shield as though it were mere parchment, and the second shield barely withstands the blow. Just as he is about to slice through the third shield, a potent sense of danger surges from behind him. He swiftly turns, severing Lang Qingxiu's twin sword mid-flight. In that fleeting moment, however, Lang Qingxiu deftly maneuvers the subsword of the twin sword, stealthily positioning it against the demon's heart. The demon's expression shifts dramatically. He comprehends his defeat, his eyes betraying both reluctance and respect. Before the referee can announce the outcome, he concedes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lang Qingxiu glances toward Zheng Yi on the platform, who nods in approval. Master Zheng, this young girl is truly impressive. Zheng Yi smiles, refraining from further comment as he resumes his self-congratulation. The subsequent matches proceed smoothly, and soon, the first 3 rounds conclude. Chapter 42. Piercing the misty veil, Shang Jixuan leaps from the warship, her hands weaving through intricate techniques as a verdant glow emanates from her forehead. This is the supreme secret art of the Shangyang clan, granting foresight into impending calamities and fortunes. Ascending into the air, she closes her eyes to attune her senses. Strangely, she cannot perceive any threats posed by the white mist. More accurately, the mist resembles the spiritual energy of the world, devoid of inherent good or evil, rendering her clan's secret art ineffective. Just as she contemplates surrendering her efforts, she suddenly perceives a figure standing upon the river of time, moving far ahead. Behind him are many others, yet none can reach him. Eager to discern this figure's identity, she finds her vision growing increasingly hazy the more she concentrates. Among those pursuing the figure, she notices Wan Wan, Yin Qin, Yixiu, Luo Hao, Shang Ming, and Yu Shiqi, along with many unfamiliar faces, all striving to catch up but failing to do so. Abruptly, the heavens tremble as the figure ignites his essence and soul to shield against an unseen force, vanishing entirely from existence. Suddenly, the river of time begins to fragment, and everyone starts to fade away, including Shang Jixuan, who is jolted from the river and opens her eyes, slowly descending back onto the warship. What did you see? Is there danger in the white mist? Knight Wushuang from the Yacha tribe hastens to inquire. He, too, is a formidable expert of the Dao Void realm, belonging to the same era as Yunyu. Shang Jixuan, emerging from her shock, replies, I cannot discern it clearly. I just witnessed. After recounting her vision, the gathered individuals are left astonished. The Shangyang clan's ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes has been passed down since ancient times. They are capable of discerning any omen. It is unexpected that this white mist would be so enigmatic. Should we send someone to investigate? Yu Zhaoquan from the Jiuli Divine clan suggests. Another formidable individual of the same era as Yunyu, currently at the Dao Void realm. What if there is a great horror concealed within the mist? We must deliberate carefully, We cannot gamble with the lives of our own. Yunyu spoke solemnly. Have you noticed that our warship has come to a halt? And the white mist has ceased its advance? It seems to be following us. Should we move the warship forward a bit to test it? Luo Yaodian suggested. For now. That is our only option. After Yunyu issued the command to move the warship forward by 1 kilometer and then stop, the white mist resumed its pursuit. Only to halt again at the ship's rear. Luo Yaoyan's hypothesis was confirmed. Raising the stakes, it was evident that someone was controlling the mist, deliberately obscuring their path behind them, likely intending to ensnare them in this forbidden realm. We must send out scouts, proposed Shang Jishuan. Let all scouts secure elastic ropes around their waists, controlled by the Daoshi realm experts present. If danger arises, they will shake the ropes, and we will pull them back immediately. Let us go. Yun Qin, Yixiu, Luo Hao, and Shang Meng stepped forward to volunteer. Yunyu was deep in thought regarding strategies, but no viable solutions came to mind. Observing the white mist at the ship's stern, Yunyu cautiously touched it with a finger, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment and rush towards her. Yun Qin grasped Yunyu's hand tightly, urging her not to take such risks. Upon inspecting her finger, Yunyu found no external changes, yet upon probing with her spiritual energy, she discovered countless minuscule insects within her. These insects were nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny. A wave of horror washed over Yunyu as she summoned Qingli's cold fire to incinerate all the insects within her. The flames blazed intensely. Even Heiji, standing 50 paces away, could feel their terrifying potency. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by Yunyu's self-inflicted pain, while Yun Qin clung to her arm, tears streaming down her face. Ignoring the concerned crowd, Yunyu continued until all the insects were exterminated, forcing their remains out from her fingertips. The onlookers were astonished to see the white sand expelled from her fingers and rushed forward to examine it. Yunyu wiped away Yun Qin's tears and reassured her. There is nothing to worry about. Grandmother is well. Rest assured, I would not act recklessly. Despite her words, Yun Qin's sobs intensified as she embraced Yunyu tightly. After a moment, Shang Ming gently pulled her away. Yun's sister, this seems to be the remains of some kind of insect. Could it be that the white mist is actually a swarm of these insects? Shang Jishuan voiced the thoughts of all present. Indeed, the white mist comprises these tiny creatures. When I first touched it, they invaded my body. With no alternative, I had to use Qingli's cold fire to eliminate them. Unfortunately, due to their brief stay within me, I could not ascertain what harm they might pose to us. Yun ancestor, you have done enough. Do not take further risks. Let us attempt to contain these insects in a treasure, and once we return to the ancient city, we can study them more thoroughly, Luo Yaodian suggested thoughtfully. Everyone concurred with his proposal, and all present retrieved treasures capable of containing living beings, hoping to ensnare these white insects. However, to their astonishment, the white mist, composed of these insects, appeared as a singular entity, resisting capture even by the most powerful treasures of the Daoshi realm. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, typically possessed only by elite cultivators, and the legendary treasures like the primordial grade Lianxian who, if discovered, would incite fierce conflict among Daoshi realm practitioners. As despair settled among them, Heiji stepped forward and addressed Yunyu. Yun ancestor, I possess a treasure left by my forebears that may contain these creatures, though my cultivation is insufficient to activate it. Young friend Su, if you can provide this treasure, I will return it to you after subduing the white mist. Do not worry excessively. The others were taken aback, realizing Su Chuqian from the Tianyuan continent must belong to an extraordinary lineage. The other 4 clans quietly inquired with Yixiu, Luo Hao, Shang Ming, and Yushichi, yet these 4, bound by loyalty, refrained from revealing Heiji's true name. Heiji performed intricate hand seals, and a treasure resembling a jade bottle emerged from his palm. He presented it to Yunyu. This is a treasure crafted by my great-grandfather, named the Heavenly Swallowing Jade Bottle. Upon hearing this name, the crowd recognized its significance. As Yunyu accepted the bottle, she sensed its immense power. It contained vast space, seemingly capable of holding an entire universe, and appeared to bear a primordial grade formation to refine the treasures within. This bottle was likely on par with the legendary Lianxian Hu. Activating the bottle using Heiji's secret incantation, vibrant colors erupted from its openings, enveloping the entire white mist in a protective glow. Suddenly, the sound of a beast's roar echoed from within the mist. With a commanding shout, Yunyu absorbed all the white mist into the bottle, silencing the roars. Heiji initially believed Yunyu would wait until they returned to the ancient city before entrusting the insects to another location, but to his surprise, she returned the heavenly swallowing jade bottle to him immediately after capturing the insects. Others contemplated speaking but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 43. The first kill. Yang Zikai did not anticipate that his adversary would launch a direct assault against him. Unwilling to be outdone, he forcefully stamped his left foot onto the ground, propelling his body forward with great vigor. His fist collided with the opponent's fan, causing the man to stagger back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Once steadied, the man was taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent. On Yuanxian Island, he had only recognized Yang Ziyu's prowess, having previously succumbed to him after a fierce exchange of over 100 strikes. He had believed that apart from Yang Ziyu, no one on Yuanxian Island could pose a threat to him. Yet, he was unexpectedly eliminated by Yang Qingning through a meticulously devised strategy, which fueled his wrath and drove him to irrationally injure Yang Qingning. He had presumed that an unknown individual would be easily subdued, only to discover the remarkable abilities of this rival. As the competition approached its conclusion, with spectators and participants preparing to disperse, an unforeseen incident unfolded, drawing everyone's attention. The man's fingers danced with agility, his incantations flowing like living entities in the palm of his hand. With a sharp exclamation, the fan in his grasp transformed into 9 streaks of radiant light, akin to 9 soaring nighthawks, swiftly converging from various angles upon Yang Zekai, flawlessly sealing off all potential escape routes. In the next instant, the man leaped into action, his form soaring like a dragon ascending to the heavens. With a resounding rush of wind, he aimed a kick directly at Yang Zekai's vital point. Just as his leg was about to make contact, it became enveloped in a layer of dark crimson radiance, emanating a chilling power that was evidently an exclusive secret technique, enhancing his limb to a hardness akin to that of metal. Yang Zekai vividly recalled the contest against Yang Qingning, acutely aware of his opponent's terrifying defensive prowess. Yet, a confident smile graced his lips. He did not waver. Instead, his right hand swiftly transformed into a claw while his left hand adeptly shifted through incantations. The power of thunder converged in his palm, forming a dazzling arc of electricity. With a sudden burst of energy, he seized the opponent's leg, as unyielding as steel. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the man's eyes. He had anticipated that Yang Zekai's action would be his undoing. However, Yang Zekai's remarkable strength allowed him to turn the tables, capturing the man's entire leg and, with a powerful swing, cleverly utilizing the man's own momentum to block the incoming flurry of fans. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Zekai flicked his wrist, casting the man aside as if discarding refuse. A fitting retort to the earlier incident when he had thrown Yang Qingning. The man, indeed formidable, maintained his composure even in midair, harnessing the force of the throw. He swiftly adjusted his posture, using spiritual energy to command the scattered fans. With a graceful leap, he landed atop one of the fans and charged once more at Yang Zekai. As he approached, his wrist flicked, unleashing countless minute needles that darted towards Yang Zekai like shooting stars in the night. Yet, Yang Zekai was prepared. His hands rapidly formed a complex seal, awakening a power within him. A brilliant orange light erupted from his being, akin to the blazing sun, slicing through the shadowy needles, their momentum unabated as they continued their assault towards the man's neck. Faced with this sudden threat, the man remained unperturbed. His fan transformed into a barrier, attempting to obstruct the oncoming orange light. However, upon contact, the fan shattered like fragile porcelain, leaving him astounded as he hastily retreated. Yet, the orange light persisted, shadowing him relentlessly, as if determined to consume him entirely. In a moment of desperation, the man drew a sword embedded with sapphires from his waist, its blade glimmering with a cold radiance. He swung the sword at the orange light, and the collision produced a deafening explosion, scattering light and causing the surrounding space to tremble with the aftermath. As the dust settled, onlookers discerned that what Yang Zekai wielded was not merely a magical artifact but a staff of pure, radiant gold, intricately carved at both ends with the images of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who would have thought this young man had unearthed such a treasure in the armory? Did you already know he had subdued the vermilion bird and black tortoise staff? Which is why you sought to take him as your disciple. Jing, astonished and delighted, cast a longing glance at Yang Zekai, wishing to deliver a blow to the old man. Had he not known he would be outmatched, he would have already acted. How could I have known? He never revealed it. You must be jesting. You have overseen the armory. How could you not be aware of who took what? Jing shot a glare at C, who was usually taciturn and distanced from others. His decision to take Yang Zekai as a disciple undoubtedly concealed some ulterior motive. While Jing and C were conversing, Yang Zekai and his opponent had already exchanged over 50 blows. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but after 30 exchanges, Yang Zekai began to gain the upper hand. By the time they reached 50 clashes, Yang Zekai had firmly established dominance over his adversary. Yang Zekai seized upon a moment of vulnerability, propelling his adversary into the air with a powerful strike. Swiftly, he maneuvered to his opponent's rear, delivering a decisive blow to the back. The foe crashed heavily onto the debating platform, blood spilling from his lips. Yang Zekai stood across from his opponent, coldly observing as the man struggled to rise to his feet, blood staining his lips. The man shouted defiantly at his adversary, "Come on, avenge that wretched woman." Yang Zekai, upon hearing the man insult Yang Qingning, sprang into action with fervor, launching an assault against him. Initially, the opponent managed to withstand the first few moves, but soon, it became a one-sided onslaught. Nevertheless, Yang Zekai deliberately avoided striking the vital areas of the man's body, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. The man, cunning in his own right, utilized secret techniques to shield his critical points, a fact Yang Zekai had already discerned. Although breaching these defenses would require some effort, it was by no means insurmountable. Deep down, he was reluctant to inflict serious harm, especially since he had already rescued Yang Qingning. He merely sought to impart a lesson to the man. You are too lenient with your apprentice, reluctant to deliver a fatal strike. He may end up suffering a significant loss in this contest. Jing remarked with a smile, observing the two on the debating stage. My intention is indeed to let him experience setbacks. I have been watching this young man's matches over the past few days. His strength is commendable, yet he lacks the necessary ruthlessness. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, one may be kind-hearted towards one's own, but kindness towards others can lead to mutual destruction. You old rascal, how much effort you are expending. This is the first time I have witnessed such dedication from you in many years. It seems you truly care for this disciple. However, it appears he has yet to agree to become your pupil. Do not end up with nothing for your efforts. Upon hearing Jing's comments, Si chuckled softly, lifting a cup of tea from the table to sip, choosing to ignore Jing's further remarks. On the debating stage, Yang Zikai, agile and poised, swung his staff with a resounding crash, sending his opponent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. However, just as the man was about to touch the ground, he began to chant incantations, his technique shifting unpredictably. He then unleashed a flying needle, approximately half an inch in length, glimmering with a ghostly blue hue, concealed within the air, aiming directly for Yang Zikai. Yang Zikai, with his keen perception, swiftly discerned the trajectory of the concealed weapon. A chill coursed through him as he deftly executed his incantations. The Xianyuan end of the Zhuke Xuanwu staff appeared to come alive, its scales shimmering with an ancient and enigmatic aura, rushing forth with unparalleled speed to confront the dart. Just as the two were on the brink of collision, the dart unexpectedly detonated, transforming into countless filaments akin to strands of hair, cascading through the air like a celestial river, hurtling towards Yang Zikai's vital points with astonishing velocity. Yang Zikai's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly summoned his entire body's spiritual energy. The incantation in his hands shifted rapidly, enveloping him in a faint protective aura. Although it thwarted the majority of the flying needles, 3 cunning projectiles managed to penetrate his defenses, striking his left hand, right calf, and left shoulder. The poison on the needles swiftly spread, and Yang Zikai felt a numbing sensation emanating from the wounds, rapidly coursing throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he bore the discomfort. Yet his opponent seized the opportunity to launch an aggressive assault, charging at him with wide eyes and a ferocious demeanor. Under the onslaught of toxicity, Yang Zikai's movements grew sluggish, and his strength waned significantly. As he faced the relentless barrage from his adversary, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately being sent flying by a powerful punch, his body crashing down on the edge of the debate platform like a discarded rag, dust swirling around him. The man showed no mercy, his sword transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at Yang Zikai's neck. At that moment, Yang Zikai had just struggled to his feet, his poisoned body swaying precariously, his consciousness fading, rendering him almost incapable of evading this fatal strike. Below the platform, Yang Ziyu clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. His eyes widened with urgency and hope, yearning for a miracle that would allow his brother to rally and retaliate against the shameless foe. However, the situation grew increasingly dire. With Yang Zikai's life hanging by a thread, you're about to fail spectacularly. Will you not intervene? If you do not act soon, your disciple will perish, Jing exclaimed, astonished by the impending doom. Si, however, remained focused on the unfolding events on the debate stage, disregarding Jing's outburst. As the sword neared Yang Zikai's neck, and it became evident that he could not evade it, just as he prepared to act, Yang Zikai suddenly vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he had pierced his opponent's chest with the vermilion bird and black tortoise staff. The man stared wide-eyed, collapsing lifelessly onto the debate platform. As Yang Zikai succumbed to the depths of his poisoning and fainted, just as he was about to collapse, a figure caught him. In his peripheral vision, he perceived what seemed to be the imposing presence of a dignitary before he lost consciousness. Chapter 44. The Duanmu family of Izhou in the void. Mei Qing glared fiercely at Yang Tianwen, as if she wished to devour him. Why did you not eliminate them? It was Yi Ji who was taken because of them. Even if they are unaware, there must be those within their clan who are informed. By your actions, the star-picking palace can no longer intervene. You, after all these millennia, remain so impetuous. Since there are still informed individuals within their clan, let the Shadow Pavilion keep watch. They will inevitably reveal their true intentions. There is no need for haste. Old schemer. Yang Tianwen remained unfazed by Mei Qing's mockery, while Yi Lan felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had previously harbored some grievances towards Yang Tianwen, but upon hearing Yang's words, he realized his own oversight. Senior Yang, it appears I have been remiss in my considerations. Thank you for your understanding. Yang Tianwen smiled but said nothing. Yi Lan's overly upright nature rendered him inexperienced in the art of manipulation, which was precisely why he was entrusted with the leadership of the Star-Picking Palace after Zhuge Jing's departure. In contrast, Ling Chun, immediately after Yi Lan and the others had left, swiftly commanded the members of the Shadow Pavilion to establish surveillance around the Yuan family, displaying thoughts remarkably akin to those of Yang Tianwen. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, Yi Lan and his companions arrived at the Duanmu family in Izhou, appearing directly before their grand hall. The members of the Duanmu family were taken aback, and the surrounding cultivators quickly assumed a defensive stance. Upon recognizing the visitors, the family head, Duanmu Qimiao, hurried out to greet them. The Duanmu family was not to be compared with the Yuan family of Qingzhou. Currently, they boasted 5 cultivators in the Dao Void realm, with the most formidable being the ancestral figure, Duanmu Yong, whose prowess lay in the Dao Void sect. Upon entering the grand hall, Yilan and his party discovered Duanmu Yong already present. Upon seeing Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing, he clasped his fists in salute before speaking. Gentlemen, it has been several millennia since we last met. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Duanmu Yong was a figure of the same era as Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing. Although Yilan had surpassed Duanmu Yong in cultivation, he still regarded Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing as far more significant, viewing Yilan merely as a junior. We have come to accompany Lord Yi with an inquiry, and we hope that the esteemed ancestor Duanmu can facilitate our request, Yang Tianwen replied with a smile. Since you have personally come, I shall not be ungracious. Please, have a seat. This time, Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing tacitly allowed Yilan to sit before them. After all, the disappearance of He Yiji justified the involvement of the star-picking palace, and should they need to act, it would be difficult for others to find fault. Moreover, it was evident that the Duanmu family was far stronger than the Yuan family, and Yang Tianwen and Mei Qing could not resort to threats of violence as they did with the Yuan family. This was not to say that the two could not contend with the Dao Void realm experts of the Duanmu family. After all, the most powerful ancestor was merely at the sect level, a renowned Saint realm expert. However, they lacked the confidence to capture all the Dao Void realm experts in a short time frame, as any escape would place He Yiji in even greater peril. May I ask what Lord Yi wishes to inquire about? I assure you, I shall share all I know. Yilan then recounted in detail how they encountered Duanmu Shun and how he managed to escape, now completely missing. Meanwhile, Ling Chun had returned to the Shadow Pavilion, swiftly mobilizing spies in Yizhou to monitor the Duanmu family and simultaneously searching the eastern states and Fengdu to the north of Qingzhou. He had a strong feeling that Baiming had likely left Qingzhou. He would not embark on a treacherous journey to Yizhou, as it required traversing through Zhongzhou, which posed significant dangers. Furthermore, it was apparent that the star-picking palace would be closely monitoring the Duanmu family. Returning would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, Ling Chen speculated that Baiming and his companions would head to the eastern states or Fengdu. Upon hearing Ling Chen's return, Zhang Yi hurried to the Shadow Pavilion. Despite receiving news lately, he still had no leads on He Yiji's whereabouts, and Zhang Yi was on the verge of losing his mind in the star-picking palace. Why are you here instead of preparing for the Talented One's trial? If it fails, those old-timers in the star-picking palace will not spare you. Do not jest with me. Is there truly no news regarding Yiji? None. What I can confirm is that Yiji was seen at the lair within the heavenly domain, but he vanished shortly thereafter, likely ensnared within some restriction. Have you discovered anything new in the heavenly domain? For instance, nothing. The heavenly domain has been utterly obliterated by the self-detonation of Yu Wenjian. However, we did find traces of an entrance to a secret realm, but it has since shifted. The Shadow Pavilion is still tracking it. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He understood that Ling Chun and Yilan had exerted their utmost efforts, yet each time they fell just short, unable to locate He Yiji. I hear you have taken on a promising disciple. When I return next time, bring them to me for a look. As an elder, one must present a gift. Even that stingy old ghost Bei Min Wu Yi has given one. Are you leaving? Indeed. I have a premonition that those from the heavenly domain have fled to the eastern states. I must depart immediately. After speaking, Ling Chun walked towards the exit of the Shadow Pavilion's Grand Hall. Zhang Yi followed him outside to the plaza. As Ling Chun tore through the void and prepared to leave, Zhang Yi cautioned him, "Be careful, the eastern states are not like Qingzhou, especially near Fengdu. The 10 great Yama kings are not to be trifled with." Ling Chun waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Zhang Yi not to worry, and then vanished into the void. Zhang Yi remained in the plaza for quite some time before returning to the martial hall. After Yilan finished speaking, Duanmu Yong smashed the table beside him with a single palm, exclaiming furiously, "This traitor dares to commit such acts against the descendants of our venerable ancestor. 1,000 deaths would not absolve his guilt. Summon everyone from this traitor's family to the plaza and execute them all." Duanmu Qimiao is stripped of his position as family head. This lineage is to be cast out of the Duanmu family, never to return. Duanmu Qimiao had not anticipated such mercilessness from his ancestor. He fell to his knees, pleading, "Ancestor, I have devoted my life to the Duanmu family, serving at your side and contributing my efforts. Alas, my son has committed such a grave mistake. I shall now disperse my powers to atone for his family. I beg you, ancestor, to consider my years of toil for the family and spare my lineage from expulsion." A glint of resolve flashed in Duanmu Qimiao's eyes as he unhesitatingly raised his palm, wielding an undeniable force, and struck fiercely at his own crown. This sudden action left Yilan in shock, prompting him to rise in an attempt to intervene. However, Yang Tianwen transmitted a message to Yilan, urging him to observe what the Duanmu family would do. Yilan's body trembled slightly, and he let out a silent sigh. As Duanmu Qimiao's palm descended, an invisible wave radiated outward from him, causing his cultivation to plummet at an astonishing rate, as though he were being consumed by an unseen black hole. His spiritual power flowed away like a flood, rapidly dissipating. His once erect and vibrant body now resembled a parched plant. Wilting quickly, his skin lost its luster, becoming slack and wrinkled. as if time itself accelerated, pushing him toward the abyss of aging. His back, once straight, gradually curved, taking on a sorrowful arc as his spiritual power drained away. Time seemed to slow in that moment, each second laden with indescribable pain and despair. After about the span of an incense stick, when the last trace of spiritual power vanished without a trace, Duanmu Qimiao no longer bore any marks of cultivation. Resembling a soulless shell, collapsing weakly to the ground like a lifeless puddle of mud. Duanmu Yong, do not think that this ruthless act will let the matter rest. Iji has yet to be found. What do you propose we do? The leader of the nine-tailed fox tribe may suggest anything. The Duanmu family shall cooperate fully. Just as Mei Qing was speaking with Duanmu Yong, his subordinates reported that they had captured all members of the Duanmu Shin lineage. Duanmu Yong ordered their immediate execution. Duanmu Qimiao, now crumpled and frail, extended his hand only to retract it. Outside, screams echoed, and soon all were dead. Tears of blood streamed down Duanmu Qimiao's face. Yet he said nothing, lying quietly on the ground, his beloved son a traitor, his cherished grandson and descendant slain, enveloped in an infinite despair. What further demands does the leader of the nine-tailed fox tribe have? As Mei Qing was about to speak, Yang Tianwen interjected, stating, "Since Ancestor Duanmu has handled the matter in this manner, I have no objections. I believe the star-picking palace will be satisfied with this outcome. Ancestor Duanmu, we shall not disturb you further." Yulan had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Upon exiting the grand hall, the blood-red sunset painted every inch of the Duanmu family's plaza with a sorrowful hue. Corpses lay strewn across the ground like autumn leaves, their sheer number almost overwhelming the entire plaza, a sight both shocking and suffocating. Each lifeless body exuded an astonishing calmness. Their vacant stares and serene faces suggested that, in their final moments, they could not fathom that their kin would turn against them. This was a massacre without warning or resistance, the assailants, akin to grim reapers, silently reaping lives, leaving no descendant of the Duanmu family, young or old, unscathed. Amidst this sea of corpses, the bodies of children stood out painfully, their innocent faces still bearing traces of childhood curiosity. Some clutched beloved toys tightly, while others curled up, as if yearning for their mother's warm embrace. There were no traces of blood upon the plaza. Each individual had succumbed in a single blow. Though their passing was devoid of suffering, the atmosphere was nearly unbearable. The entire square was shrouded in an indescribable sorrow and desolation, as the setting sun descended, glowing more fiercely, reflecting upon the plaza like a meandering river of blood. Yilan could not bear to remain a moment longer and tore through the void, returning to the star-picking palace with the others. The relevant personnel from Qianying Pavilion had completed their arrangements around the Duanmu residence, establishing rigorous surveillance to uncover any potential clues. Chapter 45. Conversations at Hei's. After dispersing the white mist, Yinyu began to assign accompanying personnel to scout the path. Within half an hour, they returned with a report. And Shang Jishuan also employed secret techniques to continuously search for a safe direction. Heiji did not engage in pleasantries with Yunyu. Upon receiving the swallowing heaven jade fat bottle, he prepared to store it in his left hand. Yun Qin, Yixiao Luo Hao, and Yi Shiqi crowded around to take a look, prompting Heiji to pass the bottle to them. Ruan, unable to suppress her curiosity, leaned in to observe as well, while the heir playfully pawed at the bottle's opening, eager to lick it, which elicited laughter from the group. After they had all taken a look, the group returned the swallowing heaven jade fat bottle to Heiji, who stored it in his left hand. At this moment, the first wave of scouts returned with news. They had yet to locate the path marked on the map and needed to continue exploring outward from their current battleship. After several explorations, a team of cultivators finally returned to report that they had discovered the route indicated on the map. However, for safety's sake, Yinyu summoned all the cultivators exploring outside to thoroughly investigate the route on the map, establishing a watchtower every 1,000 miles along the 2,000-mile stretch. For the Yun clan's battleship, 1,000 miles could be traversed in mere breaths. Upon reaching each watchtower, the personnel stationed there would continue onward to the farthest watchtower, creating a continuous cycle. Approximately 3 days later, Heiji and the others stood aboard the battleship, faintly perceiving a vast expanse of darkness before them. At the boundary between the Forbidden Land and Hei's, numerous cultivators had gathered, all of whom had accompanied them and arrived early to prepare for a long-term encampment. Everyone disembarked from the battleship and hastily set up camp before sunset. Yunyu's instructions, intermingled with Dao's principles, reached each cultivator's ears clearly. Heiji stepped onto the ground at the juncture of the Forbidden Land and Hei's, deeply sensing the powerful laws emanating from the boundless Hei's. Akin to a slumbering dragon in the abyss, both majestic and formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation. Due to Heiji's limited perception, being only able to see shades of gray, the images he could discern from the potent laws of Hei's were exceedingly scarce. In truth, even if Heiji's eyes were unblemished, he would still be unable to penetrate the mist-veiling Hei's. The sights he could glean were but monotonous and desolate. In the distance, a row of solitary giant trees stood as if forgotten by time, their bare branches reaching toward the gray heavens, silently narrating tales of former splendor and present desolation. This forest stretched infinitely, merging with the horizon to create a hauntingly beautiful tableau. Once, a highly skilled Taoist master attempted to unravel the mystery at the boundary of Hei's and the Forbidden Land, dedicating tens of thousands of years to the endeavor. Ultimately reaching the edge of the secret realm. There, he witnessed the stark demarcation between the two, as precise as divine measurements, a discovery that continues to astonish. Becoming a legendary tale within the secret realm. Wan and the others wished to discern what lay behind the towering trees, but despite employing secret techniques, they could not see through. At that moment, Shang Jishuan appeared behind the group, addressing the young ones, little ones. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot penetrate the mist and the barrier formed by the withered trees. Not even we can. The laws within differ from those outside. Ancestor, can even you not see through it? Is Hei's truly so enigmatic? Shang Meng inquired. This is a trial ground for body refinement cultivators. If we could see through it, would not some cultivators empty its treasures for their descendants? Luo Yaotian remarked, walking over to stand at the boundary between the Forbidden Land and Hei's. Senior, I wish to inquire about the dangers within Hei's, as it serves as a trial ground. He voiced his concerns. He recalled reading in a book that one year, Tianyuan continent dispatched 10,000 cultivators to the dark forest for trials, yet only about 2,000 returned, many of whom were left mentally shattered by their experiences there. Why do you ask this, young friend? Luo Yaotian replied, slightly irritated. Hei's is a trial ground established by our ancient powers, designed to offer opportunities to talented disciples. While there may be some dangers, there are no lethal traps. Su Chua, did you hear something outside? Would you kindly share it with us? Yun Qin, noticing Luo Yaotian's irritation, hurriedly intervened to defuse the situation. Wan was also puzzled as to why He had asked such a question. In Tianyuan continent, she had primarily heard that the dark forest was a place of opportunity, but no one had mentioned its dangers. Yu, having also noticed the unfolding situation, approached after ensuring everything was in order. He, bowing an apology to Luo Yaotian and the others, spoke, esteemed seniors, please forgive me. I understand this is an opportunity granted to us cultivators by the ancient powers. The esteemed Fire Emperor had mentioned this matter previously, but I did not think much of it at the time. Only upon my arrival here did I recall reading in a book that our Tianyuan continent sent 10,000 cultivators into the dark forest, yet less than 30% emerged. Upon hearing this, Yunyu and the others were taken aback. So many prodigies had vanished without their knowledge. While there had always been missing persons in the dark forest, it had never exceeded 100. Most returned to the ancient 6 cities and Lingao Pavilion after seeking opportunities. Although incidents of robbery and murder occurred, the high-ranking officials of the ancient 6 cities and Lingao Pavilion forbade such occurrences. Even if they did happen, the Tianyuan continent would not lose so many prodigies, as this contradicted their data from previous ventures. Young friend, are your words true? Yunyu asked with a serious expression. If what He posits is indeed the case, it suggests that there was a mishap during the transmission of these cultivators, possibly resulting in their abduction. But who possesses such formidable capabilities? The secret realm has opened numerous times. How many young prodigies must have been seized? Should these individuals coalesce into a formidable faction, even the ancient 6 cities and the Lingao Pavilion might find themselves unable to contend. There exists another possibility. Someone within the ancient 6 cities and the Lingao Pavilion could be orchestrating these events, utilizing some unknown means to retain the cultivators arriving from the Tianyuan continent, subsequently engaging in clandestine dealings. Yunyu leans towards the latter theory, as the ancient celestial clan has recently acquired intelligence indicating that some unruly old-timers have resurfaced. Yunzu, I gleaned this information from the tomes within the Jiaxing Palace's library. This matter cannot be erroneous. Upon hearing Heishi's assertions, the others instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. They had learned from the cultivators who entered the secret realm about Jiaxing Palace's current might on the Tianyuan continent, with the most powerful Dao Void Emperor stationed there, and countless Dao Void realm experts within the palace. It is conceivable that the ancient 6 clans might struggle against Jiaxing Palace, especially since they lack a Dao Void Emperor. A figure like Yunyu, a cultivator of the Dao Void Holy Realm, represents the pinnacle of strength within the secret realm. Yunzu, if what this young friend claims is true, we must investigate diligently. Over countless eons, how many individuals have gone missing? Nightshade of the Yasha clan spoke solemnly. Young friend Su, do you know if the number of prodigies from the Tianyuan continent venturing out has always been less than 30%? Or has it been this way since the inception of the secret realm? Yunyu continued to inquire. I apologize, Yun clan. I only encountered a record of such an event in the tomes of the Jiaxing Palace, and at the time, I did not give it much thought. It was only upon seeing Hei's that my memories were stirred. As the discussions unfolded, others had already set up camp and approached Yunyu to report back. Yunyu reassured Heishi, saying, rest assured, young friend Su, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no danger within Hei's. Otherwise, we would never permit our juniors to enter. You may retire to your respective camp leaders for rest, and later, we shall personally instruct you on how to enter Hei's. After arranging matters, Yunyu hastily departed with Shang Jishuan, Yizhengkuan, Luo Yaotian, and Nightshade, leaving Heishi aware that they intended to relay this information to their clans and initiate a thorough investigation. Typically, before each entry into the secret realm, a representative from Zhaixing Palace informs external cultivators of such matters. However, those who arrive via the secret realm's transmission across the Wuwang Sea tend to forget the warnings about the dangers of the dark forest, leading to the ancient six clans remaining oblivious to the multitude of disappearances, just as those who venture out forget the existence of the ancient six clans. No one outside is aware of their presence. Had it not been for Heiji's serendipitous arrival alongside Wan from an alternate location and fortuitously recalling related records at a crucial moment, the ancient six clans would have remained in ignorance. Chapter 46, The Prodigy Rankings. Soon, the second round of competitions commenced, consisting of two phases. As Lang Qingxiu made her way to the debate platform, she contemplated that if she won both of her matches today, she would only require one more victory to secure her place in the dark forest. The competitions rapidly unfolded, and in the first round of her second contest, Lang Qingxiu faced a ghost cultivator of the body refinement Holy Realm. This specter exhibited an extraordinarily elusive movement technique, causing considerable trouble for Lang Qingxiu. Nevertheless, she ultimately triumphed. As the second round commenced, Lang Qingxiu drew a female practitioner from the Illusion Clan, a race rarely seen on the Tianyuan continent yet renowned for their unparalleled illusionary arts. Unlike the charm arts of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, which primarily ensnare the heart, the Illusion Clan's techniques evoke the deepest fears and most intense desires within individuals. Any cultivator, regardless of their level, would dread facing such an opponent, as engaging with them could potentially implant mental demons that would hinder future cultivation. Some cultivators deliberately challenge members of the Illusion Clan to confront their mental demons and enhance their cultivation. However, such practitioners are scarce across the Tianyuan continent, as a single misstep could lead to the collapse of their Dao heart. After exchanging respectful greetings, Lang Qingxiu prepared to strike but was suddenly called by her parents. As her mother's familiar visage gradually materialized before her, Lang Qingxiu, despite knowing it was an illusion, found it difficult to act. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, she lost the initiative, and her eyes transformed to a shade of pink. Yet, the Illusion Clan woman did not immediately act to vanquish Lang Qingxiu, knowing that her current entanglement in the illusion was still shallow. Once Lang Qingxiu became truly immersed, the woman could exert complete control, prompting her to concede. This was precisely how she had handled her previous 3 matches. "Qiu'er, you adore the sweet and sour ribs your mother makes. Come, do have a taste." In the illusory realm, Lang Qingxiu, responding to her mother's beckoning, cheerfully hopped toward the dining table. Sitting down, she eagerly devoured the ribs her mother offered, reminiscing that it had been years since she had savored such a flavor. In a sudden shift, she beheld her father entering from outside. Making his way toward her study where she practiced calligraphy, he inquired, "Qiu'er, how is your practice coming along?" "It's splendid. My daughter is truly remarkable." Her father lifted her in his arms, planting a kiss on her cheek, and carried her out to play in the courtyard. Just as the two were reveling in their joys, the scene flickered once more, and Lang Qingxiu witnessed her parents fall before her, succumbing to the blades of their enemies. Watching the blood of her parents drip from the enemy's weapon, Lang Qingxiu let out a heart-wrenching scream, her spiritual energy surging forth. Yet she could not reach them in time, witnessing their life force wane until it extinguished. On that fateful day when Lang Qingxiu's parents perished at the hands of ghostly soldiers, she had been away from home, narrowly escaping tragedy. Today, witnessing their demise before her in the illusory realm inflicted an immense psychological blow. "Your disciple is likely to lose today," Beimin Wui remarked with a chuckle, stroking his beard as he observed Lang Qingxiu's performance from the platform. Cultivators of their caliber could easily perceive Lang Qingxiu's experiences within the illusion, as it was merely a construct of a body refinement realm cultivator. "Weren't you quite optimistic about Qingxiu before? What has changed today?" Zheng Yi inquired, unfazed by Lang Qingxiu's plight. Some matters must be confronted head-on rather than concealed in the depths of one's heart. Only then can one face them, preventing the gradual evolution into mental demons. As Beimin Wui and Zheng Yi conversed, Lang Qingxiu rushed to her parents, embracing their bloodied forms, wailing in grief. Suddenly, she realized that the figure wielding the blade was none other than her master, Zheng Yi. In that moment, Lang Qingxiu's spirit was struck with a devastating blow, and she staggered towards her master. Why did you kill my parents? Why? You were the closest to me. Why?" Lang Qingxiu cried out in anguish towards her master, teetering on the brink of despair. In a sudden turn, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. At the moment when consciousness began to blur, Lang Qingxiu sensed something amiss. Her master had never ventured to the southern state. How could he possibly have killed her parents? In an instant, Lang Qingxiu awoke from her daze, her hands swiftly shifting through incantations, her eyes returning to normal. Her opponent, intending to deliver a heavier blow, was caught off guard by the opening Lang Qingxiu seized. Just as she had yet to regain her full mobility, her adversary charged a punch towards her heart. Realizing she could not evade this strike, Lang Qingxiu quickly altered her left hand's incantation while conjuring a radiant shield with her right, a gift from Yilan, that successfully deflected the blow. She then retreated swiftly, creating distance between herself and her opponent. The combat prowess of the Illusion Clan was not particularly formidable. Typically, if an opponent dispelled their illusions, the Illusion Clan would choose to flee. However, this was a competition, and she had to press on despite her reluctance. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. After 50 exchanges, Long Qingxiu dispatched her opponent with a powerful kick, securing victory. Following the third round of trials, only one match was scheduled per day. In the third round, Long Qingxiu faced a senior from the Star Plucking Palace and, unsurprisingly, was defeated. In the fourth and fifth rounds, however, she triumphed consecutively, ultimately earning her place in the Dark Forest. Elated by her achievement, Long Qingxiu was approached that evening by Zheng Yi, who bore a serious expression. Sensing the gravity of his demeanor, she composed herself, abandoning her smile to stand attentively before him. Zheng Yi gestured for her to sit before speaking. Qingxiu, are you familiar with the Dark Forest? She had heard her seniors mention it. They spoke of various treasures within, as well as celestial sources, divine cores, spiritual awareness, magical entities, demonic wisdom, and shadow essence, all invaluable for cultivation, a place of great opportunity. However, do you realize that great opportunities often harbor great dangers? Each time the Dark Forest opens, our Tianyuan continent sends forth 10,000 exceptionally gifted youths, yet only about 30% manage to return alive. Long Qingxiu was taken aback, astonished by the perilous nature of the Dark Forest, a truth no one had disclosed to them. In fact, the over 3,000 cultivators who emerged from it were swiftly claimed by various powers, including the Star Plucking Palace, which strictly prohibited the dissemination of information regarding the Dark Forest. This led to a dearth of discussion about its true nature on the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, those who had survived were often reluctant to recount their harrowing experiences. As for the families or clans of those who did not return if they lacked cultivation, they would likely be forgotten within a century. Even prominent cultivator families would hesitate to speak of such matters to outsiders, contributing to the widespread belief that the Dark Forest was a land of fortune, while its inherent dangers remained veiled in secrecy. Zheng Yi's intent was to dissuade her from going, yet he interrupted her thoughts, saying, "That is not the master's intention. I merely wish for you to remain vigilant. Furthermore, I have 3 primordial level talismans for you to keep on hand in case of danger. The importance of opportunities pales in comparison to the essence of our cultivation. I, too, lacked spiritual awareness in my youth, yet I attained this level of mastery. Thank you, master, for your guidance. However, these talismans are far too precious," she replied. Zheng Yi placed them directly into her hands before retreating to his training chamber. As Long Qingxiu watched his departing figure, tears welled in her eyes. Since her parents' passing, Zheng Yi had been the first to care for her wholeheartedly. In the ensuing days, Long Qingxiu devoted herself to her training with renewed fervor. As the trials approached their conclusion, the rankings of the Star Plucking Palace's prodigies were gradually revealed, with Long Qingxiu hovering around the 150th position, as the top 100 slots were predominantly filled by members of her own palace. Upon the conclusion of the final trial, it was indisputable that the Star Plucking Palace emerged as the greatest victor once more. Zheng Yi subsequently announced that the top 3,100 contestants would gain entry into the Dark Forest, with the Star Plucking Palace providing accommodations and training grounds for the other participants until their respective trials concluded, after which they would all journey together to the Dark Forest. Chapter 47. Reluctantly becoming a ghostly cultivator once Yulan and the others departed, Duanmu Yong's hands moved swiftly, weaving an invisible net in the air with precision and strength, ultimately forming an incredibly complex seal. This seal seemed to embody the mysteries of the universe, with soft radiances emanating from his fingertips like the warm sunlight of spring, gently cascading upon Duanmu Qimiao's lifeless form. Those previously devoid of vitality, muscles and bones, began to regain strength and vigor in a slow yet determined rhythm. Blood vessels beneath the skin refilled, and the once pallid and withered visage gradually flushed with color, reminiscent of the earth awakening in spring. Under the nurturing power, his eyes slowly opened, shimmering with disbelief. As his body rejuvenated, Duanmu Qimiao's cultivation level surged at an astonishing pace. The spiritual energy within him awakened like a torrential river, rushing through every corner of his being, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short time. His aura grew powerful and profound, resonating subtly with the laws of the universe. Yet, when Duanmu Qimiao's cultivation reached the harmonization realm, he encountered an invisible barrier, halting his advancement completely. Duanmu Yang ceased his incantations. Just as Duanmu Qimiu was about to speak, he noticed Duanmu Yang ignoring him, continuing instead to weave hundreds of intricate incantations, each resembling ancient runes imbued with ineffable power. With his fingers dancing, these complex incantations intertwined in the air, crafting enigmatic patterns, enveloping the entire square in a faint, ghostly light, suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a deep fissure slowly opened at the center of the square, appearing as a portal to another realm. From this rift surged a chilling, oppressive aura, emanating from the depths of the underworld, instilling an unprecedented sense of fear and reverence in all members of the Duanmu clan. In that moment, the portal to the underworld thunderously opened upon the Duanmu family square. Through the crevice, a shadowy, profound space could be glimpsed. It was the resting place for lost souls, the threshold between life and death. As the gate to the underworld opened, a howling wind surged forth, carrying with it the cries and wails of countless spirits, seemingly intent on consuming the entire square. However, these spirits could not truly exit the gate, as an invisible barrier held them at bay. Duanmu Yang's expression grew gravely serious as he intoned a series of names, blending them with the essence of the Tao, each utterance low and powerful. These names echoed in the air like incantations, and each spirit summoned appeared to be imbued with a mystical resonance, their ethereal energies dissipating as they broke free from their confines, beginning to drift within the square. When the final name was spoken, nearly 1,000 spirits filled the square, some drifting aimlessly, others whispering softly, recounting tales of their lives and regrets. Duanmu Yang gazed upon these spirits, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes, yet he swiftly masked his emotions and resumed his incantations. With a commanding voice, he bellowed, "Return." This call transcended the boundaries of time and space, directly reaching into the depths of each spirit's soul. In an instant, all the spirits regained their consciousness, shedding their confusion and fear, and began to establish a peculiar connection with their lifeless bodies. Upon witnessing their own cold and lifeless forms, many could not restrain their grief, their cries echoing the mourning of lost life and the wrath of their own untimely demise. Duanmu Yang observed this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet he understood that all of this was necessary to ensure the survival of the Duanmu clan, to prevent their total annihilation today. Under Duanmu Yang's guidance, the spirits began to drift slowly around the corpses in the square, as if partaking in an ancient and sacred ritual. The air thick with an indescribable sense of desolation and eeriness. Sensing the moment for resurrection had arrived, Duanmu Yang again chanted incantations, urging, "Hurry and return to your bodies. What are you waiting for?" At this, the spirits realized their ancestor was rescuing them, their eyes shimmering with gratitude and reverence. Without hesitation, they approached their deceased forms in a strange manner, their figures gradually becoming indistinct, as if merging with the mist of the night, or traversing the barriers of time to reclaim their rightful bodies. This process was both mysterious and solemn, enveloped in an ineffable sense of ritual. Simultaneously, Duanmu Yang began to form hand seals, a cascade of magical light spilling from his fingertips, like warm sunlight gently cascading upon the corpses. This radiant energy seemed to possess a miraculous power, seeping into every inch of skin and bone, awakening the dormant life force within. As time passed, the corpses began to show signs of revival. Initially, there were only subtle tremors, as if the long-slumbering souls were attempting to break free from their bindings. Then, eyelids fluttered open, revealing pairs of eyes filled with the bewilderment and curiosity of newborns. One by one, the corpses in the square sat up, a sight both uncanny and miraculous, their faces illuminated by the relief of having survived. Finally, the last to awaken was a child, whose eyes, after a prolonged slumber, gradually opened. They were now all spirits in training, albeit the most rudimentary level, yet they had preserved their lives, leaving the rest of their fate to be determined by you. After casting his spell, Duanmu Yang appeared to age several hundred years in an instant, trembling as he made his way to his seat in the center of the hall. Just as he was about to sit, he suddenly turned and vanished from the grand hall. At that moment, a figure clad in official robes emerged in the square, wielding a sword emanating ghostly flames. Addressing Duanmu Yang, "Old Duanmu, you possess quite the audacity to privately open the gates of the underworld and seize souls from our ghost clan. Today, you must provide an explanation to us, the 10 Yama Kings." The figure was none other than Yin Luo Wang, one of the 10 Yama Kings, glaring at Duanmu Yang with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour him whole. "Yin Luo Wang, I am also left with no choice. Over 900 of my kin have perished, and I am compelled to summon back their souls. I implore you to enter the hall for a discussion." Upon hearing Duanmu Yang's words, Yin Luo Wang understood he was preparing to offer some form of compensation to the 10 Yama Kings. In truth, he had no intention of reclaiming those souls. To do so, at least 8 of the 10 Yama Kings would need to be present. The Duanmu clan was no easy target. He was merely there to take advantage of the situation. As Yin Luo Wang entered the Duanmu clan's grand hall, Qianing Pavilion received this news and swiftly relayed it back to the Star-Picking Palace. At that moment, Yilan and her companions had returned to the grand hall of the Star-Picking Palace. When a subordinate reported the latest developments from the Duanmu clan, Mei Qing, incensed, insisted on immediately confronting Duanmu Yang to settle the score. "Perhaps you should sit for a while longer. By the time you arrive, Duanmu Yang will have erased all evidence of having saved those people. Isn't it perfect for the 10 Yama Kings to provide evidence? Do you truly believe Yin Luo Wang's visit is merely for that? If he were truly intent on claiming souls from the Duanmu clan, he would not be alone. They are surely negotiating some deal. And then how would the 10 Yama Kings side with the Duanmu clan? Are you suggesting we let him off? We could simply destroy the Duanmu clan. I refuse to believe that with my 9-tailed fox clan, your source Immortal Island, and the Star-Picking Palace, we cannot eliminate him. You aren't afraid, are you, young Tianwen? I am not afraid of the Duanmu clan. It's just that their survival serves a greater purpose. I have heard that the talented Duanmu Sen's favored son still resides within the Duanmu clan. I cannot believe he would remain indifferent if his son became the lowest of spirits. We shall wait patiently for an opportunity." After speaking, Yang Tianwen strode toward the hall's exit. Mei Qing recognized this was the most prudent course of action, though she was still irked, and she left the hall in a huff. In the grand hall, only Yilan remained, utterly exhausted. She had initially thought that destroying the heavenly domain stronghold would lead her to Heiji, only to discover that while the stronghold had been found, There was not a trace of Heiji. Old Yi, you have returned? Any news of Heiji? Zhang Yi entered the hall, accompanied by his disciple, Lung Qingqiu. Zhang Yi had intended to come alone, leaving Lung Qingqiu to practice diligently in the martial hall, but she insisted on following, claiming Yilan was her benefactor. And Zhang Yi, unable to refuse, brought her along. Yilan had heard that Zhang Yi had taken on a disciple, and upon seeing the young girl by his side, she was somewhat astonished. Zhang Yi's new disciple displayed remarkable potential. Should she strive diligently in her cultivation, her future prospects would be limitless. None yet. There is still no news. Is this your new disciple? You have an excellent eye. She insisted on following, stating you are her benefactor. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's remark, Yilan gazed at Lung Qingqiu with curiosity. Lung Qingqiu stepped forward boldly, bowing thrice before Yilan, and said, Lord Yi, you may not remember me, but years ago, when you led the campaign to quell the ghostly rebellion in southern province, my parents were slain by those very rebels. When Lung Qingqiu mentioned her parents, tears welled in her eyes, yet her face was also imbued with a hint of vengeance. Zhang Yi was taken aback, realizing the tragic fate of Lung Qingqiu's parents. Rise. The campaign was a decision made by the Star-Picking Palace. We were indeed delayed in our response, resulting in many lives lost to the rebels in northern southern province. Thus, we owe you an apology. Zhang Yi stepped forward to assist Lung Qingqiu to her feet, demonstrating his affection for his disciple. After standing, Lung Qingqiu addressed Yilan. Lord Yi, you must not say that. Were it not for you, I might have perished at the hands of those ghostly soldiers. How could I be who I am today? Let us not dwell on the past. Since you are the disciple of Hall Master Zhang, as your elder, I must bestow upon you a treasure. As Yilan spoke, a shield radiating celestial light materialized in her hand, clearly not an ordinary item. Lung Qingqiu glanced at her master, and Zhang Yi smiled, saying, since old Yi has gifted it to you, you should accept it. This is a remarkable item. I will teach you how to use it later. After expressing her gratitude, Lung Qingqiu accepted the shield, which was known as the Flowing Light Shield, a celestial-grade artifact that even cultivators at the harmonization realm could not easily breach. Following this, Yilan conversed with Zhang Yi for an extended period. The next crucial task involved escorting all the talented individuals from the Tianyuan continent to the entrance of the Dark Forest in the Wuwang Sea, a responsibility entrusted to Zhang Yi, especially since his disciple, Lung Qingqiu, needed to participate. Such an arrangement was only reasonable. Yilan continued to preside over the affairs of the Star-Picking Palace, diligently seeking out Heiji. The two engaged in conversation until the late hours of the night, while Lung Qingqiu obediently stood beside Zhang Yi, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Once all matters were arranged satisfactorily, Zhang Yi and Lung Qingqiu departed from the Grand Hall and returned to the Martial Hall. Chapter 48. The Genius Battle of the Yang Residence. When Yang Zikai awakened once more, it was 3 days later. He beheld his mother vigilantly seated by his bedside, her face marked by tear stains that had yet to dry, and an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. Yang Zikai's mother, upon seeing her son awaken, was filled with immense joy. As she smiled, tears of happiness gently streamed down her cheeks. After wiping away her tears, she softly inquired, Zikai, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Yang Zikai gently wiped away the tears that were about to spill from his mother's eyes before reassuring her, Mother, there is no need for such worry. Both the esteemed gentlemen of shock and death were present at that moment. It was I who inadvertently underestimated my opponent. After conversing for quite some time, Yang Zikai's mother finally rose to prepare a meal. Yang Zikai also mustered the strength to sit up, discovering that the toxins within him had been completely purged, and he was infused with a remarkably potent spiritual energy that nourished his internal organs. Had it not been for this, he would not have awakened so swiftly. Yang Zikai and his mother enjoyed a wonderfully warm meal together. After finishing their meal, Yang Zikai expressed his desire to visit Yang Qingning. His mother, slightly concerned about his health, inquired about his condition. Yang Zikai reassured her that there was nothing to worry about, as a powerful surge of spiritual energy was sealed within him, nurturing his internal organs, and he would soon recover. Yang Qingning's injury is quite severe. Although she has regained consciousness, she remains confined to her bed. When Yang Zikai arrived, Yang Qingning was being attended to by Zhu and others as she reluctantly sipped her medicine. Miss, please drink up quickly. The medicine will lose its efficacy if it cools down. Zhu anxiously paced at the bedside, while her mistress stubbornly insisted that the medicine was too bitter and insisted on taking it slowly, sip by sip. Mei Li and Lingza exchanged exasperated glances, feeling utterly helpless regarding their mistress's obstinacy. Outside, Lian Xian, Yin Zhu, Gan Lin, and Yin Suo stood vigil, suffering from the torment of their mistress's reluctance to take her medicine. Upon witnessing Yang Qingning's struggle, they hastily exited the room. Upon seeing Yang Zikai step into the courtyard, Gan Lin quickly approached him, ushering him inside. Previously, with Heiji present, Yang Qingning would obediently take her medicine whenever he intervened. Now, if anyone could manage their willful mistress, it would undoubtedly be Yang Zikai. Miss, please drink up, I implore you, he urged. Take your time, Once I finish this medicine, I'll be done. If you keep hurrying me, I simply won't drink it. As Yang Zikai stepped through the door, he overheard Yang Qingning engaged in a conversation with Jiazhu, who was persisting in her insistence on taking medicine. Upon entering the room, Yang Qingning, upon catching sight of him, lifted the bowl from Jiazhu's hands and drank it all in one gulp. Zikai brother, you're here. How is your injury? She exclaimed, as if the one who had just been urged to take medicine was not him. Jiazhu and the others, seeing that Yang Qingning had finished her medicine, discreetly withdrew from the room. Yang Zikai found her demeanor somewhat amusing. You must remember to take your medicine properly. If it cools down, it will lose its efficacy. I know. Why are you acting like Jiazhu and the others? She replied, is your injury serious? I heard you missed a match because of me. It was my carelessness that affected your participation. It's nothing. I still have another chance. He reassured her. In the loser's bracket, I can still seize first place. But you, take good care of your injury. You have already secured a spot in the Dark Forest, and it is essential to recover to your peak condition. All right. They continued their conversation, with Yang Qingning promising to attend Yang Zikai's upcoming matches, while he urged her to focus on her recovery. Together, they also analyzed the current matters related to the Tianyu. Yang Qingning had a premonition that He had likely escaped Tianyu's control, for she no longer felt the previous urgency within her heart. It was as if a silent connection between lovers had blossomed. Zikai brother, are you aiming for that first place? She inquired. Indeed. After years of diligent training, it is time to showcase my talents. I want my mother to live a better life. I support you and believe you will surely defeat Ziyu and claim victory. They exchanged further pleasantries and trivial matters, lifting Yang Qingning's spirits significantly. Observing her joyful demeanor, Jiazhu and the others felt as though their former lady had returned. They wished for Yang Zikai to visit frequently, but he had competitions to prepare for. The thought of having to persuade their lady to take her medicine again made Jiazhu and the others shyly seek Yang Zikai's presence, even if just for the duration of her medicine time. However, Yang Qingning gave them a knowing glance, prompting them to retreat gently. Yang Zikai, witnessing this interaction between master and servants, smiled faintly as he exited Yang Qingning's courtyard. Yang Zikai and Yang Ziyu indeed did not disappoint, as both advanced smoothly to the final contest, securing the first positions in the winners and losers brackets respectively, competing for the title of champion of the Yuanshan Island trials. On this day, Yuanshan Island was bustling with activity, resembling a festive celebration. Yang Qingning chose to sit upon the high platform, observing the contest alongside Jing and Si. Many spectators below, upon seeing Yang Qingning seated on the elevated dais, speculated about her identity, confirming her as the great-granddaughter of the esteemed Yang Tianwen, the ancestor of the Yang family. If she were not of such lineage, none would dare to sit alongside the two distinguished figures, Jing and Si, on the high platform. Even the current head of the family, Yang Qinglan, did not enjoy such privilege. Furthermore, recalling the respectful gestures exchanged between the two esteemed figures and this young lady the day before the competition, the crowd's certainty only deepened. On the contest stage, two tall figures stood in opposition, Yang Zikai and Yang Ziyu. After exchanging respectful salutes, the atmosphere grew tense, devoid of unnecessary words, as an intense duel was about to commence. Yang Ziyu's gaze sharpened, and his form suddenly surged forward like a cheetah poised to pounce, erupting with explosive speed. He executed the Heavenly Gang's 36 steps. But unlike Yang Qingning's approach, he centered his movements around Yang Zikai. His figure seemed to dissolve into illusions, conjuring three identical phantoms in the blink of an eye, each radiating an aura indistinguishable from his own, rendering it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. These three phantoms, akin to swirling tempests, charged toward Yang Zikai from three distinct directions with a thunderous ferocity. In the face of this unexpected assault, Yang Zikai remained remarkably composed, his expression exuding an eerie calmness as if he had anticipated this very moment. He subtly shifted his body to evade the attack from the left, while simultaneously launching a powerful punch against the approaching fist from the right. The two strikes collided, producing a deafening roar. To counter the frontal phantom, Yang Zikai executed a peculiar sidestep, gliding perilously close to the ground and slipping through the phantom's armpit, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, this skirmish was merely the beginning. The three phantoms seemed tireless, their onslaught relentless like an unyielding tide. Yang Zikai maneuvered through them with the grace of a fish swimming through turbulent waters, each evasion perfectly timed, and every counterattack precise and fierce. His movements fluctuated between the lightness of the wind and the steadiness of a mountain, maximizing both his speed and strength. High above, Jingyu observed as Yang Ziyu managed to manifest two tangible phantoms, nodding in approval. Your prospective disciple may be in for quite the challenge, he remarked, watching the battle unfold on the platform with a bemused smile. What do you mean by Uncle Si wanting to take Zikai as a disciple? Yang Qingning gasped, turning her attention to Si. Noticing her reaction, Jing chuckled. Miss, you heard correctly. This old fellow is indeed planning to take Zikai under his wing. I have no idea what has gotten into him. Uncle Si, is what Jing said true? Yang Qingning inquired, her tone laced with urgency. C shot a disapproving glance at Jing while remaining focused on the unfolding duel. Yes, miss. I believe Zakai possesses remarkable talent, and it is time I found someone to inherit my legacy. Then I will write to Uncle C on behalf of Brother Zakai. Yang Qingning understood C's esteemed position within the Yang household. As the leader among the 8 generals, he held the highest cultivation level and enjoyed the favor and trust of their ancestor, Yang Tianwen. If Brother Zakai were to become his disciple, life in the Yang estate would undoubtedly improve significantly. While the trio conversed atop the platform, the 2 combatants had exchanged hundreds of blows. Utilizing the exquisite footwork of the Heavenly Gang's 36 steps, Yang Xiu intricately wove a seemingly impenetrable web of attacks with his phantoms. Yet, Yang Zakai faced the challenge with poise, showing no signs of defeat against 3 adversaries. Instead, he grew more formidable with each passing moment. His movements fluid as he navigated the fray like a fish darting through a torrent, each evasion perfectly executed and every counterattack delivered with ruthless precision. Yang Zakai deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing Yang Xiu to launch a lethal strike. The main offensive avatar, shadowing him closely, aimed directly for Yang Zakai's vital points. However, he deftly sidestepped, utilizing the force against itself, delivering a thunderous kick that struck the avatar squarely in the chest, sending it soaring away like a kite severed from its string. Immediately afterward, Yang Zakai forcefully stomped the ground, causing the surface of the Daoist platform to appear as though it could scarcely bear the weight of such power, cracking open in numerous fissures, yet instantaneously restoring itself under the reinforcement of the formation. Leveraging the rebound from his recent assault, Yang Zakai ascended several feet into the air, resembling a majestic eagle pursuing its prey. With a series of swift and elegant kicks, he sent the 2 remaining clones hurtling away, gracefully extricating himself from the intricate maze woven by the 36 steps of Tiangang. He landed firmly on the ground, his silhouette appearing particularly upright amidst the swirling dust. Observing the situation, Yang Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile as he stood his ground with unflinching composure. With a swift motion of his right hand, he began to weave intricate seals. His fingertips danced through the air, conjuring a series of mysterious runes that ultimately coalesced into a glistening longsword radiating a chilling light. This blade was undeniably extraordinary, its hilt adorned with a vividly lifelike taudai, its eyes wide open as if capable of devouring all. The blade itself was a flawless amalgamation of pitch black and silvery white, emanating a piercing cold glow that exuded a disquieting aura of lethal intent. Yang Zakai, unwilling to be outdone, summoned a heavy vermilion bird and black tortoise staff, its shaft adorned with intricate carvings of the soaring vermilion bird and the coiled black tortoise. A faint glow of fire and rippling water danced across its surface, emanating an extraordinary aura. The 2 locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension, reminiscent of an approaching mountain storm. The true contest was only just beginning, for their earlier exchanges had merely served as a warm-up and a test of prowess. Chapter 49, Preparations for Entry Soon. News reached the ancient 6 cities and the Lingbao Pavilion, shocking the higher-ups of various clans. An air of urgency enveloped the ancient 6 cities and the Lingbao Pavilion, prompting many restless elders to retreat into the shadows, waiting for a more opportune moment. Despite their extensive inquiries, the ancient 6 cities in the Lingbao Pavilion found themselves at a loss, which only heightened the concern among the clan leaders. Within the secret realm, they were the sovereigns. Yet even with all their might, they uncovered not a single clue, leaving them astonished and drenched in cold sweat. This signified the presence of even greater unknown dangers looming ahead. Far away on the banks of the Black Marsh, Heiji and his companions were oblivious to the tense situation within the ancient 6 cities. As night fell, they were summoned to the main tent, where Yunyu, Shang Jishuan, Yi Zhongkuan, Luo Yaodian, and Yi Wushuang were engaged in conversation. Upon their arrival, they were urged to forego formalities and simply take their seats. You are aware of why you have been called here today. You have either heard or sensed that the power of laws permeates the Black Marsh. To traverse it, one requires not only special seals, but also practitioners from diverse cultivation systems. Hence, we must wait for the opening of the secret realm and the entry of practitioners from Tianyuan continent to explore together. Yunyu addressed the assembly. Heiji suddenly grasped why the ancient 6 clans did not venture into the secret realm alone, but awaited the arrival of Tianyuan practitioners. Next, I will impart the seals required for entry into the Black Marsh. It is imperative that you memorize this set of seals. Only when all 6 of you stand in the correct positions and execute them simultaneously can you break the laws of the Black Marsh and enter or exit. From this moment onward, you must act as one, advancing and retreating together until you successfully navigate your way out of the Black Marsh. Upon concluding her remarks, Shang Jishuan, Yi Zhongkuan, Luo Yaodian, and Yi Wushuang directed beams of light into the foreheads of their junior companions. Yunyu sent forth 3 beams to Heiji, one, and Yu Yunk, and the group began to practice the seals until they were all proficient. Subsequently, Yunyu guided them on how to cooperate in their execution. This seal required the simultaneous efforts of 6 individuals. The seals of the immortal and human races were relatively straightforward, allowing for a shorter casting time. While those of the divine and demon races were more complex, demanding considerable time to complete, thus making coordination more challenging. After a period of training, all were able to perform the seals in unison. During practice, Hiiji quickly mastered the timing of the seal's execution, while Ruan took a bit longer to grasp it. When everyone had learned the seals, Yunyu instructed them to return to their tents to rest, assuring them that there was no rush, as they had 2 more days before their departure. Back in their respective tents, they practiced for a while longer before finally resting, for none wished to lag behind the following day. This distinction between the gifted and the ordinary lay in discipline. These individuals possessed remarkable talent, yet exhibited even greater self-discipline. This was why only a select few, endowed with extraordinary gifts, could venture further, while many would plateau at a certain point. It must be noted that talent often delineates the limits of one's achievements. Yet this is not to suggest that those of lesser cultivation do not strive. Indeed, many exert efforts far beyond what is requisite to reach their potential. On the following day, as Yunyu and the others offered guidance to the 7, their coordination had become remarkably proficient. Once everyone could quickly execute the corresponding seals, Yunyu began to impart knowledge of the Black Marsh's geography. The terrain of the Black Marsh is exceedingly complex. To this day, we have yet to fully explore it. However, we have charted most areas, and the ancient 6 clans have collectively drawn this map. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a map materialized in the hands of the 7. With the air peering over Ruan's map, Luo Yaotian rose to speak. You must safeguard this map. There is but one copy. It serves as your guide in exploring the Black Marsh, leading you to the immortal source, divine core, spiritual awareness, and the demonic Shadow Island. Without its guidance, you will encounter significant difficulties. It is advisable to commit this map to memory, as everything within the Black Marsh is fraught with uncertainty. Shang Jishuan continued, in this map, a red cross indicates that the opportunities there have already been claimed by previous practitioners, rendering further exploration unnecessary. A green checkmark signifies locations where opportunities were previously discovered but not taken. These areas contain guaranteed resources and are marked for your primary exploration. The black areas remain uncharted. If you cannot find suitable opportunities in the green-marked areas, you may venture here. The purple regions are hazardous, yet they hold greater potential. Proceed according to your capabilities. There is no need for alarm, Shang Jishuan reassured them. The dangerous zones refer to the potential for injury, but there is no immediate threat to life. This is one of the purposes of the Black Marsh trial. We cannot allow you to become sheltered flowers. However, do not be complacent. While life may not be at risk, carelessness could lead to dire consequences. In the past, our clan had a genius who entered and never returned. Yu Wuxuan added. Echoing Shang Jishuan's sentiments. The elders have provided you with ample clarity. Do you have any further questions? Yunyu inquired. Yin ancestor. Does what Sister Qin said still hold true? Ruan asked after rising and bowing toward Yunyu. Ruan, you must not be so disrespectful. Since Elder Yun has spoken, we should trust her. Hiiji interjected, halting Ruan's words. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Ruan lowered her head. While the air nuzzled her in comfort, Yunqin rose and gently patted Ruan's shoulder, offering solace. Young friend Su need not be so stern with Miss Ruan. Her concerns are not without merit. I, Yunyu, assure you once more that all that Yunqin conveyed to young friend Su is entirely true. Yun ancestor, you need not go to such lengths. Ruan, and I certainly trust you, or we would not have agreed to this undertaking. Hiiji's unwavering faith in Yunyu endeared her to him further, sparking a thought in her mind that perhaps Yunqin could find such a husband. Subsequently, Hiiji and the others posed various inquiries regarding the Black Marsh, to which Yunyu and the others provided thorough answers. They also revealed a crucial detail: the positions within the Black Marsh shift daily, with the cardinal directions appearing randomly. They must ascertain their bearings each day before exploring, lest they risk becoming lost within its depths. In the days that followed, Hiiji and the others dedicated a significant portion of their energy to memorizing the map. In their leisure, Ishio, Luohao, Yushichi, and Hiiji engaged in friendly sparring, a competition in which Ruan, Yunqin, and Yu Xiangming seldom participated. Yunyu and her companions occasionally observed the fours contests, and as Hiiji's array of techniques became increasingly apparent, they found themselves ever more intrigued by his profound depth. Yunyu was well aware of Hiiji's distinguished background, though the others remained oblivious. However, these ancient cunning foxes, having lived for countless millennia, could instinctively surmise that Hiiji hailed from an extraordinary lineage, yet they all tacitly refrained from inquiring further. Soon, the day arrived when Hiiji and his entourage of 7 would enter the Black Marsh. That noon, under Yunyu's guidance, Hiiji and his companions approached the boundary between the Forbidden Land and the Black Marsh. With a command from Yunyu, a surge of vigorous spiritual energy erupted from the 6 followers of Hiiji, each casting distinct seals. As these seals were infused into the Black Marsh, the barrier of laws connecting the marsh and the Forbidden Land unfurled like a curtain, revealing a force of laws starkly different from those within the secret realm. The 7 exchanged glances. Hiiji grasped Ruan's hand and led the way into the Black Marsh. The remaining 5 turned to glance back at their elders, who waved them on, before they too leaped into the marsh, the protective barrier gradually sealing behind them. Having conducted a thorough investigation along the border of the Forbidden Land and the Black Marsh and finding no anomalies, Yunyu and the others returned to their camp, where they awaited the emergence of He Yiji and his companions. Chapter 50. The Mists of Dongzhou. Upon arriving in Dongzhou, Lingchen proceeded to the branch of the Star-Picking Palace's shadow pavilion located there. His subordinates reported that no significant discoveries had been made, as the situation in Dongzhou was exceedingly complex, making it challenging for the shadow pavilion to operate effectively. This complexity could be attributed to historical circumstances. Prior to the signing of the Divine Demonic Pact, Dongzhou had been a battleground where the ghost, demon, and monster races vied for dominance. Yet, none of these races managed to seize complete control of the territory before the pact was established, leading to a mixed habitation of the three races. With a scant human presence, the Star-Picking Palace seldom intervened in Dongzhou's affairs, save for restraining conflicts. Currently, the demon race was led by the Earth Demon Clan, under the leadership of a formidable cultivator named De, who had attained the Dao Void origin realm. The ghost race was represented by the Mengpa clan, an ancient lineage whose leaders, known as Mengpa, were recognized as the foremost experts in Dongzhou, possessing cultivation at the Dao Void Emperor realm. The monster race was spearheaded by the Red Blood Centipede clan, led by Wu Kuan, also at the Dao Void origin realm. Additionally, 3 islands surrounded Dongzhou. The island situated between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou was known as Shushan Island, the renowned home of the Shushan sect. There were also islands between Dongzhou and Fengdu, as well as Qishou, which will be introduced later. After his subordinates detailed their tasks, Lingchen outlined the next steps. The Shadow Pavilion needed to ascertain the number of individuals recently arriving in Dongzhou and subsequently filter them for potential relevance. Once his subordinates departed to fulfill their duties, Lingchen began analyzing the intelligence concerning the Duanmu family of Yizhou and the Yuan family of Qizhou. In recent days, these two families had exhibited considerable activity. While some minor figures had surfaced, no key individuals had emerged, prompting Lingchen to strategize further. By the time Lingchen completed these tasks, evening had fallen. A subordinate then reported that the leader of the Mengpa clan had come to pay a visit. Lingchen understood that his presence in Dongzhou could not remain concealed from the prominent families of the region. Yet he was surprised by the swift arrival of the Mengpa clan. Having encountered the leader of the Mengpa clan several centuries prior, Lingchen was taken aback when a stunning woman clad in a flowing red gown, which barely concealed her form, entered. "I have seen Lord Ling," she purred, her voice akin to the gentlest moonlight on a tranquil night, imbued with an indescribable allure that sent ripples across Lingchen's heart. Her voice, unlike the direct enchantment of Mei Qing, did not ensnare the soul but possessed an enchanting quality that seemed to penetrate the very seams of his spirit, awakening dormant memories and igniting hidden desires. Each syllable she uttered resembled finely crafted pearls, smooth and rich in texture, leaving a warm sensation in their wake, as if a wisp of fragrant smoke lingered in the air, inviting intoxication. However, such superficial charms posed no threat to Lingchen, who was disinterested in deciphering her intentions. "I see the Mengpa clan leader has come swiftly. You must be eager to discuss matters in your territory," he quipped. "I have not seen you for centuries. Lord Ling, could it be that I simply missed you?" Mengpa replied, her movements exuding an almost artistic grace as she settled herself on Lingchen's solid lap, her demeanor unintentionally exuding an irresistible allure. Her skin glowed like the softest satin under the moonlight, a delicate blush contrasting vividly with the vibrant blossoming of a distant flower at her thigh. The flower's fiery hue seemed painted with the most passionate emotions, each petal exuding an aura of temptation that entwined with her alabaster leg, creating a scene that stirred the heart. As her leg intertwined with Lingchen's, her delicate fingers, akin to the finest jade, gently lifted his resolute chin. Her bright, captivating gaze, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul, possessed a magnetic charm that could ensnare any cultivator below the Dao Void Emperor realm. Each breath she took released a fragrance that wafted through the air like orchids, laced with an ineffable allure, quietly enveloping the atmosphere. Every gesture and glance seemed to narrate a silent seduction. Yet, Lingchen was acutely aware that Meng Po's allure was not merely surface-level charm. He recognized the formidable nature of the Mengpa clan leader. He had not anticipated such boldness from her, but he knew that those who had attained the Dao Void realm were individuals of unwavering resolve, and thus remained unmoved by her provocations. Seated upon his lap with a regal demeanor, she seemed to convey that some boundaries in this world could indeed be transcended. Pressed closely against him, her form shifted, and her fingers ventured toward the neckline of his attire. "Mengpa clan leader, your intentions seem less about negotiations and more about delivering gifts," Lingchen observed with a playful glint in his eye, fully aware that she was far from the simple figure she portrayed. After all, a single individual commanding the largest clan in Dongzhou for millennia could not possibly be a fool swayed by mere allure. Unperturbed by his words, Mengpa continued her delicate ministrations, her fingers gliding over his chest before she spoke. "I wish to propose a transaction with you, Lord Ling. Should you agree, I would not mind becoming your woman." As she spoke, she playfully pinched his chest, feeling his heartbeat quicken in response before she swiftly retreated to her seat. She was cautious not to provoke him unduly, knowing that while Lingchen would require effort to eliminate her, if it came to a desperate struggle, he could indeed succeed. as demonstrated in the earlier battle against Gloomy Cloud over the Wuwang Sea, albeit at the cost of her own injuries. And what transaction might that be? Ling Chen inquired, intrigued. According to my informants within the Mengpa clan, two unfamiliar figures have recently arrived in Dongzhou, one of whom is gravely injured and possesses strength at least at the Dao Void sect level. Our clan has encountered a cultivator at the Dao Void origin realm, who could not discern the full extent of their powers, yet sensed that one of them bore a damaged Dao seal. Based on the clues provided by Mengpa, it was evident that these individuals were indeed Duan Mushan and his companion restrained within the confines of his seal. In this era, large-scale wars are virtually non-existent. It is exceedingly unlikely for high-level cultivators in the Dao Void realm to sustain injuries, particularly those above the sect realm. When such coincidences pile up, they cease to be mere happenstance. Why do you feel compelled to share this with me? What demands does the Mengpa clan have? Feel free to state them. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Mengpa abandoned her usual alluring demeanor and adopted a more serious tone. The Mengpa clan seeks a stance from the Star-Plucking Palace. Historically, our Ghost clan has had numerous conflicts with the cultivators of Tianyuan continent, yet we control the passage of reincarnation for the 6 clans, which inevitably incites envy. The Tianyama kings are no longer formidable in the Tianyuan continent, and the future of our Ghost clan appears dim. I wish to seek a glimmer of hope for the Mengpa clan. What stance do you desire? Do you wish for the Star-Plucking Palace to assist the Mengpa clan in unifying the Ghost clan? You are aware that such an action is beyond our realm of possibility. The Mengpa clan does not aspire to such a lofty request. Moreover, even if the Star-Plucking Palace were to ally with us, the Mengpa clan could not possibly consume this rich bounty, as it would lead to our annihilation, directly opposing our current plight. So, what is it that you seek? The Mengpa clan wishes to become the most loyal ally of the Star-Plucking Palace. In the future, should the Mengpa clan encounter difficulties, the Star-Plucking Palace must intervene. Conversely, if the Star-Plucking Palace faces challenges, the Mengpa clan will provide immediate support. If you agree, I shall place the Mengpa clan's intelligence network in Eastern State at your disposal. How does that sound? Is it truly that simple? Indeed. I, Mengpa, stand by my word. However, you must demonstrate your sincerity by providing me with a void passage sphere suitable for the Dao Emperor's refinement. I can immediately hand over the intelligence network of the Mengpa clan in Eastern State, and our skilled members are also at your service. What do you say? Ling Chen quickly discerned the implications within Mengpo's words and inquired, have you lost track of your people in Eastern State? To be precise, we did not lose them. We captured the traces of 2 individuals the moment they entered Eastern State. However, despite our spies scouring the entire region, we have been unable to locate them. This suggests that a force in Eastern State, not weaker than the Mengpa clan, has concealed these 2 individuals. Are you not the dominant power in Eastern State? Who else could rival you, unless the Blood Centipede clan and the Earth Demon clan join forces? Given the Star-Plucking Palace's understanding of Eastern State, this is the extent of my deductions. Will you concede to my request? If you agree, I shall reveal what I know. As Mengpa spoke, she flashed a slight smile at Ling Chen. Though not traditionally beautiful, she exuded a captivating femininity, her every gesture imbued with allure. Very well. I can represent the Star-Plucking Palace in agreeing to this matter. I do not possess the void passage sphere you seek, but I can send someone to retrieve it. And it will be in your hands within 15 days at the earliest. Upon hearing Ling Chen's agreement, Mengpa returned to her usual expression, approached him, and seated herself on his lap. She produced a token from her bosom and handed it to him, then playfully licked her lips and cast a flirtatious glance before rising and exiting the grand hall. My subordinates will return to heed your commands. For exceptionally beautiful maidens await you. Master Ling must seize this opportunity. With her bewitching laughter trailing behind her, Mengpa vanished into the courtyard of the Star-Plucking Palace's Shadow Division. Chapter 51. There are no ever-victorious ones. Yang Zikai's figure surged forth, akin to a fierce tiger breaking free from its restraints. His entire physique was taut, with each muscle brimming with astonishing explosive power. Grasping the vermilion bird's coiling dragon staff tightly, the staff appeared to be entirely consumed by flames, exuding an overwhelming force capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. It sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Yang Ziyu. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ziyu's pupils constricted, yet he did not recoil even a fraction. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy within him surged, and the glacial blade shimmered ominously in his grasp, as if it possessed the power to freeze all. With a flick of his wrist, the blade arced like a dragon, meeting the vermilion bird's coiling staff at an astonishing angle. The collision erupted with a deafening roar, sparks flying, as the intertwining warmth and chill conjured a surreal tableau. The battle intensified in an instant, their figures darting across the battlefield like intertwined bolts of lightning, each clash reverberating through the very fabric of space. Yang Zikai wielded his staff with unparalleled ferocity, every strike imbued with devastating force. Conversely, Yang Ziyu countered with grace, his blade dancing fluidly, adept at uncovering vulnerabilities in the most precarious moments, transforming peril into safety. After Yang Ziyu unleashed a powerful strike that cleaved Yang Zikai, he suddenly altered his strategy. His right hand executed intricate gestures as his inner spiritual energy surged, manifesting the heavenly gang's 36 steps to perfection. His figure transformed on the battlefield, creating numerous afterimages, as elusive as a specter. In an instant, 3 identical doppelgangers appeared alongside his true self, totaling 4 figures launching a fierce assault on Yang Zekai from various directions. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Yang Zekai exhibited not a trace of panic. His gaze unwavering, his left hand danced with swift gestures. The vermilion bird's spiral staff in his grasp transformed into countless fiery dragons, swirling and generating waves of heat, clashing violently with the oncoming attacks from all sides. Each strike from both combatants was executed with utmost vigor, and every defense demanded their full concentration. The air was thick with the palpable pulse of spiritual energy, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart by their power. Impressed, Yang Zekai marveled at the prowess of his opponent, recognizing that he even mastered the 881st dragon-subduing staff. What is so special about this staff technique? Yang Qingming inquired, catching the drift of his admiration and sensing the complexity of the combat skill, which piqued her curiosity. Ask this old fool. I cannot divulge anything. Death responded, his expression one of surprise at Yang Qingming's question. Miss, do not heed his nonsense. This is certainly not my technique. This skill is archived in the Yang family's library, and I never expected this young man to have learned it. Death's gaze remained fixed on Yang Zekai, increasingly pleased with his performance. As the three conversed, the duel between Yang Ziyu and Yang Zekai stretched beyond 100 exchanges. Each side engaged in a relentless back and forth, embodying a fierce torrent, neither able to claim victory nor gain the upper hand. Every clash resonated with the tearing of air and the tumult of spiritual energy, captivating the onlookers. Suddenly, Yang Ziyu trembled as a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him. Utilizing the 3 doppelgangers conjured by the Heavenly Gang's 36 steps, he unleashed them like 4 tempestuous gales, relentlessly bearing down on Yang Zekai. The synergy between the doppelgangers and his true self was impeccable, launching a ceaseless barrage of attacks, as if intent on completely consuming Yang Zekai. Yang Ziyu's true form transformed with the incantation, and suddenly, a tempest erupted around him, conjuring countless blades of wind that sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing howl, reminiscent of keen-edged daggers. The Taodai ice blade in his grasp became enveloped in a thick layer of wind energy, enhancing both the speed and potency of his strikes, each swing capable of rending the very fabric of space. Confronted by this overwhelming barrage, Yang Zekai felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, yet he did not falter. His gaze intensified with unwavering resolve. He pivoted swiftly, akin to a nimble swallow, deftly maneuvering between the gales and wind blades in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Abruptly, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust, soaring skyward like an arrow released from a bow, momentarily escaping the encirclement of the 3 clones. In midair, his form twisted elegantly, resembling a blooming lotus, as he summoned a multitude of blades of thunder, encircling himself, each blade shimmering with a perilous gleam, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. However, Yang Ziyu's clones shadowed him closely, persisting in their fierce onslaught. The clash of thunderous blades and wind blades resonated intensely in the air, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound akin to a relentless drumbeat, echoing in the hearts of all present. As the collision escalated, Yang Zekai discerned a fleeting vulnerability in Yang Ziyu's assault. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his incantations, enveloping the vermilion bird Xuanwu staff in a resplendent surge of thunderous energy, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that surged toward Yang Ziyu with cataclysmic force. The blades of wind, shaped by the tempest, cascaded down like withered leaves under the impact of the thunderous might emanating from the vermilion bird Xuanwu staff, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, as the staff collided with the Taodai ice blade, the thunderous energy coursed through the weapon and into Yang Ziyu's body. Though this did not inflict grave harm, it rendered Yang Ziyu's form momentarily paralyzed, slowing his actions involuntarily and significantly diminishing his attack speed and power. Seizing this rare opportunity for respite, Yang Zekai intensified his assault, darting across the battlefield like a wraith, each swing of the vermilion bird Xuanwu staff accompanied by the roar of thunder, driving Yang Ziyu ever closer to the brink of despair. Yet, it was evident that Yang Ziyu possessed far more than mere rudimentary skills. He was the foremost figure of the younger generation. Recognizing the futility of continuing in such a manner, Yang Ziyu swiftly distanced himself from Yang Zekai. Yang Zekai instinctively sensed the ominous aura of danger. The incantations in his hands transformed with the rapidity of countless stars, amplifying the thunderous power of the Zhuke Xuanwu staff to an astonishing degree, resembling an enraged dragon of lightning, writhing and roaring in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the Zhuke Xuanwu staff with tremendous force, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, imbued with devastating might, crashing thunderously against the 3 avatars of Yang Ziyu. With a resounding explosion, the forces of thunder and wind collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a dazzling radiance. The 3 avatars disintegrated instantaneously under this terrifying power, dissolving into nothingness. However, just as the Zhuke Xuanwu staff, still brimming with residual fury, was about to strike Yang Ziyu's true form, a brilliant shield of light suddenly coalesced before him, akin to a guardian deity, effectively thwarting Yang Zekai's assault. Yang Zekai remained undaunted, With a swift movement, he retracted the vermilion bird and black tortoise staff, his hand once again weaving intricate incantations. This time, the vermilion bird perched upon the staff appeared to be imbued with a semblance of life, its wings unfurling as it unleashed flames capable of searing through the very fabric of space. This was the fire of the vermilion bird, one of the most intense flames in existence, enough to manifest astonishing power even in the hands of a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Yang Zekai took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy as he hurled the vermilion bird and black tortoise staff once more. This time, the flames of the vermilion bird surged forth like a fiery dragon, imbued with devastating power, as it lunged fiercely towards Yang Ziyu's luminous shield. Seemingly intent on reducing everything to ashes, Yang Ziyu did not remain idle. He swiftly altered the incantations in his hands, and a radiant white light enveloped him, as if he were shrouded in a divine luminescence. Just as the vermilion bird end of the Zhuke Xuanwu staff was about to strike the light shield, Yang Ziyu's form flickered like a specter, appearing instantaneously before the shield. With a sudden motion, he dispelled the shield and seized the vermilion bird end of the staff. At that moment, Yang Qingning atop the platform was taken aback, her hands clenched in anxiety, her gaze fixated on the unfolding scene, fearful of missing any detail. Meanwhile, Zhuo Zhu and the others were so frightened that they covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The flames of the vermilion bird were a terrifying force, and under the circumstances where both were at the body refinement emperor realm, it was arduous to withstand such power. Yang Ziyu's action was akin to catching a steel blade with bare hands. Any misstep could result in dire injury. Miss, there is no need for concern. That rascal Zekai is likely to lose. The white light surrounding young Master Ziyu, known as the 9 turns immortal light, is an exceptionally difficult secret technique to master, significantly enhancing one's physical attributes and agility, while also exponentially increasing attack power. Although he may have only cultivated to the first turn, it is already formidable for a practitioner at the body refinement realm, allowing him to stand nearly undefeated among his peers. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingning nodded in contemplation. Yet, her worry returned as she cast her thoughts to Yang Zekai on the Dao debate platform, realizing he still seemed unable to overcome the foremost individual of the Yang family. The confrontation between Yang Zekai and Yang Ziyu has entered its final stage, their silhouettes swiftly intertwining on the debating platform, akin to 2 bolts of lightning weaving through the night sky. Each clash resonates with a deafening roar and a surge of spiritual energy. Yang Zekai no longer employed the 36 steps of Tiangang to create clones. Grasping a gleaming long blade, he moved with the swiftness of a hunting leopard, launching a relentless series of strikes towards Yang Ziyu. Each slash was infused with immense spiritual power, seemingly capable of slicing through the very air, leaving behind slender fissures that spread like a spider's web in its wake. Yang Ziyu wielded the Zhuke Xuanwu staff with unwavering composure, his movements robust and fluid. Each strike resonated like thunderclaps, leaving a profound impact on the spectators. The collisions between the staff and the blade ignited brilliant sparks, reminiscent of 2 celestial bodies colliding in the heavens, illuminating the surroundings with their resplendence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, each encounter inducing a palpable sense of dread. As time progressed, Yang Zekai found himself in a position of mere defense, his Zhuke Xuanwu staff swirling in the air, creating fleeting afterimages that continuously clashed with Yang Ziyu's blade, producing a crisp and relentless cacophony. Each engagement was accompanied by the tumult of spiritual energy and the tearing of the atmosphere, instilling a sense of reverence. Yet, Yang Zekai bore numerous wounds upon his body. His garments stained crimson with blood, panting heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. He was acutely aware that he stood at the precipice of life and death, necessitating the deployment of his ultimate stratagem. Yang Zekai let out a powerful roar, his internal energy surging with such intensity that it felt as though he might burst apart. With a sudden exertion of strength, he momentarily forced Yang Ziyu back several steps, granting himself a fleeting moment to catch his breath. However, just as he was about to unleash his secret technique, poised to turn the tide of battle, Yang Ziyu vanished like a wraith from his position. Utilizing the extraordinary footwork of the Heavenly Gang 36 steps, he instantaneously reappeared behind Yang Zekai, his long blade slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, its cold gleam pressing against Yang Zekai's back. At that moment, the entire audience fell into a profound silence, each person holding their breath as they fixated on this scene, as if the very air had solidified. Thus, the genius of the Yang residents met a stunning conclusion. Yang Ziyu, with his exceptional combat skills and remarkable intellect, emerged victorious in this fierce contest. Yang Zekai remained undeterred. After all, he had only recently stepped into the realm of body refinement and possessed immense potential for future growth. Yang Ziyu approached and patted Yang Zekai on the shoulder, saying, "Zekai, you have made significant progress. I merely benefited from my martial skills. I believe you two can learn in due time." Subsequently, the discussion platform was dismantled, and Jing Sheng announced the rankings of the trial on Yuanxian Island, informing everyone that 3 days hence, he would lead the top 100 prodigies to embark on a journey to the star-picking palace for the expedition into the dark forest. As Jing concluded his address, the crowd erupted in cheers, though the expressions of Jing and Si were far from cheerful. They convened in the grand hall of the Yang residence, gathering the 28 individuals who had secured spots for the expedition into the Dark Forest. You have obtained a place in this trial, which is indeed a fortunate opportunity. However, there is an exceedingly important matter I must convey to you. You must remember. The words I share today are to remain confined within your hearts. Should any of you inadvertently let them slip outside, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Jing began his discourse with a relatively light tone, but as he progressed, his demeanor shifted to one of sternness, startling the youths present in the hall. They promptly reassured him that they would keep the matter confidential. In truth, the trial in the Dark Forest was fraught with peril, historically. Only 3 out of 10 participants managed to emerge unscathed. Of course, the young residents would respect their wishes, granting them a day to deliberate. You may rest at the young residents tonight, and inform us of your decision tomorrow. Some of those who had secured spots were eager to express their intentions, but Jing raised a hand to halt them. Take your time to contemplate. Do not rush to declare your choices. Very well. You may all leave now. Arrangements will be made for your accommodations. Zakai, please stay behind. Yang Ziyu had just lifted his foot when he heard an exclamation. He paused slightly but ultimately chose to continue walking. Yang Zakai himself found it perplexing why the esteemed elder wished to retain him. Yang Qingning also remained, for she was aware that her deceased uncle intended to take on a disciple. Zakai, what do you think of having me as your master? The elder inquired. Rising from his seat and approaching Yang Zakai momentarily found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend that death would actually take him as a disciple. It seemed utterly inconceivable, leaving him momentarily dazed. Brother Zakai, Uncle Death is asking you a question. Yang Qingning's words brought Yang Zakai back to reality. A trace of panic flickered across Yang Zakai's face as he bowed to the deceased. I just lost the competition. Why would the Great One choose me? Yang Zakai still voiced his doubts, while Jing held back laughter, thinking to himself how remarkably naive this young man was to pose such a question. I find you quite commendable. You would make an excellent disciple, he exclaimed. After all, who among us can claim to be an invincible victor? Even Yang Ziyu, who has triumphed over you, would certainly falter against He-Iji, though He-Iji reigns supreme among his peers in the star-picking palace. There are undoubtedly others in the Tianyuan continent who could best him. Thus, no one can truly be deemed a perpetual champion. Rather, there are those who rise again after each defeat. Upon hearing He-Iji's name, Yang Qingning's mood visibly soured, prompting Jing to shoot a disapproving glance at C. Realizing his misstep, C hastily apologized to Yang Qingning, while Yang Zakai noted her demeanor with concern. Yang Qingning reassured them that she was fine. Brother Zakai, this presents a splendid opportunity for you. Uncle C will make for a splendid mentor. Yang Zakai understood that this was his opportunity. After the elder's extensive discourse, it would be inappropriate for him to hesitate any longer. He promptly knelt and bowed to express his intent to become a disciple. The elder chuckled heartily, assisting Yang Zakai to his feet and gifting him a luminous armor as a token of initiation, which he also presented to Yang Qingning. Although she initially declined, the elder insisted, placing the armor firmly in her hands before vanishing along with his laughter. Chapter 52. Entering the Black Marsh, He-Iji and his companions ventured into the Black Marsh, their feet treading upon a wide and profound river, the water exhibiting a sinister dark brown hue, as if burdened by ancient and mysterious curses. The ground was composed of gleaming black sludge, viscous as the saliva of demons. Each step felt as though they were wrestling against an invisible force, the mire mercilessly draining their strength, rendering their physical prowess seemingly insignificant and powerless. Each movement was accompanied by labored breaths and trembling muscles, akin to a silent tug-of-war. Above, shadowy beasts circled ominously, their ebony wings reminiscent of phantoms in the night. Their occasional cries pierced the air, sharp and mournful, reminiscent of the lamentations of vultures, stirring a nameless dread within. The eyes of these creatures glimmered with avarice, poised to swoop down and rend their prey to shreds, yet seemingly wary of an unseen threat. The boundless Black Marsh was dotted with towering trees, their robust trunks standing solitary, with brittle branches resembling outstretched arms, narrating the desolation and solitude of this land. The stark limbs intertwined, creating grotesque patterns in the dimness, as if nature itself had inscribed the primal symbols of fear. A glance revealed an endless expanse, the all-consuming darkness swallowing every trace of light and hope. From deep within the withered forest, the low, powerful roars of wild beasts echoed, imbued with ferocity and savagery, like calls from the depths of hell, challenging the most fragile nerves. Each roar seemed to freeze the air, quickening heartbeats, as fear spread like ice along the spine. The normally lively Daer felt an unprecedented terror, instinctively shrinking into Wan Ruan's embrace, as if seeking a sliver of safety. Wan Ruan sensed Daer's trembling and gently stroked his head, offering silent comfort, warmth, and strength. Daer, feeling this encouragement, nuzzled against Wan Ruan's hand, expressing gratitude and a desire for further protection. Shangming, please ascertain our position, while the rest of you remain vigilant. I sense there may be hidden dangers within the Black Marsh, He-Iji instructed as he surveyed their surroundings. The 6 quickly encircled Shangming, who began to ascertain their current location on the map. After about half a stick of incense, Shangming opened his eyes and stated, "We are currently situated in the southeastern region of the Black Marsh, with the nearest location being the trial ground of the Demon Clan. What shall we do next?" Let us first head to the demon clan's trial ground, in search of the demon elephant, which is precisely what Luo Hao requires. He swiftly made arrangements. The group nodded in agreement, though Luo Hao seemed poised to say something, but was restrained by Yunqin. In truth, Luo Hao wished to suggest they could also visit the human clan's trial ground first, as it was nearly equidistant to the demon clans. However, a dilemma arose. Should they proceed to the demon clan's trial ground? 3 routes were available. One was a detour, the safest option, clearly marked on the map with all potential dangers highlighted, though much of it had already been explored. The second was to traverse an uncharted area, shrouded in mystery. The third route was direct, through a perilous zone, but it promised considerable time savings. What are your thoughts? He inquired, gazing at the others. Wan was the first to voice her support for the captain's decision. Luo Hao and Yushichi expressed their reluctance to take the first route, deeming it too mundane. Yunqin, Yishio, and Shangmeng also indicated their willingness to follow He. After a moment's contemplation, He promptly decided on the third option. He himself favored the third route, believing that within the trials, danger often signified greater opportunities. However, he could not endanger his companions without their consent. If we take this route, at our current pace, we should reach the demon clan's trial ground in approximately 6 days. Shangmeng calculated after studying the map. Let us set forth. We still have time to cover some distance today, He declared, leading the way to scout ahead. Wan intended to accompany him but was held back by Yunqin. The 3 girls walked in the center of the group, with Yishio following closely behind He, Luo Hao bringing up the rear, and Yushichi positioned second to last. After traveling for about an hour, He halted to allow everyone to rest. Ruan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as she gazed up at the sky, which was a dark crimson, though its peculiarities were not immediately apparent. Interwoven within the dark red were faint black ripples, while the sun shone brightly, its brilliance at odds with the surrounding gloom. Yunqin nudged Ruan, handing her a flask of water. Ruan took several deep gulps, and the air eagerly shook her arm, requesting a sip. She obliged, sharing a bit with him. Ruan, do you notice anything unusual about the sky? You seemed so entranced just now, Yunqin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sister Yun, I can't quite articulate it, but there seems to be something black intermingling with the dark red sky, which feels incongruous. Ruan remarked softly, glancing at He. Upon hearing this, He felt a jolt of concern. If Ruan's observations were accurate, they might be in grave peril. The Black Marsh was far more treacherous than Yun had suggested. The others, upon hearing Ruan's words, also looked up at the sky, and indeed discerned the black ripples woven into the dark crimson. Could this be the legendary corpse spirit aura? Yishichi uttered, trembling with trepidation. Luo Hao chuckled at Yishichi's remark, saying, as a member of the ghost clan, why fear the aura of corpses? You could simply absorb it. Do you harbor misconceptions about my clan? We too can perish, and upon death, our 3 souls and 6 spirits depart for the cycle of reincarnation. This corpse spirit aura is no trifling matter, Yishichi retorted, rising to face Luo Hao with a serious demeanor. 17. We are all unfamiliar with the corpse spirit aura. Would you enlighten us? He interjected, aiming to ease the tension. Luo Hao recognized that his jest had been ill-timed and cast a grateful glance at He. Yushichi, her expression grave, resumed her seat and explained, the formation of corpse spirit aura is quite simple. It arises from a multitude of unexorcised corpses that have died in vain. The remnants of their souls accumulate resentment, which nourishes the corpses over millennia, eventually leading to the emergence of corpse spirit aura. Wherever this aura appears, corpses are sure to follow. 17. Are you suggesting that these corpses, which give rise to the corpse spirit aura, may come back to life? Yunqin queried, her countenance pale. Indeed, after a millennium, these corpses transform into mindless husks, compelled to roam wherever the corpse spirit aura manifests, preying upon those not of their kind. Yushichi concluded, her hands trembling slightly as she recalled a past encounter with the aura, under the guidance of a formidable cultivator, resulting in devastating losses. What is the combat capability of these mindless husks? Ishio posed her most pressing question. It is uncertain. The longer the time elapses, the stronger the combat capability becomes. I once encountered a zombie that could rival a practitioner of the Wuju realm. Upon hearing this from Yushichi, the expressions of others grew even more somber. A practitioner of the Wuju realm requires tens of thousands of years of cultivation to attain such mastery, and they seldom roam the outside world. Only the leaders or elders of a moderately sized race possess such cultivation. Friend Shichi, is there any way to evade them? Or do these zombies possess any weaknesses or flaws that we might exploit? He inquired while sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy around them. Zombies discern their kind through scent. They can only perceive moving objects, and those objects must possess a temperature higher than the surrounding environment. This implies that if we can mask our scent and maintain a temperature consistent with our surroundings, these zombies would be unable to detect us. Yunqin grasped the crux of Yushichi's response and probed further. In principle, yes, but some mutated zombies may possess additional abilities, such as the ability to see like normal humans, utilize sound waves for localization, or discern their kind through markings, among others. This means there is no surefire way to completely avoid them? Ishio asked cautiously, surveying her surroundings. Yishichi nodded. About to speak when Iiji interrupted by raising his hand. He directly communicated with the group. They must have already arrived. Friend Shichi, do you have any substances to mask our scent? If so, please distribute them among us. Yishichi nodded, retrieved the substances from her storage ring, and tossed them to the group. Just as everyone was applying the substances and had yet to stow the bottles, a chilling wind carrying the stench of decay swept through. Iiji immediately signaled for everyone to remain still. As the mist surrounding them was dispersed by the sinister wind, the group was nearly startled into exclamation by the horrifying scene before them. Ruan quickly covered Daer's mouth to stifle any sound, while Daer, with both paws over its eyes, slowly shrank into Ruan's embrace. Chapter 53. Qingning enters the secret realm. Yang Qingning and Yang Zikai gazed at the gossamer-like flowing light mystic armor in their hands, their hearts brimming with gratitude. In the treacherous depths of the dark forest, such a precious garment was indeed more valuable than any treasure, as they deeply appreciated the intent behind the concepts of life and death. Soon, the following afternoon, Jing and Si reappeared. Yang Zikai respectfully bowed to Si, who nodded in acknowledgement while continuing to sip his tea. What are your thoughts? Jing inquired. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? If not, we shall commence our cultivation here and depart in 2 days. Upon hearing Jing's words, none of the 28 participants from the Yang residence expressed a desire to withdraw. Jing nodded approvingly and continued. If any of you have needs, do not hesitate to voice them. If family or mentors wish to visit, they may do so with prior notice. Moreover, this journey is fraught with peril. I hope all of you can return safely and seize your rightful opportunities. If there are no further matters, you may disperse to cultivate. After Jing's address, some individuals posed various inquiries, the most pressing being whether there would be a map. Jing assured them that the Star-Picking Palace would distribute maps to everyone at the appropriate time. The remainder of the questions were minor, all of which Jing addressed meticulously. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Yang Zikai and Yang Qingning remained. Jing approached Yang Qingning and said, Miss, regarding this venture into the secret realm, my lord advises you to reconsider. However, if you are determined to proceed, take these. Jing produced 5 primordial-level spiritual talismans from his robes and presented them to Yang Qingning, 2 for defense and 3 for offense. Yang Qingning protested, expressing that they were too precious to accept, yet Jing insisted, placing them firmly in her hands. Additionally, once you enter the secret realm, you shall act in concert with Sakai. You two have shared a bond since childhood, and now he is also a disciple of this old fellow, Si. With him by your side, we shall rest assured. Yang Qingning nodded and said, I have already made arrangements with Brother Zakai to act together once we enter the secret realm, so there is no need for you to worry, Uncle Jing. After some further reminders from Jing, Yang Qingning was finally allowed to leave. Initially, she intended to depart with Yang Zakai, but upon hearing that Shi had matters to discuss with him, she returned to her room first. Shi led Yang Zakai to the weapon grove and then said, I have always resided here. Once you return from the dark forest, you may come to find me. Our master-disciple bond is still in its infancy. Just as I have taken you on as my disciple, you are about to embark on a perilous adventure. There is little more I can offer you. But I shall impart 3 techniques. First, the thunder manipulation technique. I noticed you employed thunder-like powers during the competition. The force of thunder is incredibly formidable and comes in various forms. However, remember this, the most devastating power can also be the most vibrant source of vitality. You will come to understand this in due course. Second, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper Step, a technique that enables agile evasion and swift assaults. While it may not compare to the 36 steps of Tiangang or the Soaring Dragon Step, it will suffice for your current capabilities. Third, an independent technique known as the Poison Avoidance Method. This technique will safeguard you from toxins and significantly enhance your chances of survival within the dark forest. After Yang Zakai expressed his gratitude to Death, he began to cultivate under Death's guidance. 2 days later, when the members of the Yang family were set to depart for the Star-Picking Palace, Yang Zakai reappeared alongside Death. This time, the aura emanating from Yang Zakai left Yang Qingning with a distinct impression. He seemed to radiate an even sharper brilliance than before. The warships of the Yang Manor loomed like celestial beings, majestically stretching across the horizon, their imposing presence leaving onlookers in awe. 6 vessels, each resembling a moving mountain, were of such colossal size that they defied imagination. These ships appeared as if forged from steel and resolute will, their broad hulls capable of shrouding half the sky. With towering sides piercing the clouds, reminiscent of the chariots of ancient sea deities, dignified and inviolable. Upon the decks, banners emblazoned with the characters Yang Manor fluttered in the wind. Each warship was constructed from heavy crystal stones, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, sparkling brilliantly under the sun, seemingly impervious to any worldly assault. The bows were adorned with vividly carved totems of ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and glaring fiercely, as if poised to devour any adversary daring enough to encroach upon their domain. As these 6 warships sailed in unison, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. akin to great dragons soaring through the sky, stirring up tumultuous clouds. Once all aboard, the command was given to set sail. Embarking on a grand journey toward the star-gathering palace, a voyage that would take approximately 30 days. The warships, though not as swift as the mythical wind steeds, would require a longer duration. Once underway, the passengers busied themselves with methodical tasks. The competitors were distributed across 4 different vessels, with Yang Qingning naturally placed on the central ship alongside Jing and others, including Yang Ziyu, Yang Zikai, Yang Zid, Yang Zishuan, Yang Zitan, and Yang Ziqiang. Among them, Yang Ziyu maintained a neutral stance, while Yang Zikai shared a close rapport with Yang Qingning. The rest were affiliated with Yang Qinglan. Initially, Yang Zid and his 3 companions aimed to target Yang Zikai, the lowest in rank, but to their surprise, C intervened, leading the others to behave as docile as kittens thereafter. The time aboard was somewhat tedious, with the group alternating between cultivation and sparring. Yet it was evident that their progress during this period was remarkably swift. Occasionally, Yang Ziyu and Yang Zikai would engage in friendly duels, both mindful to keep their exchanges light. Yang Zikai frequently sought guidance from C, who was always forthcoming with knowledge. Before long, the entourage from the Yang Manor arrived at the Star-Gathering Palace. Yang Tianan was filled with immense joy upon seeing his great-granddaughter. Subsequently, Yilan also sought out Yang Qingning. Regarding the current situation, Yang Qingning and Yu Lingxin shared a similar perspective. Dongzhou might serve as the breakthrough point. Additionally, the Duanmu family from Yizhou and the Yuan family from Qizhou were also noteworthy. Soon, the 10,000 prodigies from the 6 clans' secret realms across the 13 islands of the 9 provinces arrived at the Star-Picking Palace, where an order was issued to depart in 3 days towards the entrance of the Dark Forest in the Wuwang Sea. During her days at the Star-Picking Palace, Yang Qingning became quite familiar with Leng Qingqiu. The two were inseparable, often engaging in sparring sessions, although Yang Qingning found herself no match for Leng Qingqiu, who was a formidable contender at the Emperor's realm. One day, Yang Ziyu paid a visit, and Yang Qingning felt rather astonished. Typically indifferent, he unexpectedly sought her out. Leng Qingqiu intended to withdraw, but Yang Qingning reassured her that there was no issue, allowing Leng Qingqiu to sit beside her with ease. Qingning, I have come to request a favor, Yang Ziyu began. May I join your team? Yang Qingning gazed at the other person with a hint of surprise. Yang Ziyu had always been a solitary figure within the Yang residence. It was truly unexpected for him to team up with others. You need not look at me in such a manner. The Dark Forest is fraught with peril, as we all know. Our collaboration would indeed grant us a greater chance of survival. Very well. Brother Ziyu, our team now comprises Brother Zikai, Leng Qingqiu, and the 2 of us. When Yang Qingning mentioned Leng Qingqiu, he waved his hand to greet Yang Ziyu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, there was a matter to discuss. The opportunities we have discovered must be distributed uniformly. Brother Ziyu, can you accept this? Certainly. No problem. Yang Ziyu promptly agreed. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took his leave. 3 days swiftly passed, and at the vast and magnificent square of the Star-Picking Palace, 10,000 prodigies gathered, brimming with vigor. Surrounding the square stood 99 majestic coiling dragon pillars, each intricately carved from the rare and wondrous material known as deep-sea ice essence. These pillars, translucent and shimmering with a faint blue luminescence, encapsulated the profound and mysterious essence of the ocean, lending an ethereal aura to the coiling dragon pillars under the sunlight-s embrace. The lifelike dragon totems depicted on the pillars seemed to soar through clouds or roil the seas, as if they could break free from their stony confines and ascend to the heavens at any moment. The prodigies in the square were the elite from their respective states, islands, and secret realms, their eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Akin to a flock of eagles ready to take flight into the vast skies. Above them, the celestial expanse was filled with a breathtaking spectacle as various warships hovered mid-air, either grand and imposing or nimble and graceful, resembling colossal steel beasts that exuded an awe-inspiring presence. The warships of the Star-Picking Palace were particularly striking, their exquisite designs adorned with intricate totems and mysterious runes, glowing faintly with ethereal light, as if they possessed the extraordinary power to commune with the heavens and harness the winds. Leaders from various clans, such as Yilan, Zheng Yi, Yang Tianwen, and Mei Qing, gradually appeared before the grand hall. Yilan, interspersed with the sound of Dao, addressed the assembly, esteemed guests. The journey into the Dark Forest has long been a rite of passage for young cultivators in our Tianyuan continent. However, this venture is fraught with peril. I must emphasize once more, less than 30% of cultivators emerge unscathed from the Dark Forest. Upon hearing Yilan's statement, the square erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, as many cultivators were unaware of this fact, or their sects, masters, and families were not privy to such knowledge. Silence. Silence. Allow me to speak. Yilan continued. We at the Star-Picking Palace do not compel anyone. You will have 3 hours to contemplate your decision. Those who choose to participate may board the warships, while those who decline will be appropriately accommodated by the Star-Picking Palace and may return to their own sects thereafter. Even those who opted out would eventually be taken under the wing of the Star-Picking Palace or various prominent clans, a fact that had kept the secrets of the Dark Forest from spreading across the Tianyuan continent for many years. As the 3 hours elapsed, fewer than 100 remained in the square, with many still eager to take their chances, for they were all geniuses. With a command from Elon, Zheng Yi and the accompanying guardians boarded the warships, setting forth in grand procession towards the sea of no return. Once at sea, the Star-Picking Palace's personnel pinpointed the entrance to the dark forest, estimating a 2-month journey to reach it, a protracted voyage indeed. However, the atmosphere aboard the warship was far from dull. Individuals sought out companions, and upon finding them, they began to delineate roles and discuss the rules for treasure distribution. Under the guidance of Zheng Yi, Jing, and Si, Yang Qingning and her companions diligently trained to enhance their synergy. Through their relentless practice, the 4 of them gradually achieved a higher level of coordination. Simultaneously, they exchanged insights on their cultivation, with Yang Qingming showing signs of a breakthrough into the sacred body realm. Before long, 2 months had swiftly passed, and the group arrived at the entrance of the dark forest. The Star-Picking Palace had erected a vast platform over the Wuwang Sea, capable of accommodating over 20,000 individuals. Once these prodigies entered the dark forest, various clans would also establish their presence there, waiting for their return. After Zhang Yi disembarked from the warship and ensured everyone had dismounted, he addressed them. Everyone, take a good rest today. We shall enter the dark forest tomorrow at noon. Remember, no prodigy is allowed to leave the platform. That evening, Yang Qingning sat at the edge of the platform, reminiscing about her last journey with He Yiji across the Wuwang Sea to return to the fairy island, lamenting how much had changed since then. Soon, Leng Qing approached and took a seat beside her. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "Are you thinking of him? I heard from Master that he is exceptionally formidable and outstanding. One of the most remarkable individuals he has ever encountered." Yang Qingning remained silent for a long time, gazing blankly at Wuwang Hai, before finally speaking. "He has no rivals among his peers in the Star-Picking Palace. He is gentle and kind to me, despite having lost his family. He never speaks of his suffering, silently enduring everything." Sometimes, during the night, Yang Qingning would engage in a meandering conversation with Long Qingqiu, and they would talk for a long time, not returning to their rooms until late at night. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Zikai and Yang Ziyu had also arrived, and only after they returned to their rooms did the 2 of them finally fall asleep. The following noon, the Star-Picking Palace organized groups of 10, with cultivators of the harmonious Dao realm escorting them to the entrance. Naturally, Jing personally accompanied Yang Qingning and her group, while Si and Zheng Yi expressed their reluctance to go, unwilling to witness their disciples entering a perilous place. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret realm, Jing repeatedly cautioned them, and only after watching Yang Qingning and her companions enter did he leave. Chapter 54. Stirring the waters. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, 4 women clad in black appeared at the Star-Picking Palace branch, led in by Ling Chen's subordinates. "We pay our respects to the Ling Pavilion Master. Mengpa has instructed us to follow your commands. We are the leaders of the 4 branches of the Mengpa clan's intelligence network. Compile the information you have gathered and present it to my subordinates. Additionally, investigate whether there are any healing holy medicines of divine or even primordial grade being auctioned in Dongzhou." The woman codenamed Tian spoke. "Report to the Pavilion Master. The Mengpa clan has already instructed us to investigate. There are 6 families in Dongzhou that have obtained healing holy medicines of divine grade or higher. 3 of their uses have been confirmed, and they are unrelated to our current mission, while the purposes of the other 3 remain unclear. However, all 3 are affiliated with the Qi Shui Wugong clan. Should we take action?" Ling Chun, upon hearing this, could not help but admire Meng Po's sharp intellect and meticulous thinking. However, the ease with which this information was uncovered made him suspect that something was amiss. Just as Ling Chun continued to listen to the 4 women deliberating, his subordinates reported that Wu Kuan from the Qi Shui Wugong clan had come to visit, requesting a meeting with Ling Chun. The 4 women exchanged glances, surprised by the prowess of the Qi Shui Wugong clan's intelligence network. Ling Chun instructed the 4 to conceal themselves within a special barrier behind him, a unique formation of the Star-Picking Palace that would remain undetected unless its occupants wished to reveal themselves. Even a powerful cultivator in the Dao Void realm would find it challenging to discover, let alone someone like Wu Kuan in the Dao Void primordial realm. This was also Ling Chen's stance. Having decided to ally with the Mengpa clan, he had done his homework beforehand. His conversation with the Qi Shui Wugong clan was not something he needed to keep from Mengpa. "Pavilion Master Ling, I hope you will excuse my uninvited arrival." Before he was seen, his presence was sensed. As he entered the grand hall, Ling Chen's subordinates nearly burst into laughter. His appearance could only be described as disheveled. It was hard to imagine he was the patriarch of one of Dongzhou's 3 great clans. His towering figure resembled a walking mountain, exuding an indescribable rugged aura. His thick, unruly red beard resembled flames, wildly spreading across his face, each strand akin to resilient pine needles weathered by the elements, yet arranged in a chaotic manner like wild grass. His broad face, with sharp angles, seemed as if chiseled from the hardest stone, radiating undeniable strength. His deep-set eyes, though hidden beneath the dense beard, still gleamed with a vicious red light, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised to strike. Dressed in a dark green robe, a color that should convey modesty and steadiness. It appeared strikingly incongruous on his robust frame. The hem of the robe swayed gently with his vigorous strides, resembling a giant leaf swaying in a storm, exuding a sense of both pretentious elegance and absurdity. In his hand, a folding fan, at first glance, starkly contrasted with his formidable and rugged image. The fan's ribs were crafted from rare, hardwood, each piece meticulously carved and polished by artisans, exuding a unique charm that was both simple and resilient. Yet, in his calloused, powerful hands, the fan appeared diminutive, akin to a delicate embroidery needle, awkwardly out of place. Patriarch Wu, you jest. I have just arrived in Dongzhou and have yet to pay my respects to you. I hope you will forgive me, Ling Chen said with a smile, watching the man who had seated himself in the great hall. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan laughed heartily. Pavilion Master Ling, you flatter me. How could we dare trouble you to visit us in person? What brings you here, Patriarch Wu? Please, speak plainly. Ling Chen cut to the chase, uninterested in idle chatter with this cunning old fox. If Wu Kuan wished to divulge something, he would do so. If not, there was no point in beating around the bush. Seeing Ling Chen's directness, Wu Kuan put away his smile and folding fan. Adopting a serious expression, I know Pavilion Master Ling is here to investigate the disappearance of He, and I can assure you that our Qi Shui Wu Gong clan has never been involved in this matter. We are steadfastly aligned with the Star-Picking Palace. Moreover, regarding the three families that purchased healing holy medicines of celestial grade or above, the Zibei Yoju clan, the Lu family, and the Sun family, while they appear to be affiliated with our clan, the Lu family is a mole placed by the Mingpa clan, and the Sun family is a mole sent by the DMO clan. I speak with sincerity. Can Pavilion Master Ling trust me? Ling Chen was taken aback by Wu Kuan's candid revelation of the three family secrets. The Qi Shui Wu Gong clan was indeed formidable. The clues he had just acquired from the Mingpa clan's intelligence network were effortlessly unraveled by Wu Kuan's few words. Each of the three major clans had their suspicions. And if the Qian Ing Pavilion were to join forces with these three in Dongzhou, even with the Star-Picking Palace's involvement, the Qian Ing Pavilion would find it nearly impossible to uncover the truth. Patriarch Wu, your calculations are astute. So, it seems that the Mingpa clan, the DMO clan, and your Qi Shui Wu Gong clan all harbor suspicions? Ling Chen's tone was laced with a palpable threat. Yet Wu Kuan appeared oblivious to the underlying implications. My words should not wound your heart, Pavilion Master. Since I am here, the Zibei Yoju clan will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation, Wu Kuan declared. What kind of satisfaction can you provide? Ling Chen inquired with a hint of amusement on his face. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying spider carcass lay in the center of the grand hall. Its massive size beyond imagination, nearly occupying the entire space. The spider's head bore 8 eyes that shimmered with a ghostly light, reminiscent of stars in an abyss. Even in death, its gaze retained a glimmer of the cunning and ferocity it had possessed in life. Each leg was as thick as a pillar that 4 people could embrace, covered in a rough and hard shell capable of effortlessly tearing through any obstacle. Now, these once mighty legs lay helplessly on the ground, unable to support the enormous body. More horrifying still, the spider's thorax appeared to have been violently torn apart by some unknown force, exposing its hollow, dark interior. Its organs were long gone, leaving only remnants of flesh and viscous liquid, evidence of a brutal and bloody struggle before its demise. The air was thick with a nauseating stench and an icy silence peculiar to death. Surrounding the corpse was an almost palpable aura of lingering resentment and fear, like invisible tendrils entwining the hearts of all who beheld the scene. The hollow gaze, the robust limbs, the gaping chest cavity, each element bore witness to the agonizing cries and suffering of its last moments. This was the young master of the purple-backed demon spider clan, the eldest son of the current clan leader. According to our investigations from the Blood Centipede clan, he had betrayed our righteous path, consorting with the forces of the celestial domain. We intended to capture him alive, but he resisted fiercely, leaving us no choice but to slay him. I present to you his severed head and the sacred medicine he purchased. This should demonstrate my sincerity. As Wu Kuan spoke, he waved his hand, producing a brocade box before Chen. Without needing to open it, the medicinal fragrance wafting from it revealed that this was indeed a rare treasure of the celestial tier. Chen was taken aback by Wu Kuan's ruthlessness, realizing that he could so easily turn on his own kin. It was evident that aside from the wound on the chest, the corpse bore no other marks, suggesting a surprise attack rather than a struggle. As for the medicine, let the Wu clan keep it, Chen stated. Having already examined the body and no longer harboring doubts about Wu Kuan's intentions, does the Wu clan leader have anything further to say? He asked, his expression impassive. Wu Kuan chuckled at Chen's demeanor. Lord Ling, your understanding is commendable. I shall offer this medicine to the purple-backed demon spider clan as compensation. Additionally, I have something to disclose. The waters of the eastern state run deep. While it appears to be under the control of our 3 great clans, what lies beneath? Ha! With that, Wu Kuan laughed heartily, clasped his hands in salute to Chen, and exited the grand hall, waving off any offer to see him out. Chen regarded Wu Kuan with a cold stare, sensing the provocation behind his words. Wu Kuan had left the corpse of the purple-backed demon spider in the center of the hall. Once Wu Kuan departed, Qin released his 4 subordinates from the heavenly net and instructed his men to handle the corpse of the purple-backed demon spider. If Wukuan did not wish to claim it, Qin would gladly accept it, as it might prove valuable for the divine weapon pavilion of the star-picking palace. Lord Ling, one of the heavenly net members, spoke. While Wukuan's statements hold some truth, they are not entirely accurate. The Lu clan, once affiliated with our Mangpa clan, has long since betrayed us after growing powerful within the Blood Centipede clan, leading to previous conflicts between our 2 clans. The woman codenamed Tian hurriedly explained to Chun. Chun understood that this was Wukuan's deliberate provocation, but had not anticipated this underlying narrative. He raised a hand to halt Tian's further comments. I trust your Mangpa clan. Please cooperate with Qian to investigate the purple-backed demon spider, the Lu clan, and the Sun clan. Determine just how deep the waters run among these 3 families, but ensure they are aware that it is Qian Pavilion conducting the investigation, not the Mangpa clan. The members of the Heavenly Net exchanged glances, perplexed by Qian's orders. Yet they complied and set off to conduct a discreet yet conspicuous inquiry into the 3 families. Qian's strategy was quite simple, to stir the waters and create chaos, thereby observing whether anyone would seek him out. If so, the unfolding events would become even more intriguing. Chapter 55. The terrifying head-bearers. What met He-Iji's eyes was an endless array of head-bearers, each more horrifying than the last. Wan was trembling in fear, while Yunqin fared little better. Ishio, Luo Haoyu, and Yushichi were all pale with terror. And He-Iji was equally astonished, yet managed to retain a semblance of composure amidst the overwhelming horror. The head-bearers encircled them, a menacing presence from all directions. Upon closer inspection, each lifeless head was cradled with a reverence akin to that reserved for the most precious of treasures. Yet, this treasure emanated an aura of dread and foreboding, as blackened blood oozed from the severed necks, trickling down their dirt-streaked fingers and pooling on the parched ground. Upon contact with the air, this blood transformed into wisps of black mist, rising like the lament of vengeful spirits, merging with the oppressive night, casting an eerie glow over the land. Miraculously, crimson blood also seeped from the necks of the heads, vibrant and fresh as though they had just been ruthlessly severed. This red and black juxtaposition, life and death, heightened the grotesque absurdity of the scene. The bodies, emaciated and pallid, bore no trace of color, their skin clinging to the bones like long-decayed corpses, exuding a nauseating stench. In stark contrast, the heads appeared as if they had just been wrenched from living beings, their faces flushed, yet their closed eyes betraying an indescribable despair and horror. Even more chilling was the fact that every head faced He-Iji and his companions, as if, despite their demise, their consciousness remained fixated on these intruders in their final moments. The bizarre tableau was enough to make even the most courageous heart tremble. An atmosphere of terror enveloped He-Iji and his companions. Every detail resonated with dread and unease, as though time itself had halted, leaving only the silent wails and an enduring fear echoing through the air. Yushichi transmitted a message to the others. What should we do now? They likely already know of our presence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrounded us. Hold still for now. Their encirclement may serve another purpose. Remain where you are while I scout ahead. He-Iji instructed. The others wanted to persuade him otherwise, but lacking a better alternative. Only Wan and Yunqin cautioned him to be careful. He-Iji employed the celestial dragon step, instantly appearing in the 10th circle of head-bearers surrounding them. Wan watched him anxiously, but felt powerless to intervene. The head-bearers formed concentric circles around them, their numbers unknown. He-Iji swiftly materialized in the 20th circle, encountering a frail girl who appeared as if a gust of wind could carry her away. She silently faced him, standing merely 10 paces apart. Cradling a head with utmost delicacy, her beauty was striking, her eyes closed, long lashes casting shadows over her face, as if trapped in a nightmare from which she would never awaken. The girl swayed gently in the night breeze, like a reed on the verge of snapping. Her ragged clothing was tattered and stained, revealing skin marred by scars and filth, some areas even festering and emitting a foul odor. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flew open, revealing a peculiar light that did not belong to this world, flickering like 2 flames in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Her gaze was hollow and profound, as if piercing through the very soul of a person, exposing their deepest fears and despair. She stared intently at He-Iji, her voice low and hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of her throat, imbued with an indescribable sorrow. Young master, we do not wish to be your enemies, but this path is blocked. You should turn back. The sound reverberated through the dark crimson sky, akin to a mournful wail that sent chills down one's spine. He-Iji could distinctly sense the resentment and despair woven into her words, as if what she cradled in her hands was not merely a severed head, but the embodiment of her boundless anguish and sorrow. He-Iji stood frozen in place, as though ensnared by an invisible force. He could feel the suffocating aura of terror emanating from the young girl, as if she might transform into a fierce beast at any moment, ready to rend him to shreds. Why? Were you not intending to strike against us? He-Iji was profoundly shocked to hear the girl with the severed head speak thus. Were there others concealed within the Black Marsh? You knew, and the others had not mentioned such a thing. Perhaps the Black Marsh had undergone changes unbeknownst even to them. If that were the case, their journey into the Black Marsh could be perilous. Young master, you need only retreat. We shall handle the rest. Farewell. After the girl spoke, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and when the breeze dispersed it, all the headholders had vanished without a trace. Soon, Yunqin and the others caught up. Inquiring why these terrifying figures had disappeared, Heiji recounted his conversation with the girl in full. If that is the case, we cannot proceed down this path. If the girl is able to converse with us, she must possess a cultivation level at least at the harmonious realm. We would stand no chance against her, especially with others behind her. Knight 17 remarked, remaining vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. Perhaps we should return and take the safest route. The unknown areas pose too great a risk. Shang Meng suggested. I concur with Shang Meng. Let us take the safest path. I sense that the Black Marsh may have undergone some transformation, as the headholders had never been mentioned by the cultivators before. We have no chance against them. If there had been any prior warnings, the Yun ancestors would have mentioned them, and there would be markings on the map. Yun Qin pondered thoughtfully. Ishio Luo Hao and Knight 17 also expressed their agreement, acknowledging that they currently lacked the strength to contend with these undead beings. Had the headholders not retreated voluntarily, they might have already become victims. Any route we take now bears danger. Yun Qin was right. The Black Marsh may have changed, bringing forth unknown entities. Perhaps we are being herded into a genuine trap. Heiji articulated his deductions, and the group fell into a contemplative silence. They had initially sought opportunities within, only to find themselves ensnared in peril instead. We must return to our point of departure. We cannot linger here. Should we be surrounded by the headholders again, our survival would be uncertain. After speaking, Heiji led the group back to the location where they had first entered the Black Marsh. After such turmoil, the sky above the Black Marsh began to darken. The group decided to rest in place for the night. Having erected their tents, Heiji took the first watch, allowing the others to rest. He gazed up at the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars, occasionally hearing the distant roars of wild beasts. Once the others had fallen asleep, Yunqin emerged from her tent and sat beside Heiji. While setting up the tents, they had constructed a platform using wooden boards prepared in advance, ensuring they would not be dampened by the marsh below. Are you afraid tonight? Yunqin inquired, glancing at Heiji, who continued to stare into the void above. You should rest well. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Heiji replied without turning to face her. Today, Ruan and Shang Meng were frightened. They are talking in their sleep. I stepped out for some fresh air. Are you truly unafraid? Or is it because you are the captain that you must press on? You need not feel obliged to look after us. We are capable of protecting ourselves. I am not afraid. I have faced far more terrifying experiences. I merely wish for my companions to safely navigate through the Black Marsh. There is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing Heiji's words, Yunqin fell into a long silence. She understood that his words were directed at her, but felt they were also a reflection of his own inner turmoil, perhaps concealing deeper, more painful secrets. Do you harbor other secrets? Secrets you have never shared with anyone, weighing upon your heart for many years? Yunqin found herself asking. Despite her initial hesitation, Heiji regarded Yunqin with a hint of surprise, contemplating her presence beside him. He had never even confided in Yang Qingning about these matters, even though he sensed she had begun to notice. Yet, without his prompting, she would not inquire. It was an unspoken understanding between them. Actually, it is nothing much. I am aware of certain truths that others believe I do not know. However, my cultivation is too weak to act upon this knowledge. One day, I shall be able to protect those I wish to safeguard, but perhaps they will no longer be present. Heiji's words carried a tinge of melancholy. This expression was one Yunqin had never seen on Heiji's face before. They remained silent, sitting outside the tent until 2 hours later when Ishio came to relieve Heiji, prompting Yunqin to depart. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, after discussion, the group chose the safest path to continue their journey toward the trial grounds of the Demon Clan. This time, Luo Hao volunteered to lead the way. Chapter 56. Entering the ancient city after approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Qingning and the others arrived at their destination, releasing each other's hands. Initially, they had anticipated the dark forest to be, as its name suggested, filled with bare, lifeless trees and devoid of light. In truth, their assumptions were not far from the experiences of Heiji and his companions. Indeed, Yang Qingning's group had been transported near the ancient divine city among the 6 ancient cities, where their arrival quickly drew the attention of the city's inhabitants. A cultivator of the wind manipulation realm came forth to welcome them into the city. After clasping his fists in respect, Yang Ziyu inquired, Senior, is this the dark forest? May I ask who you are? The elder replied, Young man, this is the ancient divine city. Your questions will be answered once we reach the city. Why not accompany me inside? Yang Qingning and her companions found themselves in a predicament. They were tasked with venturing into an unfamiliar city at the behest of someone they had just met. The thought of encountering unforeseen troubles loomed large, rendering them as helpless as fish in a barrel, especially given their relatively low cultivation levels. However, the person sent to greet them, a seasoned hand in such matters, reassured them, do not be concerned, esteemed guests. The ancient divine city would not trouble mere juniors. If I harbored ill intentions, I could simply launch a surprise attack. Many cultivators from outside have already arrived in the ancient divine city. With that, Yang Ziyu took the initiative to apologize. and Yang Qingning and her companions bowed in acknowledgement before following the individual into the ancient divine city. Upon entering the city, the group was left utterly astounded, as if they had traversed the boundaries of time and space into an era that was both mysterious and resplendent. The streets before them were extraordinarily broad, measuring over 180 paces in width, ample enough to accommodate numerous carriages side by side without a hint of congestion. The thoroughfare was paved with smooth, mirror-like bluestone slabs, each one having withstood the test of time, yet remaining pristine, reflecting the soft light of the heavens and bestowing a sense of solemnity and sanctity upon this path to the unknown. Flanking the streets were buildings arranged with meticulous care, unfolding like a masterfully crafted scroll. These structures varied in form and displayed exquisite craftsmanship, showcasing the wisdom and artistry of ancient civilization. Towering spires pierced the clouds, their main bodies composed of colossal stones expertly fitted together, as if wrought by divine hands. The walls of the towers were thick and sturdy, capable of withstanding the ravages of wind and rain, as well as the erosion of time. The summits were adorned with intricate carvings and enigmatic symbols, embodying the power and faith of the ancient divine city. Meanwhile, the elegant pavilions and towers were constructed with a more delicate wooden framework. The primary structure consisted of beams and columns, interconnected through a mortise and tenon system, forming a robust, yet flexible framework. The walls served as auxiliary components, delineating the interior from the exterior. The roofs exhibited various styles, such as the hip-and gable roof and the pavilion roof, which were not only aesthetically pleasing but also functioned effectively for drainage and shade. Adorning the rooftops were exquisite glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, adding a touch of opulence and nobility to the entire edifice. At the end of the street loomed a magnificent complex of palaces, each radiating a gentle yet mysterious divine glow. The outer walls of the palaces were constructed from hefty dark crystal stone, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that symbolized the glory and splendor of the ancient divine city. The doors and windows were embellished with exquisite wood carvings and bronze fittings, merging practicality with beauty. Atop the palaces, soaring domes and complex dark crystal brackets complemented each other, creating a unique visual spectacle. Under the sunlight, the palace exteriors refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like a rainbow and sparkling like precious gems. The air was suffused with a subtle fragrance, a blend of ancient wood's rich aroma and the sweet scent of unknown blossoms, invigorating the spirit. On this land, tenderly caressed by time, every step resonated with echoes of history, and every glance bore witness to the splendor of civilization. The group was utterly captivated by the awe and emotion evoked by the ancient divine city, as if they were reliving that glorious era. Yang Qingning and her companions expressed their astonishment, noting that even the star-picking palace of the Tianyuan continent could not be compared to this place. Amidst their shock, the guide inquired, "Might I ask if you are descendants or disciples of the star-picking palace or the 6 clans of the 13 islands of Jiuzhou?" Upon hearing such an inquiry, Yang Qingning and her companions were taken aback, their expressions instantly shifting to one of caution. They pondered to themselves how well these individuals seemed to understand the Tianyuan continent. The guiding practitioner from the Yufeng realm hastily clarified, "There is no need for alarm. Should you be disciples of these sects or families, I shall escort you to the Hall of Gods, where the Divine Master and the Deputy Divine Master will personally receive you." Upon entering the city, Yang Zikai has been attentively observing his surroundings. He has discerned that over 80% of the races present here are absent from the Tianyuan continent. The divine races of Tianyuan primarily include the Shindao, the Golden Clan, and the Sword Clan, whereas this place is rich with numerous races that can only be found in ancient texts, such as the Panga Clan, the Kwafu Clan, the Enwa Clan, and the Ten Witches, among others. Yang Ziyu inquired directly, "Might I ask the purpose of the Divine Lord's audience with us?" "Surely. Individuals of our humble stature are not worthy of such a personal meeting from the Divine Lord." Yang Ziyu has, in a sense, acknowledged that they are indeed the descendants or disciples of the Star-Picking Palace or the 6 clans of the 13 islands of Jiuzhou, as mentioned by the guide. Initially, Yang Ziyu intended to keep this a secret, but upon realizing that their cultivation levels would eventually lead to discovery, he decided it was more prudent to openly admit it, thereby sparing himself from many years of trouble. "Since you are all descendants of esteemed clans, please accompany me to the Hall of Gods." The guide led the way, ushering the group towards the Hall of Gods. Yang Qingning and her companions curiously observed the surrounding architecture and pedestrians. Long Qingxiu quietly remarked to Yang Qingning, "The layout of this ancient divine city is meticulously crafted. All the buildings are arranged according to the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Such a design undoubtedly stems from a masterful hand, and one would not expect a nefarious individual to create such a layout." In truth, Long Qingxiu intentionally spoke for the guide to hear, refraining from using voice transmission, as the guide, possessing the cultivation of the Wind Mastery realm, could naturally overhear their whispers. "The young lady possesses keen insight. The layout of this city was designed by our Vice Divine Master, Fu Shi's clan leader, Fu Lu. And even the Hall of Gods is his creation," exclaimed the guide. "This esteemed elder Fu Lu is truly remarkable. I genuinely wish to meet him one day." Lung Qingqiu said with a face full of anticipation. You shall have the opportunity, young lady, when we enter the Hall of Gods. We will proceed to the main hall where Vice Divine Master Fu Lu will also be present, and you will have the chance to meet him. The group felt somewhat reassured by the guide's candidness, for if there were any ill intentions towards them, they had no support in the secret realm. A single guide of the Wind Mastery realm could easily capture them. There was no need for him to treat them with such courtesy. Yang Qingning and her companions engaged in casual conversation with their guide as they journeyed, soon arriving at the Hall of Gods. Upon entering, they realized that it was more akin to a city than a mere hall. The vast premises housed countless grand halls and residences. Just the path to the main hall alone led them past no fewer than 100 estates, each comprising numerous additional halls. Upon reaching the main hall, their guide requested the guards at the entrance to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, the guards returned to escort Yang Qingning and her group inside, bidding farewell to their guide. The remaining individuals who entered the secret realm shared similar experiences, being escorted into the ancient celestial city, the ancient human city, the ancient demon city, the ancient monster cities, the ancient ghost city, and the spirit treasure pavilion by their respective guides, the descendants or disciples of the rulers of the 9 provinces, 13 islands, and 6 clans were taken to meet the higher echelons of each city or the spirit treasure pavilion, while others were settled in inns within the city, under the protection of designated guardians. Initially, the cultivators from the Tianyuan continent were somewhat apprehensive. However, as time passed, they came to realize that the members of these ancient clans genuinely sought to protect them. There had been incidents during this period, yet all were thwarted by the adept warriors of the ancient clans. Without their intervention, some among them might have met a grim fate. Unfortunately, a few unfortunate souls were indeed captured by nefarious individuals. Nonetheless, these captors dared not act brazenly, as the higher-ups of the ancient clans were still investigating the matters mentioned by He. During this time, some individuals were rescued, which further solidified the trust of the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent in the ancient clan's leadership. However, these developments would unfold in due course. Upon entering the main hall, Yang Qingning and her companions discovered the presence of numerous descendants and heirs from prominent families of the Tianyuan continent, including Yang Zid, Yang Zishuan, Yang Zihan, Yang Zipeng, Yang Ziki, Yang Zichao, Yang Zibao, Yang Zisown, Yang Ziqiang, along with members of the Qingqiu clan, the Shindao clan, the Dragon clan, and the Golden clan, totaling over 30 individuals. At the center of the solemn and sacred high platform sat an imposing figure, exuding an air of grandeur that inspired awe. He stood tall and steadfast, akin to a majestic mountain, radiating an indescribable aura of authority and strength. Most strikingly, this formidable individual possessed 4 pairs of eyes, 8 in total, each pair shimmering with a profound and enigmatic brilliance, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things and discerning the illusions of the world. According to the ancient text studied by Yang Qingning, the Pangu clan, a powerful race of antiquity, was known to produce individuals with 8 eyes, all of whom had attained the pinnacle of the Dao Void realm. The presence before them, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence, was evidently not an ordinary being. Even more astonishing was the fact that his aura was remarkably subdued, revealing no hint of leakage. Much like an unfathomable ocean that concealed its depths, the spiritual energy surrounding him, under his influence, manifested a peculiar liquefied state. The previously formless essence now flowed like a tangible liquid, gracefully swirling around him and forming resplendent halos. Flanking him were 5 powerful figures, 3 of whom bore an aura strikingly similar to that of the central figure, while the remaining 2 exuded a slightly weaker, yet more intense pressure. A stunning woman with the body of a serpent and the head of a human rose to address Yang Qingning and her companions, stating, "I am Hua Qing'er, the deputy lord of the ancient divine city. May I inquire which clan you hail from?" Yang Qingning and her companions were utterly captivated by the beauty of the woman before them. She was clad in a flowing gown of fiery crimson, a color so passionate and intense that it seemed capable of igniting all that surrounded her. Yet, it was subdued by her ethereal grace, becoming the most resplendent adornment of her being. The bodice of the gown was expertly tailored to accentuate her curvaceous figure, each contour elegantly revealing the delicate balance of femininity and strength. Her visage was exquisite, with features so finely chiseled they resembled a masterfully crafted work of art. Her skin, translucent and radiant, seemed to blush at the slightest touch. The serpentine portion of her attire was adorned with smooth scales that glimmered softly in the sunlight, exuding an air of both mystery and nobility. Beyond her outward splendor, it was her inherent poise and charisma that truly captured attention. Her gaze was profound and serene, as if she possessed the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others while maintaining a transcendent detachment from worldly affairs. Her movements were graceful and composed, each gesture revealing a profound inner cultivation and noble lineage. Additionally, her voice was melodious, harmonizing beautifully with her exquisite features. To their astonishment, she was none other than the matriarch of the Nuwa clan. Legend spoke of how the ancestress of the Nuwa tribe had utilized the essence of the 9 heavens to create humanity. As time wore on, the Nuwa clan faded into obscurity, while humankind flourished. It was an unexpected fortune to encounter her once more in this ancient divine city. Honorable Nuwa deity. We are 3 individuals from the Yang family of Yuanshan Island in Tianyuan continent, and this is the eldest disciple of the Star-Picking Palace's Martial Hall. Yang Ziyu articulated their identities clearly, feeling there was no need for further concealment now that they had arrived. Moreover, it was rumored that the Fushi clan excelled in the art of divination, even if such tales were embellished. The ability to design an ancient divine city using the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and to divine the origins of a few minor cultivators, would be well within their grasp. Ah, a fine young man indeed. I have met your father, Yang Bai. He was quite an impressive lad in his day. And what if he's Xian from the He family? How fare they? Nuwa Qing'er inquired with a smile. Yang Qingning gazed in astonishment at Hua Qing'er, utterly taken aback by the revelation that her father, alongside He Iji's father, had also visited the ancient divine city. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a middle-aged man seated to the right of the host, whose demeanor was exceedingly respectable. Qing'er, let's not dwell on the past for now. We shall have time later. If no one arrives, perhaps the deity should take the floor, he suggested. Hua Qing'er made a playful face at him, her youthful spirit betraying her seemingly endless age, before returning to her seat. The middle-aged man could only smile helplessly at her antics. Chapter 57. Midnight conversations. After Lingchen had concluded all his affairs, it was already a quarter past the midnight hour, and he prepared to retire to his chamber. As he approached the door, he chuckled wryly before pushing it open. The patriarch of the Mingpa clan sneaks into my quarters at such an hour. This could lead to some misunderstandings, Lingchen mused as he took a seat at the table, observing the alluring Mingpa sprawled across the bed. Mingpa smiled coyly, her voice dripping with seduction. I merely feared that Lord Ling might change his mind, so I came to offer my services. A playful smirk danced upon Ling Chen's lips, imbued with a hint of mockery and allure, as if he held all the cards in this game. He sauntered to the edge of the bed, his fingers gliding gently along Mengpo's porcelain-like calf, the warmth of her skin akin to the touch of jade, inviting and tender. His fingers traced the intricate design of the blooming ghost flower upon her leg, the artistry so vivid it appeared to blossom on her skin, each petal exuding an enchanting beauty. With his other hand, he lifted Mengpo's chin, revealing a visage that was exquisitely crafted. Her skin so delicate it seemed to quiver at his touch. A blush crept upon her cheeks, reminiscent of the dawn's rosy glow, a mixture of shyness and allure. Ling Chen leaned closer, inhaling deeply as if to capture the essence of her fragrance. A fresh and refined aroma mingled with the ghost flower's subtle scent, refreshing his spirit. At that moment, Mengpo's heart raced like a drum. She intended merely to tease this typically aloof Ling Chen, yet his audacity took her by surprise. A flurry of emotions enveloped her, astonishment, delight, and a touch of anticipation, as she resolved to hold her ground and witness how he would react, determined not to concede easily. However, Ling Chen suddenly pinched her thigh lightly, an action that left Mengpa momentarily dazed. Instinctively, she let out a soft, surprised sound, filled with bashfulness. Realizing the nature of her own reaction, she attempted to turn away, but Ling Chen firmly grasped her chin, denying her any chance to retreat. His lips inched closer, brimming with an undeniable resolve, just as they were about to meet hers. In a moment of urgency, Mengpo's internal energy surged, tearing through the fabric of space as she swiftly relocated to the stool beside the table. Sitting there, her gaze reflected a blend of astonishment and indignation. While Ling Chen remained at the foot of the bed, a playful smile still lingering on his lips, as though everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Who knew Lord Ling would behave in such a manner? I was merely jesting, and yet you treat me so lightly, Mengpa retorted, her cheeks still flushed from earlier. Ling Chen withdrew his hand from the air, chuckling as he settled across from her. He poured a cup of tea for both of them, then remarked, surely. I have yielded to the esteemed patriarch of the Mengpa clan. Why then are you upset? How was I to know you were such a silver-tongued charmer? Mengpa shot back, her irritation evident as she downed her tea in one gulp. Observing her reaction, Ling Chen chuckled again and refilled her cup. What are your thoughts on Wu Kuan, the patriarch of the Red Blood Centipede clan, who visited today? He seeks to intimidate you, using the young master of the Purple-Back Demon Spider clan as a deterrent. Should you disregard their warnings, they may resort to more forceful measures, Ling Chen said. Noting the seriousness that had overtaken Mengpo's expression, which he found far more appealing than her earlier demeanor, Mengpa sensed his gaze shifting and shot him a glare. If you continue to look at me like that, I may just have to gouge out your eyes. What business does a master of the Dao Void realm have in bullying a mere woman? Ling Chen chose not to respond to her outburst, instead sipping his tea before stating, the Red Blood Centipede clan poses no threat to me. It is the hidden powers behind them that might take action. But how many masters of the Dao Void realm can they truly mobilize? If they send too many, it would be blatant. They still fear the Star-Picking Palace. Yet if they send too few, they cannot hope to harm me. Ling Chen exuded confidence, a testament to his stature as one of the elite of the Star-Picking Palace, ranking among the top 3 of his generation, with Yilan and Zheng Yi undeniably occupying the first and second positions. What if they summon the likes of Zhuge Jing or Yang Tianwen from an earlier era? I am aware that individuals of their caliber exist in Dongzhou, at least 6 of them. If that is the case, then I am in peril. Should I flee now? Ling Chen mused, his gaze fixed on the teacup, his tone playful. You will not escape. However, I wish you would. If you do not, they will surely bury you. And the star-picking palace will never uncover your final resting place. Mengpu exclaimed. What? Are you concerned for my well-being? If I perish, you would be left a widower. Can you not be serious? We are discussing matters of life and death here. If they turn their attention to you, my Mengpa clan cannot escape either. Mengpa longed to strike Ling Chen out of frustration, but alas, she knew she could not overpower him. It will not come to that. I am not alone in this. How could I, Ling Chen, be ensnared by them? Your Mengpa clan will be just fine. Rest easy. I am eager to see what these clowns intend to do. As Ling Chen concluded, his smile faded, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Startling Mengpa, she glanced at him, thinking that if he remained so aloof, it would be a preferable state. The two engaged in further discussion about the specifics of how to truly stir the waters of Dongzhou, unearthing those hidden in the shadows. Their conversation persisted until nearly the hour of the tiger, at which point Mengpa prepared to depart. Ling Chen, however, jested, at this late hour, are you truly returning? Begone. Mengpa tore through the fabric of reality, vanishing from the room. Ling Chen chuckled softly to himself, ready to rest for a while, unaware that Mengpa's departure would nearly cost her life. Once all the prodigies of the star-picking palace had departed, the atmosphere grew somewhat desolate. Late at night, Yilan arrived at the alchemy pavilion, where Xianyuan Yuma, upon seeing her, discreetly exited the room of Gulong. After transferring a surge of spiritual energy to Gulong, Yilan seated herself beside him. Xianyuan Yu, the head of the alchemy pavilion, had exerted every effort to heal Gulong, mending all but the final seal, which Gulong stubbornly refused to restore. Xianyuan Yu could only ensure that it did not worsen. Yilan sat quietly, observing Gulong for a long while before speaking. I understand your feelings of guilt, but only by awakening can you assist us in capturing those from the celestial domain and rescuing Yiji. Lying here, how can you possibly aid us? Yilan had repeated these sentiments to Gulong countless times, yet each time proved fruitless. For Gulong remained unyielding as the seal continued to decay. Every time Yilan visits, she channels a stream of spiritual energy into Gu Yun to nurture his Dao imprint. Although this may seem futile, Yilan harbors a simple hope. Should Gu Yun ever wish to mend his Dao imprint, having his own spiritual energy would expedite the process. However, this visit bears different news, relayed to her by Yang Qingning prior to her departure. After gently smoothing the strands of hair on Gu Yun's face, Yilan settled down and spoke. Qingning came to me before she left, sharing a sensation that Yiji has escaped the control of the heavenly domain. He should now be within the secret realm of the dark forest. She has a strong intuition regarding Yiji. So we must rally ourselves to shield these younger ones from the storm. Otherwise, their plight would be unbearable. Having spoken, Yilan closely observed Gu Yun for any signs of change. After a lengthy wait, she noted that he remained unchanged, showing no inclination to repair his Dao imprint, and thus took her leave. Shortly after Yilan's departure, Gu Yun's body began to transform. Yet, this shift was imperceptible to someone of Xianyuan Yuma's cultivation level. Had Yilan been present, she would have discerned Gu Yun's active attempts to mend his Dao imprint, and with the support of her spiritual energy. The process was not particularly slow. Chapter 58. Encounter with the beast horde. You must conserve your spiritual energy. We will need you at the critical moment. You are the strongest among us. Ruan said softly to Yiji, who walked ahead of her. De Air chimed in, expressing agreement with Ruan's sentiments. You need not concern yourself with me. I have my own plans. Just take care of yourself. Yiji responded coldly, dismissing Ruan's concern. Feeling a bit wronged. Ruan's large, watery eyes brimmed with tears. Yunqing grasped Ruan's hand, gently squeezing it in comfort, and then said, Ruan is right. We will rely on you in crucial moments, while we handle the mundane matters of our journey. Yiji, I believe Ruan and Yunqing are correct. Leave these tasks to us. Your skills are exceptional, and in a critical moment, we will indeed need your assistance. Luo Hao turned to Yiji with a smile, adding his agreement. Eager to keep an eye on their surroundings, Ishio quickly reminded Luo Hao to watch where he was stepping, lest he fall into a dark mire. I concur with Luo Hao's perspective. Soon, the group was engaged in a lively discussion, although their conversation began to stray from the original topic. Yiji recognized their desire to shoulder more responsibility, so he chose to remain silent. After 2 hours of travel, which included a half-hour break, the group pressed on for another 2 hours. However, with each step, an unsettling feeling crept over them, a chill running down their spines. Yet they could not quite pinpoint the source of their unease. Yiji called for a halt and pulled out a map for everyone to examine. Shangming also took the opportunity to establish their location, confirming that their route posed no issues. Just then, Luo Hao suddenly realized there are no sounds of beasts. We haven't heard any for half an hour. Moreover, the surrounding area was eerily silent. Have you noticed? Aside from our footsteps, there is not a single sound. With Shangming and Luo Hao's remarks, the group finally grasped what was amiss. Suddenly, Yiji moved with lightning speed, forcefully pushing the unsuspecting Ruan aside. Ruan gasped, losing her balance and tumbling into the nearby marsh. The black, viscous mud quickly engulfed her, chilling and clinging to her garments. Her hair splayed messily across her face, rendering her a pitiable sight. The air roared in response, glaring at Hiiji, expressing its dissatisfaction and anger at its master's actions. Struggling to rise from the mire, Ruan, now covered in mud, seethed with fury, ready to reprimand Hiiji. However, she was abruptly halted by a black arrow, emanating a sinister mist, plummeting from above and striking precisely where she had just stood. The arrow embedded itself deep into the ground, the surrounding soil beginning to rot under the influence of its eerie power, releasing tendrils of black smoke and filling the air with a sense of foreboding. Witnessing this, Ruan's face turned pale, her body trembling with fear and the realization of how close she had come to peril. Yunqin rushed to her side, gently but firmly helping her out of the muck, her gaze filled with concern. Hiiji quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand, a glimmer of light dancing at his fingertips as a mysterious force surged from within him, instantly pinpointing the location of the concealed enemy. Without hesitation, he hurled the town-restraining ruler, which soared through the air, leaving a brilliant trail and producing a thunderous sound as it struck a hidden corner high above. With a deafening crash, a massive six-winged beast was forced into view, its wings blotting out the sky, its eyes glinting with cunning. A formidable adversary indeed. Knight 17, observing the situation, waved his hands, summoning the soul banner, which instantly transformed into a bow and arrow radiating ghostly light, its shaft entwined with the power of the underworld. Appearing both eerie and formidable, he knocked an arrow with fluid grace, and at the moment of release, he executed a swift kick to the arrow's tail. The arrow, imbued with the power of the underworld, streaked through the night sky like a meteor, carrying the scent of death as it aimed for the heart of the six-winged beast. Determined to eliminate this threat, the six-winged beast, however, proved remarkably agile, dodging effortlessly. With a sinister laugh, it pointed a claw at Hiiji, hissing, "You shall perish. This young girl was meant to be my meal, and it is your fault for intervening. I will slay you." Upon finishing its taunt, the six-winged beast flapped its wings, unleashing 6 arrows that hurtled toward Hiiji, but Knight 17 intervened, declaring, "Your opponent is me. It is not yet time for our captain to engage. Be cautious, my friend. The six-winged beast possesses the strength of the wind control realm, surpassing our cultivation level." Hiiji warned, "No worries. I have faced those of the wind control realm before." In an instant, the battle between the six-winged beast and Knight 17 erupted, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. Each clash resonated with deafening roars, as if the very air were being torn apart, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Each flap of the six-winged beast's wings conjured powerful gales, its sharp claws akin to the scythe of death, narrowly grazing Knight 17 time and again, leaving deep gashes in the air. Though valiant, Knight 17 clearly found himself at a disadvantage against the six-winged beast, a formidable opponent of the wind control realm. Even a genius of the body refinement Emperor realm felt an unprecedented pressure. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground, where it instantly evaporated into wisps of vapor. Nevertheless, Knight 17 did not waver, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. He poured every ounce of effort into each attack, relentlessly seeking opportunities to counterattack. The soul banner in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing infused with the power of the underworld, rendering his assaults increasingly enigmatic, forcing the six-winged beast to remain vigilant. As time wore on, Knight 17's situation grew direr, his body increasingly marred by wounds. To endure so long against the six-winged beast was no small feat, even for a genius of the body refinement Emperor realm. Luo Hao prepared to assist Knight 17, but was halted by Hiiji. "There are still other beasts nearby. This is not the only one. If you intervene, they will not hesitate to attack." Upon Hiiji's reminder, the group began to notice their surroundings, realizing that they were encircled by no fewer than 100 beasts, most of which were in their early adulthood, comparable in strength to the six-winged beast battling in the sky, equivalent to the cultivation level of the wind mastery realm. "What should we do now?" Shang Ming inquired, her complexion pale. Currently, Yi Shiqi, engaged in a fierce struggle with the six-winged beast, had sustained injuries. Several times, the beast's wings nearly grazed Yi Shiqi's neck, the sharp edges carving horrifying arcs in the air, the menacing aura threatening to sever her head at any moment. "Yunqin, Yishio, Shangmeng, Ruan, remain vigilant of your surroundings and avoid ambushes from the beasts. Luo Hao, impede the beasts obstructing me. I will assist Yi Shiqi in dealing with this six-winged beast, and then we shall swiftly retreat from this perilous area." After issuing his commands, Hiiji counted down silently, and at the moment he reached 1, his figure seemed to be consumed by the very fabric of space, vanishing abruptly, almost instantaneously, to the astonishment of onlookers. He appeared behind the massive form of the six-winged beast, moving silently like a specter. Simultaneously, Luo Hao, undeterred, stomped forcefully on the ground, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from its bow, intercepting other beasts that aimed to thwart Hiiji's attack. Hiiji's left hand conjured intricate spells, weaving ancient incantations into a mysterious net in the air. In his right hand, the heavenly staff surged with the chaotic power of the Tai heavenly thunder, emitting a heart-stopping glow, striking directly toward the thumping heart of the six-winged beast from behind. The six-winged beast, embroiled in battle with Yishichi, instinctively sensed the fatal threat approaching from behind, its massive body attempting to twist away from the sudden onslaught. However, Yishichi would not let this rare opportunity slip by. Her eyes glowed a fiery red, seemingly ablaze with infernal flames, as she wielded the soul banner imbued with potent ghostly energy, unleashing a torrential assault upon the six-winged beast, effectively sealing off any chance of retreat. Seizing the moment, Hiiji thrust the heavenly staff, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, piercing the heart of the six-winged beast. With a thunderous roar, the beast's colossal form erupted under the violent assault of the Tai heavenly thunder, flesh and blood scattering like rain, staining the ground a deep crimson. This sudden turn of events instilled terror among the surrounding beasts, who let out a series of mournful roars as if lamenting the loss of their leader. In the chaos, the beast battling Luo Hao seized the opportunity, delivering a punch that sent Luo Hao flying, crashing into the muddy waters of the Black Marsh, splashing water everywhere in a rather disheveled manner. Nevertheless, Hiiji did not falter. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he executed the Void Dragon Step, instantly appearing behind the beast that had just attacked Luo Hao, which was now in a defenseless state. The heavenly staff, surging with Tai heavenly thunder, rose high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At that crucial moment, dozens of arrows suddenly shot from the beast horde below, like a swarm of locusts, precisely obstructing Hiiji's path of attack. With no other option, Hiiji had to retract his move, swiftly retreating alongside the fallen Luo Hao back to their group. Though injured, Yishichi's wounds were superficial. After consuming a medicinal pill, she was recovering rapidly. Ishio helped Luo Hao to his feet, and the seven formed a defensive circle. The surrounding beasts, without hesitation, charged forward. A rough estimate revealed over 120 beasts. It was evident that Hiiji's group stood no chance against them and could only flee. Hiiji quickly assessed the situation, noting that there were fewer beasts on their path of arrival. Ishio and Luo Hao, stay at the back. I will break through a path and rush out swiftly. The rest defend against the beasts on either side. Ruan retrieved a golden blanket from her storage ring and tossed it to Hiiji. This is your flying carpet. Perhaps we can use it to evade the beast's onslaught. Hiiji swiftly changed his hand gestures, and the underground golden carpet expanded under his control, its surface shimmering with brilliant golden light, as if capable of penetrating the earth and connecting to a mysterious realm. With the exception of Ishio and Luo Hao, everyone quickly leaped onto the golden carpet. Hiiji altered his gestures once more, transforming the carpet into a beam of light that carried them like the dawn breaking through the darkness, appearing before the encroaching beasts. Simultaneously, the heavenly staff above Hiiji's head suddenly enlarged, resembling a towering mountain, with the Tai heavenly thunder coiling around it like an enraged dragon, roaring as it tore through the air, sweeping directly over the heads of the beast horde. As it passed, the beasts scattered like autumn leaves, many suffering from the residual power of the Tai heavenly thunder, their howls echoing amidst the chaos. Taking advantage of the opening created by the heavenly staff, Hiiji and his companions broke free from the encirclement of beasts. At that moment, Yunqin moved gracefully, her flowing sleeves akin to a dancing spirit, swiftly entangling Ishio and Luo Hao, attempting to rescue them from the tumultuous battlefield. However, at that critical juncture, a long spear exuding dense black mist shot through the air like a spectral arrow, aimed directly at Yunqin's face. Hiiji, with remarkable speed, swung the heavenly staff, striking the spear away with a force akin to thunder. Nevertheless, the residual force still disrupted Yunqin's spellcasting, thwarting her rescue attempt. Although Ishio and Luo Hao had been pulled to the edge of the encirclement, the sheer number of beasts overwhelmed them, akin to a small boat struggling against a massive wave, unable to break free. Hiiji's expression grew grave, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on a beast hovering above, its form a bizarre amalgamation of a tiger's head, a serpent's tail, and a human body, emanating an aura so powerful it was suffocating. This beast's cultivation was evidently superior, having partially transformed into a humanoid form, indicating it was at least of the Wind Mastery sacred realm. You shall all perish today. You kill my subordinates, injure my kin, and still wish to escape. The beast's voice rumbled low, and it drew the spear embedded in the ground into its grasp, charging toward Hiiji. After waiting for approximately 2 hours in the Grand Hall, Yang Qingning and her companions received word from the ancient divine city that the 10,000 cultivators from the Tianyuan continent had finally arrived. It was only then that the figure seated in the position of the Divine Lord spoke, introducing himself as Pan Sin, the Divine Lord of this ancient city. He extended a warm welcome to the distinguished talents from the Tianyuan continent for their participation in the upcoming Hei's trial. The group led by Yang Qingning found themselves utterly bewildered by the mention of the Hei's trial, which starkly contrasted with the accounts shared by their elders or masters regarding the Zhaixing Palace. Pan Sun discerned the confusion among the crowd,